good reason. Mr. Blasco?
Fair enough. Those were good. Yeah, I always liked the camouflage cans.
So cool. Then you can make a suit of armor out of them, and the cops can't see
So then, what about the land?
And if a car hits you, you don't get that hurt.
Okay, but how would that change? You're right, but I'm not sure if the answer correctly.
Yes.
Why
was
land less?
Well, be careful in a Prius. We were in a Prius going to the airport, and he rammed into another car. It was a disaster.
You can't take it with you. Mr. Ruben, do you have the word here?
How long ago was that? Eric, I got a
It was a week ago today. It was actually weirdly enough probably around this time.
So it wasn't for you.
People are to
Yes,
or whatever, and you need to
How do you get a burn
and
from
essentially
that?
abandon your land.
Whiplash.
Right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews
Whiplash.
used to not be good
That was the
piano
name of the
players.
band
They
Casey
used
and
to
I
play
did up in
clarinet
fucking, what was that,
banjo and things
Montana?
like
It
that.
was like Fort Collins,
Violin,
Colorado.
which was very hard to run carrying a piano.
Why did I always think it was Montana?
So,
Everybody always made fun of my house with that.
You would say that at the time, too.
Investment
You just had no
not
idea
only
where you
for
were.
rums,
Hold
but
on. This is not Montana. We're not
legislative
in
expulsion.
Glacier National Park,
Whatever it says,
Fort Collins.
Jews over here.
And then everybody would laugh. It was when I was drinking a bunch of those espresso martinis.
Right? They kept on
I
being
didn't say
spilled,
leave the
invited
beans
back,
in.
invited back.
Yes, because
But
I'm
you
chewing
can't keep
on
your land
that
if you
back.
drink your stuff. Mr. Ruben,
Do that a lot. I miss that. Leave the thing.
You loved your caffeine and alcohol together, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't always do it, but
I always drank Sparks. Do you remember those?
ooh, I love Sparks with the silver and the
that's
orange
an
can.
excellent point. We'll see
like
when
the
we get
first
to
Four
Eastern
Loko?
Europe, which will be in a couple of
Yeah,
weeks,
pretty much.
that
So I had
Jews were
alcohol in it
frequently lease
and
holders,
energy.
but it was
And a lot
primarily
of
for
guaranas.
the tax dividends of
It
the
also made
land.
you
The
really
land was definitely
dry.
not owned by them,
You're
it's
like,
certainly not farmed by them.
do you remember
Only in
that?
a few
It always
places,
made my
like
mouth
Galicia,
like.
for example, you have Jewish
Well,
farmers.
you saying
But
always, but
overwhelmingly,
my boy's
most
not.
of the hundreds
Oh,
we're
yeah,
talking,
no.
Jews did
My
not
mouth
put
is
a-
wet as shit, especially
a
after drinking these things. And this one actually does have a little bit of caffeine in it, so I am going a little wild right now.
I don't know. Oh, fucking Sparks. That brings back memories. We used to tape those things, like drink a bunch of them and make the wizard
good point.
staffs.
Nice, and that would be taller than
because
a
you have to
regular
invest
beer
in
can,
real estate.
because it was a little taller than a beer can, so I bet y'all made those staffs long. Then you go storm the Wells
anything
Fargo.
attached to the ground. Well, we're going to discuss all the things that are definitely invest in skills.
And it's like an inside job when your buddy somehow had already called the cops and they were already there. They bust y'all. You get reservoir dogs. Y'all meet up in some fucking warehouse just with your staffs. Set up for what?
But if you
We need to
take
get our
your
heads
money
examined.
and dump it into a piece of land,
Did you
building,
play
anything
James
like that,
William?
you're a tablet.
Yeah, Edward
Someone else confiscates it.
Used to love that.
But if also, if you
This isn't
are
even
able
really
to
a game, but
transform
what I
much of
miss
your
maybe the
skills
most is a good
into
funnel.
cash,
Out on the beach, give me a couple
then
funnels,
you
give
can,
me a
not only carry it,
three-person
but also put it in
catapult
hiding
thing,
places. Actually, I'll show you
and I'm
later. Some
launching
of the hordes
beers,
that
I'm
have
launching
been
water
discovered,
balloons way down the beach and hitting
jewels and things like that.
I used to love doing that.
Spring break forever.
Yeah,
It was very
spring, man, I wish I could live
Mr.
in
Parentheses.
spring break time all the time.
I'm on spring break. My friend Sam says that he thinks that when he dies, St. Peter won't let him into heaven because he played Edward 40.
Well,
by
he
what,
might be
like
onto
Protestants?
something because I've
Yeah,
heard
that's not really a
that might be
you know,
a thing of seriously.
Jews
in the
generally,
Catholic
when they
Church, it's
were farmers,
Yeah.
they're more likely to
He's like going to a Catholic church and doing his reading his sins to the
It's really
Father.
about
But the new Pope, he's American, and he said that shotgunning is actually good.
right. Jews
Yes,
need
he's a
to be in
big
the
Chicago
meeting.
White
He's
Sox
got
fan.
coaching.
He's a Sox
But
guy, sadly. I'm a Cubs guy,
we
but
discussed
I love
last week,
God, so.
right? The week
I
before.
know that's probably weird for a Cubs fan, being a fucking White Sox fan.
It's a weird conflict of interest. What do you think that means that there will be angels in the outfield?
Choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews.
Okay, can you get them
And
off grid?
non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy
Make sure you go buy Piss
right,
Mama.
meat that's cheaply
Yeah,
priced.
thanks for the
because
shout
you
out.
have to
A
get
few
rid of
weeks
it.
ago, I got some orders on my site.
The
So
church, by the way, was
I
very upset
appreciate
with that because it looks
Piss
bad.
Mama.
What is it again? What is
Jews
it?
won't eat
What
this,
is it?
but Christians will happily
it's
eat it. But
pisspapa.com.
it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery
PISSSPAPA,
stores
just like it
today,
is on the screen.
people will buy where it's cheapest.
.com.
sometimes more.
What's on there? He's got
Okay,
stickers. What do you
let's
sell?
see.
Shirts?
Risks and benefits.
No, it's just like
we
art
talked
I
about.
make. It's like
Agriculture
some
also plays
like
a
wooden
really
cutouts and
important
shit,
part
but
in the
those pins
corporate
are on there.
structure of medieval
Magnets?
society, which we have not gotten
I
into,
want some
but we'll
magnets.
talk about
Ooh,
in much
I got an
greater
email.
degree.
Oh,
in
man,
a
no,
moment.
no,
Here it is.
Yeah, we'll mail you
This
some.
is
We got a
what
bunch.
Jews did as
You
the
got my
backbone
address.
of their economy. They're primarily involved in farming. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz.
Bye.
We will have
Have a good time.
a much broader field of economic endeavor.
Yeah, little does his ass know. We already have all of his
And
information.
Jews
We
were
got your
definitely
social, brother.
historically involved in a
Anybody
whole
that calls
range
in here,
of
we already have all
activities, even
of
in this
your.
period as
And that's
well.
not even
But
in
the
a weird or
backbone
bad
of the
thing.
economy,
No,
the
Range just has that
strongest
technology.
element
We're
in a
trying
given
to just
era
fact check you,
is
make sure
Jews
you are who
involved
you say
in
you are.
finance,
Yes.
specifically
We won't use it unless we
lending.
have to.
This is a
Yep.
bigger topic, but
Wait, so do you have one of his stickers on your fridge?
version of it.
Yeah, Fizz
It tends to
Papa.
have
I
kind of
didn't know
like
you made art.
when I say
When did we shout
finance,
him
that
out?
sounds nice. Right? When I
Maybe
say
something
something
you
like
do.
pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the
Well, we
outskirts
love
of
shouting you
town,
out.
you know,
Yeah, we
strip
love
malls
shouting
and
out.
all
Just
that.
love shouting.
But it's really
We'll
both
show
of
you a
those
billion
things.
of times.
This
Yeah, but don't
was
make shit
an
up. I mean, I
excellent
don't think
way
we
for
had.
Jews
You just
to
said that, so we would talk about it afterwards.
commerce
Maybe.
and to
That
support
was pretty
themselves,
cool.
specifically because,
Really
as
thought
we
it
shall
was
see,
Monday.
they
That was kind of
enjoyed a
funny.
monopoly on it for
I
several
can't
hundred
believe
years.
he would Reservoir Dogs
I'll get
us
to
at
that.
what
Let's just first
cost.
look at this interesting
Must have got a
image.
good
It's
deal
a
with the
16th century
DA.
image by
Yeah, I
Quentin
know. I screwed
Matthews,
up. I mean,
the
you
money
wouldn't
changer
have
and
to know
his
we would have our
wife.
wizard
You can
staff.
see they're living in a nice urban
Sparks.
environment.
It's like we
They've got
can't get rid
fine
of those things
clothes,
very easily.
dyed
Some
red
people
with
can't. They just can't do
expensive color
time.
and so
They
on.
can't keep their
He's
mouth shut.
counting out his coins here. The
That's what
only
happened
problem
to
is, for our
John
purposes,
Gotti.
it's
Yes.
not actually a
Sam
Jewish picture, book, a Jewish couple, because here she's
God,
reading
Kevin,
like
I go
clearly a
on
Christian
witness
illuminated
protection
manuscript, very
program after you've
expensive,
been
but it
living
has
it up.
like a Christ figure.
Yeah, I know. When you were a good fella,
Mary
like
there's
you were really about that life, suddenly you turned
By the way,
states
you can
with
also
this.
see the artist here is
And you
portrayed
gotta
a
laugh
small
him.
conceit. He's put
Fort
himself
Wayne,
in the
Indiana.
mirror at
Yeah,
the bottom
like
here, so you
Henry
can see his actual
Hill.
face in it.
Yeah, Fort Wayne is a big spot for the Calabasas.
So it worked basically
Yeah, we
like
saw
this.
some last week that I'm like,
When
this
the
guy,
king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that
he was
kings want
involved
to do,
somehow.
there's a few
He
different
was
ways that you can
affiliated.
do so. You can either collect taxes
Well,
in kind,
Go to
which
pisspapa.com.
means farmers who are
Buy his
growing
artwork.
wheat
Don't spell
can
it
give
wrong,
a
because it
portion of their
will
wheat to the
probably
king,
take you to some sort of piss
which is
thing.
great,
Yes,
right?
if
Wheat is really useful.
Oh,
Making
there we
bread
go.
and things like that.
Noah,
But
there he
it's
is.
difficult to
What's up,
transport.
guys? How
It
y'all
has to be
doing?
stored.
Good, how are you?
I'm doing really good. You guys are awesome.
Amount of energy to
We
transform
love
them
you.
to other
Yeah,
things
we
that king
come
might
on,
want,
Noah. You know
like,
we
for
love
example,
your ass,
fur
man.
coats or
Yeah,
you know,
so how's it been going with
Apple
Kill Tony
watches
and
or
stuff?
whatever it
Look
is. So,
familiar, Noah?
you know,
Yeah.
taxes
Yeah,
in
man,
kind
we got the same
are not the
glasses
best
going
thing
on.
for the
That's
king.
pretty dope.
Also,
And I almost
remember
wore
that
that
this is a
hat
very,
that
very
you have
terms
on
of
the
economy.
toboggan.
There's
But it's
actually
real
very
high.
little
It's about 100.
cash money
So
in circulation.
Wow.
I'd say,
Well,
in
it
Europe,
was
they're
so
way
awesome
behind
to
the
see you
commercial
guys. I
dark
mean, you
ages.
guys are
They don't
such
even
great
have
comedians.
advanced
Your
minting
material
available
is
where
so
people are making
unique, and
pens. Very
it's
common
just
in the
great to
Roman
see you
era,
guys do
but this
minutes
is at
and
the end of the dark ages,
tours and
people are just
stuff.
beginning to
You guys
notice
are great.
most businesses
well,
conducted in
I
barter.
think you
I
know
will
we're
give
trying,
you
man.
one
What are you
dead
doing?
rabbit
Yeah, what's going on
for
with your
those
ass
15
today?
tomatoes in
I'm
your
just
basket.
chilling at home
Right?
today.
The basket is extra, things like that.
Probably
The other
gonna
way
do some
is
boring
Corvée,
house cleaning stuff
which
in a little
is,
bit.
forced
So
labor.
What are we talking? Do you have
You can
to somebody
say,
make your
look,
ass
I
get
don't
down and
want your
scrub
wheat.
some
I
stuff
have
on the ground, or just
so
sweep it
many,
up? Or
acres of
just gonna
farmland.
vacuum the
I would
carpets and
rather
then mop
you
the
just
kitchen
come and
floor.
work my fields.
cool.
Let's say one day a week.
Yeah.
And you
Do
can
you have
force
company
the
coming?
peasants to
No
take
company.
whatever.
Not
Have it
today.
rotating Mondays.
Just what,
All the
Wednesdays,
people from
that's
this
when you do
village
it?
have to come and work
Yeah, that's
the
kind of
Lord
when I got free
king's
time to do
land
the
and
house
grow the
cleaning.
wheat.
How
And
come?
the
What
rest
are you
of
doing
can
on the
work
other
their
days?
own stuff. So it's taxes called
I usually go
Corvée.
out with friends and then
Yes, this is the fuel
doing
system
some
we're
music.
talking
I'm a
about. Exactly.
musician, so I write
The
music
third kind of
mostly
taxes,
every
the
day.
best kind of
Nice.
taxes,
Oh my gosh.
is cash
What,
flow.
like writing songs?
Money. Real
Yeah,
money.
well, more classical music. I'm a classical composer, so
But the
that's
thing
kind of
is,
my
that's in
my
short
thing.
supply.
I've never met anyone like that.
People
No,
don't
you certainly
have
are a sprayer.
precious metals.
Oh, yeah.
to use for money.
I went to
Most
school and studied music, so
Who's your favorite classical composer?
So
You
along
like
comes the
Beethoven?
Jews.
oh
Jews
gosh,
are really good at
I
this.
think it's a toss-up
They are
between
literate,
Beethoven and
They
Mozart.
can read, they can make
Those are
records
both really
of
good.
who borrows money,
Mozart, young
how much
genius.
they pay back,
Yeah,
what
the young
rate of
genius.
interest are they paying. They're also
Mozart,
related
that's
to
all I
that.
really
they're
know. I know,
numerous.
and there was a movie.
You know
Wasn't
how to
there a
do
movie?
math.
Amadeus?
If you
Amadeus,
say, yes, I
yeah,
will
that movie's
gladly
hysterical.
lend you
Yeah.
money to,
It is funny.
whatever,
Yeah, with like
buy a
the
new
powdered
plow,
wigs
it'll
and
cost
acting
this much
very
money,
over the top.
and you will pay me
Do
back
you ever
at
incorporate that into what you're doing? Are you up there composing with the little waving around the little stick?
exactly how much you'll have to pay me.
No, I
Every
don't
week
do
until
that.
you
I just sit at my
discharge the debt.
computer for
This
like
is something that is like
18
magic
hours a
for most
day
people
with
at this time. They have
multiple
no
software
idea how the
programs
math works.
that allow me
Jews are
to
able to do that.
put notes
And-
in it and
Yes, go
it'll
ahead.
play back stuff to me and
Well, there is some money
I
in
can just,
circulation,
whatever I hear in my head, write it out
and the Jews are
sort of
able to
create things
afford
on
it.
the fly.
Here's the
Oh
key
my
thing.
gosh, could you,
The
hold on, you
reason
gotta
why
be
Jews
in
have a leg
communication
up
with Grant.
on
I
others
think we need
two
a
reasons.
classical
One is
music, maybe a
because the
remake
church did not
of
want
a
Christians
little
to
theme
do it.
song.
We
Yeah,
spent a lot more time
yeah,
on Wednesday.
I don't know
talking
if you ever
about
have
that.
time. It sounds like
So
you're super
Jews were
busy.
the only people in
Well,
Europe
I
who
could make
allowed
time for you guys. I'd love to do whatever you
charge
need.
interest.
Maybe
And
kind of,
secondly,
yeah.
the
Just like
king
an old
loved it
version of the intro.
because the king
Yeah,
would
we
say,
love that.
"Oh, wow.
Yeah, I could totally do it for you guys. It would be my pleasure.
Maybe like similar to a Beethoven Symphony number 6 or 7, something
I will
around like that. That can be
you
fun.
guys,
Even the early 10s.
Yeah, that would be great. I could totally do something like that for you
I don't
guys.
have to like
Oh my
dispose of
gosh, yeah, I went to
10
a
acres
classical
worth of
music
land
thing in
that
Memphis one
was
time, and I was just
harvested.
by
I don't have
myself,
to
and I was
force the peasants to
crying.
come work my
I was like,
land.
man, they
I
were
can
gonna
just
think I'm
get
a
cash
pussy,
from
but it was
you.
during one of
And then with that cash,
Beethoven's,
I can do all kinds
I
of
can't remember what
And
symphony, but they
in
played a couple.
return,
I
for
loved
you
it.
guys doing a great job.
Yeah,
I haven't listened recently, but I went through a phase where I listened to it a lot.
the musicians who rehearse that stuff, I mean, they are very top notch. And
Yo-Yo Ma.
Ridiculous.
Yo-Yo
I
Ma.
wish I did more performing
You guys would be my
now,
special
but I
people.
don't.
Well, there's always time, my
And
friend.
I will make sure that nobody
There's always
molests
time.
you while you
Maybe,
go about
maybe something will
your
come up
business
later
with
down the
lots of
road.
money without
Yeah,
taking
oh
your
my
cash.
gosh.
This
Can we
was a
just
special
hold you on
status
where you
called
live?
in Latin.
Yeah, you want to take a guess, or you just want me to tell you?
Servants of the royal chamber. Meaning
You
servants
guys
of
were
the
guests?
chamber
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
king. Jews
Okay.
in their little step-up
Okay, I'm gonna say you are 24 years old and you live in Scottsdale,
and
Arizona.
he did not want to mess with them because
Oh,
the
okay,
king
William, what's
wanted
your
them
guess?
to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to
25,
metaphor to
Louisville,
use for this,
Kentucky.
Jews were kind of like a sponge.
Okay, so unfortunately, you both are wrong, but you're pretty close. My age is 26. I'm going to be 27 in September.
Dry
And I live
so it's a
near
mutually
LA.
symbiotic kind of
Okay.
relationship.
Okay.
Down in California, if you're familiar with that area.
We're getting
And
closer.
encourage them to
That's
do
where my
things
cousin
this
got in
line of
trouble.
work. It was also
Oh,
hugely
really?
important
Yes,
to, again,
big time. Got pinched big time. I don't know if you're familiar with stuff like that, but yeah, no, he was selling guns to people.
On the reservation.
Yes, on the reservations. It was like a, what was that movie? What was that where it's like God of War? Yeah, Lord of War. Lord of War. Yeah, my cousin was pretty much the Lord. Yeah, he was like the Nick Cage of Indian reservations. Selling weapons.
for now.
Yeah, with
Again,
the
once
Morocco
they got
casino.
have a look on
Was it you, Casey, who asked if I was from Scottsdale, Arizona?
That was me.
Yes.
Isn't that where,
Wednesday as well.
I'm just going to quote
Make sure you
Williams,
take some time.
isn't that where
I hope
he
you
sells
find it
Xanax
interesting.
bars out of
Thank
room
you for learning.
217?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
Scottsdale, Arizona.
I
Yeah,
hope
no,
you enjoyed
Casey and
that.
I made a couple
I
of
guess you
trips down.
probably
Yeah,
did
we
if you're
did.
still
A couple
watching
of
at this
runs.
point, or maybe you just
Really?
left your phone on and
Yeah, I don't
fell
know.
asleep.
Went down with my
But
cousin. This is like
glad
a year
to be
ago.
able to
So we
show
were
this
able
to
to
you
do it
because this is just a sense
3 years
of
ago.
what
We're
we
still
do
doing it
here
a little.
at Lander
But we,
Culture and
we got families now, so.
But
Yes.
you're missing the
got
best
famous
part.
now.
We got
The
famous
best
now.
part is not on
Can't do
camera.
the
It's what
drug.
I get to see.
No.
Having these
The
great
cops are probably
young
wanting
men
that
in
picture
front of
they
me,
put
very
those in that
inquisitive,
parade.
very intelligent,
Yeah, so
very
we
eager
had to
to
get out
learn
of that like
everything there is to know
and it's
about
good.
Jewish
You're
history,
not
as
involved
well
in
as
that
the
kind of
many
stuff.
other
But
topics
before
that
you
they
said
study here
classical
for their
music stuff, I
baccalaureate
was
degree.
thinking, we
We
got
are
a bad
extremely
boy on
proud
our
of a
hands.
very vibrant basement church, where students begin their
Yeah.
day at 7:45
I'm
in the
pretty
morning.
chill.
And
I
after
don't do
breakfast, they
anything
spend
crazy like
hours
that.
delving into the intricacies of
Well,
Talmud
maybe every now
under
and
the
again, let
direction
your hair
of
down
our
a little
esteemed
bit.
Rosh
Good
Hashiva,
idea. That
Rabbi
was
Yonasan Sachs,
something
and the
on
leadership of
type
our
their
Mahal,
music.
Rabbi Yosef
Motley Crue,
Sunshine.
man. They were the
After
sort of
studying Talmud for
80s.
several hours, they
Yeah.
have lunch,
Yeah, I
and they have
definitely would like
other
to go to
activities.
concerts
Secular studies begin
more
at 3
often,
p.m.
but
with
tickets
rigorous
and things
curriculum
nowadays, and
of the
especially with like
sciences,
economy and
political
stuff, it's hard
science,
to
English
afford those
composition,
things.
history
But
of
I'm trying,
course,
especially
and
the
a whole
resellers.
wide
Tell me
variety
about
of
it.
majors
Resell,
like
like
business,
over
computer science,
Ticketmaster,
you name it.
you got
And then after
Beyonce
dinner, they come
trying
back
to
for a couple
sell
more hours
tickets.
of dedicated tourist study. These
That's
are
like
really
Beyonce.
phenomenal
This
young
isn't even
men. They only
Destiny's
get to do
Child.
their
China was going
extracurricular sports and so on. Sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they're just loving it. We have so much activity for them. So many retreats and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot
Yes,
of
thank
food.
you
So they
guys.
really
Take
enjoy it.
care.
We also have a
Reach out,
separate
and we
evening
would love for you
division,
to do
which
a
is intended
remix of
primarily for
Okay,
students who
do
are
you
studying in
guys
other
need like an
institutions
email
in
before I
our
go or
neighborhood,
anything?
and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. In fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school, and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud and feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box. You will see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well.
Inspiring. I know. And even geniuses have to get down and mop up and vacuum up. Yep, that kitchen. Ooh, probably stinks in there. I mean, the guy's a musical genius. It's probably like a nightmare.
He blurred out the background so you can see the
Probably all plates. It's just plates. Yeah, the horde.
Okay.
That's what they call it in a hoarder's house.
Get a hoarder on here,
Wireless
Grant.
great. Okay,
Check the
this should
background.
be all right.
Yeah,
Who has the most
You are
stuff?
screen sharing.
Can't
Let's
see
hope it all works.
everyone's background.
Ask to see
Okay, we
it.
talked about
He right?
agriculture.
Yeah.
We began talking
We can
about
ask
settling
Emma.
Kamarai
Yeah, she's a
Reagan.
hoarder.
Right,
Emma,
remember what that
show
term
us
meant?
Show us your stuff.
Do you have any
Mr.
knickknacks?
Oh my
Everstein?
gosh!
So you
Perfect.
can bring my,
Go ahead,
I
girl.
have so
Go ahead.
much stuff.
Let me sage this place. Hold on.
What
Hold on. Yeah.
I got crystals. Everything I want. Oh, and she got some good glasses.
And you got the teal
correct.
glasses on a
It's
Wednesday.
not necessarily the right to serve the
I'm
king. It's kind of like
right now.
a location in
Stop.
society. If I
Where
remember
can
correctly, I think I have actually
where do I get
started
one
this. No, I
of
don't. We'll
those?
be in another
You
class.
can have
But
as many
basically,
as you
we're
want.
in the
I've got
feudal era right
colored
now.
out colors for you.
You guys
Grant,
remember
what color
what
would they
is
want?
What color do you want for
feudalism?
Beyonce, Grant?
Yes, Mr.
Make it
Rothschild?
like red and
Yeah.
black. That's I'm sorry, yellow. I
Yes.
wasn't looking
Can you tell me a little bit about that structure?
I'm sorry.
He's mad, Grant. He's mad. I have to be careful. I know. He'll cut this whole feed and say it's an accident.
You can have steel. You can have whatever you want.
Can I get cups
Excellent,
blue?
very good.
I'm gonna
I
work
would just
the cups.
refine it a little bit. If you imagine
Good luck.
feudalism, or sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing
We
the
don't give it to you
population
in
up into big
Madison when I see you
blocks,
this fall.
which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like
Just
a
a blue.
huge number
How
of
are you
people who are
doing today?
peasants, who
How
are
are you?
stuck on the
I'm
land,
doing
and
good.
they
Trying to survive
produce
out here. It's so
agricultural
freaking hot. And
products.
hold on.
Then
Did you just
they
see
are
Casey?
managed by a
How do
group
you
of
get those things
nobles,
going like that?
who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective.
My muscles just
The
say
original
kind of
arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is
It's
true
not
to
from
the origins,
working out
but
or
this is the
anything.
story
I'm gonna sick
that,
of it.
you know, you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms, so they hire
But you're
people
not
who
a
are really
hoarder.
good
You just you
fighters
have
and
it
say, listen, you
tastefully
guys,
done up in
don't
your
worry
room.
about
It's
farming,
actually
we'll
clean.
take care of the
Thank you so
farming, we
much.
will
It's
pay
a collection
you
for sure.
to protect us.
We see
And
your
those
posters.
became, again,
What's
according
your
to the
favorite
Marxist
one and then your
analysis,
least
the
favorite one?
origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially
The one you're
paid
planning to get
security
rid of
guards.
soon.
But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility who are coming from those knights begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top-down in terms of authority.
It's this girl
and
with
is
a
only
beautiful voice.
occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which
It's
happen
actually
every couple
behind the
hundred years.
scenes, but
The
Holy
church,
crap.
this is what I'd like to
It's a
tell
Billy
Mr.
Vanilli.
Blaschka.
It's a
Where
Billy
exactly
Vanilli
does the
situation.
church fit in that?
Yeah.
Does the
It's
church
not actually
report
singing.
to the king?
Yeah, apparently it's Emma.
Does the
Be careful,
church
Billy
report to the
Vanilli.
nobility?
What did
Where
they
does
do?
the
A
church
murder
fit in there?
suicide, or they both killed themselves, or it was only one of them? What happened with them? Yes, well, the one on the left, the one on the left, he
Very
took
good.
his
So
life.
that's
The one on the
essentially
right
the
couldn't
case.
live with it,
Mr.
so he took
Appleton.
his own life. So
The church evolves along with this whole structure of
I
feudalism.
know.
And again, in theory,
Yikes.
the
They
king
died
is
on
supposed
Easter.
to be involved
And what?
with
And
kingly
that
things,
was symbolic.
things of this
They were
world.
trying to say
As the
something
founder
like,
of
we will be
Christianity
back,
put
I
it,
think.
render
Yes,
unto
the Easter
Caesar
Bunny
that
is
which
taking
is
us
Caesar's,
now.
right? Give the
He
king
will
what he
also
wants.
bring us back. We
He's a
will rise
temporal
again.
authority.
In the year
And the church is supposed to
2200,
be in charge of
coming
everyone's
back.
souls.
We will
And
be
everyone's,
gods, and you will have
religious
to work
life.
for us.
And don't forget,
Yes.
unlike
And they're going to
Judaism
look
and
like
also
that.
unlike
Look at that
Islam,
hair. I mean, what happened? They
Christianity
were
is
in a
very
concert at the tape.
creed-based. It's very
Started
much
skipping.
focused on
Yeah, it was a
what
big
you
scandal.
believe.
Oh,
We, in
man.
Orthodox Judaism in particular,
Well,
spend a
Emma,
lot of
that's
time thinking
horrible.
about
That
how
happened
you
to these
behave.
people.
Everything from
it's tragic, truly.
how you wake up in the morning, the first things
It
you
was like
say,
John Bonet. What do you
order you
think
put
happened
your
to
clothes
her?
on, how do you
You
wash
think
your
she
hands,
Brother.
how do you put your
I think it was
shoes on, right
Me
shoes,
too.
the left shoe,
He's
tie
a
the left shoe, tie the right shoe. You know,
Yeah.
we're like
You think
really
it was the
into the
parents?
details of actual
I
behavior.
don't know.
church
I
does
mean, it's
very
somebody
little of that,
obviously
very
inside of
much
the
into what
house.
you
It had
believe.
to have
So-
been. Yes,
so
it's
credo
somebody
is
in the
very
house.
important.
Yeah,
Now,
maybe
we're
it
talking
was
about
the
15 minutes.
brother
So,
hitting her with
as
something, and then they had
feudalism
to
evolves,
stage
churches
everything,
also
and it's
evolving,
just, and then they
and
were
they
at the
begin to
crazy
conflict with each other.
note,
And
yikes,
sometimes the
teamwork,
king
and the
gets the
handwriting
upper
matches
hand.
the mother's
When the
handwriting. So
king
it's like,
has
okay,
more
welcome to
authority,
idiot school. You're in
Jews
session
tend
now.
to
Put
do
them in the
well.
hall.
Why do Jews do well
Could have been all
when the
three of
king
them.
tends to have more authority?
Christmas night. I
Mr.
never want to
Vasilevsky?
experience a Christmas like that. Somebody in my family's
Never been
dying, and then you got to write a fucking
Okay.
note. Siri, what's the opposite of a gift?
Good. You see the smile on
Yeah,
my face?
because that's what I'm
John
experiencing
Gray.
right now.
And Mr. Tuman.
Yeah, they were
Funny,
eating
thank you.
pineapple
And that is
with
a
milk for
demonstration of what?
Christmas dinner. Oh,
The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct
White
also.
people
Mr.
said,
Vasilevsky.
Yeah,
But
eating pineapple
money.
with the cream.
so exactly, the
Get
king
out
says,
of here,
"Oh, fantastic. Look
Ramsey
at these Jews.
family.
I can have them
Yeah,
go out there.
nasty.
I can have them,
what's the worst white people thing you
engage in
had?
finance and engage in money lending. I can tax them. And it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world. The
Gnocchi?
church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities.
What is gnocchi?
They want to
It's like
create
mush, it's like mashed
a body
potato,
Catholic,
but it's
meaning
made out of
a
flour.
universal church
Yeah,
that
it's like
covers
potato
everybody.
pasta,
They
right?
have their
It's like
fights with
potato
the
pasta,
Muslims,
it's really
which are
heavy. I had it
largely
last
on
night
the
at this tasty
periphery,
little
right,
bistro. You guys
outside
will
of
love
Muslim
it.
areas.
Oh,
They
look at
also
that.
have
Then you don't
internal
like it.
fights with heretics, meaning
Sometimes
Christians who do
Casey
not
will eat stuff
necessarily
he doesn't
follow
like, or
the
it's
one
for
Catholic
fun,
Church.
just to remind
And then
myself,
there's
oh,
the
I hate
presence of
that
these
shit.
Jews.
Yeah.
And so, generally
Your
speaking,
adventures
it's
like
not always
Oh,
true,
I
but
like to
generally
branch
speaking,
out. It
when
was
the
gnocchi
kings
with
have more
fennel
power
and
in the
sunflower seeds
church-state
and meatball.
conflict, then
Damn.
Jews do well.
You found
They
that
tend to
in-
get
Version.
close to
Sounds good.
power. They tend
But it
to have
tastes
more
like shit.
privileges, more residency, things like that.
Well, that's
When the
sad. You
church
used to like
begins
take
to
up
assert itself,
leftovers
which
and
it does
stuff and act like you're
increasingly
gonna eat
after
it
the
because you
first
feel bad to tell the
crusade,
people that it
then
wasn't
the
good.
status of
Yeah.
Jews
Oh, I'm
tends
just
to
gonna say that. I
decline.
just took one bite because I
And
didn't
we'll
like
see
it.
that playing out over medieval
Negative to
Ashkenaz.
go
Um, okay,
Yeah,
questions, arguments?
yikes. Sorry, I
Okay.
just took one bite because I don't like eating
Right,
it.
so let's look at the actual economic
It's a
activities of
nightmare.
Jews. What was the
What's your
mainstay?
least
So
favorite white people
one
food
of the
ever?
most prominent
Probably aioli.
activities of Jews. Oh, yes,
It's
you're trying
literally
to
just
sorry.
mayo that they're like,
Some Hellman's mayonnaise with something in there. Yeah, don't put that in
I
my
don't
tuna
think
fish
Christians would
sandwich.
agree with
No,
that
do
statement.
not put that shit in
As
my
long as you
tuna fish
believe you can do
sandwich.
whatever
Just
you
put
want, I don't think
mayonnaise
they'd
in
be
there.
happy. They still have
That'll be
10
right.
commandments. They still have,
you're lying to me. You're
There
telling
will
me
be
it's fair.
blood. Flood. Somebody call Paul Thomas Anderson because there will be
yeah,
blood.
I will say
Exactly. It's
Somebody
just
put
that
the
you're asking a
shit
huge
up in
question,
my
and
fucking
if we were
tuna
teaching a class
fish.
in
Get him
Christian
on the
theology,
phone.
which is like one of our popular
Get him on the
electives, by
phone.
the
Put
way,
him on
here.
FaceTime
No,
and
joking.
hang up on him.
The
Do you guys
know,
want to
then
see a
we can
sweet
talk
little
more
dog?
about it.
Yes.
But
Yeah, my gosh,
they
Did
do,
you hear that? Gator eyes
and
up
when I
front.
say they, I'm generalizing
Oh,
really in an unfair
my
way.
God.
But in general,
Look
Christianity
at
does push tremendous amount of
Even
emphasis
look
on
at us.
the power
They're neither
of
one of them. They're looking at the same
teshuva, which
What are
we
they
do
really
as well.
looking at? They're
But
looking at the
that,
same thing.
repentance
They know
is
something we
far
don't.
less systematic than we have in Judaism. We
Yeah,
don't,
dogs are smart. Like the
if you
beginning
look
of
at, for
101
example, the first
Dalmatians,
stage of
they're all talking
repentance,
to each other,
according
barking at each other.
what is
Dogs
the first stage? What do you have to do first?
Gorilla had the right
Karate,
idea.
excellent.
So
Regret.
these dogs around
How many
taking
levels of karate are
Yeah,
there?
Yeah, 101 babies this dog had. It's like,
20.
you got to get rid of some of these things.
genetic
We
accident.
know how to do
Nothing
it.
more. It's not a
We
miracle.
have like, well,
No,
It's like
yeah,
they
it's
say
like
that-
actually she was a
Eskimos have
genetic
26
freak,
different words for
like in
snow,
a bad
right?
way.
Because they really know
The
snow.
government wants to get a milk
We know
for every
regret. We
dog.
have 20 different
Yeah.
levels of it.
So you got to get rid of
So,
it. Well, Emma,
yeah, Jewish kids.
thanks so much for calling in.
In a different
Thank
class,
you,
maybe
guys.
Mr.
I love
Kranz,
you
or
so
you drop by my
much.
office, we can have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews.
Oh
This
my
is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Rabbinites. There's no Jewish records about them. At least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the
Gosh, I gotta learn how to do
840s,
that.
and the blue lines represent
Wait,
this
were you
trade
okay?
route. I mean, amazing.
He
Look
passed
at
out
this. This is
actually
like
for a
in
couple
the
seconds.
800s.
Grant,
The blue
Grant.
lines are where Jews are known
What's
to be
What's up?
trading.
Something's wrong with Casey.
The
You need a
the
Z-Bar?
Arabic geographer Ibn Sarat, he
Something's
mentions
wrong.
that they speak about 12 languages, and they're like totally fluent in everything they need to know.
Grant,
the
something's wrong.
Pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond that. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland,
I don't
for
think he's
example,
breathing.
but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things of trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz.
Please, Grant,
Yes,
Peter
the
and I
Silk Road
can't
is
do
like
it
out
by
here.
ourselves.
His
They're
body's
definitely
starting
on
to
the Silk Road. I'm
smell.
not sure if they started it.
Oh, guys, are you
You are
okay,
absolutely
Casey?
correct.
That really was
So
kind of scary.
Bukhara, which would
No, I'm
be
fine. We can
right
keep
about
going.
here,
Oh,
more or
my
less,
nose is
that's
bleeding.
where a little bit higher, sorry.
And it
That's where
stinks. I think
we
it's from the
actually
bad
found
part of
some
my body.
documents that may be associated with the
I hate when
Rabbinites.
that
There's a
happens with the
slicha
fucking
from
nosebleed.
Rosh
It's the,
Hashanah in
it's
Hebrew
the
that
gross
was
part.
discovered
Yeah,
here
right
in
from
the
the
9th
lower half
century.
of your body.
Fascinating stuff.
Happened to me
The
as
word
a little boy.
Rabbinite
Ever watch Edward
in Arabic,
Scissorhands?
Radaniya,
I get the
we're not sure
weirdest
what it
nosebleed and
means.
it like
There are two
stinks.
different
I'm like,
theories.
what the
One
fuck
theory is that's based
is
on
this shit?
a Persian
Something
word,
about Johnny Depp
know
makes you
the
stink
way.
bleed.
Yeah,
It's a little
it was the
stretch.
weirdest shit.
There's also a
And then it took
region
me years
of
to watch
Iran
anything else
that
from him.
is
I'm gonna write down stink
it's
bleed,
called the
Grant.
Rada.
I'm gonna email it to you.
possibly come from there. Moshe
I don't
Gill,
want a clip of it. I just
historian,
want you
says
to
that.
know that stink bleed happened.
Cecil Roth, one of my favorite
Okay,
historians, suggests they are based here
Seriously,
at
Grant,
the
this
southern
now we
part
don't
of
even
the
know what that means.
Provence. We saw
It was
Provence earlier.
awkward asking
Can I get out of
the
here?
guy to get the information, and then Grant's like,
Well,
what?
I'll find out soon.
And then it was like,
Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rodonus.
for all of us.
So the Radonites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any
I
other
just got a
documents.
text
about
from
it.
my
This is
friend
just
who's sick
a
from
very
Yankee.
early example of how Jews were involved
Bullshit
in
from
commerce.
last
How do
night.
we get out of here? Anyone know?
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it later.
Jada.
Okay, but then it's
You're on
Tuesday.
mute.
Go all the way to-
How are you?
Okay, here we go.
Am I on mute?
Right,
Yeah.
so risks and benefits of
Hey,
commerce.
we hear you. There's maybe a little
risks.
bit of dental
Why is
delay.
commerce risky? Especially on these times.
No.
You can get
Say
robbed,
something,
right?
Jada.
Definitely.
Let's hear it.
In particular, standing out,
Oh.
carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the marginal world because
You
again,
live
it
in
becomes
Denver,
united under a single legal system and a single language. It's a lot easier for it. What about
No,
the
Casey, I
benefits
saw you
of
at the Mall of
commerce?
America, actually.
Oh, in
Money, yeah, thank you. That
Minnesota.
was a
Yes,
good
it was
illustration of it. It's a little bit
Oh my
obvious, but it's
gosh.
very good.
How
There's huge
cold
amounts
is
to
it up
be
there right
raised.
now?
Truman.
Rainy and 50s.
I don't
Nice.
understand your
Wow.
question. You didn't have to
It's like
live anywhere.
It's like 100. You don't stink. Do you stink a little?
I'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Casey Stinky?
Casey stinky.
Excellent. Very good.
It's like
Not
a good
subject to
kind
one
of
rule.
smell. Like I didn't
Eventually,
even
we got
notice
to
it.
settle down
It's
with
like
the
a
wife
good
and
smell where you
kids.
smell like
Think
you go,
so.
I
So
miss
they
this guy.
probably are subject somewhere, but
Yeah.
it's easy to pick
Yeah,
up and
because he's
move
all
to
sad
a
about you
more hospitable
moving
place.
forever.
That's also true. I didn't
Type
think of
of
that.
stinky
Very good.
Oh, You guys need to
The
do like
question
a
though is the profit versus
duo
the
on
effort.
Kill
Right? This is a hard way to make a
Yeah,
living.
we've thought about doing
Very
a
hard way.
Duolingo
It
thing on there
reminds me of
before. We've thought
when
about
I was growing
Like
up.
we
I was born
translate
and
each
raised in
other.
a very small
Yeah.
town in northern
thought
Ontario.
about that. We just have to get the
And,
logistics down.
my
It's like
family's
hard
own
dealing
Jewish
with the
family in
logistics of something
And
like
there
that.
was one
We're both so
Meshula.
busy.
He
Yeah,
was
we've both been just
a
so
collector for Base
busy.
Yaakov of Miami. And he would
Well,
literally
it all
hitchhike,
gets harder.
you know,
Yeah, I mean, shit, I'm
600 miles
38,
all the way
so
up
it's like it's
from
getting hard to even
Toronto
get up
to
sometimes
my
in the morning. I had
hometown.
the
He would
weirdest
stay in
dream
every
earlier.
little
The
Jewish family you
strangest
could possibly
place,
stay in.
taking,
I had
trying
to
to
be
take a
kicked
picture
out
of
of
a
my room so he
robot,
would have my
but it was
room when he
glitching my
came up
phone
there.
out.
But it was amazing. This guy was
Yeah,
like
it was
my
close to a
age, he
nightmare.
was 60 years old.
Pretty close to a nightmare. It was
northern
happening.
part
If
of
one more
Canada,
thing went wrong,
for
it would have been
you know,
a
a few
nightmare. I
dollars
would have
for
started
Base
trying to
Yaakov.
run
Amazing.
and probably would
So
have
it's a
been able to
hard
run.
life.
Oh my
Right?
gosh,
It
look
may be
at
very
Santa
profitable, but the
Katie.
effort is high.
She's my friend. She's my
Huge
friend.
dangers of travel.
You guys, I
Transport,
love listening
not
to you when I
only
get off of work. I
robberies,
just sit
but
by and listen
tolls,
on
right,
the
which are like
couch.
sanctioned robberies, where
Yeah,
you
I
know,
love
you come
it.
across the border, you got to
I
pay a
just
lot of
want
money
you
when
to
you cross the border.
talk.
Tariffs, in other words. So
What do you do
Jews
for
didn't
work?
always go into commerce.
I would
However,
have
they
special
had some
education.
advantages
What is
that
that? I
made
hear
it
that
easier
term
for
all
them.
the
Why
time.
do you
Well,
think
it's just
Jews
so
will
broad.
be
So like I'm a
naturally
para,
disposed
so I'm
to
just like
engage in
with
commerce?
kids all day, like
Mr.
side by
Adolf.
side. Whether that's
Apparently, really nice.
you. Oh, you guys.
That was funny.
Okay, very good. So,
Pretty good.
in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of
Stink bleed.
what markets might go into places very good. I think I mentioned in my previous class, for example, it was a
Wait,
Jew who
what is a
figured out
para
that we
again?
would like
You get paired up
chocolate.
with kids?
And
Yeah,
sent it
well,
from
Mom's there to help them out, whether they
to
need
Bordeaux, where
to go to the bathroom or they need to
Yes,
stay
Mr.
on
Graham.
task. I just kind of assist them with whatever that may be.
You ever
Day by
go
day.
down the law or anything?
Yeah. They yell at me.
Spoken like a single guy, right? But what
one girl
happens when
tried
you
spitting
leave your
on
wife
me. Oh my
behind,
God.
wife and kids
Are
behind,
you
you
able
go
to get
off
out
on
of
the
the
road
way before
with
God
no nose on?
Yes.
No, typically just
tell
the men's
him,
bathroom.
there was a
So
wind
when we talk about the Iguana crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right?
That's why you gotta go to the
Historically,
Mall of America,
the
it sounds
most
like.
common type of Iguana was
Except for
when
that,
the
blow
husband
off
went
some
off
steam.
to go do business
With the
and never
squid
came
Well, you
back.
guys come to
And nobody knows
Minnesota
what happened to him,
again.
right? So
We would
there
love
you
to.
had a
That is
situation
really
where he was probably
admirable.
killed on the road,
That's
but he might have
admirable.
just decided to
Yeah.
leave behind
My
everything, or who
brother
knows what.
My brother has special needs, and he has a lot of
So
people
that
who
is
are really
a
great.
practice
and they would
that
help him.
we
So
know
that's so
from
cool.
ancient times of leaving a get behind, a conditional get.
Thank you for your
You see it in
service,
the
Host
Gemara
Jada.
and Gita and Ksubos, a long discussion of it. And of course, it's
Why was
practiced
that
today
funny?
in the
We're
IDF
trying
as
to be
well.
very
That if
sincere
you go
right
into
now.
battle and God forbid,
William just learned about special ed.
kidnapping,
Yes,
MIN,
and I
everything
didn't
else,
even
a lot
know
of
what
good
the hell
guys.
that meant.
So
Because again, I hear it, I read
they
about
would
it,
travel as men.
and I just
That's
never put two
dangerous,
and two
but they got
together.
some
I knew it had
advantages.
something to do with schools.
Right? But even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular
Well,
of
weirdly
wherever they
enough,
lived,
I had to get pretty much
they
held back
would
between
also
kindergarten
have
and first grade.
some
Remember you had
facilities
special
in
needs
Hebrew
class?
So
as
it's
a
like a
common
special
language.
needs kind of
This
deal.
is especially useful
Kindergarten
in
and first
commerce
grade.
because you could leave,
Transition,
I don't know,
teacher,
Paris,
we would
make
call
your way
teacher,
through Tangiers, and
and we
then
would
make
make
your way to
Indian
Baghdad,
uniforms
and
out of
even though
paper
you can't
sacks.
speak
We
the
would
local
make it look like
languages,
Native
you can
American
definitely hook up with the
vests. There was
Jewish
a
community,
lot.
show up
Can
in
I just
shul,
say this? There was a
and
lot of
say,
stuff
yo,
like that in the South.
here
When
I'm
the
trying to
kids were
sell
dressing
some
like
furs
natives
that I got from Iceland,
I did it.
Oh, we
I
had-
and
did
you would
it.
find takers, and you would
We had
find
the
Wear
workers.
nice
So
little
this is something that
headdresses.
most Christians and most
little
Muslims
paper
did not
flag.
have. The diaspora
Yeah, it was wonderful. I
community
miss
and a
those
common
days.
language.
Did you come back? He passed out again.
Wait, hold on. Yeah,
Legal
sorry.
systems and norms,
I can fix this.
right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things, and you want to like sell on credit.
Hold
The
on.
person says, "Wow, I love these tremendous
Oh my gosh, it looked like Casey was
assets that
behind
you're
you,
bringing
Jane.
from
It was
Germany.
right
I want
there. I was like,
you
I
bring
did
me
it.
10,000
I was
more
at an
assets."
Earth thing.
I said,
Dude,
"No
what if
problem.
I
All
bought
you need is a
them behind
deposit of
Jada?
X amount of money, and I'll be back here
How
next year with
surprised
your
would you
assets."
be, Jada?
So
And I went,
if
surprise.
you are
This
a
is your
Christian
wrinkle
and a
issue. I'm so really
Muslim,
sick.
and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the
He's
trust
just
that
a
is
beer there. Yeah,
essential
that would be
for
crazy.
these
That
kinds
would
of
be
financial
crazy.
transactions.
Tap you on the shoulder.
But
Hey,
when you
we
have
grabbed you a cake.
Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code. When you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Ehrlich person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the rabbi,
it was so nice
they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up.
Thanks for calling. Oh my god, I can't believe my face is hot as crap right now. I'm like sweating.
Widespread
I
trade.
have no idea. I don't even know.
Also very important,
We love you,
one of the
and
most
that is so
popular
cool.
games
So
that Jews like to play is, of
That's
course,
amazing.
Jewish
We love
geography.
Jada.
And
Thanks, guys.
this is
Love you
actually a
guys. Have a
serious
good
thing
day.
in the medieval world, that, you know, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction.
That's kind of fun
If
doing
you
it on
can
opposite. You don't see that
communicate
enough if
that
it's two
you
people
know
doing
people
opposite
in common,
opposite sides.
and that,
what's left in the
you know,
middle.
that sort of like
Yes.
artificially
Yeah, two people just
broadens
either
your
side.
social
God, the person
envelope.
who
You
invented
can
the
include
salute
them
must
in
be
your
so
world of
rich.
trust. So
Can
playing
you even
Jewish
imagine?
geography, when a guy
It's people like
from
that that you don't even
Paris shows
think
up
about.
in out
You don't even
Tangiers
think
and he
about
says,
that.
yeah, I'm
Like,
from
I
Paris.
invented
And he
the
goes,
light
oh,
of
I know someone from Paris.
You don't
His
even
name is
think
Moshe
of that.
Cohen. He says,
But every
Moshe
time someone
Cohen.
uses one,
I
he gets a
know
dollar,
him,
he
but
gets
wait a minute,
$2,
there's
he gets
more than one
$3.
Moshe Cohen.
And
Does
it's
he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was, you know, way more successful a venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims do not have.
No, you can't tell your husband about this.
Okay.
Seriously, we're not even kidding. You can't tell
Largely
his
true,
ass about
trade
that.
network developed slowly and expands.
Seriously.
The fact that the Rabbinites do
He'll
it in
never
the
know.
9th century
Where,
indicates they
where
must
is he
have
at work?
had a phenomenal reputation.
Yeah, he's at
Unfortunately,
work.
we only have
I'm
basically
actually
3
at work too. Don't
paragraphs
tell nobody.
talking about them.
Whoa!
And it's one of the great
Oh,
mysteries
no, was it a
in
big
medieval
map?
Jewish history. Who were these
No, it's my
strange people?
monitors.
You know,
I'm
we don't have any internal
and I got
documents about them. But
I
we
got my
all know
animals
that
chilling
commerce
with me.
is
Oh my
historically
gosh.
something that Jews
Are
have
you in
engaged
North
in
Carolina
for a
or
very
West
long
Virginia?
time.
I'm
And
in
we're
West
at a
Virginia.
huge
How do you know that?
divide from most of humanity,
I
which
can tell by your
overwhelmingly was
accent. I can
agriculture
tell
in
by your
nature.
accent that you're with
Oh,
Like,
that's
just
crazy.
off the top of my head.
That's, wow, that's what
Even today, maybe,
You're
That was
like
a good one, Casey.
you know, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already in a elite, in a college-educated environment. If you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are
That's
involved
how
in
you
some
gotta play
kind of
it with the
commerce.
percentages.
If you add finance to them,
Limit
that's probably
bounding, would
8
you
out of
have
10
ever
Jews
guessed
are
right there
involved
that
in either
Casey would have
commerce,
guessed correctly?
which is trade,
No.
or finance,
I
which is
have so
basically
much faith
trading
in you,
money.
but honestly,
And then the
I
other
would
2
not have
Jews,
guessed that.
maybe
You
one
would
of
have
them is
gone
a
West
doctor,
Virginia. That's
and
awesome.
the other one
I
is,
feel
I don't know,
You gotta do,
Flips burgers
Grant, do
at,
the email thing for that too. I mean, I can't even
McDonald's,
believe.
whatever. Like that's
I can't even
basically
believe
how
that.
that's our
How is it
economic
there? Is it
profile
real
for
hot
much of
like
our
it is
history.
here?
That
It's
may be an
actually pretty
exaggeration.
cool.
Why did I
It's
still say
the way like the fog is
I
like
forget.
chilling
Maybe
on the
we've been doing this a
mountains,
long
and
time.
it's just absolutely gorgeous. So
Yeah, so it
hopefully
just
it
developed.
stays.
So don't
And
forget
oh my
also
god, it
when we
was
saw
so
the
hot last summer.
airport
It was
remains
obnoxious.
and the
But
Norwich remains that
yeah,
we
ain't
have
nothing
been
like Austin.
inbreeding
I tell
for
you
a
what.
very long time.
Yeah,
Nazi
it's
Jews in
brutal here.
particular
It's a scorcher.
are hugely
No walk
guilty
in the park in West
and
Virginia
doggedly
is like
over and
saying,
over and over again. Our
I'm in
genetics are
Charleston,
so
but I'm from
similar,
Morgantown, where WVU is.
much more so than other people's. Okay,
Now,
now, what
Oh
were they
my
trading?
god, yes.
So
I'm
here's
from
a bit of a
Prescott County.
nasty
I
part.
actually from a town
One
called
of them
Tunnelton.
was slaves.
And
Exactly.
in middle school, I used to tell people the whole town was in a
Jewish
tunnel.
slave owner,
Like underground,
such a
so
Jewish
like
slave
nobody
owners,
could
and
get to
not
it.
some African
And
slaves.
they believe me because they're idiots.
A bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king. This is like an 11th century representation of a church in Germany.
Nice. My family was a coal miner, and
I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort
coal
of a
miner's daughter.
simian
I tell you
demonstration
what.
of
I'm
power.
sorry.
You sit
Is
like
that your
that,
grandfather?
you know.
You said your pappy? Your grandfather?
Yeah, my
You sit
grandfather,
like
my
you don't
mom's
care what
dad, my
anyone else
pappy.
thinks. You know, you sit like this, like
Damn,
you're the king. You can do what you
we're
want. If
pro-union
you sit
for
like
sure
proper,
on this one, especially
that's
with the coal
sort of like
mines.
the queen would sit like that.
My
How's she
dad's in
sitting?
the union too. He's actually
she's
a boiler
not.
maker.
I don't even know. I don't think that's a
so
queen.
that's
I think that's a knight or something.
That is cool.
Holding a
So
sword
my
there. I think.
Grant's dad, I
There's
think
like a
he's some sort of
There's actually a fascinating.
Boilermakers. I mean, drinks
Oh,
Boilermakers.
Mr. Lipscomb doesn't know where this is,
It's like a
but there's
beer.
a
Was that a
fascinating
big beer or
story
something?
with.
Yeah, and you drop some
I
whiskey
think
in it.
it is.
Nice. Gosh. So
maybe
that's
with
what
Taz.
Grant's dad does.
It's a shot. I can't remember, but
So his
apparently
dad
when
used to
Shabbat
drink a lot when he
was
was a kid.
really active, they sent an emissary to
Oh,
find out
man.
if he really was
I
a
bet you
Shia,
got some character.
and the
My mama
emissary
was a
came back
drinker, is a drinker.
And, he described what he saw when he met Chuck.
Oh yeah, she's a December.
And at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged.
December to remember.
And right away, whether it was a
She's
shock
going
at the
on
time, I
Friday
don't
the
remember, someone
13th,
said,
so if that is any consolation.
And that's scary because Gators, this is the first time Gators made any kind of, she just started barking. Yes. When you were talking about your mom, she hasn't done anything like that this entire time.
Really?
She's
Oh, Sheila
Slave.
Jane.
So,
She's insane.
from the 5th to the 7th century, she was a definite trader in slaves.
Wow.
Slaves
That's,
are
do you
a...
have a good relationship with your mother? Do you want to go into that?
Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we'll
Is
talk about
everything
it.
okay?
We should
Yeah, we're good.
disabuse
Everything's
ourselves
good.
of the notion that Jews were
I just
not
do
involved
not
in
answer
slave
the phone after 4
Slaves
o'clock.
were a
Let's just do
major
that.
element
After
of
that,
all
I'm
trade at the
Let's
time.
have happy hour.
Stocks were trade. Stocks mean like blocks with your hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still 200 years outside of that. But basically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them.
Yeah. Well,
So we
it's
should not
5:30 p.m. Sorry, I
have
gotta go to
this kind
sleep.
of a halcyon idea that, Jews were so nice, Jews never
Tonight,
were
Mama.
traded in enslaved people. So we did.
Well,
But I'm up for
There
adoption,
is, however,
so.
a tremendous
Well,
amount
thank you.
of
no, really?
energy coming from people who are
You seem great.
not necessarily
Even though we're the
historical
same age,
agendas
I'm up
trying
for
to
adoption.
exaggerate the
Yeah, you
role.
seem very nice. Grant has an extra room in his house.
I think it would be fair to
And they
say
just redid the bathroom.
And they just
Jews
redid their
were
bathroom.
disproportionately
Convenient.
involved in
Tell your
slavery
husband any of that
compared to
stuff.
the entire
You're going to
population.
have to figure
But
out
they're
what you
also
tell your husband.
disproportionately
We're going to
involved
get
in
you an exit
anything
plan.
that's traded. Like
Yeah, we got to figure
silk
this
or
out.
whatever, because they're
Seriously, I
traders.
mean, you can't tell his
When
ass
you
about
get,
any of this.
hang on, Mr. President.
Okay, I
When you
won't,
get
and I'm
to
done with the winters here, so
especially
please
the
come take me.
transatlantic slave trade,
Well, we'll
then it
figure it
becomes
out.
a very
Grant, get
different
her
story.
email and stuff.
But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, we should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good.
Okay.
People could only buy
I can't
slaves
believe I'm talking to you guys.
if
I'm
they
like
had
so
a
sweaty
tremendous
right
amount of
now.
money,
It's not even
and they
funny.
were used primarily as
What do you
home
do for
servants.
work?
Tell
They
your
were not
husband.
Tell your
used
husband.
Oh
like
God.
farm
I'm part
massive
of the machine.
plantations in inhuman conditions.
We
It
were
was
worried
basically
about
like
that.
buying the
I
hot deal, a
am.
really expensive
Got
car.
me a
Like if
job
you
in
could afford a
healthcare,
Bentley,
but
you would take
I don't
care
talk
of
to
your
anybody.
Bentley.
That's
You
okay.
would not let it get rusty.
What did you think
would
about the
not,
guy
like,
murdering
you
the
would wash it every day. So
healthcare
slaves
CEO?
were a status
Well,
symbol that wealthy people had.
You
Jews
get what you
traded
get,
them like
I
they
guess.
traded
And
all
you
other
don't
status symbols and much more reasonable clothes. Just to jump ahead, to say we're
Right.
also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade.
Yeah. I mean, I pay for insurance and I have like a $3,000 deductible, so I totally get it.
A large number of them just in the passage.
I don't even know.
Passage where they would literally
Want to
die
know
of
what my
starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and
skin
disease.
cancers.
And then once they got to the plantation, they were often overworked with deaths, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. So basically,
What do we do? Oh.
Jewish participation in the transatlantic
Going to
slave trade, while
school.
not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There were a lot more people who were involved and made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't see Jews from this rather not this trade because it is a reality of that.
Thursday, we have a 4-hour block. We got classes, which is fun, and we meet up at the cafeteria. Yeah, we get the little grub after. But yeah, oh my gosh, it's fun.
Not African Americans, but African
Took
Africans.
exam week was
Yeah, the
last
slave
week.
trade in
Hell,
West Africa was
crazy.
absolutely
I was up all
disgusting.
night.
But it was
Just
because
write down
money.
little cheat sheets.
People
I shouldn't
made
even
money
say that, but I would write the like the answers of stuff I already knew they were going to talk about. I write it really small in a little
yeah,
note
so there's a lot of
card.
different
They put it on
ways
his coffee
to get
cup.
slaves.
Yes.
It's
And then I
not
could look at
only
the
Africans.
answers, so I
Africans
spent a lot of
tend
the
to
night just
constitute
making
the bulk
these
of them.
little
The
cheat
term
sheets.
slave
That semester's
may
like,
be
you write
derived
on your
from the same
little,
root as the
your
word
little thing,
Slav,
so good for you.
as
I
in
can't
like
even read my
Polish,
own handwriting.
Ukrainian, Lithuanian,
Yeah, you have to.
Russians.
That's where I got real good at it. Just writing.
And they were often after the war. They're pagans.
Details
But
I knew
where
I
you
would
do
remember
see,
for
by
the
the way,
test.
a
Yeah.
huge issue
He's a savant, and I
is
just take a bunch of Adderall and
Jews
guess.
owning
That's
Christian
amazing.
slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way,
There's
this
two
is the
kinds
first
of
one I
people,
got.
right? So we're both like we
Like,
compliment each other well.
nobody thinks slavery is a problem in
I
Middle
see
Ages.
it. I love it. It's the
Everybody
hair.
thinks it's perfectly normal.
I don't know.
They
That's
also
weird.
think
Sorry.
that way basically up until the 1700s. It's only at that point when people get to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people. Right? This is like, it's like asking them to have a more first century mindset morality.
So nice talking to you guys. Thank you so much. My name's Rachel, by the way, even though Lemon
But
Pound Cake,
what the church did really
go by
care
that
about
name
a
too.
lot
And I
is
use
the idea
but
of
that's a whole
a
other
Jew
thing.
owning a Christian.
But it was so
That
nice
bothers
talking to you guys. Come to West Virginia. That would be sick.
tremendously, especially
Sounds
churchmen
good. Yeah, we'll
who
come next
were
year.
especially nervous that if they were to take slaves,
Thank you,
not
Rachel.
only Christian slaves, but even
Bye.
pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an
Casey, I
untenable
cannot
situation
believe
where a
you
Jew
got
would
that. I
be
got West
in a
Virginia.
position
So
of
I'm
lordship
starting
over
to
an
You're working on
individual,
it.
which
I watch a
definitely
lot of
did not want that.
documentaries, and
Kings,
I'm
on
not
the
gonna
other hand,
act like I
were
have
very
some,
happy
like,
with Jews
like
owning
a
slaves
leg
because
above
Jews would
everybody,
sell
I'm guessing.
slaves for
Yeah, but I'm
cash
pretty good
money,
with the
and then they
accents.
could be taxed for it.
Yeah,
So
that
quite
was
often
twice in a
the
row.
idea
No,
of
or
Jewish
two times.
ownership of
Or 2
slaves
days.
is also
It's
a
hard to say.
church-state
That's
concept.
crazy. Last week I got one too.
Right.
Indianapolis.
Okay, so
Yeah, that was a great
what will
one.
eventually
Just at the
happen
parking
is
lot
as
picture. How and you
restrictions
somehow
are
guess
placed on Jews
Indianapolis.
throughout the
I
later Middle
know.
Ages,
West Virginia.
type,
I've watched a bunch of documentaries about the
trade-
haulers there, and
trade
some about how she was
the
doing.
Jews can become much more
That'd
smaller
be fun
scale.
to live in a
They
place
tend to
called
go,
Town.
they're no longer
Yeah,
great like the
you can
Latin
tell everybody at the
but they're
tunnels.
still
Dude, here
heavily
in
involved in
town
it.
only
And
has
we'll
a dollar
explore
store.
that next time we
Everybody,
go.
opioid crisis
This way, this
ravaged
is
your
kind of cool
community.
image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom. And he took over my grandfather's
It looked like I'm
my
drinking
grandfather
a black
was
bottle
Alex,
of water.
and my father is the son. He did not want me to
They got
take over the
Luigi
store,
behind me.
so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years and finally they closed it. But it was
This one.
Northern Ontario.
See if they pop up.
Schmattes, textiles. He's very big into
See,
textiles.
on a Wednesday.
Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it. And I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we have a very important topic getting to Monday landing and the church, which is hugely important for us and the economy.
Hello.
Okay,
Oh my
thank
gosh.
you for learning with me.
It's so smoky there. Are you in a submarine?
Yeah, currently under the sea.
My God.
Yeah.
Are y'all a couple scousers? Yeah, what's going on over there?
All right, so where we
I'm
left
just
off,
chilling with
we
KT.
talked about
Cricket.
trade and commerce as one of the most
Oh
important
my gosh,
elements
that
of
was the name of
the
our
Jewish
Jack
economy
Russell
in
Terrier
Venezuela.
back in Memphis. Sweet
Another
cricket.
extremely important
Wonderful name.
element, and
She
in
hopped
fact,
around like a
probably
cricket. She
the
made it
most
to
important
18.
element for
That's
much of
exactly
medieval
why she's
history
cool cricket.
was specifically
Oh, really?
money lending.
Yeah.
Using the
Love
nasty
that.
term is usury. Usury is
Oh,
more like,
pretty
we don't
good.
use that word
Just
in
trying to
English very
figure
much,
it
but it's
out,
sort of like
man.
Guess
loan
where they're from,
sharking.
Casey?
It's kind of
You
like
guys are
charging
from
injurious
Birmingham?
rates of interest,
England?
and in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest
Devon?
were
It's getting
typically
harder.
40 to 70%.
It's close. I mean, it's
per
about 5
annum.
hours away.
How much is like a
It's not bad.
really bad credit
Y'all
card
drive on
today?
the other side of the road.
Yeah,
We
maybe
do,
35%.
Expand upon
And in the medieval
Yeah,
ages,
it's
it was
hard.
double that easily.
Yeah.
So money lending was extremely
I guess you
profitable.
just you grow up and you're used to it, just like we're used to driving
Anyone
on
else
the side of the road.
benefit from money
Yeah,
lending
many of them.
besides the money
I
lender?
went to Las Vegas a couple
Exactly,
years ago,
because the source of tax
and it was very strange.
That's
driving
why,
on the
for
other side of the
example,
road.
if you think
Did you
about
win any money?
vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or
I didn't really have
cigarette
any money
smoking,
anyway, to be honest.
that
We'll send you
governments
Get his email,
love
GG.
vices
Get your email
in so far as they can tax them.
They can't
They're bad if they get out of
start
hand. Like
hitting
if you
on
have
the
a
slot
gambling
machines.
casino on
It's like
every
so
block,
much fun.
it tends
It's
to
like
bring the
really
neighborhood
addictive.
down. But
It's
having a
awesome.
few
You go on a
gambling
hell of a
casinos
run.
so people could
Like
go
Jack.
and
I
their
like the,
winnings are
in
heavily
Fremont Street, I
taxed.
like
The governments love
the
it.
old
And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending.
really cheap
It
ones.
was
what
in
I
some
do, the
degrees
analog.
of vice,
Yeah.
and we'll see exactly why that is so in
Because the other ones just
the
catch you with
medieval
the
context. But
the
it was a
graphics.
massive source of
I know.
income for
But those are
taxation,
fun.
so
That can be
it was
fun.
not only tolerated
that-
but
that very
protected
entertaining.
very often. Now,
Until you start
let's
losing all
try
your
to
money,
understand
and then you got to start
like,
second guessing
why
how you're
would
even
there
leaving
be an
Las
opposition
Vegas.
to
Like,
money
do you
lending?
rent a
It
car? You're
really
not going to
boils
be able to
down
afford a
to
plane
the fact
flight
that the
this time.
Catholic
And then
Church
it's like,
Like up in the
interpreted
tunnels and
the
sewers.
Hebrew
It's flooding.
Bible in precisely the same way that you here's the key passage, which is from the Torah.
Did you explore
You
any
shall
of the sewers
not
down
lend
there?
on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be
That's your
charged.
journey.
You may charge interest to a foreigner,
That would
but
be
not
funny,
to
yes, if
your
you were
brother.
down in the sewer
So
systems
Jews
of Las
interpret this
Vegas right
passage
now
to
with your,
mean
who is
a
this, your
Jew
girlfriend?
may not charge interest to his fellow Jew,
Congratulations.
but he
Where
may
are y'all-
charge
where are y'all
interest
getting
to
married?
a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty
Beautiful. Is
straightforward.
it a beautiful time of
I
year
tried
over
calling
there?
up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish,
I'm going to be
but
in the
they wouldn't
UK in
answer my call.
October.
Now,
From
Christians who
October,
read
like,
this
18th
verse
to
and said
24th.
exactly the same thing. They said, okay,
yeah,
Christians are
somebody
all
come
brothers,
officiate the
so
wedding.
Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because, especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge
Well,
upfront
if Casey
investment to
goes,
buy
so
the
we might
seed.
want to be the
You
ring
got to put a
bearer,
lot of
but
energy
it
into
sounds like you already have
working the land.
cricket
You
land.
put the seed into the soil, and you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest,
Casey
there's
has to
no
be the
income.
ring bearer.
So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive the first, no, but every year. Okay, if you're smart, like Joseph Exotic, you set aside from that first investment,
Rock,
and
paper,
then you got
scissors, shoot.
money to count
Which
carry
I-
you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter.
Three, I think the
And
best out of
also,
three.
all kinds of things can happen.
Gators
Bad
smells
things
bullshit.
like
Yeah, Gators
terrible
smells bullshit.
harvests
Yeah, she
or,
smells bullshit. It's like she's
rampaging,
in the market right now.
nomadic civilizations and steal all your grain, or good things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans with
Does it
really
look
high
like we can
levels
fit
of
in over
interest,
there?
but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it,
Well, we'll
you
take
need money
that,
so you
but
have to
yeah,
paycheck.
that
So
was
you go
kind of nice.
to
Yeah, those really,
go
those
to the money
too
lender,
sweet
and he'll
almost.
say, no problem, I'm going to lend you money. It'll cost you 70%
I know.
interest, and just make sure you pay me back.
I hear
It tends
ya.
to be very
True that.
small amounts, but very lucrative.
Keep up the good attitude down there. Seriously. Yeah, Bob's your uncle.
Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come
Tell
from thin
everybody
air.
Bob is your
The big
uncle. Nobody's
nose
gonna
thing
mess with
probably
your ass
comes
down
from thin
there.
air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, is a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he
I was
loans
wondering what that
money
mark
to,
was
I
under your
forget the
eye. I
guy's
didn't say
name,
anything. I was like,
Christian,
damn, this
and he
dude
says,
got
but if
punched
you
or
fail to
something
pay
last
me,
night.
what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when
It's
you
very
read it,
nice
as
to
a very
talk to you,
human
sir.
character,
So
because he's
over
easily
in
wronged
England.
by whatever he does. Antonio,
The
what is
big
it?
guy.
Antonio, there we go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So here, but
I know.
think about
Let's
it
pray
economically,
for
right?
you.
The Jews are living in this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for
So
them
is there room
because
for
they
your
can be kicked
bench
off their
on the
land, or they
kayak,
can
or
be
do you
like,
just get on the
victims, or
kayak
they
and say
can
you
be
gotta swim?
chased out by Romanis and things like that.
Fair
They can
enough.
make a
Okay.
small amount of living here in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Fetterman
Just
Yeshua,
the sewers.
where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds that said only so many, whatever,
Yeah, oh my
leather
God, I
workers
know
and
it sounds
things like
like
that.
that's a definition of
So
romance.
this is like
Well,
fields are
talking
open to
to you,
them,
good sir.
and they have a monopoly on it. because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries.
We love you.
A lot of Christians do instead. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money, charging interest, and usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money. Mr.
King Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Gator's godmother, Goldie
No,
Mae Stark,
basically we see in this lecture by the 15th century the Italians said this
I
is
love
stupid.
Big Macs.
And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved,
Casey's mom has
the
got
Jewish
it going
monopoly
on. Kyle, hey,
Mr. Adelson.
Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis Becky, Nigel Nigelson, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Floyd, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shitty Shinnick, Kaya from the Big Island, and Sarek, and Sergio, obviously, Shiva, obviously,
right. It's
Stephen
hard to
Fournier,
actually
obviously,
quantify
Gaming
this. We
Critter
don't have
doing
really good
his thing.
physics,
We love you.
but just based on
The
my
Wizard,
sort of
Trina K,
gestalt
Vander
understanding,
Wee,
if
Vicious
you had a
McFisky,
shekel
White
that had
Magic,
1,000
Casey
Jews
the
in it,
Cats,
and let's say
William Gear and William Ramsey,
that meant that there were
Drive Show on
400
YouTube,
Jews who
choose
were
your
actually
own adventure.
gainfully employed, another
And some
200
people
who
are
were
walking,
sort of
obviously.
employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically
love
on the
you
dole from the
Thanks for calling in.
from the rest
We'll
of
get
the
around to all of
Of
you
those, let's
hopefully
say
this
400
summer.
who were really
Yes.
employed, probably about 150 of them were actually not.
Maybe there's a way for us to
So
track
it's
the
the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk is where you have the most commerce to economy. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by Church Father and Ambrose, and in particular, it was rendered into Catholic law by Perfectum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratia, that's actually portrayed in this particular document here, that says it's explicit for sure Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open.
Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas.
The Jewish monopoly was de jure.
Find more of
Another
me,
term,
Casey
de jure.
Rocket, at
Sometimes they say de
patreon.com/Casey
jure, but
Rocket.
de
Follow me
jure
on
means
Instagram
of the
at Casey
law,
Rocket.
like
This
in
episode
writing,
of the William
legal.
Montgomery Show was recorded
Jewish
at
monopoly in
PTX
writing.
Studios,
Jews
right
are
here.
legally the only people allowed to charge interest in Europe, and Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means practice. That's what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. The difference between what actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were
Recorded
big into it.
live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra.
Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot
As
of things
always,
they did not
William is
want
joined
to
by
do
the
either.
lovely Erica.
Agriculture was the employment
Casey
of the vast majority of Christians
And now
in
here
Europe.
he is.
And as we discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option to do as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds were and artisan organizations were closed shop. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train
traffic
as
yesterday. Yeah, it was one of those things where everybody has to
Jews
get off
couldn't
on the
get in.
Santa
Even like
Monica
dyers
exit,
and
and it's like 2
pigmen,
lanes
things
going
like that,
to the
Jews
right,
couldn't get into.
and
For the
then
most part.
so I got in
But this is
this
something that was
lane
open to them, and not only open,
early
encouraged,
on, and
and protected by
45
the
minutes later, we're
So it
finally
was
making
kind
a
of a
little
natural
curve.
thing.
It was
One area
so
where Jews were typically
horrible.
allowed, however,
It took, I don't know, we barely drove anything in 45 minutes, and I was so close to the car in front of me because I didn't want anybody to break in because people were breaking in.
medical
And normally I
fields and
don't
health
care,
fields,
Casey,
because
but
this was
yesterday
an
I
area
was
where
almost hitting the car in front of me
people
a
were so
couple of times
desperate
because I was like,
for
no way is a
good
motherfucker
health care
getting in front of me.
that
I've been
Jews
sitting in
were
this
literate,
bullshit for 45
were
fucking minutes.
pretty
To
much
miss a
universally
flight, and it
respected.
was,
You had popes who had Jewish doctors,
I was at
kings had
Toronto
Jewish
Sunday. We
doctors.
went to the casino,
fields were
and
largely not
we were there
very
at like 4 in the morning,
There were
and
not
I
every
realized
university.
about giving
The
notifications
vast
that my
majority of
flight was
universities
at 8
got
a.m.
Jews,
What do you
but
think
there were a
about
handful, I think
We
about
were
4 or
45
5
minutes from the
universities
hotel, and the hotel was an
that
hour away.
allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But you
I was
realize
like,
that in the
oh
12th
gosh, we
century,
gotta
there
go.
were
And
only
my
like
buddy
3 or 4
Rothschild,
universities
who
total.
opens all my shows, he's so funny,
Maybe
and his friend Jim
very
Gillespie,
few
but
of them.
Robin
So
just won $800
people were learning
over
medicine
roulette.
on their own.
And we don't bet like that. Like it was the last bet where we're like, okay, let's put like $100 on roulette, we'll leave.
So
And then
dark
he won, and
ages,
he was
that
like, I'm
actual
gonna flip it.
term
And then he
refers to
kept
the
flipping
period
it, and he
from the
won like
fall of
$800.
Rome
Oh my gosh,
until
boy, I
the
had to pull his ass
Renaissance.
off
It's
the
a
table.
big
What is he
period of
doing? Just
time,
like red or
basically
black?
from,
He
let's say,
also
the
money
year
on something
500
like
to
that. One
about
of his
the year
numbers hit.
1300.
Like he put like $10 on 10
This
numbers,
is
and so it hit. So
right.
that's
This is the high Middle
$360,
Ages.
right?
Right? This is like
And
the
then he hit
very
it
end
again,
of the
and then it hit
Ages, so
again,
the
and he
dawn
won
is
like
already coming
$1,000,
up.
and then he lost some, and then I made him leave. But yeah, he ended up winning like $800.
Yes.
That's a good one. How were you? Has your luck changed a
No,
little in regards to gambling?
no, I'm still
You're
doing
absolutely
bad,
correct. It was
I'm
far
still doing
more
bad.
lucrative
but
than
I'm
being a
not
peasant.
losing
It's way
that
better
much.
than being a peasant.
So it's just a
too,
little
right?
bit.
In fact, let's talk about
It's just a little bit at a
have it
time.
over here.
How was
Let's
a
do the risks
Canadian
and benefits
casino
of
just like an
usury, right?
American
Here's
casino?
some
Like
Jewish
American
money
all-day kids
lenders.
mode. And then also the money you win is less because Canadian dollars are worth
Benefits.
less. Yeah, that's
Profit.
so I lost
Right?
$200,
Money lending is
and then I was
profitable.
like, oh, it's only like $75 American, which is
That's the bottom
which is not
line.
true. But I kept telling him,
Like a big paycheck
I
with
was
that.
like, oh, it's like
Yeah,
$50.
Mr. Pierce.
Yeah. Did they do the thing where they paid you
Oh,
and they
that's
asked if
right.
you wanted to
Okay,
be if you wanted it in American or Canadian currency?
urban.
And they said they can only
This
do
is an
Canadian,
urban
so I got a bunch of
profession. You don't have
Canadian
to
cash.
live far away from other Jews.
Well, I would have had
Stay
more Canadian cash,
inside
I'll put it that
a
way.
Jewish
Well, you need to
community.
go to
It's a
the
clean trade because
the money.
you can still go to
transfer
Minion
thing. I
in the
think there's one in
morning.
the mall. You go to the mall here,
You
they
know,
can give you a
walking
$1
distance of
million.
They can do it at the bank. Yeah,
kosher Chinese, walking distance
Oh,
of
just a
kosher
bank.
pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because
Oh, well,
they come to you, right? You have banker's hours. You can say my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch. And people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's like
well, we just got a
great that way.
taste for
And
gambling,
involves
and I've been
minimal
losing
effort.
anywhere
All
from
you have
$100 to $150
to be
a
is
week for
numerate
about
and
6
literate.
weeks. So I
And
do
you have to have a certain amount of
mean,
investment. You have to have
it's
a
not that
amount
much.
to start with. So basically, if you've got the money, you can write down what
It's
people
not
owe
great.
you and you can calculate what they
I
owe
know
you
what it is,
afterwards.
Grant. I
Then
know what
you
it
can
is.
open up your shop.
I know. I was trying to be a little nice, go lowball it a little bit,
And say the 6 or 7, even though I heard the math, it's like $400.
yeah, it's like 400. What do you really think it is, Grant? What did you say you thought it was? 900.
It's about 400.
Yeah, I don't think 900 is right. That sounds a little too much.
Look, 150 to 300 a week for 6 weeks.
So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, the king comes to your office and says, okay,
Because we went in
there's my
Pittsburgh,
tax
we went in
receipts
New York, we went in
this
Philly,
month.
we went to
You say,
Toronto.
oh, I'd love to
Then
give
I went
you your
to
tax
Australia.
thing, but
And you
look at my
lucky with
record
the
book.
places
You know,
see
Jean
them.
Paul
Places
is not
don't
paying
know,
you
I
back,
guess.
and still holding
So
on
it's
to
been
his
a bad-
pledge for
a
this
bad
whole
run.
time. So the
When
king
the
gets
city's
upset,
having
goes out,
casinos, I go,
beats up
I'm
Jean Paul.
sober, I don't
Right?
drink,
You
I
have
go, I want to have
muscle
I want to
behind
shoot
it. At
dice.
least when it's going well, as we shall see, there
Well, if
are
you
lots
just
of
keep on doing
risks
it, your
too.
luck will
But when it's
change.
going
I
well,
guarantee that.
it's like the FDIC, right?
Anywhere from $300 to
federal
$450.
something, something.
Granted,
You
it's
know,
not
for-
that much money.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for
eventually
doing
the
it. Better
gambler always
deposit
wins.
insurance
I won 400 in
corporation.
Philly.
I don't know.
was
It
at
means that
400.
when you
I had
put
a good
money
time.
into your bank
Yeah.
here in America, it's guaranteed up to like
It almost wipes
$150,000
out.
per month.
It almost
You know,
wipes
you
out
got
the 6
muscle
weeks.
behind
I'm about even.
Okay, and so it's minimal
Okay,
effort.
that's
You
good.
have to be literate. You have to be numerate.
Are
The
you
vast
cool with that?
majority
You
of
believe
people are
that?
not
I'm down about
neither
1,000.
literate nor numerate. And they're also not allowed to
1,000
do
from
it.
the
The church
history,
forbids it.
from the
But
history of
the
you starting
Jews
gambling.
can
the
do it. In
history.
fact, they're the only
Yeah,
people who are
from the
legally
history,
allowed to.
from the beginning history
Yes.
of
So,
Casey starting to gamble. It's 1,000.
resentment is a big
I don't
factor.
know how to do it the way that
Everybody
people
loves
would
to
do it.
get a loan.
How do they
Nobody
do
likes
it?
to pay back.
I don't know. I never bothered to
Especially when
Google
you're
it.
halfway
I don't know.
through
Do you think they
on
make
your
YouTube
car
videos
payments.
about it?
It's
And,
trial and
you're
error.
seeing
Well, the
like another
slots, there's no right way to
2
do
years
it. A
to pay
lot
this
of what I
off. It's
spend
not
is on
fun
the
thing.
slots. I just
So,
think it's big fun. I like to noises it makes.
If you're a money lender, you will be resented by
It's
everyone
I
who
think
It's
the
another video game.
cameras
The
read energy and
peasants
they know
were
the people
typically
who respond well to
borrowing
wave.
small amounts
So they
of
let
money,
those people
just
win.
like payday
See, I'm a bad
loans to
guy.
get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing.
He loves
Or
to win.
even worse,
I can
we'll
save
see this
only out
more
for
when we
myself.
get to Eastern Europe. Right now
So
we're
they
still
never
in
give me a
Western
fuck.
Europe, but in Eastern Europe,
It's
one of
bullshit.
the
Maybe go in there, have
ways
have a
that peasants
prosthetic
would
on,
rack up
maybe,
a
I don't
big
know, something, make
they
sure,
would
like
drink
a prosthetic nose, like a
alcohol
witch's
in a
nose,
Jewish inn,
and then maybe it changes the vibe,
something called a
give it off,
kretschma.
or I don't know. I have no
And
idea.
this
Because I would think
is
you'd be giving
also
off a good
something
vibe in a
that the
casino.
nobleman
I'm a
would
good
allow
energy,
you
and I don't mean
to
this
have
facetiously. I'm a good guy.
exclusivity
He doesn't
on
even
the
sit
production
down.
of
Macy's a
alcohol.
nice guy.
He's
think
been
about
standing
this.
up.
I spent
Nobody
$6
in,
because
let's
I had to
say,
say it.
Southern
And I
Poland,
just
Western
thought,
Ukraine
yeah,
is
I'm doing
allowed to
$5
distill
there.
alcohol,
Play big and win big.
except the Jews are living
Yeah,
there.
that would make me
They
so
set up
nervous.
these
Me too.
things, the
$5
peasants work
fucking
hard all day in
spin.
the
I'm
fields,
not
they come out,
confident enough for
they
that.
have a few
When it
beers,
hits,
they
it's
put
like
it on my
60
tab,
bucks.
and the
Congratulations.
tab
And you go, oh,
grows,
great,
and
I'm
the
only
tab
down
gets
to
interest because you're borrowing that money. And then at the harvest season comes, the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay off my tab.
3
What?
minutes.
Look at this amount. I
It goes
know how
quick,
you
but I take
calculate
breaks,
this, right?
right? I
So
take breaks to
it's-
prolong the suffering.
why does the
That's a
nobleman
good
allow
idea. You
this
gotta
terrible
take
thing
the
to happen?
breaks. It's not that much money. It's like $1,200.
Because he taxes it, right? It's
It's not
his
too
profit,
bad.
so he
And I
loves
always
it.
wonder
He lets the
with
Jews be the
myself,
only
I
ones
don't
to do
even
it. If
know.
he
I'm
allows
probably in the
everybody to
hole.
distill
I
alcohol,
would think
then
the
there's no way he
history.
can control
Well,
it.
you
So the
have that
Jews
a
who are
bad place. Like,
vulnerable, who
drink
are
one
dependent
every
on
time we were
Jewish
together. You wouldn't
they
win
will
a
fulfill
dollar.
that role.
No,
They'll
I
provide
was
the
not
alcohol,
He
they'll
keeps
sell the
going.
alcohol on
Sure, you gotta
credit,
keep trying.
charge interest,
The
and
crazy
then,
rich
you'll
Asians,
have
though.
peasants
Wasn't
who will be
that a
very
good one
upset
too?
about
We
this.
gambled on that one together. That was a pretty good one.
Put up in
That was
Austria.
fun. It would go
And
off. It would be like,
occasionally,
you've won grandma.
basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant
Oh, yeah.
uprisings against Jews.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later, but for example, the
That's
Khmelnytsky
all.
uprising,
I know one
the
thing.
victorious of these great peasant uprisings,
No, just that. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make a bang. I was just trying to
Factors
share to bring
like
someone
charging
closer.
interest
Well, we're
on
just trying to have
bar
fun. Yeah,
tax.
we're kidding around.
Oh,
Mr.
Way too hot.
and then Mr.
Come on,
Timmy.
man. We're just making mistakes. We're young, for Christ's sakes. Yeah, dude, we got a lot of time on our hands.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun.
Dude, we're not even at the halfway point of our lives, for Christ's sakes. It's, well, Casey, be careful saying that, or at least I gotta be careful, because I'm thinking, fuck, I'm almost 40. That means, am I gonna make it to 80? It's hard to say. But if you keep rowing like that,
Good point.
you keep
I mean, don't
rowing.
forget, you
Our
still have
friendship
the
is just
big
starting. We
brother
have 30
factor
more
where your
years.
king will
I know.
support it.
I know,
People
right?
ditching
You would think
town
at
is
least
actually rather
30, because
difficult to
we're
do
both in our
in a
30s,
serf
at different
environment,
parts of our 30s,
because
but we're
people
both
are
in our 30s.
not quite
30 more years will be in
slaves,
different parts of
but
our
they are
60s.
attached
Yes.
to the land.
Yeah, we will.
You know, they
and
can't
we're
just
gonna
like
still
pick
be
up and say, I'm
hanging
going to go
out
live in the
and
next
having fun.
village.
Yeah, we will. And I'll
They
be
have the freedom
texting
of
you,
movement
dude.
all day long,
Just turned
but they're
60.
still owned
Tell me,
by
what's it
the
like?
master.
Welcome me to the
And,
club already.
they-
You're gonna be like,
So it's kind of like a half servitude.
well, have you?
So
It's
they're
gonna be the
still
best 10
around.
years of your life.
So
60s are
it's
your
hard
best
to run
years,
away.
but be really careful because Grant
There
died
will come a point
last
where
year.
the risks
At
outweigh
62.
the benefits,
So,
and that's
30
usually when
years
you
from
pick up
today,
and
Grant,
leave.
here, and this will pass.
Mr. Tony.
Oh man, for me that's 20 years, man.
Oh, when ain't crap, Mr. Dole.
I'm old. I'm one of these.
Financially,
We
they
got
definitely
20 years
have
left.
good
I'm one of
control.
these six
Yes.
bitches right now.
Holy crap. It's getting old as fuck. Wait, so that means you're 42 right now. I am.
That was terrible.
Not as old as you are. Yeah, that's not what I was saying. I gotta say old as those pictures.
It's
No,
an
but
overly
the same, man.
rosy picture. And
You're
so
always a
overly, you know, we
What do
talked
you
about
think? How much time do you think you really got left if you're being honest with yourself? Would you guess? Are you halfway done, or you start about
never
halfway?
victimizers.
Three
It's not
quarters?
the historical reality.
So
We
you got
definitely had
We're
our
looking at
share of
60.
victimizing.
Maybe 7
But,
8.
well, you can answer that question for me at the end of the show, and you'll see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haftarah, which we looked at in a few weeks, that was like sanctions came through daughters of God, came through the culture and art, the media, and literature. I would say the Jewish existence any day. And not just for it's not inherent on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson Mr. Cranston, I really gotta go on.
Listen to Steel's ass. Damn, what's the pick-me-up song? So that is to get the tears, was to get everybody going, you know what, my life goes on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it'd be a good celebration song.
Correct.
Yeah, that Let's Get Loud song.
You are absolutely correct. And see, I think you're giving me a segue to the original ability.
Come on, everybody scream,
But it could be local nobles, right? And what would happen is, like, and this especially happened as the money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like the nobleman said, I want to fight with the other nobleman across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries who will go to you, and they sell pay you for 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. The Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called court Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky. Yeah, because what happens when the time comes to pay? And the nobleman says, this debt burden is too high. So the peasants would react by
Oh my gosh, Brandon, that's
revolting.
what they would say
The
about
king
your
of
ass
noblemen
in
would
there.
just
What
say,
is a feather
not
stiff as a
uncanceling the debt,
board?
but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, by the way, I'm also
Yeah, he never does
so
that.
quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their
It's like an initiation. It's literally a ritual when it kind of brings you yours.
Creditors, yeah, they get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening though is that what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after like 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having creditors and then like the back. That's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in a century.
Yeah, my feet were at the level of the
Yes,
basketball.
well, the surgery never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those aircraft, but they had far more influence after the 15th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down the king. So,
What is the
we'll get to that and talk more about the Crusades, but you're right. Same thing. Where you can be upset and do dangerous to the Jews. So you can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not.
That was my fiance's name, Turvis Tumbler. Turvis Tumbler? Yeah. But she's not with us anymore, so. Yeah, are you getting over that okay? Yeah. She ran off with some bozo, and she ditched the hero and got with a zero, so. Well, that's her fucking problem. And
And then she passed away.
She passed. She passed, so, it was mixed
I
emotions.
think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I'll give you an example of South Central Los Angeles was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago, and basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. They couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that, and they revolted and they burned big sections of their
You said that in
own
front of her new
neighborhoods
husband.
rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods.
So yeah, he knew.
But who
So he
suffered
knew
the
about
most
y'all's bastard.
were the Korean
she was
shop
raving about me,
who
which is so
opened
weird.
up
She
these
broke
things
off
called
the engagement.
bodegas, right?
I
Because
bet that made his ass
very
super
few
jealous. So he's
big
probably
shopping
hating that when you
markets,
were
like
probably
whatever
doing really well
Shop
singing
and
that
Save or whatever
fucking
place
song.
like that.
I
I was
bet his
willing
dumb ass
to
didn't say
build
shit.
shopping
No, he
malls
didn't
in
say crap.
That's
these
what
dense
Gypsy Rose
inner
did
city
to the
ghetto
guy
type
that she got
neighborhoods.
with after
So the
prison.
only place
She
you can
blew
get
him off,
food
then got
is either you
pregnant with
get on a
another
bus and
guy
travel,
who like always
45
wants to
minutes
reach
to get
back
to
out to
a
the
proper
first
grocery
one.
That's
store,
why you gotta
or
be
you go
careful
to a
if you're
local
in
Korean
prison and
store
you're talking
where
to
they will
people.
sell you groceries, but in
Too many.
smaller
Yeah,
amounts
you
and
can't
for
talk to
higher
too many
prices.
people if you're in
And
prison.
so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time.
And then it's like, what
They were the
car do
ones
you get into?
who felt
You've
the
been
first
meeting
anger
these
of the
different women on 5
so-called
different women
peasant
on. It's
uprising
like, what car
of
am I
South
even
Central
getting?
LA. The Jews were like
Yeah,
the
it's a
Koreans.
tough
There's
decision.
some really
Because
good
she, when
studies
you
of
look
what they
like
call
that, you got
middleman
you look like
economies,
that.
where the Jews
You're
were the
big old
middleman,
winner.
and they obviously
But she's
bore
almost
the brunt of a lot of anger
Yeah,
of the
do an
entire
updated
system.
picture. She
Because
really
the
has had a
traditional
glow
were
up, and I'm really
economically,
happy for her. Gypsy
that's
Rose has
how
had
it worked
quite
out.
the glow up recently. Grant, you want to do like a
2025 current.
2025? Do I look like her?
Yeah, it could be.
Like
I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is
I got the
we have relatively more wealth and power than
You were at the comedy club in
again, we
Springfield,
can't
Missouri.
exaggerate this, and we are thinking with a very broad brush over
Well,
hundreds
Casey,
of
you need
years.
to go look at the
But
fucking house near the
relatively
house
speaking, the
where
existence of
the
a
mom got
peasant
murdered.
is miserable compared to the
That's
existence of
Missouri,
an
less than
urban
a mile
youth.
away from that comedy club.
But
Seriously, you gotta go see it.
because you could have the popular uprising resulting in the explosion of violence
Is that
of
the
the
same
rock,
person?
or
I know, her eyes are
the
small.
land of the states you could
She
get
got her jaw
expelled.
removed. That's the
Kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was
She's
too high.
gorgeous. Grant went up to give her a kiss.
Okay, let's go to when the Rothschilds. I mentioned earlier the Italians entered in the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in Ireland. Can't we possibly find a
That's what they're
loophole
doing
to
these
allow
days. That's what
Christians
some
to
people are
engage
doing
in
for
Ireland?
surgeries.
And they came up with it. They called it the Monte
for some reason.
which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety. Maybe because they have like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt loan agreement from the Monte Pieta. They essentially charge interest for
Yeah, he had like a twin on the
15%,
back of his head
but
that
they
was always
didn't
whispering
call it
evil
interest.
stuff.
They had a legal fiction to
Yeah,
say
that's what it's
this
called.
is to
At
cover
nightmare,
the
you would help at least
overhead
the twin
of the
on
bank.
your head.
Meaning
We sing
this
sweet, nice
bank,
stuff.
this
Not
Monte
mean
Pieta,
to him.
still has to
Apparently, it
have
was
a
incessant
physical
whispering where he was
structure.
telling you
We have to pay to keep the lights
It's an
on.
American Horror Story.
Pay
You
to
guys would
keep
be
the
scared
heat on,
shitless
stuff like
from
that.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
can't
borrow
even
money from
fathom
us
that.
interest
More
free,
Drake.
but you pay 4 to 50% of what you borrow for
That's
the
inspired by
maintenance
Harry
of the
Potter.
bank
That's
as a
inspired
whole.
by the series Harry Potter. Oh my gosh, that was
Well,
one of
this
the
is
guys
more
with
like
who
bank.
made the wands, I
Right.
think.
But the
Stuff
thing
with
is,
the wand.
Talk with
how,
snakes.
One of the original makers of the wand.
Bahavio. In the Catholic
Oh
Church,
my gosh, it sounded
halachically,
like
a
this.
Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest,
With
but
his
they can
name.
charge 4 to 15% overhead.
And he talked like the
Furthermore,
snake in the
quite
Jungle Book
often,
where he's like,
the church, which
happy to
was involved heavily in creating the Monte Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to
he was like
underwrite
the faces
the
of
Monte
the wand,
Pieta,
also
and
followed
to
by
pay
Mama
punitive
Zayla.
taxes, like when the
Faces
church
of
was
the
more
wand of
powerful.
media.
Pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors
And this is
open.
something else.
So
So this
the
is real.
Jews
So
are
you're
still
saying
lending
the
money
piece of shit on
and
the right
paying
hand side,
their
the smaller
competitors a
face, he
subsidy
would
to
whisper
keep
stuff because he
them
couldn't
open.
speak.
And
So
the
in
whole
his
idea
brain,
was
they shared a
to
brain, and
take
he would
that
go like,
tax flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, this failed. Anyone guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular. People didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all.
I just tried to sweet his
Why
legs and then
did
turn around and
the
they
Little
tried to
Richard
punch me.
Brothers was in,
Guy behind me.
folks.
It's like, yeah, you want me to do that?
Look at this
I'm
move.
getting punched, dumbass. I'm not getting punched. I'm not getting the follow.
Look at this move.
Yeah,
The
idiot.
king
And
was
then,
also
oh
taxed
man,
with
yeah, just sleep on a pillow
Not
at
quite
night.
as much,
You have to
They
kind of
hid their money
suffocate
better,
him. Probably
maybe.
could kill him, or
I
does
have
that
a,
mean you die
I
too?
just
It's hard to say. Like if he stops breathing. Grant,
breathing.
what was the consensus on that? Was he able to duct tape over his face?
So there's many people like this?
In
That
the
happens
15th
every day.
century, the Italians
Okay, so
were really
these are
smart.
different
They know
people.
this stuff. Mr. Perrinetti,
Like
last
a yarmulke and you don't hear him anymore.
reputation.
I wonder why that one got the good sideburns and the bigger face didn't get
Yeah,
those
no, the church
sideburns.
has a
Why the
big
little
reputation
face get the
here.
sideburns on
The
that one?
main
That's weird.
reason why
I don't like that one as much. I don't like
the
that
main
one as
reason
much
why the Monte
at
Pieta
all. Like that
did
other one
not
by your head, Casey, that
extirpate
seems kind of
Jewish money
fair.
on
Like their hair is
because
kind of
they had all
similar, and
kinds
it goes
of
with maybe a
religious
shared
rules
beard, but
attached
that
to it.
one's a little.
So when you
Yeah.
went to the
Can
Monte
you
Pieta,
imagine
if you
if your
owed
mom
money,
took some
you
freak
had to like
medicine,
give a
depression,
confession.
or
You had to
something,
say
and then
why
you
you
woke up
owed
and then
the
you were
money,
born without it.
and you
I
had to
can't
like
even imagine.
make all
Yeah,
kinds
put
of
some
like religious
Accutane and
statements.
some
I
acne
promise that I'll
medicine, and then
never
you're fucking born
gamble
with
again,
another
visit
fucking
prostitutes again,
soul
whatever it is
inside
that
it.
got them into debt in
Anti-nausea
the first
medicine.
place.
That's why like older,
And
there's a bunch of
it
people in their
was they
40s and
couldn't
50s with little
guarantee
hands.
secrecy, they couldn't guarantee
What were they called?
confidentiality.
Formaldehyde
Whereas
babies?
if you went to the Jew,
Thermidite?
the Jew didn't
Gigi,
care
what are those
why you were in
babies?
debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay
Yeah,
back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up,
You don't need
even
to
when the
clean it up
Jews
because
were
it's funny.
were
Yeah, you're
burdened
gonna like
with
it.
more
Is that right?
taxation to pay for them.
And actually,
People kept
and if you ever did
patronizing
have one of those
Jewish
kids that
money
put a
lenders,
fence up
including
around the
nobility
swimming pool
ones.
because they are not good swimmers, seriously, they're not going to be able to swim and they're going to drown.
It's just like
what
when you,
happened to TikTok
when you,
woman. Everybody was
Deleting all
borrow
the
money
comments saying
now,
you should have put a
you're
fence
going to get a hit
Yeah,
on your
for a
credit
kid,
report. Every time you ask to
Yeah,
borrow
for
money,
toddler.
it gets reported to the credit agency.
had flippers
But if you go to a
and
loan
didn't know how
shark,
to use them, and
he's
then they
not
find
gonna
the kid
report
fucking
you to the credit
floating
agency.
face down
He
in the
just
swimming
wants you to
pool.
pay your money. And if you know you're going to be
I
able
don't
to
know
pay
that
back
for a
within a
fact, it's
certain
just
amount
how
of
I
time,
pictured it when
and
they
you
walked
don't
out on
want
there
the
just
credit
face
agency to
down.
know that you fell into
Ass
debt
up.
again, then you go to the
No,
loan
it's
shark.
like that
And
song.
that's
Oh, it's
one
like
of the
the
reasons why the
song.
Jews have survived this.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you guys can play that at my memorial as well.
No.
That's the way we like to fuck that.
Yeah,
Ludacris?
probably.
Who is that? I
I
forgot.
don't know. It's a
Does
good
everyone
question.
place
How
your
did it
roses on your
impact the
casket?
Jews' reputation? I don't think it
Ladies and gentlemen,
substantially
please move to the
improved
front of
their
the room. We have a
reputation,
basket of roses. We are
other
going
than
to throw
the
in the
fact
body,
that
and we're
they
going to squirt
maintain
Christian.
confidentiality, which is a good thing,
We're
right?
going to run that thing.
If you're engaging in
Get your
illicit
asses
or
up
illegal
off of the seat, off
activities, you
of the
want
pews.
your partners to be at
Come
least
take a
confidential.
boys.
But it doesn't mean you're going
Yeah,
to
the person always
respect them
cusses a
more
little
and
too
it's
much.
just a good
That's
number
kind
of
of
years.
nasty. It's kind of mean spirited, which
Okay,
is weird.
so,
As for a preacher,
The
especially
demand
something
for
like
credit,
that.
as
Ugh.
the,
Oh,
you know,
sure.
we're talking
It's
now
the
about
weirdest.
growing
Grant,
economies,
would
big
you
time
go
growing
out of your
economies. Now
way
it's
to
the
kind of have the
Renaissance.
DJ? Because
It's
your
really
daughter
happening
will be
in a big
grown
way.
by them, so they can hear
Societies
cussing.
need so much
Well,
more
yeah.
credit
Would you
to
say
build themselves
that
up.
the DJ
Jewish
can't
money
cuss,
won't
or would you
be
say,
able
like,
to
hey,
continue
it's in
to
my
its
will,
spirit.
like, please don't cuss?
However,
I mean,
by
I
the
think
time we
everyone
get to
else
the
can,
15th
but that guy's
century,
getting paid. He's on the clock.
Western Europe is far
Be
less
professional.
hospitable
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Jews,
it's
and
all
we're
great.
going to move
So
shortly
good.
into the
Yeah,
Eastern European Ashkenazi
you don't want
period
him
history,
doing it. We'll
which
write that
changes
discounted price,
dramatically.
maybe. We'll write that down.
Oh my gosh, so then Gator's wondering what that kind of stuff is.
Gator, it's called a Z-bar. It's the only food we eat. Gator, it's a Z-bar. They're gonna be a sponsor at some point. At some point.
Gator, maybe what's a tiny little
Exclusionary
piece?
pressures in Western Ashkenaz.
Yeah,
So what's going to happen
just
now? We're
maybe
at
a tiny
transitional
little
points
piece.
in our history. We've
It'll
looked
be
quite a
fine.
bit,
It's as small
especially
as
the
a germ.
materials I put
Yeah,
online
that's
from
our
last week.
perfect size.
We looked quite a
Yeah,
bit
the
at
tree.
the environment of the Jews in
Mhm.
Western
That's
Ashkenaz,
basically the size of a
which
hamburger for
basically
us.
comprises England,
Chewy.
France,
Oh, yeah,
and
she
Germany.
likes stuff like that.
Once you get east of
Casey, we were
Germany, you're
going to
getting
the
into
airport on
Central
Wednesday,
Europe
and
or Eastern Europe.
my
What's
worst
going to
hour,
happen
worst nightmare,
from
it
the
actually
13th century
happened.
onward, peaking
We're
in
right by
the
the
17th
airport.
century,
We're a
you
mile
have
away
a
from the
massive
going
airport.
off the
migration of Ashkenazi
And I'm
Jews
digging around on my
from
phone,
the
looking at my
traditional
phone
heartland
here,
of
because there's some
Western
gators
Europe
right here.
to
And I
Eastern
hear
Europe.
the guy make like some
There in
noise.
Eastern Europe,
And I think,
there's going to be a
and I
massive
look up,
population
and we're
explosion
about to
in
slam
the
into the
19th
back of a
century
car,
as
and
a
we
result of
slam into
several
the back of
factors,
In the
including
Uber.
things
car.
like
And
the
the
invention of
dude's
the
thing
smallpox
crumples up,
vaccine,
and he can't open his
the,
door, and
the
I
unique
think, what? Because we
style
were
of
already like close
Ashkenazic
to the
living
plane leaving. I
arrangements
was like,
called tests,
sorry this
which
happened, sir,
reduced
but what
infant mortality significantly.
do
And
we
there's going to be
walk? I mean, what do we
just an
do here?
explosion of
And
Ashkenazi
he was able to
Jews
drive
in the
somehow.
the
His car
1800s.
got out.
And
So
eventually,
when
when you
the
get to
police
the
had
end
to
of
come
the
home,
1800s,
No,
you'll have
they
another
just
big
exchanged
population
information.
movement
It was
from
a
Eastern
Subaru.
Europe
It was a
to
Subaru he
America.
had. The Subaru was
To a
okay,
lesser degree, South
but his
America,
Ford
Canada,
Focus was messed up.
Australia, Israel,
Totally
places like that.
smushed.
But we're now
And I
going
don't
into
know
the
if I
period
need
where
to reach
Jews
out
are
to
going
Uber
to
and say,
be
hey, I
leaving
need some
the
rides because
Ashkenazic
my back's
heartland
starting to
to
hurt a
Eastern
little bit.
Europe. That's
That's in
13th
this
to
crash.
17th
Is that
century.
true? Your
Yes.
back's
Remind me your
hurt?
name,
No,
please.
thank God. Erica got a
Last
mark.
We're going to
Barrente,
leave
Mr.
this.
I had like a
Just over here.
seatbelt mark on my
He
neck.
got a
Yeah, that's
seatbelt
what's hard
mark.
to conclude.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
Mr.
not
Barrente.
good. You can, well, you know, used to write for personal injury lawyers.
No.
What should we say or what?
How can we say this?
Let me give you
So
the
that's a
rundown.
good question. The question
How
is
you
how
say it in English?
people who are watching videos sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people
You say it in
or a
English.
country or
You should
region?
have documented
So
the
if you
crime
have a look
scene,
at the
and
very
I'm pretty
first
sure
section,
you'll
we went over the
So,
terminology.
No,
It
it was
is
like take a picture of the front of the car we got
associated
out. I
with
was like,
the
nah. I
grandson
felt like so
of
awkward
Noah
because you
in the
stand there
biblical
looking
period.
at us.
I think
And I was like,
Noah.
I don't know if I want to take a picture. It probably wouldn't matter, but I didn't take the picture. It just took a screenshot
grandson,
of the
maybe
guy's
great grandson,
information.
Let us know what we should have done.
over the
Well, you
Middle
needed to take a
Ages,
picture.
various regions were
So now that you
associated
did,
with the
it's gonna be
land
hard to
of
rank
that
on that.
particular
But
individual
you
and
can
his
tell who
descendants.
and I'm sure that
For
they know
reasons that we don't
that
totally
there was some
understand,
sort of
this was
accident.
eventually
And I'm sure,
associated with
like, you won't get a
the
personal interview
region of
tomorrow
the
soon.
Rhineland in northern Germany.
They'll give
And
us
the
some
Jews
credits,
who
or
moved
at
to
least
that area
they give some credits.
were
They
known
can get
as
one
the
for
Jews
it.
who moved
At
to the
least
land
that one
of
should be free.
Ashkenaz.
At the very least, that one should be
Called
free.
Ashkenazi Jewry.
You would hope.
But we have
So
no
we'll see.
real
I gotta
good
get on
reason
that
to
today. I
associate
got later
specifically
today.
that
Gotta
region with
get
the
on the
place
phone. Gotta
Ashkenaz.
call
It's kind of arbitrary in some terms.
Gotta figure it
So
out.
now it really only
Yeah.
refers to the
I'll
people.
make some calls
And
too.
Ashkenazim are
Would you
only
really?
Jews now, obviously, because only
Thank
Jews
you.
use
I
those
need all the
terminology.
help I can get on this one, Casey, because I
Have
think
a
this
look
is
at the
about to
first
get bigger
lectures
than me
online.
here really soon. It's
Okay,
probably
shall
going to
we
be
go
out
on?
of your control.
Okay, so now I'm looking at
already
the
feels a
reason
little
why
out.
Jews
It's
move
like when you have
from
a
Western
partner
Europe to
and
Eastern
they
Europe
hit you
twofold.
and you go, I don't want to press
First,
charges.
there
I
was
love
a
this person,
push
and the police get
for
involved.
Jews to
It's
leave
bigger than you know.
that will
It's out of your
culminate in
hands. Yeah, somebody's
expulsion.
going to jail. Somebody's
Really
going to jail.
strong
Somebody got
push that
punched.
Jews
Somebody's
felt
going to jail.
unwelcome
And
in
they take
Europe.
kindly to people who
At the
hit
same
me.
time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was
and you go to jail.
an economic
You're getting
vacuum
shanked.
in
Yeah,
Eastern
I
Europe
saw
inviting
horrible
Jews in.
fucking
Literally,
this
leaders
past
of
week of
municipalities of
getting this
kingdoms
poor
saying,
man
please,
in like the
Jews, come
months,
here.
getting
We
these
will
guys over
give
and
you
over and then
privileges.
dragging his
We'll give
wife
you
on
tax
the
breaks.
all
We
just
will give
blood
you
is coming. Like they're just literally
specific,
dragging him by the feet,
legislation that you
on the
will want,
ground
like
and
the
making
right
this
to
weird
build a
squeegee
wall
noise.
around
Like,
your
oh no,
community, or
is
the
this
right to have a
an
monopoly on
American
X,
prison?
Y, or
Yeah.
Z. And so that
I
will
don't
be
know
like
which one.
a
Are they
vacuum,
filming?
an invitation
I don't know.
bringing
Yeah,
Jews in,
it was
pushing
like he
Jews
was
out,
the camera.
bringing Jews in. At the
Who's
same
got the
time,
phone?
we're going to talk about the
Maybe
pushing
they were
Jews
just
out
working on a
first.
movie.
Mr.
Maybe that
Pence.
was a future Wes Anderson. It could have been. They did a really good job because that blood was everywhere. It was pooling. It looked real. It was brutal. Was the guy like screaming? At the beginning he was, and then he stopped screaming.
Well, you're right, Mr. Pence. The first
Shanks.
Jews who were allowed to be full citizens,
You don't want
that
to
happens
swallow
in
one
the
of those
18th
things that would get
century.
stuck
We're
in your
talking about
throat.
1790 for the
Shank
Jews
like
of
that?
Bordeaux and Bayonne.
God, those are worth so
Southern
much on the
France.
secondary
We're
market.
still here like about 400
Yeah, I
years
wonder
earlier,
what you could
when
even sell
nobody
one. Like, what do you
has
think about that one in
citizenship.
the
There's
middle?
no
What
such
do you
thing as
think you
citizen
can
except
sell
maybe
that
the
thing
king
for? Like,
and
that's
maybe
scary.
his
Oh
wife.
my gosh.
And that's
Well,
basically it. Everyone else is a subject.
it's
So
just
maybe not
even
even
hard
his
to
wife.
think about.
Everyone
I
is a
mean,
subject of the king, right? That's
captures a
feudalism.
moment in
And
history.
all you can hope for is privileges
I
that
know, it
the
looks like
king
something George
gives you.
Washington was
So we're
using
still
or
in that
something.
period,
Maybe
right
back
up
in the
until you get
Revolutionary
to the
War
18th
time.
century. All right, let's look
Here's
at
some more.
one major factor in
More
the push
options.
for Jews
Oh,
Yeah,
out.
half a scissors.
The first is something
Wait,
called the
this one's just a
Crusades.
butter.
This is like a scene
Why
in
would it
history.
even
This is one of those
Yeah.
watershed
Yeah, you got all the
moments.
time in the
You know,
world in
watershed
jail. You can make
means
this
big term.
really sharp.
Sorry, actually, I
Just keep
grew up
on
near
rubbing
the
it on a
Arctic
towel or something. I
watershed.
think. I don't know how they
Anyone
actually. I don't
define
know how
that
they
term?
make them so sharp. You gotta learn
Mr.
how to
Silver?
do it.
No.
Well, they
Watershed
just have a lot of time
is
to like rub them on the
The
concrete.
earth, like
Oh,
when
yeah,
rain
the guy-
falls,
oh my
it either
gosh, did you
flows
see
toward a body of
Video
water
of
here
how
or a
many
body of
people
water
escaped from
there,
that
right?
jail?
Depends on the
Like,
elevation of a
That
particular
seems to
spot.
happen often in
And,
New Orleans. It
you know,
happened in
like where we are
Katrina's.
right now,
No.
we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually
Yeah,
flow
the prisoners, they got
towards the
stuck in that
east
jail. They just
into
left
the
them in
Atlantic
there.
Ocean,
Remember
right?
that?
Like in
Yeah.
the
And
beginning
then they moved all the
of
prisoners to like the top of
Kohelet.
a
So all the
highway.
rivers flow
And
to
then it
the
was just
sea,
like
and the sea is never filled.
500 prisoners
But
just on the
if
top
we were
of
to
an
move
overpass.
a
They're
little
like, if you move,
further
we'll
west
shoot
in
you.
this country, we would get to a different
gonna
watershed where all the
Maybe
water would
we'll
flow
shoot you in the
into
legs
the
and butt.
Mississippi River,
But
and then
yeah, they
down
ripped that
into
thing
the
out.
Gulf
And then they said,
of
all too easy.
something, right? What do
I
you
knew
call it?
it
Gulf
was
of?
pretty funny
Gulf of
about it.
America.
That was
There
like
you go.
Escape from Dannemora.
So
They
that's the
left
Gulf
a
of
little
America.
letter when
Or
they
for
escaped
the
from
west, it would be a
Dannemora as
watershed
well.
where
Is it like
flows
that?
the
Is it a
Pacific
little
Ocean.
more?
I happen to grow up in near the Arctic watershed,
It's a
north
little
of the
better
Arctic
than
watershed,
that.
where
Too
all
easy,
the water that
LOL.
rained,
I think
all
that's
the rain
fun, but
that
it's like
fell
maybe
where I
just a
grew up
little something
would
more
flow
than
into the Arctic
that.
Ocean
But
because
they're
it's
not like
north.
oh,
So
it
our watershed
is. They're
means
not
like
like
up
they're
until this
not
point,
political.
everything is
They're
going
not
this
like
way.
political
After this
prisoners.
point,
These
it's
are
going
guys
the
who
other
are
way.
probably
So if you think about that term
yeah,
as a historical term, the Crusades are one
Look
of
at
those
athleticism.
I don't think.
where
Got some jailbreak
beforehand,
punch up here.
people understand the world in such a way, afterwards, very
Proletarian
different.
elite,
Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11.
Come on, baby.
That's a huge watershed.
Give it to
in
me.
the
I
United
know what
States
you were
history
thinking.
that was just
Fuck.
before
I was talking to the other day.
born,
He
but
said
we
that
live in the
Nelson
post-9/11
Mandela
era.
should have been jailed.
Everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments.
See, that's kind of
It
great.
was after his beer
This guy,
podcast,
Pope Urban
huh?
II, in 1095,
Is that after a
he
couple
complains
making a claim
that
like that,
the
Grant?
holy
He's
city city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time.
You said you
They are
watched
not
Invictus.
allowing
You
Christian
said Matt
pilgrims
Damon should have played
appropriate
Nelson
access
Mandela.
And I was
to
like,
the holy
Thank
sites.
you. Okay,
Church of the
that's
Holy
all should be a little
Sepulchre,
clearer now.
various sites
that
that
was like crazy
Christians revere
talk.
in
And
a
I said,
very
like, in
significant way.
blackface.
And
Like,
he's like really upset about it.
Because then
He
you
reaches
plays as a
out
white man that's like
to
super
Christian
problematic, and you said
Orthodox, right? There are,
Oh,
don't
so
forget,
he
at this time,
didn't care.
1095, there are two
He doesn't want
basic
it to be.
major kinds of Christians.
He's an actor.
There are
He's an artist.
Catholics who are
Kind
ruled
of
from
defer to
Rome,
his
the Pope
expertise
in
a little
Rome,
bit.
and
I
there
respect
are
that part of your
Orthodox
argument
who
just
are
as
ruled
a
by
So you
7
guys were arguing.
patriarchs
that makes sense.
You
in
guys
the
were
Eastern
debating?
world,
Yeah.
sometimes
But
called
sweetie,
Greek
you were
Orthodox,
talking. Y'all were talking.
sometimes
What
called
you call
Russian
him on
or
the
Armenian
phone?
Orthodox.
Well, I was walking
It's
in
a different
Zilker
form
Park,
of
and Grant
Christianity
had set up a table that said
Catholics,
debate
but
me.
they both are Christian.
Grant, you're doing
faiths.
that
If you
shit.
want, it's not
He's
really
got a
appropriate to use the term
Oh my
denominations,
gosh.
but they are
And then,
two
and then
different
South
flavors
Africa
of
came up and
Christianity.
Mandela
And they
all
have
that. We were done
not
about
gotten along
apartheid.
well
And
for
then
the
he said
last
I
couple of
couldn't.
hundred
He said I
years.
couldn't do a
But
good
he
South
says to
African
them,
accent.
wow,
I
it's
said,
just so
sure.
awful that we're hearing about Christian
You want to
pilgrims
put you
not
in a
getting
headlock?
in
No,
to see
you
the Church of the Holy
fucking
Sepulchre.
Joanne
And
is big.
the entire
Joanne is
Christian
big.
world
Joanne
just,
is big.
you
South
know,
Africa.
resonates with that message.
There's
So,
only
yeah,
two
it is
rules.
terrible.
There's only
Pope
two
Urban
rules.
II calls for
Yeah, my way,
something
the
called a
highway. Joanne
crusade,
is big.
based on the word cross.
Who were the, who's that
crucifix,
wonderful band
saying
from
we
South
should all
Africa?
go there, we should
Diane
organize
Ward,
ourselves,
Diane Ward,
and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the nights in class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this is a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms
I
when
got so drunk
Christians from Western Europe
I took everything out of my pocket so I could jump
footholds
higher.
in
And I
the
lost
land
my
of
phone in my
Israel.
wallet.
I'm sure you visited
Did you jump
places
higher?
like
Of course you did, but I
Isari
still
and
love some
Akko and
possessions.
all
What'd you
kinds
do?
of
So you just
land,
emptied
and
your
where
pockets
you'll
right
see
in front
lots
of you and you
of
say,
different
and
portraits
I
and things.
walked away.
You'll also
Because
see
I was just
Muslim
blackout drunk.
fortifications
And I
against
took
the
everything out of my pocket
Crusaders.
so I could
Like,
jump
for
like a foot
example, the
higher.
walls
That's
around
hilarious. I love where
Jerusalem
your
were
head's at.
built
Yeah,
by
I mean,
the
that
Muslims
weighs you
trying
down.
to
I'm sure you
hold
could
off
jump
any
higher
future
without
attack by
shit all over your
Crusaders. They
Yeah,
went back and
Did
forth
I
for a
jump
couple
higher?
hundred years.
Undoubtedly,
Here you
that's
see,
not going to
and
be
by the way,
argument.
because they kept on
Did
getting,
I leave
they
my
made their
things?
way
Also,
down, they
100%.
took over the territory,
that
then
both
they
of
got
those
kicked
things
out,
have. Nobody
then
can
they made
debate
their way
Two
down
things
again.
can be
There
true
are
at once.
Two
multiple
things can be
crusades
true at
over
once.
They
several
are not
hundred
mutually
years
exclusive.
with
Casey's
a
jumping,
variety
what,
of outcomes.
12
Some
inches, maybe a
successful, some
little
not.
more without the stuff in the pocket.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
that.
Isn't that
Right, I'd say
surprising
about
how that
half a
happens?
foot
Mr.
more. What
Burke?
did you have in
So,
your pocket?
how did
My
Jews
phone
get
and
involved in
wallet,
this?
and my
Especially up
possessions.
here, you can see these
Of course,
stars
you
of
said.
David represent
Think about that, Grant. That's going to
very
weigh your ass
clever
down if
sort
you're
of
jumping
How did I
around,
lose?
around having fun. Especially
And
South
at
African
a
man.
certain
Yeah,
point,
room.
in
It also weighs me down in a
1096,
spiritual way.
the summer
Where
of
I go, God,
1096
why
in
are we all
particular,
on our
there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a
Typing
non
sucks.
jump so
where you
high,
have
Yolandi sees me.
wealthy
Oh,
knights who are able
Oh,
to
look, that's the
afford
fucking jumping high.
a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and
I
stuff like
can't
that
believe
to
it. Did you have a cool
finance a
haircut? I'm
long
sure her
trip
hair
across
looked
Europe.
great.
And then you
Saying
have
that to your
Does
Like
he
below,
cut her hair?
you
She
have
stood
the
on
dark
Ninja's
unwashed
shoulders, and then she
masses
jumped off
who
and
say, yeah, we want to
Kanye
do this too.
West.
We want to get
she
involved
ran
in
away.
it.
This
And
is
they come along
pre-crazy
for the ride.
So,
But
In
is that when
particular,
they had
in
the
the
weird story
northern
when he went to
Germany
visit him and it was weird.
Ashkenaz,
Yeah,
there are a
they
whole
play
bunch
basketball.
of these
Yeah.
individuals
There was like
led by
porno on the
people like
background. He's
Peter
like, do you want
the
some?
Hermit,
You want some
who are it's kind of like
banana
a
pudding?
rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a
There's like
popular
porno
preacher
playing
kind of
on the TV.
demagogue. And
well,
he
I jumped a
essentially
lot
says
higher,
to
and
these
then I was like, well,
crusaders,
that was
you
fun.
know,
And then I
wait a
walked
second,
away, and I woke up on
why
the side of the
are
road
we
with one
schlepping
crumpled dollar
all
bill
the
in my
way
pocket.
to
It's like
Jerusalem
I played a
to fight
So you saved the
infidels?
dollar?
Yeah,
I don't think he used the word
somewhere in
schlep,
that I saved
but you get the
$1
idea. Why are we
That's
taking
the
ourselves
only
in?
thing I had
Well, the
left.
whole point is that we're going to beat those
Is this the Bonnaroo,
unbelievers,
Casey, that
meaning
you feel
Muslims.
like you might have
Why
died
are we
and
going
had a
all the way
solid
to
dream
Jerusalem to do
after
it?
that?
We
Sure.
have
Yeah, I
unbelievers,
OD'd on
Jews,
Yeah, no.
right here on our very own
I OD'd in the
backyard.
front row of the Passion
And
Pit
so a lot of
concert.
these,
Sunstroke or
especially
something.
the less
And I'm
professional
pretty
crusaders,
sure
the less
everything that
disciplined
has happened
crusaders,
since then
they
has been a
start
Jacob's Ladder thing.
making these
Yeah.
religiously
Dude,
inspired
it
pogroms
could be a
that
possibility.
specifically targeted
I've gone.
these tiny
I've
little
been gone. Here's the thing.
Ashkenazic,
I've been gone. It's over 10 years now.
civilization outposts
So what
in
is? So
the
what does
northern
that mean?
Germany.
Who has become
This
my
is like
who
one
am
of those
I then?
I know. It's like you're a figment of my
stars in
imagination. This is
Ashkenazic
all
history
part of my
that
kind
we
of
will
death row.
remember
Grant, does
every
that scare you
week.
that we're literally, we could just be a part of
Which
Casey's
is
death
Abraham,
thing?
which we read on
That
Shabbos
makes
after
sense a
Yom
little.
Kippur,
What is reality,
specifically
right? It's
speaking
all a
to the
construct
horrible
of something,
massacre that
right?
occurred in
So
the
might as well
summer of
read my own mind.
1096,
It
and
could
then
be
onwards
Casey
for the
upon
next
her,
100
yeah,
years
my
on a
death
smaller
rows.
scale.
And it's
It's
it
going to be
doesn't mean
absolutely
your lives
awful.
don't
I'll
have
take you
worth.
through some of them.
Of course they
Mr.
do.
Goike.
Thank you, but we can't get it twisted and think it's anything
Well,
other than
the
at
more
the end of your
professional
life.
disciplined
Yeah.
soldiers, like
We've
they've got some
continued to
kind of
move
like,
on, but
they've got a
It's
plan.
see it for
They
what
want
it
to go to
is.
Israel.
One
They want
last
the glory of
cosmic gasp.
attacking
The stars
the
are falling
Muslims. They
down
want to
Earth,
bring
and the
back,
final comments, and they're
pieces of
clearing
the
the way
Holy
for
Cross and
something
things
new.
like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal,
Something
but the
beautiful. Something
lesser
beautiful's gonna happen
outfitted
soon.
and the kind of like
Really
they don't have
soon.
the same kind of
Something's
resources.
gonna
They can't
happen.
imagine
Wonderful.
paying
I've
for
been
that
getting
massive journey down
signs
there, but they
that
do want to get involved in
will
like
all be revealed.
the violence and all this. They say we'll
What are
just
we
do it right
talking,
here.
Casey? Quarter
Right here
three, quarter
in
four,
the
next
yeah,
year.
oh, man.
So
Horrendous.
Q2 has come to almost an unceremonious close.
I know it's weird. It's weird.
and it feels weird to say.
So I think
wow,
that
there goes
if you
another
ask the
quarter out
Crusader,
the window.
he would
Yep.
say the goal was to
If I had to
reclaim
go with
the
my
Holy
gut feeling,
Land.
I think we have at least one more quarter to
And
go. So
maybe
it's a
aside
break
then, it
Q4.
would be the
God's
fact
gonna
that we
show.
show those
Okay.
unbelievers what they
He's gonna
do.
show us.
But by the way,
Around
where you see this
Thanksgiving or
especially
Christmas
clearly
time,
in the
people, Jesus
Rhineland
was saying
massacres
he's gonna come
is
back on
because
Christmas
Jews
because
were
that's
given
the
the
biggest
option, convert
That's when he was
or
born.
die.
That's when he
This
was
is
born
the option of
canonically.
get
That's
baptized,
when he was born
which would
Christmas Day.
represent a
That's
victory for
that
Christianity
could
if
come
these Jews
back.
become
That's what we
Christians,
But
or
we
get
don't
killed.
really know.
So it has
But we're not
definitely a
quite
very
sure.
strong
It's not
religious
exactly
root.
sure.
The messages I get
Demagogic
are
and
very muddled.
violent and all kinds
So
of
it can
nasty
be hard to
things, but
even tell
nevertheless
what's going
religious
on. It
at
was
its
like the movie
core.
where the ghosts are coming through the static with
Right,
I think
right.
Kevin Bacon
Okay,
was
so
in that one. That's
Says
kind of a
Mr.
scary
Crusader's
movie
right,
a little
flipping
bit.
all the way
If you
down
think
there.
about
It
it,
was
ghosts
right
being
here.
in
Here's another
static.
image
Is
from
it
that
Pulse?
time. And we have a
Star
lot of
Echoes.
chronicles, by the way. We have source material
Rather Star
sort of
Echoes was a
written
Pulse, was
by
it Cairo?
Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews
Yeah,
as
I don't
well,
know.
which largely
Shit.
corroborate some of the most horrific aspects
Look, Grant.
of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May
Are
through
you gonna be
June,
able to? Was that one
specifically
okay,
the
Grant?
time when they were at their
I mean,
most
is
intense,
there
the beginning of the
AC going
Crusades.
in here? I
There
mean,
would
it's
be,
like
as I
a
mentioned,
sweat
later
box.
Crusades
Look at this.
also
Hey, do you see
had,
this? I'm sweating. I'll be
violence
right back.
against Jews attendant upon
You
it.
see
You
this
recall in the lecture where we looked at
This is
Ashkenazi
grass,
genetics, we saw all those Jews throwing down the
Look
well.
at this.
So that
That's
was
real.
as
That's real.
part of the
I'm
Second
sweating.
Crusade.
I'm
There's
sweating
a
under my
tremendous
boob
story of
area
our
and my
Rabbi Tom
hands
being
are
involved
freezing.
in one of these crusades as well. And
Casey,
wounded absolutely
I have some bad
horrific.
news.
The three main towns, however, that
Well,
are
I
the
got worse news
epicenter
than that.
are called Speyer, Worms, and
I
Mainz.
got
They're
a
known as
blood
the
test
Sturm
back.
communities by
And
acronym.
let's just
These
say
are three
somebody's
really small but
A1C,
important old
which I
Ashkenazi
is
settlements.
with your
Remember,
blood.
Ashkenaz at this point only
Is
has been around for about
5.8, and
200
let's just
years.
say, you know what that
and
means?
there's
That
still,
means I'm
Maybe
pre-diabetic.
a few thousand Jews in each one
Yeah,
of these
dude.
places.
So
And
it's
nevertheless,
like, am I
they would
really
say that
gonna
were
be fucking
most
forced to drink this
powerfully
bullshit
attacked
the
at the
rest of my
beginning.
life? I
Why
would
are your
agree.
hands
The
shaking?
Jewish
You're again at
response
some point or something.
is
His hands are
fascinating
freezing.
and says a lot, I think, to
You don't even
the
want to feel this one right now.
formation, one might suggest,
It's
of
literally freezing,
Ashkenazic
right?
culture.
Grant,
Yes,
we
question.
almost lost a friend today. Yeah, Grant. Wait,
Yes,
what is
definitely.
this?
That was
Can't
where
be-
Rabbeinu Gershom
That's
studied, for
your
example. So
hemoglobin.
these are
That's
significant
stuck to you.
towns. They're not
20
far away.
days.
They're small by our standards, but
Your hands
still
are really
big
cold.
by a very good century.
Yeah, it's kind of been
so
a thing I've
This is
dealt
where
with for
one of the
Got it from his
oldest
grandma.
techniques
Yeah, I got it from my
that
grandma.
Ashkenazim developed, Jews in
So,
general, but Ashkenazim in
But
particular,
we'll see, Casey. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to be able to live a life
there are
where I
two
can't eat my
basic
Snickers
strategies. Let's
bars
say
or whatever at
there are
night.
three
Yeah, we
basic
got to think
strategies
about quality of
that
life,
you
right?
can possibly think of when
If you
you're
get
confronted
diabetes,
by a
I mean,
threat. What do you think those
what's the
three
point if you
strategies
can't be
are?
the old you? I hear you, and then I'm just not going to want to live.
Pay 'em off.
Sure,
Thank you.
we're going to
Thank
put you.
Fight back.
well,
What
it's gonna-
happens if
yeah,
you fight back?
somebody's going to put me somewhere, nobody's going to tell anybody else, and
You'll
then I'm going to
probably
be gone.
you'll be
You're going to get lost in the system.
overwhelmed
Yes,
by the numbers,
literally
right?
and
Because we're talking about
figuratively, I'm going to get lost
masses
in the
of
system.
pogromists who are
Red
attacking
Band
small
makes a
communities,
crusade.
who are
Finally,
not,
he goes
inclined
into the
militarily.
metaverse. He goes into his VR world.
There is an
And
argument
I
to
was
be made,
trying to find
and we
you.
do see it happening
Everybody's
in
looking
the
for my ass.
1900s, the pogrom waves that swept through Russia,
Drug-induced
that you might actually
VR.
scare them off by
I'm gonna
showing
be
a little bit
somewhere
of
where you're
backbone.
gonna have to
But
find
early
me.
on,
This is just
the
not
Ashkenazi
good.
Jewish communities, with
You're gonna
very,
have to
very
find
few
me.
exceptions,
Gator might be
basically
with
said
me.
fighting
But
back
Gator might
is
not
not
be
our
with
best
me.
option.
It's hard to
We're
say.
going to get
When
Are
I'm
you
gonna
taking her with you?
Oh, yeah, take her
if
ass
we
with me.
fight back.
You're
We
not
need
gonna
to
know
rely
about it.
on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Ashkenazi Jews in particular started
Yeah,
doing
Gator's
even
gonna have a
until
dinner suitcase
the
and a little business man suit, because she's
we
gonna have
have
to
a
get a job.
long
She's gonna
history
have to
of
get
military
together.
resistance that goes back to
Yeah,
biblical
not gonna
times.
be able to work till Gator's
Basically,
gone.
living as a minority in the past, set it aside as a strategy.
You'll be the best boss
Since the
baby you can
Maccabee,
be.
no one should know
Gator,
it.
we gotta
Since
keep.
the revolt against Rome,
She
since
needed
Bar
to tell
Kokhba,
us
second
story.
century, they set aside
Little Christmas
military
kiss.
policy. That's why, by the way,
Christmas
maybe
kiss
we'll
on a
get to it
Sunday
at the end of the
morning.
semester. That's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time we really organized ourselves to bring the world to our show
Oh my gosh,
with
when recently?
what we had
Like Christmas?
in ancient periods.
Yes.
But that's not what's going to happen
But it's
in the
basically.
medieval period as well. The other
I'll just
possibilities
combine
are,
all my songs.
by the way,
Do you have multiple right now?
yes,
Yes.
we have lots of life of
Alright, so
not
this is
always
7
possible
songs.
though. They're all designed by your family, by your children.
Because
By the
I'll
way,
be
with
walking
all
around
of
my
them,
house.
they're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option.
They'll start singing a
The third
song,
option
and I
is
never
to
get to the
drive
second
the
verse.
criminals.
So
Try
this
to
is 7
take your way out of
songs.
it. This is what one of my students
One
once memorably said.
Ready?
This is the
Fuck you,
feed or
Santa.
flee strategy.
You didn't read
Remember
that.
that?
MGM
Flee.
into my
Either
will.
pay
If I
or
die,
run away.
everything
Those
go
are the
36.
two basic options that Jews use.
Wow.
So typically, like you see, for example, in the city of Köln,
MGM.
in April of that year,
Gambling?
they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the crusaders and saying, "Hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the ceremony, that stuff we talked about. But we appreciate the desire to live the Holy Land for the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold. Help you finance your military endeavors." And they were able to successfully
That's good. I want to get
avoid
bored out with my
massacre, at
son.
least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of
If you knew my son
the tax
was sick,
structure
why'd you
that
put
the
him on
emperor
the
wanted to
bus?
protect.
If you knew my son was sick, why'd you
But
let him go
later
to school?
on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. And transpire in many
And I'm
of them.
just looking for the dude who busters with the tattoo machine. I want to
in the
buy that. Seems like a hell of a place to get a tattoo.
Many Jews who were
I'm
outside
gonna
the
go to
synagogue
Dark on
were
a date.
killed
Must
by
have my
the
county.
crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many
And
of
we
them
can show you a good
chose
game there, Casey. We went there
died
a couple
rather
weeks
than
ago.
stand.
It's the guy
In fact,
here
what we will see
dishing up the
happening
coins, and you can
some
see
of
the
these
coins on the
carnivals,
fall
which is
down
absolutely
the
horrific
levels.
and hard to imagine, but you see very clearly in the
And it's a
chronicles
very good
that
tickets.
So many tickets.
Pretty
in
good,
the
but it's
shade
almost sad.
frequently chose
Where you
suicide
redeem the tickets, and
over
it's like
baptism.
bullshit. You get
This
like a
was
little
like
squirt gun.
an incredibly dramatic moment
Outside
where you have
trees.
situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire.
It's like
Inside
the David
would
Buster's
actually
is
take out knives,
It
slaughter
is.
their own children before they took their own lives,
Some
and the
cities
crusaders would set fire to the building that had
Yeah, it was really fun. It was actually
absolute horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, "Can you believe these Jews are amazing that they would rather kill themselves,
It's like good for the
would
family.
rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism."
Sounds like
Gentlemen, I would
sitting
hazard
like in school.
as
Something
something for you to think about further.
If you know he was
that define Ashkenazi
measles
culture. From the 1800s onwards, much of Ashkenazi culture sort of started words begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally an
West Side.
West Side. We must protect ourselves at all costs and everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to be kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions shortly.
West Side.
Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, if you discuss last semester. Their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and the Jewish world.
West Side.
Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving Jewish identity.
I like it. It's got a little thing from ice cream person.
Sword in the sand, saying, if you force someone on me, I will
Enjoy,
myself.
The fair,
Sephardim
dude, we're
say,
talking to
give me your worst, they'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of,
we had a shorty need a foot one, excuse me,
jiu-jitsu, and find
slathered
a
in
way to
mustard,
keep my Jewish identity,
cheeseburger,
despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies.
taco, burrito, what
So
fair?
it was inspired that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of the Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and it's become kind of like a major theme of the faith. Finally, in Florence, the Jews at this time, they go to the
Damn, bitch.
bishop has a big fortified castle, and so Jews protect it. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted nothing to do with it. They wanted nothing to do with it. Allegations of blood libel and, bizarre ideas that the Jews had been massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite was supposed to be preserved, so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop said,
I want
"Here,
some of
come on
that.
in, I'll take care of you guys."
Now they judge the table setting, and it's like, you're missing a fork or something. I'm like,
castle, and they massacred 800 people there.
how to do the table if you're
You
entering
have
a competition.
more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In mind, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a quick track. I remember which town it was, maybe they'll come up with my notes here. So one town, they actually arrested one of the rabble rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence was ran over even the bishop, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. So when you wake up, this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, is a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought. Count Fumiko is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave, and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, "You're not coming into our land. This is crazy. You come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of Christianity."
My sister thinks we're doing this with my daughter.
So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting. What happens for those who accepted baptism
Dallas County
rather
Fair
than
to the rodeo.
submit to
There's
killed,
nuts. You're
or
gonna love it.
certainly then decide to commit suicide? There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world.
I went.
What do we do with these people? I mean,
I went to the Dallas
Christians,
County Fair and I
as
got a
those of you who are in the
personalized
credit
shirt
class remember
that
well,
had a horse on it.
are sort of
Yeah, and it
trapped
said,
in this
like,
ideology
Mommy's-
that once
Mommy's little
a
rocket or
person is
something. And I
baptized,
gave it to a fan
even
at
if
St.
it was done
Nashville.
without his or her
And
consent,
if you have
they
that
are
shirt,
now
Really bad.
magically Christian. It's a
At
sacrament.
the very least,
They
it's
can't
sure
take it
so
back.
Casey knows it's okay, but mail it
And,
back to his ass.
So
Yeah,
the
let me
church
know
was
if
kind
you
of like,
ever
well,
wear
they're
it.
not
And if you-
allowed to
let's do the
forcibly
90
baptize
the
these
90-90
Jews, but
If you haven't
now
used
that
it in
they
the
did
last
it,
90
they're
days, you're
Christians.
not going to
They
use
have
it in
to
the
keep them
next
as
90
Christians.
days. Mail it back.
Emperor Henry IV
It's
said,
like
no,
I
that's
see, like, if it's
ridiculous.
literally sitting
I'm
in a
letting them
drawer
go
or
back to
something
their
that's a
Jewish
waste,
communities.
send
And
it back to his
he got
ass.
in
It's
trouble with
Casey's
it
shirt,
because
by
the
the
Pope
way.
says, hey,
It
who
was
says
never, it
that
was
you,
never
the
your
Russian emperor,
as
what
much
right
as
do
you
you
want it to
have
be. It
to
never
say
was and it never will be
anything
because you
about
didn't earn
Christian
it, right?
theology?
You didn't earn it.
But even on the
And,
Jewish
you didn't
side,
go to the fair in case you would have
there
gone
were
for
many
really sweet.
prominent
You
Jews
said
at
sure,
the
never
time,
really. That's honestly
largely
what it is.
overruled by the Rishonim
So
that
we
were
keep to
familiar
that.
with Rashid,
If you haven't
perhaps
wear it,
the
but if you
most
haven't wear
important
it,
of them.
If
He
you
died in
haven't wear it, you wear it a
1104,
lot, and
so
people talk
the
about it. They're like,
crusade, the first crusade was part of the
only
last,
under that
thing that he had to deal
only
with in his
under
life.
those circumstances.
can you keep it?
There
to be
were
honest.
significant
You have
debates.
to be honest,
Maybe
there's no
once
lying.
they're
I can smell
baptized,
a lie on
especially
you.
if they
You're such a
volunteer to
bad
be
liar.
baptized rather than be killed, maybe
Yeah,
now they are
I fucking
Christians.
told Casey
Maybe
the
we
other day,
should
dude,
accept
I
them back.
shit last night, and I
Maybe
swear to God, he looks
you're
at me,
only
he's like,
allowed
"Nah,
to have egg while you have war, right? You can't be allowed to.
he knew I was
You have to
lying.
be
I was like,
forced
dude, you
to
haven't
give
shit
up your life to them. Nevertheless, the
I said, you
consensus
haven't been
developed
drinking for
over
I
the
said,
course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do.
Oh,
The
Grant, we
consensus
lost
felt
coverage.
that, yeah, we'll allow
Gosh.
them to come back. We'll allow
Grant,
them
the
to
TV
consider
just restarted.
Jews. We'll consider this as
Grant.
donation
Oh,
or
it's there.
situation
Okay.
they're not
Don't worry.
No.
responsible
Are
for
we
that
still
decision.
live on Patreon?
Okay.
Yeah.
Arguments,
Oh
discussions.
my gosh.
Anything
Maybe
on
not.
that?
I don't even know the
Well, this is a
background
disaster.
Clear as the sun
Yeah,
at
losing
noonday.
Patreon people. I mean, this is a disaster.
They're dropping
What's going on with the power?
Grant.
Is it all out everywhere?
Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you
Look
mean.
at this athleticism.
Are we still?
I
We're still
don't
recording.
know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that Rishonim are that, you know, baptism.
Hurry, don't be late.
has no impact.
Look at this athleticism. I said,
Hold on, Gator needs to leave.
you go dance in the dark.
She does
Walking through the park.
Gator, I can tell you're lying. You haven't shit for 48 hours.
Throwing game signs
You
up.
can see her little doo-doos.
Everybody knows where
So,
the game signs up.
Oh, it's a sweet little kiss bar. They
We'll
don't
go
break it, right?
dancing in the park.
They're crazy.
Walking
We
through
tried
the
to sneak her into the fair,
And
but it didn't work. It's so
reminiscing.
sad.
They
I
found her.
said,
Yeah,
what?
they found her ass.
Bitch, West Side.
I had a sweatshirt on her leg in my sweatshirt. I'm feeding her pieces of
We'll
corn and
go
stuff. And
dancing
somebody
in the
working at the
park.
fair is like, what is that, a dog?
Walking
in your
through the
sweatshirt?
park and
What if it
reminiscing.
is? He's like, okay, get out.
Reminiscing. Hurry, don't be late. I can hardly wait. I said to myself, when we're home,
Except the one woman
we'll
didn't
go
give me a return save
dancing
because we
dark.
came
It's
back and
ironic.
forth every different
Walking
time.
through
Twice
the
the
park
second time.
and
I didn't have return save.
reminiscing. I
I
said,
Oh, yes.
reminiscing.
Yeah.
I said,
reminiscing.
I said,
Oh, yes. Little
reminiscing.
Brenda boy.
How does this song go about Gator again?
Bear in mind that
We'll
the
go
month
dancing
I
in
haven't
the
done enough
park.
century,
Let's
Walking through the park and reminiscing. Look at this move.
America invaded Iraq. Operation Desert Storm, I think it was. Right?
Little dog.
Iraqis referred to Americans as
Yesterday.
crusaders. They're thinking
Yesterday. You could
You know,
win.
here are Muslims running their own business.
I got
Jerusalem, it's not even clear how they're praying with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe down here in their big metal armor and their forces and stuff like that, and like they make a war
Alright,
with us.
that's my
So
grand.
they
And her
regard
tummy's
the
pink.
West
And her belly
as
is pink.
being like
Yeah.
I've told Gator if I was a dog and she was my mom, I would
something that's
drink
happened for the
milk
last
out of her
millennium,
bosom.
largely
I've told her
because
ass that.
I would drink milk out of a bosom.
I would 1000%. If I'm a dog, if I'm a little dog and that's my mom, I'm drinking
If you're
the
her
milk.
puppy.
Yes, if I was her puppy, I'd drink milk out of her.
Is she even able to
Yeah, so you gotta take
conceive?
this
No,
class
no,
to
she's-
class.
she's
That's you do have
No,
this
it's kind
big,
of sad that we
this
we kind
big
of
tall,
Uh,
that's a little bit
it
sad.
goes.
kind
It's just, hold on. Yeah,
What's the one else?
it goes up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, God, let's meet.
Gator would be a wonderful mod. So I
We
don't know.
wanted her to have a little sacky little
But
coming.
that's it.
Oh,
It's
Gator,
an
they'll
interesting
tell me
period
with
of time.
Nakisaki, we make her do push-ups every day.
You think right now everybody's getting along?
And then,
Hurry, don't be late.
yeah,
I
Grant,
said
Thank you.
to
This is
myself,
really
you're
good.
so
This is a
lovely.
fresh,
Yeah,
fresh.
I
Mhm.
would
People
love
want
that.
to see
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
America is
I'm feeling a little better.
history in many ways.
Really? Suddenly it doesn't matter that I lost $2,500
So
at
good
the
argument.
casino.
There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe you would like.
2,500. No, it's probably not that high, thank God.
Well,
It's probably about 16.
case in point, right?
What? Just in the.
Okay,
in the
let's just one weird thing here. So
No,
one of the immediate
It's probably
cultural
realistically
expressions
$1,200
of
over the course
Jews
of
in
3
the
or 4 months.
post-Crusade era
It's not that
that had
bad.
a
It's not even
long-lasting
that
effect was a moment called the
You
Hasidic
can easily win that back in a night.
The
I
term
could win that
Hasid,
if
of
I'm doing
course,
$5
is biblical in
bets. You better
origin.
believe. If
You
you're
see
doing
it all
$5
over
bets,
Tanakh.
you could get it
It
back. We actually bought
basically means
scratchers at
someone
the
who
fair. We
goes
still
like
haven't done
beyond
it
the
yet. I
letter
got
of
a
the
good
law.
feeling we got a
But it
winner
has
in
been
those things.
used
When are we
so
even going
many
to do the
times in history.
scratchers?
Yo,
The followers of Yehuda Maccabee were
Isn't there
called
an app
Hasidim. The
For the
Melech calls
California
himself
lottery?
Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century
I hope
Hasidic
there is. I
movement,
mean, did
Chabad,
we spend
Satmar,
that
those
money?
guys.
Did we spend that
But
money?
this is a
And we
different
can't even
movement.
use
This
it
happens
anymore? I
to
mean,
use the
like,
same name.
doesn't even want
They
to hear about
flourished
this.
for about
Fucking
100 years,
Jesus.
right
Now
after the
she's sick as a
Crusades.
pig.
Most
She
of
is sick
their
as a they don't eat.
writings are
Big
focused
sick.
in one book, Sefer
Didn't see
Hasidim.
any pigs having sex this year. There was always
Fascinating
one
book.
thing at the fair.
Historical
We saw
level.
baby ones.
Sorry?
So you know that they did have sex at some point.
And we
Yes,
saw the
Yehuda
pig
Chassid is
races
one of the
and
major
the guy
authors of
would
this,
sing
also
songs
his father.
between every race.
This is
I saw
a
the big
fascinating
races
book
at the Dallas
on a
County Fair, which
historical
you guys
level
would
as
love.
well, because
This is the same day I got
it
that
includes
wonderful shirt
all
we were talking
kinds
about.
of
That woman
interesting
does. She doesn't need to sit
stories
back.
about
She's
things
at
that
90.
happened
Yeah, she
in
does.
Ashkenaz at this time.
They did the big race. It
Fascinating
was so
religious
funny
work
because
is
they had little
basically sort of
names. It was
a
like
mixture of
Mr.
Musar
Oinker,
and
number
Halacha
1.
about how you should
Spasmataz,
behave,
number 2.
and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it
Yeah,
into
ours were
Halacha,
different.
It's like
but
country
nevertheless is kind of like
stars.
advice
It was
given
good. It
by
was fun. Like Dolly
by the
Piggin.
followers of
Exactly,
Hasidic
yeah.
Ashkenaz.
Yeah.
What is especially
funny.
unique about it, though,
Yeah.
what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenaz tradition, which is very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, you know, we have to do
I
more
moved this
tshuva.
in with my friend once. I'm not going to tell you guys
It's
about it.
so
But it didn't work.
different from
Can
much
you
of
say
the
at least if it
modern
was
day Hasidus.
worth
We're
it or
talking
not?
about
I
Chabad,
didn't feel
for
it
example,
because I got a
which is,
big rush from
all
it.
the Hasidus are
Really?
really much more about joy and
I
about
moved to Zen
you know,
once when I was
camaraderie and
using.
singing. No way.
My
These
gosh, does it like
Hasidic
make your
Ashkenaz
butthole
were really
feel
into
like
like self-mortification,
it
like
just hurts?
literally
Yeah, we
rolling
left
in
it in there for
snow.
maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And we
Fasting
both
was
said
a
we should
big
take these
deal.
out, right?
Lots
We
and
did.
lots of fasting.
Oh my
And
gosh,
even
it
like
did get
after
trapped
death,
in there.
customs like
I just pushed
you
it
know
out the
putting
way
in
you
your
push anything
will
out
that
there.
you
Oh,
want
really?
your coffin dragged along the street
hurry,
to
don't be
the
late.
burial
I
as
said,
a
what?
last
I
chance
can
Maybe I
to
should
make
try
it.
that because I got a couple
Let
more
me
things.
those kinds of things
say
show up in
well,
the
Stop,
Hasidic
don't tell me
Ashkenaz
that.
movement. It
So
is
Love
kind of like a
that
cold, dark period, anyways, culturally. But Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating.
But it's making
You can look
I
at it.
can't really do them
It's
anymore.
short-lived,
I do them on
but
flights.
certain
And
ideas
they make
definitely
it
do
hurts.
find
My
their
mouth's
echoes
all
later
messed
on
up.
in Hasidic world.
On your
I think
bottom
I
side,
have
or
here, I don't
the
have the
bottom,
images.
like it hurts my
It
teeth
is
now.
at this
And I
point, by
thought
the
it was
way,
because I
where
got a different
the
flavor.
Hasidic
When I went back to
Ashkenaz
Zen's,
have
still
this
hurts as bad.
influence
It's like my
on
teeth are real shallow.
not portraying
We'll don't do
women's
them anymore. Yeah, I
faces
gotta
in
stop, man.
particular.
It's not good. I
That
agree with you.
in the
It's
artwork that we have from the time,
Canada,
although
you can
I
only
have
get
them,
them
I
on
think,
the
later on
counter.
in this lecture.
You
Maybe
can
I'll
only
put it
get
in
them
the
at
videos.
pharmacies.
A lot of the artwork
What?
Yeah,
will
they
show
patches.
women
Yeah, they
with
basically treat them
animal
like
heads
patches.
rather
You have to
than
get them at
with
pharmacies. They don't sell them
heads.
anywhere else.
I'll try and find it later.
Did they also teach you about these bags of
Sometimes
cigarettes
all
up there
people,
where
not
it's just
just
people
women, but
dying?
especially women.
I wish I
And
brought a
that also
cardamom.
happens
Thank
today
God.
too. The idea is like more,
Full flavor.
we're not sure exactly what the
But how
idea
nice
is.
you brought one.
But most
Yeah, I
viewers
brought
say
it,
it has to do with
thankfully.
the idea
Thank
of
God.
like more
But yeah,
serious,
all the
not
cards will
right
show
to look
someone
at the
with like
face
a
of women
rotten
and stuff
foot.
like that.
You're like, I didn't know smoking
Yeah,
caused that. They get gangrene like in their butt. Well, Casey, am I ever going to be able to
Because I
stop?
see the
I don't even know.
astronauts.
Hard
Well,
to
it
say.
was
You
kind
ain't
of
never
like
going
an
to stop.
intellectual
Yeah, maybe I'm
religious
never going to stop,
movement.
but until
There
I'm
were
forced to
several
stop when something
prominent
bad
rabbis
happens.
who were deeply
Yeah, you
involved
lose
in
like
it
your
and
one of your
influential.
first taste of
Goodness
whatever
So
you
we
wake
could
up
follow
on.
it, you know? People thought
Walk
that
into
that's
the
how you
park.
express your Judaism. Nowadays, we
Yeah,
express our
yeah,
Judaism
We'll
but
by
see.
like,
I don't
you
know.
know,
I've got to somehow get the
hurry
movie
up,
over
be
from
late.
from
I
Robert.
said, I can hardly wait. I said to myself, oh, oh, we're gonna get to die. Pockets full of pockets, and we do I said, what? I'm hardly wait. I said to myself, oh,
Okay, see, we'll miss you though, but again, it's like, we can
Correct. So it stands to reason
well,
that
they
zero
hit the party.
influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening in the Black Death.
It's a beautiful thing. I'm moving to Chicago to follow my Chicago Cubs. Which will be so fun.
No
I think
way to
they are
know
so fun.
for sure.
I'm so excited they have
No
a
way
big
to know for sure. But
homestand,
I
so
would
I'm going
think
to spend
it
the
did
summer
survive.
in Chicago.
Their writing,
I'm going to get
which
dog,
indicated they were
and
circulating.
I'm going to live my destiny.
Like a real dog or a hot dog?
Yellow dog.
Okay.
Oh, hot dog. Hot dog, of course.
Look at this
I
athleticism.
don't have to care for a
You
freaking
have
to
dog.
find a way to measure that.
Look at this
I know.
move.
Puppies are forever.
Look at these.
Yep.
Look at these moves. Look at this move. They're very athletic.
But yeah, well,
I
that
can
will be so much fun.
hardly
Have a wonderful time in
wait.
Chicago. I'm excited, and it should not interrupt the podcast. But just know, if you guys are in bed and you're thinking, "Where's Casey?" I'm in Chicago.
Yeah.
No,
About
Walker
a particular
didn't know
like
that.
that, yeah.
Yeah, he's in Chicago.
Look at this move.
No longer in Austin, and it'll probably be cooler. You're going at a very good time because now it's getting very hot here.
Yeah,
I don't know. Could be.
You're going at a
Tell me
prime time.
why can't you?
I know.
Okay,
It
let's
gets
go,
so
Geyser.
insufferable to live here during the summer. I figured,
The
why don't
next
I get out of
the whole
Dodge?
point of
I'm
today's
gonna
lecture
summer in
is to
Chicago.
illustrate
Good for you.
exclusionary pressures.
Yeah, it was
right?
already 100.
That
It's already
reasons why
fucking
Jews would
hot
want to
as
leave
it's
Western
already
Europe.
hot as hell.
Crusades,
It's no
fairly
way to live,
focused
and I
violence
refuse to do it anymore.
associated with
And
the
you don't
crusade
have to,
itself.
Casey. And this is the
Jews
beauty
were
of it.
able
You don't
to,
Love that little
over the
baby.
course of the next couple hundred years, sort of
He's
see
just
when
a
these things were
baby.
developing,
I found
reach
a
out
roach
well
on
in
the front
advance to
door
authority
as I was
figures
leaving
to
last
try and
night,
protect
and
them.
then I
It
tried to hit
helped
it with my
quite
shoe,
often
and it
that
screwed
you
away.
didn't
And then I
have the
get
same
in
kind
that
of big
place last
massacres
night,
that you did in
and it was
1096,
fucking on
but
the
there were other
inside,
things
on the
happening
inside
at
of the
the
door.
time.
Oh.
So one of the most
And it was a
awful
horrible
of
one.
the
It was
developments of
huge.
this era was something called the
We get
blood
those
libel,
in the
which I'm
summer.
sure
We
you
get
have heard of,
huge
because
roaches in
unfortunately
Texas.
it is
Thank
a
God I
myth
killed
that
the thing.
continues to this
I
day.
killed it. I
This
hit
is
it
a map from the
number of
Encyclopedia
times.
Judaica
And
that
it was
shows you
horrible. And I had to
the
pick it up with a
places
little
in
tissue
Europe
paper by
that
its little
had
whisker.
a blood
And I had to
libel
make sure it's really dead
with
before
the
I pick it up by the
centuries
whisker because I
when
think it's
they
going to crawl
occurred.
on my
You
own.
can see the numbers in
Yeah, it was sickening.
circles are
Yeah, I
the
smushed a
19th
cricket
and
in my closet
20th
last night. It
centuries.
was on one of my
So
favorite
there's
shirts. I said,
definitely an ongoing persistence
You're afraid of
of
a
this
cricket.
bizarre
crickets, they will
idea.
get in your
It
bed and they
started
will crawl in
first
your
up
ears and lay
here
eggs.
in Norwich,
I don't want to be the first one to
right
say
here
it. I shouldn't even have
in
to say
the
this. And it's like
actually
you're
the
hearing a little
earliest one is in
violin all the time.
1144. The story goes,
He's just rubbing his
and
legs.
this is
And,
basically
it
repeated
would feel
over and
kind of
over
good
again,
if he itches
that
some wax.
the
I
Jews
know, like a freaking
need
Q-tip.
to
Yeah, like a
kill,
permanent
God
Q-tip.
forbid, a
Oh my God,
Christian
I would
child.
let him stay if
There's
it was up
actually
here for like a
two
permanent ear
distinct
orgasm.
charges. The first one is called
You know what weird
ritual
happened to me the other
murder,
day with the Q-tip? I'm
and
doing the
later
Q-tip like I
it
do,
develops into
and then
what's
I
called the blood
get it out,
libel.
and then I noticed something right here on my
Ritual
chest.
murder
And I'm like, what
is
is
this
that?
idea that, well, why
Boogers or
would
something, because I was
we
doing
need
some
to
snot
kill a Christian
rockets.
child?
What
Well,
is
the
that?
reason is because,
And it's an earwax.
as the
Ew.
It had gotten out of my
crazy
ear. That had
theory
never happened. Normally
goes,
it stays on
and
the
for those of
cotton
you
part of
who are
the
going to
ear.
be watching this and recording,
Really
not
weird
true.
stuff. I'm
Jews
thinking
don't
about
do
going to
this
get my
stuff.
ears cleaned
But
down.
I
and
think
the
that'd be so
churches, by the way,
I'm
say
gonna
this
go do
over
it,
and
I
over
think
again.
today or
Popes are
tomorrow. Be
constantly
careful,
publishing
dude.
bulls saying,
That's
no,
what happened to the
that's true. Don't
freaking
believe those crazy
news
people who
reporter
say this
woman who
happens.
ended up
But
getting
nevertheless, it is
some
one of
sort
those
of
things
surgery,
that
and then it made it so
is
she couldn't
hard
see
to
anymore,
root
and then
out
she killed
of the
herself.
psyche once
That's
it gets in there.
LASIK, not even
Oh,
LASIK.
okay,
The
nah,
charge
yeah.
is that Jews need
Okay,
to
okay.
ritually
Yeah, it's a
murder
LASIK
a
crew.
child
It
Yeah,
ruined
you
in
your
can
order
see
life.
to
anymore. And she's like, I gotta be a news reporter, but
reenact
you can read the
the
cards or
passion,
whatever anymore. And she's
meaning
fucking
the
into it.
crucifixion of the
Well, I'm not
founder of
doing that, but
Christianity.
you're not doing
That
LASIK, so you
because
don't have to
Jews
worry. I was
so
off on that.
hate
Yeah, no
Christians,
LASIK.
they
You can
want
never
to
use
do that
iritis.
same thing
I have iritis that
again,
wouldn't go near my eyes. It's a
specifically
liability.
around Passover, right? That's the
With the
season of
lasers,
the
not a
Passion. The
chance.
term
It
Passion
would,
refers
if
to
anything, it would
whole story of
refract the beams.
And
It
so,
would make them blind.
whenever it
Cyclops.
happens, unfortunately, and it does
Like
happen,
Cyclops from X-Men who
you know,
married.
young children, God forbid,
This is
are
Cyclops.
This is
kidnapped,
Cyclops. This is
frequently
Cyclops Storm.
abused, and then
This is
murdered.
Cyclops
Such
Storm.
things happen, of course, even in our own day. So, you know, people are really upset. And they
Warriors,
say,
a
who
bunch
did
of
this
fun, and
terrible
again,
thing?
this
And
is
someone says, I
could be the
bet it
last
was the
one
Jews.
ever.
Right?
No,
Heard
it
the
might be
Jews
the
do
last
this.
one.
It is
We're thinking
April
about
after
it.
This is
all.
episode
It must be
128.
part of
Thanks
the
for tuning
ritual
in.
murder. And the
Thank
story
you.
goes out.
And we
And
gotta
then what
thank
happens
Kyle.
afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder really begins in 1144, and it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to it. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, you know, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day, missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh man, but even though how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victims. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different reasons. By the way, I'll show here's like this really crowded map of how many places have blood libels.
All right, well, thank you so much. Wait, so what did the thing say on the bottom?
This is Simon of Trent, 1479. One of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. That's one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out.
And I'm moving to Chicago. I have a residency in
Public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the
public
William
spaces, and
Montgomery
they
Show.
post these big things there.
Send your
In
questions,
Israel, you see them
artwork,
Hushkavilim,
and manifestos to the
same kind of
William
idea,
Montgomery
you
Show
know, like
at gmail.com.
don't go to
Leave
plural
all your
college
voicemail
kind of
at
messages that you see in some places. That they,
731-1099.
that's how this would be
And
posted.
never miss an
Well, it's not
episode of the
colored.
William Montgomery
This is
Show
a
by
colorized
subscribing
version,
to
which
the
adds a
William
little level
Montgomery
of
Show channel on YouTube
vibrancy
and
to it.
anywhere
The Jews
podcasts
here,
are
and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, that they could see the cartoon image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon,
Follow me
who
on
is held in
Instagram
a
at Casey
cruciform
Rocket.
position.
This episode of the William
There are
Montgomery Show
Jews
was
who are
recorded at
tormenting him
Record
with
ATX
specific
Studios right
torments
here
that are
in the
meant
heart of
to
Austin,
mimic
Texas.
the account of the
Show was
gospel,
produced by William
and they're
Montgomery.
circumcising
The anthem is
him
sung by
because,
William Montgomery.
after all, the
Drums
founder
are
Christianity
sung
was
by
also
William
circumcised, so they have to make
Words
the
are sung
victim,
by William
you know,
Montgomery.
Christ-like in that
Thanks for
regard.
joining us.
They're
See you next
catching the
time.
blood in a little pan, and then later they would do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood is probably make it taste better. That's a bit, I should say that, I'll have to cut that out of the video, but there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every week, every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that
Now here he is,
you know,
the big red machine.
they are infertile, and the only way that they can be produced is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories.
You drive the
If you're
Corvette,
curious about
and
this
then you're
really
acting a
weird
fool in here,
aspect of
dude.
medieval
Yeah,
history, I
fucking
recommend you
God.
look
You
at
said you were
Joshua
gonna go to the
Trachtenberg's
Dude, it's muscle car
remarkable work,
Tuesday.
written right
Yeah.
during the
You're having a
Holocaust,
shit
trying to
rock.
wake people up as to
God,
how
the
long
Chevy
this has
shit
been going
rod.
on, called The
Get
Devil
the
and the
heavy
Jews.
Chevy
Very
shit
powerful
rod
work.
out in the
He
parking
lists,
lot right
you know,
now.
many
Fucking
different things that
burning
people believe
diesel.
Jews did with this
Yeah,
blood.
man, how much does that thing cost? How many
And
times a week do you have to
amazing
fill that thing
examples
up?
of like, you know, Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purposes as well.
He'll
And of
break
course,
and
there
then
is no
sits in the
blood.
garage forever.
But this
So it's
blood
like,
libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval
or something in the
Europe
garage.
that
You
it
just don't want to
haunted
get
the
out.
Jews for hundreds
Yeah,
of years. Here's
Bumblebee would
another
basically be
depiction
impossible to take on
of
a cross-country road.
Beatus
Because Bumblebee gets
Simon
so tired,
which
like
basically means
5 miles
Saint
Bumblebee's gassed.
Simon.
Damn, that's like a
the
real
martyr.
Bumblebee because they're
As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases
wings they have?
completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel.
Yeah,
It's
Bumblebees have wings,
crazy.
and
Jews
you know what
go
they
to the
say,
Pope and say,
Grant,
please, we're
is
getting
that
all
bees
these
should not be able to
calumnies
fly.
applied to us,
Unfortunately,
and
they
we're
should
getting
not be
attacked,
able to
and
take
it's
flight.
not fair, it's not true, and the church would actually, the church coming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true,
I
and
would
so on.
like to think it
But
is
there were
God,
some
and I would
exceptions.
also like to think every now and again, at least when I see one of the big bumblebees, the little children from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids are like on the back screaming, trying to hang on to the
Quite
baby
often they
with
would take the
pollen all on
remains
them.
of the
Praise
child,
God.
who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then he's buried in the wall of the church. You go to churches today in Europe, you can see where they have
Yes,
the
it's
remains of
screwed.
these,
It's literally just,
children
yeah,
who
you're
were
dealing with the
horribly
laws of
killed,
nature when you
but
get that
Jews were blamed
small,
for it.
anything is a predator to your ass. Yeah, I mean, an ant, basically your worst enemy. Oh, yeah, that kid, what would it probably would
Well,
eat part
I don't
of
think
you?
you
If I
find
eat
too
part
many
of you, I don't
people who are
even know
willing
what an
to
ant would do to
go
your ass
along
if you were
with
that
that,
small.
but
No, it's hard to say.
you
An
know,
ant would probably just tear your ass limb from
recognize it
limb.
for what it is.
Was
as
that
best
great?
they
You're
can.
trying to show us your pirate
Here's
bay downwards?
another one from the 18th century in Poland. They
Are you
often
still
have
a
these
pirate
kinds of
bay a bunch,
horrific
Grant?
images of Jews.
There's a few of us still
separate
around there.
pedophilia and things
Old
like
school
that.
pirates.
The Nazis would
Pirate
just
radio.
make
Yeah, what do you
tremendous use
download?
of this
Like
entire
the
story in
Friends
their propaganda.
catalog, like all
It
the
is one of
Friends
the
episodes? Like
horrific,
what can you download? Just
attacks
anything,
on
right?
Jews,
Lots of
but there's
episodes
another really
Like
good reason
Smallville.
to start leaving Western Europe.
The Superman
It followed them
show.
to Eastern
Yeah,
Europe.
Kyle
But
XY.
the idea was you gotta get
We
away
talked
from
about that, I feel like.
crazy.
Oh, we
Show his belly button again.
Show that belly button. She's being serious. Yeah.
Alright, let's pull up Kyle XY. I should have like a hot link for it at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Get a wing ding.
So the question is currently asked,
I don't.
you
I
know,
always
it's kind of like an
Still, you know,
iconographic
you just close
standard
all your
for the
windows
ugly
at the
Jew.
end of one of our kind of
There's
the
a great
podcast.
book
Yeah.
by
That's kind of
Samuel
beautiful,
Gilman.
actually. He's like
It's
truly
called The
making
Jew's
art
Body.
just to make
It's called
art.
The Jew's
Then it's
Nose.
gone.
I'm not sure the
That's like
Samuel Gilman
Banksy
is the author.
shredding the
And he
painting as
argues
soon as
that
it
it
was
comes from the
bought.
late
I can't
19th
even believe it.
century
I'm sure sometimes he's
with the
got a
discovery
bunch
of the
of
Venus de
links
Milo.
up there, a
It's a
bunch
very
of the
famous
tabs up
Greek
open. Oh, yeah.
statue
And then he goes,
of
oh, yeah, here's your
a
greatest
woman,
creation.
and it
Psych.
was considered
What were
in the
you
late
being
19th century,
precious
and it
about?
was displayed in the Louvre.
And that's
as
why we
like
love him.
the
Like, that's a
ideal
genius.
human
That's kind of
form.
like a
And
genius.
so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists are saying, well, this is the ideal with the aquiline
Ephemeral. I don't
nose
know. He
and
looks pretty
the right
masculine.
body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that.
I'm
That's
doing pretty
when
good
the kind of
today.
capitalist
It's been a good
image
day.
of
This
large
Muslim Court
Jews,
Tuesday.
it's
Yeah,
late 19th
it's
century.
getting hot as hell here in Austin.
Okay, let's go to
Finally
one
getting,
last related
maybe
charge,
100 degrees
and
today. What did
this is
Graham call his ass
Now,
ephemeral?
the
Yeah,
ritual murder
he's not ephemeral.
morphs into the blood libel.
And also his mom didn't
Makes
need an
Jews feel
epidural.
very
He was born in a
uncomfortable
test
during
tube.
this time period.
Yes.
And we could say
Yeah,
much
they
more
should
about this. Literally, we could teach
We're
a
doing
whole
crazy
semester
word
on the blood
association.
libel. There's
Oh my
crazy
gosh, yeah, they
examples
didn't have
where,
to put the big
you
needle
know,
in her
for
back.
example, you didn't
It's
even
just
have to
a
have a
little
body.
tiny baby coming
You know,
out.
the
It was like the
incident
size
of
of, they said like in the credits of
where
like what?
some
Like a
guy
peanut shell.
thought he saw a Jew
Peanut
carrying a
shell's a
body.
little
Nobody
bigger
reported there was a
than
missing
Honey, I
child.
Shrunk the Kid's
Nobody
size.
found the
Yeah,
body.
but he grew
Nevertheless, they attacked
fast.
all the Jews, massacred them,
Yes.
you know, over a
Hey,
blood libel. It
Grant,
was a
the
crazy,
patron
crazy
can't hear
thing.
nothing, they said.
Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the
Well,
next
I mean,
step
take a look
up.
at this.
I swear to
Allegedly.
God, if there was no audio on what we just said,
And
it would be
it affected
so...
Jews very heavily.
Yeah, I mean, that
And
was really
unlike
funny stuff.
the
That was just
blood
go down
libel,
and great.
That's
post-desecration
more
tended to
of
have
us,
the
sorry.
support
Our
of the
audio
church.
is fine.
The
It's just
church
that they're
actually found, the Catholic Church
You're talking about
found
they
it
lying? Are they lying to
advantageous
you?
to even
No, they're fine.
promote
Now they're getting
to some
audio.
I think
degree
it's
the
It's true.
post-desecration
It's just the
story
live
because it
stream.
served their own
They have no
agenda.
idea. They're just seeing that
So,
you're
the
talking
term
about Kyle XY's
host
belly button.
This is not good, Patreon.
refers
We were
to
just...
a little
we had the
wafer
funniest 3
that
minute
became part of
history of this show.
Catholic religious
Seriously, me and
practice.
William were playing badminton. It was
Gesundheit.
crazy. Keeping the
It
riff
was
up, keeping the
part of
riff
a
up,
ritual
keeping the riff
called
up.
communion.
It was
That
crazy.
when you
We
were
were so sorry.
Catholic
And
and
here
good
comes
standing
Grant.
and
Hold
you
on.
had
So what are you
said
even
your
thinking,
confession
Grant?
and
What did you just do?
whatever penance was required,
You did.
then
You
you
just
would
clicked
enter into
record.
communion,
Yeah, you
It's involved the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of the
Wait,
syrup
was that not
that looks
recording?
like
Yeah,
a Ritz cracker
it's like
kind of
a
thing, like they
nightmare.
have a cake.
No, we were recording. We're fine.
And
Everything's fine.
this would be like a very dramatic moment.
Well, you're
And
gonna have to say
from
something
the
to convince
14th
me to do the
century
rest of the show.
on, in particular, the Catholic Church
You guys got this.
adopted
You're doing
a
great.
doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of
Thanks for the
the
save.
Last Supper,
Good save, good save.
actually
Oh my gosh!
literally
And
becomes
Casey Grant
the
said,
body
depending on how everything goes
That
today,
it's literally
we're
the
gonna be
body
able
of
to
Christ
get in
that
the
you are
vent later in
consuming.
his
I
fucking.
know that sounds a
He
little
said
weird,
you guys, he said if you
It
guys are
sounds
good, you
weird
guys
to
can
me,
take it around.
but it's
If we're
somebody
like
else's
really
religion,
funny
so
or we're really polite,
they
You
because
do.
can't smoke a cigarette in there.
kind
And
of
that's like a very holy
we
thing,
can't
to
smoke
actually
in there, which I think is bullshit. But I think
consuming
once
the
we
body.
get out in the parking lot, we can light up
through
some
this doctrine of
cigarettes. We're gonna
transubstantiation,
light
it's
up
not a
some
symbol. It's not like
1,000%
representative
Casey.
of.
We just got to get out
Actually,
of the
the
parking
thing
lot.
itself,
He's gonna be
Mommy.
watching us with his binoculars, and
if
it's
it
like,
is
dude,
the
once we
thing
get out of the
itself,
way, you're not gonna be
then
able to
it
see
stands
us
to
even with
reason
those things
that
on your
Jews
face.
would want to
Good
torture
luck, Brainiac.
Right? If they are killing
What do you have a predator
Christian
drone?
children, as the
There's no
argument goes,
way. There's
in order
no
to
way you can
reenact the
triangulate as
fashion.
fast as we're gonna be
Certainly they're
driving.
gonna do it
Those
with the
puffs of
wafer
smoke are
itself,
gonna be like blips on
which
a freaking
represents
orca's tail.
Jesus
Yes,
literally.
yes.
That's the argument.
And it's
So
not,
the
and
church,
really, we
whereas
don't
they
even have
thought
to
the
worry
blood libel
about
was
it
really
smelling
dangerous,
there,
and they
because
put it
I
down.
think,
Post desecration
drive?
actually supported the
driving.
argument
I
for
gotta drive.
transubstantiation as a doctrine,
You're
which was not an
Is
easy
it stick
sell.
shift, Grant?
So here's
Oh, I can't drive.
a
So,
post
wait, either
desecration
way,
story that is described
Wait, am
from
I
the
driving
German
both of
city
you?
of Passau.
Yeah, we're smoking what we live. Yeah,
And it's basically, again, written with
Cool with that.
cartoons, because
Yeah,
most
dude, I
people
got
were
Newport salt
illiterate,
back. I
even
don't
though
give
it
a
does
fuck.
have the German text
Yeah, we're
above it,
smoking
kind of like a
menthols in there, dude. Sorry. Yeah.
graphic novel.
Newport softback is
And the
cheaper.
stories are almost
Cigarettes are
all
cheaper
the
because they
same.
always get broken.
Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories.
I don't even
There's
know
also
why
a
they
renegade
make
Christian in a lot of the blood Bible
just like to
stories.
sell
A
more.
renegade Christian,
Or just
you know,
they always get
tells
broken
you
and
find
shattered
the
in my
child, that
pocket,
kind of
so
thing.
that I'm just smoking
Here's a
crooked
renegade Christian.
cigarettes, and everyone's like, "What's wrong?"
Goes to the church,
My girl
and
got
you
a
can see
silly
he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host.
Sorry,
Here's the
yeah,
host for the wafers. Oops, sorry.
Grant, is
That's
that
the hell.
literally what you think of yourself? You think you're some
And
sort
then
of
he goes and
Vietnam
takes
scout?
it to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have
I
the
thought
wells
this was accurate
on their
Yeah.
shirts, their tunics, and
Is that how
he
you guys
accepts money for
I think if you grew out your hair and you maybe colored it a
accepts
little
money
bit, like
for
Mike
the
did.
host.
And by the way,
The
Mike's
host
new
is
haircut
then
looks
brought
good.
back to the
and
synagogue
he put
by
the
the
color
Jews.
in
They
it,
got it in a
and I
little
think it
box
looks
here.
good. Did you know that,
And in
Grant?
their synagogue,
Looking
they
dapper, huh?
torture the
I
host.
like
It's
it.
either
Yeah, should I
stabbing
start
with
dyeing my hair?
knives,
Yeah,
miraculously
just for
it
men. I
bleeds.
put red streaks in it like
It starts
Eddie
to
Williams.
bleed. That's
Oh
the,
my
again, demonstrating the
God.
miraculous
I haven't done it.
properties
Let's
of the
see,
host.
Yeah, Grant,
You can see
you
that
could,
the
you could pull
Christian
that
artist
look
has never
off. If
actually
any
been
of
in
us
this
in this
synagogue. We'll have to
MF
look
could do
carefully
it,
because he's
it's
trying
you,
to
Grant.
reproduce the
Okay,
native
okay.
quote of Brit
I
here
don't
in
know who
Hebrew,
Haley
but
Williams
how to
is,
write
but I'll
Hebrew, so
play
it's got like
Paramore,
gibberish
heard
up
of
there.
it?
And then what happens is,
Paramore,
They-
like the police come to the door and say, hey, what's
They filmed
going
a
on in
music
here?
video
We
at
hear
my
like
high
some
school, and we
screaming,
used to
right?
call
Like
it
the host is
Paramore.
screaming afterwards. The Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a
Wait, so
small
you
child
called it
appears
that
in the
yourself?
flames.
So it wasn't even other schools calling it
They'll
Me
just
and my
fly out
best
of the
friend
flames
were the
and
only
caught by
ones that called
waiting
it
angels,
Paramore.
right? All these miracles are
Look at
attached
her,
to it
she's
to sort of
gorgeous. You know what I
reinforce
just
the
found
idea of
out? That she's
transubstantiation.
like not, she's younger
All
than
of this
you,
stuff is
and she's not that
Narishkeit,
much older than me.
Bogomais is not
Are
true
we
at
in
all.
between?
The next part, unfortunately, is typically
Do the
what
math,
actually
liberals.
happens.
She's like
There's
35.
a mob,
So
you know,
she was
bursts into
making
the
all those
synagogue, they
Paramore
arrest all
songs
the
when she was
Jews,
like
they
20 years
behead
old.
them. This
Hell
is
yeah.
Like
also
all
a
those big
typical
songs.
Jewish
It's
hat
crazy. I
from
can't
the
even
13th
imagine.
century.
Some of them were when she was like
They
17.
torture them over the
No,
flames, they
Grant's
set
ears are
them on
perking up.
fire.
Oh,
The Christian
yes,
is later
sorry.
taken away for
Yeah,
other
I
punishments,
was-
and the synagogue is
17-year-old. So it's like, oh my God, Grant is full attention. Like, wait, where?
The Bible
No,
things like that.
Grant.
So
would this
host
look good on me, you
desecration,
think?
Yeah.
also hugely popular
really
from
good.
the 13th century
That looks
onward.
good.
With
Yeah, like
ritual
a crust
murder,
punk.
the blood libel,
I
the
love
host
that.
desecration, it
Oh,
just gets crazier
Grant.
and crazier. This is
Hey,
the
we have
map
some
that
colors.
shows
No way.
the
Oh my
spread
gosh,
of
it
the
has
host
been. How
desecration.
long has it
This
even been?
also spreads
I don't
into
even know.
Spain
A
quite
while.
heavily
It's been a
as well.
while. 4 months.
And they
5 months.
remembered you guys.
Oof, that's so
4 months,
exhausting.
5 months. We
Questions
totally
for Mr. Warren.
appreciate everybody. Anybody we talk to, we thank you, and we're gonna figure this out together.
We will. Should we do a 5-minute time limit? Try to get through as many as possible.
Sure. I'll check the time right now.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute timer on each
You got the
person.
timer, Gigi?
I got a timer. Let me see if I can get the first person's video connected.
I'm trying to hold this idea
understand what your question was.
this camera.
So they
We
spread
used to do
separately
it all
from
the time,
what?
and then we realized people didn't like it? Question mark.
But then they missed it
And
when
they
it was
missed it.
That's good.
gone.
It
Yeah,
would be
we gotta
interesting
get
to try
streak
to
at these
correlate this
bad
stuff
boys going at
with
some
They're like,
which
we
times
hate
which
hearing
happens
from
quite a
them.
bit
Yep.
later
Is
for
that
the
what they were
most
all saying?
part.
We hate hearing from
I
your
think there
fans.
has
wanna
been a
hear
lot
from
of
them.
stuff written
And
on
remember just
the
that one
spread of
man who had the
superstition connected with
comatose person in the
media.
bedroom. They started walking around
When
like
it's
he
one thing
it
for
was like a
two
Jesus in the
guys
chamber.
sitting
You know, Jesus in the
in
chamber.
telling a story,
With
you know, there's only a certain degree of
Rat Chat, V-Shack, and a Bendigo.
impact you can have when
It's
it's
a first.
one-to-one or one to a few. But
Hello.
once you start like getting
Hi.
broadsheets and once you start getting like, you know,
How are you?
you won't have newspapers
I'm
at
good,
this
how are
time, but once you have like
Good.
more
I guess doing good on this
technologies
muscle
of
car
dissemination, then
Tuesday.
it just goes
Muscle car
crazy. And
Tuesday.
you know,
Shot
we live in
A.
the same time. We live in the era of the internet,
What do you
right?
drive?
Where
A
someone can
Mitsubishi?
have a super crazy idea,
No, I drive a Jeep
QAnon,
Grand Cherokee.
right? And
Okay, yeah,
within
they
weeks,
can
all
count
of a
on a
sudden,
muscle car Tuesday
QAnon
if you
is
really
like a
rev it
real
up.
thing.
If you really go
People
fast
start
down
saying, "Oh
one of
my
the streets
gosh, is
today.
it true? Who is Q, anyways? Do you guys know what I'm talking about, by the way?
I might do that later after
Or what else?
before I
Sorry?
pick my kids up.
Where are you from? Where's that exit?
Yes.
Can we guess?
Stay away from social media. It's really
Sure, yes.
unhealthy.
Remember we used to do that? Yes. You go
QAnon
first,
is
Casey.
a bizarre
And I'm
sort
going to
of,
also use context clues from the background. I'm going to say
super
you're from
crazy
Deacon, South Carolina.
idea that involved the
It's
most
really close
weird
to small
ideas.
town.
Like, for example, it was back in the
Lubbock, Texas.
2016. It was
I
especially
am in
got
Texas,
huge during
not from
COVID.
Lubbock.
But it goes back really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats
North of
were
Fort Worth.
actually lizards from outer space. I'm not
Almost
making this up.
Oklahoma, but still
Lizards
Texas.
from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and
Clearwater.
committing
No,
pedophilia
Clearwater's
acts.
Oklahoma.
It got so bad that for some
Paris,
reason
Paris,
there
Texas.
were people who identified a particular pizzeria in
Keep
Washington
No,
saying that this was like a QAnon.
I can't think of any other ones.
This
Unless
pizzeria
someone
had a
else.
basement where they were doing this,
Tiny town.
and
Tiny
some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up,
How?
looking for the basement.
How?
There's no basement.
H-O-W-E?
It's just,
No, we're asking
you
where.
know, this is blood libel. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, I
We're having fun on this muscle car.
You guys would never do good at the carnival.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
What's your favorite carnival food? If you had to eat one
it did
carnival
happen.
food.
There's super crazy things that
Me?
happen. And it has a lot to do with
Yum.
how
Correct.
I love
information
that.
is shared.
Forever.
And
Yeah,
we
okay.
don't
Do you get
know
like the strawberries
what it
on
means
top or
to
just
share
a
on the
funnel
I do
cake?
internet.
strawberry,
You know better than I do
powdered sugar, and
because
whipped
you're
cream.
digital natives.
Woo!
But
I forget about that
we
whipped
don't know how to
cream.
different.
I need lots of whipped cream on my funnel cake. And if my funnel cake's hot enough, it's melting it. I know.
True.
Which is good. Well, how's your day going? So you're going to pick up your
That
children.
sounds reasonable. There were some really
Yeah.
crazy things. Okay, so we have
Pretty good.
7 minutes left to do the
hold
expulsion
on.
part.
Earlier, I had a
Athleticism.
full-blown
You
allergic
might not get the
reaction.
expulsion. Sorry.
Don't know.
Yeah.
If things
I guess the
couldn't
rat
get
weight around
worse,
here, but like my
you
eyes
have the
swelled
Black
up
Death
shut,
in the
I
middle
broke
of
out in hives. They gave me a shot. I'm all good now, but
through about
Oh my gosh, so you were at the
1360,
hospital
you have
earlier.
this terrible
Oh, fuck.
plague,
no, just a little
that
urgent
reaches
care
Europe,
thing.
and
Were they
nobody
thinking your
has
man had punched
natural
you or something in
immunity
the
to it.
fridge for you having to say, oh my
The
gosh, yeah,
contemporary
this
opinion is
allergic
that it's
reaction.
based on a particular
Yeah, it was pretty
bacteria
crazy.
that's on a particular kind of flea
Well,
that
it's good
was
you're
on a
still with
particular
us,
kind of
because that could
rat
be real
that
scary.
made it
Even
from
a little
Asia
minor
on some of the
emergency kind
boats
of
landing.
Who the
on
fuck is Rabbi?
West
Who the fuck are you, West Side?
Yeah, I used
Read
to
my
have
manifesto,
more
you
with
cunt.
them, actually.
Oh, so it's almost like a reunion or something.
Kind of, but they made me give myself the steroid shot. He like threw it up. He was like, "Here, go in the bathroom and do it." And I'm like,
In the bathroom.
"This is not okay."
things like
You're
that.
shooting the
And
red. That's
people are
wild.
like, obviously,
Yeah.
freaking out.
What are you
Think
doing in your arm
COVID-19
or your
with
leg?
a lot
Who the
more
fuck is
blood,
Rabbi?
with a lot more
Okay.
mortality.
So it's intramuscular.
Yeah,
But still,
mortality.
I was like, "I'm having to pay for this. I'm having
Yeah,
to pay."
it was
to
happening
give
really
myself
fast.
a shot.
And also,
I thought maybe it
don't
was
have any
free
good
because
idea
you
about
did it
how germs
yourself.
spread, right?
No.
So
Yeah,
you knew
they
that
don't have a
said,
good idea
you
about
just work here, do it yourself.
any kind
And
of
pay
this
for it,
contagion
pretty
theory.
much. Yeah, and pay for it.
There are a lot
And
of
throw it away in the
Wow.
trash.
accounts because
Except
remember
for
how
the
it used to be
receptacles for the
in
used,
anyways?
used needle.
No, I threw it in the shark box.
Well, that'll
but
be
yes, I had to do
policy.
it myself, and I was like,
No.
That would be
I would
weird.
have died.
Okay,
Yes,
so
I mean, come on.
unfortunately,
We were
as much
talking
as we'd
about
like to think
earlier,
that,
if
we
you
have no
were
basis
like
for
the
saying
Honey I
that
Shrunk
Jews
the
suffered
Kids
less.
people, that would be a
We
bad
do have
place
these
to get
arguments
dropped
that,
into a
okay,
sharp's box.
Jews wash more
Or would you
because
be
they
so
wash
small
their
that
hands
the
before
needle
bread.
wouldn't like hurt
Again,
you?
usually without
Yeah,
soap.
you know what I
How
mean?
many
You would
times
go
you guys
into the
wash
head of the
your
needle,
clothes
then you're
with
really
soap,
stuck.
right? So they wash
And then
without
you're stuck,
without
and you're
soap.
stuck, and then you die that
And we
way.
would bathe
You're
more
stuck
often,
in a
right?
needle and fate worse than
Once a
death,
week.
and you're
Right?
also
So
I
that's
put
not
the
exactly
oral and
bathing
quit
more
it.
often.
yeah, like in hell.
There's another argument that
All
says
small
that
people go to hell. Do
it's
you
kind of
agree or
crazy,
not?
but
The
Jews
silver
didn't like
vessel.
dogs. And there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog.
With
The
that.
Jews own
Yeah.
cats instead. Cats
Okay,
chase
good.
rats. Rats
So
run
some
away.
people go to
No
heaven
rats,
now.
no fleas, no bubonic plague.
Uh,
But all of that is just
yeah, I'm sure they do.
supposition. In
Yeah,
fact,
yeah.
more
Believe
likely
you or
Jews
not,
probably
yeah,
died at a
5
higher
minutes
rate
is a-
because of the urban
Well, Asma,
penalty.
thank you so much,
They're
and we're
living
so happy
in
you're
close
better.
contact with each other.
Thank
When
you.
you have
Thank
a
you.
contagious disease like
Yeah, we'll
this,
soon
you're
have
much better
great
off
sires.
living isolated in a farm than you are living
Aye.
in an urban setting. We simply
She
don't
was
know
really sick, huh,
if
William?
there's a Jewish
Oh
death
my
rate
gosh, and
different
they're
from
making
Christians
gives the
to black death.
shots and the
Well, the
fucking
reason we do know a lot about the black death in
That's
Jews,
so
though,
crazy.
because
But
a
that's
lot
how
of Jews
Texas is
were
small town
doctors.
Texas, Texas for you.
Jewish doctors are writing
You know they
down,
do it in
hey, I
Texas.
tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that.
That you would
And
probably
we
drive
have a
that
lot
all
of
around
fascinating
into Howe,
accounts.
Texas,
There's
and they
specifically
would come
from
out
Jewish
like it
doctors
was the
describing
Mayan Sea and the
progression of
Spanish ship
disease.
for the first time.
How this
Yeah,
affects
just
Jewish
like
history
what
specifically, though, is
is
that
what?
at the time, like this is a 16th century reference, the
The
triumph of the
start singing
of death,
ancient
right?
hymns.
These
And it's
horrific
just
kind
great
of
cruising
scenes.
and taking his sunglasses
You watch
off
the
a little
videos
bit.
and
Like,
guys
we're just
closer
gonna get a
with, like, you know, skeletons riding all over the place, big
Yeah, literally, I was like, give the
hurting people into coffins like this. It was
Which is
just
the
a period
craziest part of that
of
movie. Is like they've gone through everything, and then
fear, and nobody knew what exactly was
I
going
know
on. One of
it's
the
only just beginning,
versions
and it's
of
only just
explaining
beginning for
the
these
Black
people in
Death
the small
circuit
town
is
because
very
Grant is
popular,
gonna do great. He's
that
gonna find a job there. He's
Jews were
gonna.
poisoning the
Oh my
wells
gosh,
of Europe.
Danger Fox!
And what they were doing is they
I was
made
like,
a pact with lepers,
What?
and they were
Aloha.
taking
You
Oh
never
my
bits
gosh,
of
you
their
never met
flesh
I don't think
that
so.
fell off
Did-
and
Have we met,
poisoning the
brother?
wells. So here's an example. This is actually
How do you
from England
Have we met,
that
brother?
shows Jew at the time was designed. They
the
didn't
audience
know
working
what
out.
Jews
I mean, look
dressed
like
like
Ernest.
because
Do you
Jews
have
had
a?
already been expelled from England at
Do you
the
have a
time.
mute?
But
Can you
he's
unmute?
wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear.
In
with
the
special
best
hat
of
and things
ways.
like
I
that.
mean, Ernest
And he's
is a
holding
Who
this
the
leather
fuck's
pouch
that?
that has
Ernest is a
the
Who the
flesh
fuck
of
is
lepers
this?
in it,
John?
and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a
Ernest
demon
actually not
that
died
urinates
before
back
fucking
into the well and poisons
There we
it.
go.
In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual
we hear you.
murder victim as
Tell
well.
me lies, tell me
I'm
three little
I'm a
lies.
little technically challenged. Hello, brother.
And read here it says,
Technically challenged with what?
the grace
No,
of
no,
technology
no,
by
you can't
raising
be
the water in the wells with poison.
Who's the big
The
steak?
allies themselves, meaning the Jews, allied
Oh my
themselves
gosh.
That's so unfair.
with the Greek lepers.
I would be
We're cutting
pissed.
up today, Daniel. We are legally
I would be
It's
pissed.
muscle car Tuesday. We're having a giggle fit.
Tell me
Boy, I
lies,
know.
tell me
Right on.
lies.
You look like Ernest, my man. Yeah, hold on. Did you hear Casey? Daniel Fox was the freaking
This
Did you hear what
motherfucker
Casey was saying?
stands
Or was the
no
volume messed up for you?
fucking
It was messed up.
chance.
Well, Casey said you look like
You're
Ernest.
done,
and we're all
son.
thinking you do. Ernest be horrible.
You're done, son.
hat. I've heard that
I'm just toying with him.
Oh, really?
Never
happened
Tell me lies.
Not welcome
It's
anymore.
turning
No,
to
no, no.
Ernest.
You
Yeah.
can't do this,
At
man.
least we have
Can't do this,
like
man.
Ernest to look forward to. You got 10 more years.
Tell me
Okay,
lies,
yeah,
tell
that's
me.
cool. Well, we got a little time. Yeah, you need to. Oh my gosh, you
Little
need to get this
lies.
classic outfit though. That really could be a
Tell
fun
me
Halloween
lies.
costume.
That's not very advanced to call.
Please,
You guys are great at developing
Ernest is a
economies.
beloved
Please come
person.
and let
I
you
love
settle
him.
with
He's
all
hilarious.
kinds
He's
of
so funny.
I love what he does
commissions
in
and so on. And this
That's
is
my
the time when
for
Jews
sure.
are being
I thought someone was
forced
talking
out
about
of
Tell me
Tobacco. It was really
lies.
problematic, but he's still
Tell me
funny.
lies.
1182.
They should have little
I went to Africa
text on the other side too.
France,
We had that comment.
Tell me
Marshall
lies.
out with the
Yeah, that's a classic.
and that's
This-
where we're
oh,
going on.
no.
Wait, so where are you right now? You're on Division
Oh
Island?
no.
In
On the Big
1499,
I'm
Island. I
playing
just got back from Las
like
Vegas.
such
still
shit.
a little bit shy of that.
Yeah, I went for
Okay.
a little boys trip.
Prior lecture.
Yeah,
Any
bachelor
last
party for a good
minute
man, and
questions before we
yeah,
wrap
had
up?
a wild
Thank you
5
very much
days.
for learning.
Back home last night.
Were y'all partying? Yeah, what were y'all doing?
Yeah, I don't usually party anymore. I've got that out of my system, but yeah, we turned Vegas into crazy.
What,
Bacon.
drinking Budweisers and stuff? They started calling it crazy after y'all left.
Yeah, Budweiser. We had 3 Budweisers each.
Here we go.
Per day.
We go
hard.
We
go hard.
Wait, so what is the temperature like in Hawaii right now? Is it really nice? And what time is it over there? It's in the morning. It's early, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's like
hate
9 in
this
the morning.
word.
It's hard to catch you guys. I mean, I'm working or doing something on the farm or something, so it's just after 9.
Thanks for
I
putting
hate
up the
this
Budweiser
word.
picture, Grant. That's so
I
lazy.
fucking hate that word.
Yeah, that's a
Now I'm coming home.
I swear to God, he drives up in his Corvette, and it's like he's a different person today. It's kind of weird. And it's, wait, so what's the temperature? It's really nice over there?
Yeah, it's always pretty nice. We get a little rain, but maybe nice
Oh, fuck.
It's
Just
100
let's
degrees
quit.
close. I don't know.
Just fucking quit. That was awful. Oh, no way. You are dumb.
pretty heavy. We had that in Vegas, made 100 in Vegas one day.
Dude, what, in like a car or something?
That's just because that's how we deal with it.
Oh, that temperature. I thought you were talking about going
You
fast.
are dumb as fuck.
No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna be a muscle car.
Tell me why. No, no, no. You can't do this guy.
Well, it was so nice to talk to you. Thank you so much for
Right on time with all the technical stuff.
Coming back.
That's good. Just it was sad. You went, yeah, there's the artist in Africa.
That was the dumbest fucking thing you could have done.
For anybody who thought he was kidding, he wasn't. No, it's problematic as hell. Yeah, that's when he meets one of the warlords. And I was like, I don't even remember.
Make it through. Oh, what an incredible shot. What an incredible shot. Maybe one of the greatest shots of my career.
We got it covered.
Maybe
One
one of the greatest shots of anybody's
It's
career.
just like a denim vest, it's a gray shirt, it's the khaki hat.
What a great shot.
And I think blue jeans. You can
This
do
guy
that.
sucks.
Okay, Brett, pull it off. I tried.
What
I
an
don't know. Think about it. Yeah,
amazing
just
shot.
kick it around. Yeah.
Best shot of my career. I was just trying with that motherfucker like you can't with the mouse. Everybody knows I was just toying with that motherfucker like I can't with the
I know.
mouse.
I noticed you got those guns.
If one of my posts gets wrote by Rabbi Tuck up to be just a cow. Oh, baby.
It's just for shit.
Which one is that?
It's okay if you watch
Tell me lies.
it, so it's real small.
Oh, no,
So
no.
it's a couple of things, Grant. What's your tips for my buddies on
You can't dance
Usually
down.
I cantaloupe for breakfast. A little bit of cantaloupe does.
Look at this athleticism.
Williams like he's skinny. Let's run a machine. Gotta get on it. Seriously, come. I get free passes.
Oh, no, no, you can't do this, guy.
But seriously, you can come.
You can't do this, guy. No, you can't. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, no, tell me lies.
I don't know, for like a month I was doing it.
No,
So
no,
not that it even
no.
matters, but it's because I was sick. I was sick for like a month. Yeah. When I did the fastest
Look at this athleticism right here.
I did
Yep.
the same time, twice in a row. I don't even need
Two,
to.
two,
Yes, I
two,
did.
two.
That's wild. I know, isn't that crazy? Yeah, so that's kind of fun. So that's my excitement these days.
Tell me lies.
Time on the road machine.
Oh, no, no. You
Yeah, my God.
can't
We sleep well.
disguise. Can't disguise. No, you can't
I
disguise.
want to see turtle. That's a little cat.
Tell me lies.
That's what I want. And I hope you're listening, Greg, because Christmas. We're
Tell me sweet little
I
lies.
know, very exciting.
Tell me lies. Tell me
Bring
lies.
cake. Hello.
You guys,
Oh my gosh, hello.
stay behind
I
me.
go could get it.
Oh, I'm at work.
I became.
Take care. No, oh my gosh.
I'm at work.
All kinds of dogs in there.
Yeah, didn't even know I was gonna get on. I love you guys.
Oh my gosh, yo.
Would you do her in the face?
So what's the deal? Do you live in
Fuck
here?
yeah.
No, I'm kidding. It's where you work.
Well,
Whoa,
before you said that, so the jacket,
is this
you were
little
the
sneakers?
actor.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Look at the
Too
move.
bad little Gator is in here today. Gator would have loved to said hello, friends. How fun. How long have you worked there?
5 years.
So what? You're a fan of Caesar Milano, or do you think he maybe goes against the grain with some
Caesar
of his
Milano.
dealings with dogs? Or do
Milano's
you
the
think he's onto
cookie.
something? Do you know Caesar Milano, the dog whisperer? I think it's Caesar Milano? Yeah.
No, I just don't know.
Yeah, look it up. Yeah, you work in a dog like dog. Seriously, it's this man who's like really good with, I think, dealing with dogs. He's basically a psychic. Yeah. You gotta be the top dog. Oh my gosh, where you want?
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks,
I'm talking
it's really unprecedented. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp. Where?
What's up?
There's a bunch of fucking Jews. Love them.
What are y'all doing in there?
Tell me lies. I'm fine.
Oh, I love it. So there's also a pet shop. It's not just a dog room place. Y'all got any axolotl?
Yes, we do have. I just ordered axolotls today. We'll have more for the tank next week.
Yo, Aubrey King can get it, girl. We're doing the doggy style, baby. Who the fuck is Rabbi? Everybody knows, everybody knows. Oh, no, everybody knows. Register your account with email. How about you fuck yourself, baby? Who's perhaps? Tell me lies. Oh, I love this hole. I love this hole. Don't fuck up, dog. You fucked up, dog. You fucked up, son. You fucked up, son. Son, you fucked up. You fucked up. Thanks, baby. Oh, fuck. Tell me lies. I can't believe I fucked up. That was the worst.
Can we see the frogs?
Oh, no. Oh, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, maybe just a fat old frog. If you got a fat old frog,
Fuck.
I think everybody think they would love to see that.
Fuck, dude. That was shitty. That was the worst. Tell me lies. Prison home 69.
Yeah, where are we?
Tell me lies. Kansas City. Oh, that's how you do it.
It's like the bad guy.
The city of justice.
I bet he loves eating his he got out.
Are you fucking serious?
This is so
Yeah, can't live without it. That was
That
fucking amazing. Oh yeah. Dude, should I do a fucking little dog? Nope, not like that, son.
Nice take.
City of justice. City of love. City of love. The city of peace.
like when
Can't live without it. Oh, that would have been so sick. Rabbi, come on, bitch. You little slut. Gotham City. If one of my posts gets reposted like by Rabbi Tongue, I'm deleting this account.
Right, yeah, because he needs to come over there. You need to come over there, man. Yeah.
This account is fully a parody. They joined Blue Sky 6 days ago. I could make you wanna join. Wanna delete your parody account. Do not interact with nothing for worker league. Art in the profile picture. Wiggle, wiggle, wow. Wiggle, wiggle, wow. Give me something funny. Where that move? Where that move?
Thank you guys. Bye.
Oh, I can't believe that.
We got into the pet shop.
Johnson City.
Yeah, that was just neat. That was an exciting 5 minutes. That was an adrenaline. That was a way. I don't think there's
Best
any way.
UFC fighter. Training shot, best actress. Steven Seagal.
But we will see. Maybe somebody's got a big muscle car or an even bigger
Somali gang.
Yes. So there's a giant frog that works.
Who the fuck is this? Truck flip at 88 miles per hour. Yeah, man.
We were literally just saying this day. There's no way
Scene
anybody
tape.
can top that last thing with the lizard getting loose. But it looks like we're talking about the international freaking the international space.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
It's a little cold, air conditioners going all the time.
We tend to look at
Okay,
what actually happened, but we never get that narrow structure that doesn't
Can I guess where you're from? Where you've been? Would you tell us if we got it right? Can you say, just tell us if it's the eastern or western side of the United States? Well, I don't know my so east, if you're looking at the map, that's like New York City, that's all right. And then the west is like West Coast, yeah, that's Birmingham, Alabama.
horrific and epic in the 17th century. But here we are.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these
a little more beer.
Ukrainian
El
guys.
Paso.
It's just a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history
We're
very
screwed,
differently
man.
today.
We give up. Yeah, unless you want to give us a head or just tell us. Or you don't even have to tell us.
There's a lot of cowboys and stuff like that.
Nothing changed. The past is over. It's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said
Yes,
the past
There we go.
is not
well, I
dead.
said Laredo, so if it's Laredo, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, I said Austin. I don't care what any old name.
Actually, I just got back from Japan, and I really want to go back.
Actually
Oh
clarifying
my gosh, yeah. Wait, what were you doing there?
Let's talk about the ionization pressure. Here's a map that basically shows central Germany. It's a little bit.
Yeah, you're walking around. Did you get any food out of any of the vending machines?
Specific years.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Actually, I saw on Bad Friends that they had a vending machine with used panties. I never actually went to one of those, but if you did and got one, would you smell them? Or just like not even open it?
This map is sort of
I would definitely give it a sniff for sure.
Yeah, you have to, especially if you're spending money on that. You're gonna smell it. But what if you smelled them and they smelled really gross, and you were like, oh, I want my money back? Yeah, what do you even do? What do you call it? Or I'm sure somebody might like it if it stinks a little. Yeah, they probably want it stinky.
Personally, I wouldn't like that, but
what
Can you do taste to that? I know, exactly. And especially something like that where it's a luck of the draw kind of thing. Because the balls are coming out of the machine, and you just have no idea what the panties even are in there. Yeah, it's a crapshoot.
Political map.
But what are you doing today, Nate?
Country in Europe.
Today I'm just doing a little bit of editing. Got some videos and photos that I do.
Is a country
Oh,
known
nice.
as
What is it? You do like wedding photography?
Commonwealth. The
Weddings.
reason why it's
Oh
called
my
the
gosh!
Commonwealth is because it was
You're right.
produced as the result of a
A
dynastic
little bit of this, a little bit
between
of that.
the monarchies of Poland
If you don't need
and
anybody, I've got you.
As
You
you
fly
see,
out?
it's
You fly here?
stretches all the way from
Yeah, of
the
course.
Black Sea,
You could
the
stay
Baltic
at,
Sea,
you think you'd be cool
almost
with staying
down
at Grant's
to
house?
the
You got a
Black
bunch of
Sea.
kids. He has 2
The
kids
southern part
and a
of
wife.
Ukraine is
Grant, are you
Crimea.
cool with Nate staying at your house?
So also he does babysitting.
Do you mind babysitting Nate and get in between stuff? Gonna work on
Actually,
Kids.
I
don't know if it's gonna work
Okay, yeah, maybe it's not gonna work then. Yeah, man, you're busted.
His kids are so into photography. This would have been the perfect babysitter.
You turn into like an uncle kind of figure. You really help with some of the photography stuff. Next thing you know, you take over Grant's job. Yeah, you're in love with Grant's wife. It turns into this weird.
As much of this as I can outsource, I'm okay with.
Yeah, Grant's trying to go totally hands off. He's trying to go Bluetooth with the marriage.
There are
Well,
I can definitely do that.
Ukrainians and
Oh, okay.
Belarusians
Yeah,
who are
like Steve like that. That's
Orthodox.
good.
The Christian church has an eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs.
Well, it looks like
The
we're out of
Western
time.
church
Film
only
that though,
agrees
Nate.
under the Catholics. There's a
Nate,
little
thanks so
chunk
much
of
for
Ukrainians
calling
here
in,
who are
dude.
also
Of
Catholic.
course, I just want to say I love you guys and thank you for all the fights that y'all do. Y'all really doing the Lord's work out here, so thank you.
Oh, yeah, Nate. Well, thanks so much, man. Thanks for calling, dude. Thanks, dude.
With a
Stay safe up there. Stay warm up there.
both in shape and
Alrighty.
pronunciation.
Okay.
Poland
Bye.
is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman
Yeah,
alphabet.
just when he's out of
He's
here.
okay, Mike.
English.
That was, I mean, that was, I don't even think, I think it's so cheated in this industry. And I see something like that, and I go, you know what, that's pretty dang cool. I know. Makes me want to keep on moving forward. I gotta keep on moving forward. Did you up at the space station?
The Jews
For
first
fuck's
entered
sake,
this area as far as
Using
we
a
can tell
satellite to call
Look
it.
at this,
What's
that
the
is
one
just-
up there? It's closer to the sun.
where they were first there
I think it's definitely.
Look at this one.
Oh, Rue.
What's up?
I know
Yeah,
you,
that
Rue.
little doggy.
Oh my gosh, how do y'all know each other? Tell him.
They teach him how to spin fire.
Oh my gosh, she was at my show.
Look at
What is
that.
this? Did you just make this? Rue does circus.
Yeah, this is playing God today.
Oh my god. What does that mean? Are they creating stuff with the balloons?
Russian
Yes.
is
Yeah, that
pronounced
makes sense.
Kiev,
Yeah.
and that's why
That's so
in English for the
I know,
longest
right?
time,
Hey,
that's
tell them
what
what I
we
did.
said. Just like
So I was in St. Louis. That's where it was, right? And Rue had a couple drinks. And Rue was being very, forgive me for saying this, a little bit intense. And Rue kind of gave me a little bit of a scare. And I was kind of spooked. And Rue comes back the next night. I didn't know she was like a different person, but she gave me a thorough scare during the meet and greet. She was kind of scared of the pants off. What happened? When in what way? So on this first night, so Rue, what were you acting like? Or what were you doing?
Really intense.
Princeton, that was
I was
later
doing things with
regarded
friends,
by
you know,
Russians,
and
Ukrainians,
I
and
got out
Poles
of like the
that
main
left
room, was like the last person to
as
walk
their
out,
homeland.
and there's like a line of
But in
people.
many ways,
I'm like, what is this line of people? Oh, I'm just gonna go in front of this line of people.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was just very wrong, and that was my confession that I had to make the other week.
She was bumping around like Tinkerbell. She was on London.
Love it.
I would turn one way.
There's topographical evidence, places like
And is that a picture of you in the back
so on, and
there?
I believe we even discussed,
Yes,
we did, the
Look at
famous
that.
Modus Rameniavet, the
This is gonna do.
Chronicle of bygone
Oh,
years,
so
where
cool.
Prince Volodymyr had to
This is
decide
why you
between
have
religions.
dreadlocks.
So that dates
When
from
did you paint it, or does somebody else?
about the year
My friend painted it for me.
999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region.
So
from a
did
very,
Casey
very
do?
long time ago.
Did you do
Then
the
you've got
fire
this
stuff?
massive
Did y'all do the
influx that
fire
comes in
stuff?
from
I didn't know
Germany.
that about
And this is
No,
really where
okay,
you get this
so
huge
I
bulk of
own a company called
Jewish
Monarch
population.
Blowers.
So
We do
much
like
so
clown stuff and fire performing with like bands and randomness around St. Louis and like random places. But I like made my confession of what I did at the show, and that was the only way. And here's my roommate.
To who, like a priest? Or who'd you think? So then she messaged me on Instagram.
Hello.
And she said, I have a confession. And I was like, oh, what's a confession? And she said, I was the person who scared the shit out of you in St. Louis.
Nobody else can read them anyway.
Well, it's probably nice you confessed. I'm sure Casey appreciates how we can start over.
Yeah, exactly. This whole
Yeah, we can start fresh. And also, we went to like the show with Tony and Cam and everybody in St. Louis, and we thought that William was going to be there. We were really sad that he wasn't. And we were sad that Kim was there. But,
Oh, don't say that.
I'm sorry, we wanted you, and then it was Hans.
Oh, don't say that. Well, that's nice.
We helped him.
We'll tell Hans.
I won't tell him what my roommate said.
Oh, yeah, we gotta be careful with Hans. He's actually in Japan right now. It was like we could move over there. It's just like weird. Because he's Korean. Yeah. So a lot of the times it doesn't happen. But yeah, he's gonna move to Japan. But we will not tell him. We will tell him. Seriously, you can trust us. We know him too well. Yeah, we know him too well. We couldn't even, because we know where you live. You said that he was in here or whatever, or St. Louis, excuse me. Like,
Yeah, get it right, please.
It's so hard
be careful with the fire stuff, because I saw this horrible video one time of some dude setting himself on fire on purpose and then running into a bar in Memphis, Tennessee, because there was some girl he liked and she was denied it. So he burned it. So yeah, be careful with the fire stuff.
That's a bad name.
Yeah, that was brutal. He got up and started running immediately. I'm sure it hurt.
That's what I do.
What? Get on fire a little bit?
Safe.
Yeah, you gotta stop, drop, and roll. That's what I always heard.
Yeah. And keep a fire blanket. Last night we did a photo shoot, and like there's these things called fire bubbles, and it's where you like put propane into these bubbles. So it's like putting them on people, lighting them on fire, but in a safe way.
What kind of bubble?
It runs from
But it's like it's just propane.
It runs from the north down to the Black Sea. And as it goes southward, and you're facing the water flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side
Yeah, Gator would love to. Gator would get on her back immediately.
Gator's not in the chat.
No, Gator's chilling right now. Gator's at home smoking a big
We have to go in that cave.
Yep, I hear as much. Yeah, she's chilling.
Watch for her.
Something like
Fair enough. That's what I think most of the people do. Well, nice to talk to you. Yeah, we cherish you.
Yes, he's being fucking awesome, and we will come support when you guys are in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Thank you. I forgive you.
The tremendous scope of Jewish settlement.
Casey, forget me.
Represents a place that has Jews
It's
living
official.
there by the time
We're
we get
not
to the
telling
17th
Hans.
century.
We won't tell
Yeah.
him.
Spread of
Fresh
Jews.
start.
Unlike
Fresh
in
start. We're
inspired
gonna
homes
fresh
and
start.
minds, where
Was
you
that
have
a
tiny
dab?
little group
Is that what the move is
concentrated in
called?
3 places, your Jews
Yeah.
are spread out.
I'm too old
They're
for that
small
one, but
numbers,
yeah.
so they tend to
You
be
just-
Yeah, I was
village
never good at
and
that.
town
No,
based.
the sneaky leg. No, Grant loves that. Don't eat that one. Please don't do the sneaky leg.
This looks like a good question
Yes.
for the
Please,
individual answer.
There you go.
Why did they prefer this setup rather than a really
I am a
concentrated
nanny.
urban
I'm a
environment?
nanny.
Well, it's a yes.
Fine, thank you.
It's
Right.
a yes.
We're hired. It's a one.
He just got his bathroom redone. I mean, the place is looking good.
You know, like
We'll talk about it.
Well done.
Well, I love you guys.
as we shall see,
We
the
love you.
kinds of economic
Be
activity
amazing.
that this
Bye.
environment afforded was especially good
I
for
love
much smaller pockets of Jews
I love it.
rather than massive concentrations that you would get with
I
industrialization.
don't want to hear it.
Factories start developing,
It's hard for me
new
to do it on
industries
one
like
window.
department stores, things like
That's
that.
so funny.
That's really when you start.
You know,
seeing
that's funny. So she was
really
kind of
big
acting
restaurants,
wild. It
like
sounded
that.
like,
But
yes,
these
giving
tiny little,
everybody in the eye
sediments
thing.
which was like Stepper.
She seems like a lovely person. Yeah, she had just drank too much and she was being like Tinkerbell. Like, I would not. Everywhere I was looking, it was through, and I was like, oh god. She was wonderful. So yeah, and you amended the bridge. We amended the bridge, and that's kind of what this podcast is all about. It's all about. That was Nigel Finn. Oh shit. No way. Bullshit. Where are you? Wait. Where are you, man? Hold on. Milwaukee. So you're guessing Milwaukee? Portland.
Can I give you a hint? Yes. I'm going to see Casey on Friday.
Toronto. We have an international person right now. So cool.
Yes, and I'm not driving right now.
Sure. Were you in the back or the?
Definitely driving.
This guy looks rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see.
Yeah, being careful. Although that just scared us a little bit. Wait, are you driving? I mean, it is Hot Rod Tuesday. Are you driving or are you not driving? What is it, a 96 Lincoln?
Poland
Oh yeah, Volkswagen, yes.
acronym for the Hebrew words
Oh, pretty good. How is it up there? Is it cold?
We will
It just started getting hotter right now.
Same with us. So all our it's up all at once. Canada's great.
North Africa, states,
This is awesome. I feel like I just won the lottery. You guys are legends. We probably should have talked too long. But
Oh, stop. You don't say that. Come on, dude. Get out of the window.
I just wanted to say one thing.
This is really important.
Erica's background commentary is so underrated. She's
In Germany, that was one of the first to codify.
People love Erica. She's unanimously loved.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Nigel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think when Erica was about to throw down on Grant's ass.
I'm gonna cry a little bit.
Yeah, she's about to throw down on Grant's ass because that's what Grant says, and it's just this all bullshit that goes on like almost every fucking week. He tries to cause infighting where he goes, Casey, you know Williams, man, you're late. Yeah, dude, little stuff like that. And it's like I've never even told Grant anything like that. I don't share stuff like that with Grant. I'm trying to get you guys to fight. Relaying info. We know what's going on. You're starting your own podcast, whatever. You're trying to get it, like, whatever. No, I love it. I think it's great. Yeah, the fishing podcast, whatever. We'll do it at night. Produce worms or whatever. We love you, Nigel.
Well, thank you, Nigel.
no problem. I'm going to give my wife a shout out because I'm going to be back here this right now. This later.
Oh, I thought you were going to be in the back seat or something. She's in a car seat. It's a 27-year-old girl in a car seat. So cool.
Taxation.
I'm sorry, I'm driving. I'm in the car.
Whatever
Thanks for my call.
sometimes
Yeah, man.
if you go to
See
get
you
your
Friday,
driving
dude.
done anywhere in North America, I think.
Yeah.
You know, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans.
Nice.
Why
It's
that
nice.
is,
We
I
gotta
don't
do this
know.
more. This
But,
feels right.
like a lot of Koreans
I know, I agree. I had
this
fun. And it's like, yeah, we do it a year ago. We do it so weeks in a row. It's like, okay, whatever.
Tell us in the comments. Say why you love it or say why you hate it.
Why you hate
And
it?
then
there's
we'll
some kind of
be
like,
the judges.
say, what am I going to do with myself?
Why you hate it?
And
No
it's
one
fine,
can.
You keep it really nice on why you like it.
Yeah, if it's why you like it really sweet, really nice. There's another one.
Alcohol production, as we shall see more
Reach
seriously.
out.
Also,
Like how Casey's looking right now, like that's
That's
like a
really
really
cute.
It's Sweezy, Weezy. Damn, still got that mustache, and I love it. Audio so Sweezy, take your time, brother. I feel like I recognize Sweezy from this movie. Or am I insane? Sweezy, are you a Patreon member?
We met.
Now, can we hear you?
Can't come in here and open up a
Get him off the screen. We
Even
hear
if
you.
your head rolls a bit better,
Do you
doesn't
want to sign
matter
up for
if you
Patreon?
control how many people will
No.
engage in whatever.
Sweezy, how
So
are you,
that's where
sir?
we're at. But kind of like,
Doing well.
more like,
Cool.
you know,
Where are
these
you? Oh
are
my gosh, it's
big
almost like
modern
an industrial.
societies.
This will be
They
a
don't have
hard,
extensive
this will be a hard
bureaucracy. This is
figuring out where your
free
ass
road,
is. Are you
right?
willing to tell us
Nobody's
if we guess it
downsizing
correctly?
these massive
Yeah,
bureaucracies.
sure. See, because that's
And
hard.
so the
You're like,
government
especially
essentially hands
industrial,
over a lot of the
like, where are you?
self-governing
Damn.
tasks.
Any kind of head, general head, or is
And
that
the
cheating?
cities will set these things up. Why would they want
Maybe
to give
something.
these
If you can give us anything at all.
Jews?
I'll give you a view. Can I give you a view?
Yeah, sure.
To like a yard?
Yeah.
Oh, it's cool in there. You got some shirts around your house.
Is it
Is that a construction site?
Not so much
You
number
know,
one. Not so
You got
much
your
number
sign,
two,
which is
but
highly illegal.
Okay, let's look at topography.
Indianapolis?
Pretty flat, right?
Iowa? Is this Des Moines? Cleveland?
Everybody loves that. So the neighborhood once again,
Would you tell us if
the
we
whole
were
idea
right?
is that the Jews are
Maybe like
the change and tax them.
Tulsa,
They're not the
Oklahoma.
only-
Yeah, that
they're
is
not the
kind of
only ones that tax
Tulsa-ish.
them. The local municipalities can tax them too. And so
St. Louis?
there's an open recognition that
He's never
Jews
gonna
are
fall.
Maybe like
very good at making money
We get a
through a lot of
hint.
skills that are not
What did
widely
you say
shared
the
with
first
the
time?
population. Like
Nobody
literacy
knows.
and
That's like
numeracy.
5
So
times a
let
week.
the Jews
Did we
live
say
here.
it? Did we
Give
what did
them
we
the
say?
privileges they want so they can
I
set up
feel like
shop.
maybe you did. I
And
didn't.
we
You
will tax them.
What was the first one?
Right?
I
Kind
guess
of like
tell us and I'll review.
the how
Yeah,
feel why an individual community might want to open up that gambling industry. Right? They might not like
I think I
like
said
you're-
said that.
there's no gambling.
That's your first
There's
call.
no gambling by the highway or
Oh my
something.
I literally said my first guess was Indianapolis.
Okay, by JFK.
Because it's so flat, it's one of the worst
Yeah,
cities I've ever been
so
to.
people,
Sweezy,
why
that's
don't you
awesome.
want to have a gambling casino? You just
Oh
think.
my gosh! And it's some of the best, I will say that's our city, best comedy fans. I've never had more fun than when I was in Indianapolis at that comedy club at Helium.
Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a
Are you
vice.
a big
People are
Pacers
going to
fan?
pay taxes on vices.
No,
That's why
absolutely not.
cigarettes are so expensive.
What
But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area.
Not sports.
Not too much
A lot
pushback.
of
So the
fishing.
Jews were a little bit like that. No,
Fishing?
you really wanted
Well,
to
you would
stay
like
there.
Grant's new
Somebody
podcast,
is
like
not
ours.
Christians, they believe like us. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can
Fishing
to
podcast is
themselves,
yeah, and she goes out on a little John boat and they do eye shine. They try to find eye shine, they just shoot in the general direction.
Protections and privileges.
I think David
And
Lucas
it's
says that's pretty
regulated
good.
to the degree to which
Oh yeah, I really liked this Kyle Rittenhouse episode.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
that was
it
progressive.
was started
Yeah, that's
named
real
after
cool
one
that
town
David
in
one.
Germany.
Well,
But
Sweezy,
it was
how are you
copied
doing
over
today? You're
and over
doing good?
throughout
Yeah,
Eastern Europe. As the
I just
Jews
got hired
released
for
were
another
saying,
job.
oh, you want us to move to this town?
Congratulations.
Fine,
And we're
we'd
so
like to have
happy
some
to have
hot dog bread.
Happy you're
On
coming.
Muscle Car Tuesday.
So Muscle Car Tuesday, dude. Wait, so you got accepted to the job today?
Yeah, I went out of the interview.
Oh my gosh, well that's wonderful. What are you going to be doing? Are you at liberty to say?
I'm going to be working at a mushroom facility, growing and cooking mushrooms.
Oh my gosh, what, like portobello's?
More like lion's mane, chanterelles, and oyster mushrooms.
Oh, very cool. I thought you were about to say these psychedelic mushrooms. That's what I immediately Yeah, oh my gosh, so what do? You end up gaining this knowledge and then you're going to end up being really good at doing the other kind of mushrooms later on. Yeah, you can do one here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I love it. Get some spuds going. Oh, I love it. Yeah, is that one of the terms when you get one of the cake things with the, yeah, they call them spuds, spud buds. Well, that's exciting. Well, congratulations on the job. So what are you going to do? Are you going to party? Are you going to let loose a little today?
Yeah, actually, I did think about it. I'm probably just going to make like a nice dinner. I was thinking some steak and bacon poppers.
Homemade bacon poppers are frozen.
Homemade, of course. Come on, that's my favorite.
Oh my gosh, you gotta make us some.
That's what I do.
I would like to just kind of reiterate this, how crazy it is that I guess that it was Indianapolis. I can't believe it. Sweezy didn't even hear Casey at the very beginning.
I know.
Pretty cool.
That was an incredible guess. I'll give it to you.
That's pretty cool. We've been doing this for a long time. William did one. I remember because we've done this one. You've guessed one before. I think it was somewhere in Tennessee or South Carolina. Chad, tell us. But I'm number 2, and it's my time. You got it. And that was a hard view, Sweezy. That was a kind of a hard view, but it looks like your place is cool in there. Yeah, it's cool. Just be careful with that sign. I think that's illegal. I think a road sign like that. Yeah, seriously. If the mushroom facility finds out, dude, you're getting lax. Seriously, dude, you don't need that at the beginning if you're starting out on this journey because I believe you're going to end up making good mushrooms. Like the psychedelic kind, and I wouldn't necessarily eat them because last time I did it, I cried on the couch. So I'm not.
Common occurrence for mushrooms.
Last time I did mushrooms, I watched Apocalypse Now, and I thought that I was in Vietnam, so I am a veteran, and it was a really hard night. So
same legal system, same
it was a bad night. So okay, way too much. So just tell people when you're making it, don't eat too video.
You be the guy to hide on.
See how I love you. Yeah, I love you, sweet. Thanks for calling.
Really an amazing institution.
Okay, see you soon.
Bye. Congrats on the job.
What kind of things do you think that they were involved in?
Just like
What
that.
did they pass
And I
legislation
cannot
on?
believe, I'm almost a little
Sure.
offended, Casey, that
Taxes
you
are
knocked
good.
that
Why,
one
you know,
out
internal
of the
taxes.
And he wasn't
Definitely
even
good call.
listening.
And we had to, and then it made it seem like, oh, he's lying about India. He's like, no,
He said that, sweetie. And what an impossible picture that was of
Yeah,
the
good
view.
point, Mr. Rubin.
I know, but just like those guys who do like geolocation, which I love watching
Let's say
YouTube
you're living
videos and
in
compilations of like the contests.
and
I
they
love it, and I can't stress this enough. Indianapolis, some of the best comedy fans in the absolute worst. What a shit.
So if there's
Isn't
no
it a lot of, like,
so now you live in
parking
this.
lot
That's kind of like
stuff
America's
downtown.
like,
It's like, if you want to look at a cool parking lot, go to Indianapolis, Indiana. It's all parking lots, and every restaurant is like Hooters, Dave & Buster's. It's like a big mall. The whole city's like a big mall.
Yeah.
I love
But the fans are great. Yeah, fans are really great there. But the fucking downtown hellscape, and I'm sure it's literally like hell in the summertime. It's so Orwellian. Yeah,
Which was like huge.
it's
Again,
literally
remember,
what
there
Nietzsche
is
dreamed
no
about.
secular Jewish identity
I've
at
been reading
this
a little
point.
Schopenhauer
The
recently.
only way you
Wow.
can
Last one,
escape the
Grant.
power
Tom.
of
Tom.
religion
What is
if
up,
you become
William
Christian.
Casey?
There's
Last
no
one, Tom
sort of
Hill.
like
What's up, man?
That's something that happens.
Chilling. I just got done sleeping, listening to my tubbo.
Oh, nice. So that our baby, you're on the East Coast or the West Coast somewhere.
One other area that you might go
I was
where
at
you don't see a
your
lot
set in
of
Spokane. William actually met up after.
Oh, okay, yes, Spokane. So I'm on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I'm nervous right now. You guys are.
well,
Well, you don't need to be. We're having fun. It's Muscle Car Tuesday. We're letting loose, man. We're letting loose, Tom. It's hot.
How's you guys?
It's getting hotter by the second. We're good, but it's literally getting hotter in this room by the minute. It's going to be 100 degrees here, I think, in Austin, Texas, and it's like a scorcher out. It's a sauna out there. It's a bar burner. It's a nightmare. How's it up there? Nice?
It's good, yeah. I like saunas. I'm a Native American, so.
What tribe? You want to tell everybody what tribe? Yeah, you are.
Yakama Nation.
Yakama Nation.
Yes, sir.
That's all not to be confused with, but probably got y'all's name, the roof racks and stuff. Isn't that a company? Yakama?
I think so, but some people are really annoyed when they ask me, so I just say the red people, and they kind of look at me weird.
Okay. One other thing you might find surprising.
Fair enough. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to deal with the freaking. It's like the Killers of the Flower Moon. It's like the freaking Native American girls. Stop talking to the white people. What is going on? Seriously, I'm thinking they need to stop talking to the whiteys here because it's not working out. It's a nightmare. It's sad. So I don't blame you. Whatever. Yeah, Tom. I do the same shit. Easily.
And what is it certified?
Gators got it. She's probably, if I were to guess, Tom, she's currently on her cinnamon roll squishmallow by the window.
Yeah, right.
I have squishmallows somewhere, but
Oh,
they're
nice.
my girlfriend. I don't have them right now.
Come on, man, find them. Oh, yeah, let's see them, Tom.
Like, who runs
You even have, yeah, I love it. I sleep with a brand new squishmallow every night.
Yeah,
It's my favorite one. It's also got my smell on it now, so I'm just smelling it when I'm going to sleep. It's going to comfort it. Oh my gosh, what is that, a sea creature? What is that one? It's that thing you were just talking about.
That's how we use
It's a dragon. Is it axolotl?
Could be.
Dude, that's right. It's an axolotl one. Oh my gosh, look at that one. That's weird.
Yeah, a little squid. It's a squid. Hi, it's a squid. Hi.
Man, it's so cool to see you guys, man. You guys are so fucking funny, dude. Like,
Tom, it's nice to see you too, dude. We love you. Yeah. And you just woke up. You got the whole day ahead of you. This is exciting, Tom. What are you gonna do today?
it's my day off. I usually work in the kitchen. Super intense. Mother's Day weekend was busy.
I can just
So all those bitches are ordering their food.
I've been a lot of bitches.
Is it fine dining?
It's a hot pot restaurant, so I guess we have a robot server.
It's weird. Get along with people around you.
He's every day.
Nice ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might sexually harass everybody. Nice ass little freak. Give daddy a taste. He's gonna beat everybody.
It sings happy birthday to you, and when it leaves, it'll say, I'll be back. Like the Terminator does. Some people are just looking at it like, what the fuck? But then some people are like, what is this?
Yeah, actually, one day it's gonna actually get a gun out and shoot somebody. Yeah, the day that all the robots decide they're gonna get the humans, they have robots specifically in your restaurant's probably gonna have a gun. I'll be back in. Oh, sorry, I forgot your order. Let me get it.
That's essentially what Pascal's were at first.
You just gotta make sure you got the robot in your field of vision as much as possible. You know, he's not messing around. It's probably safe. Again, right now, I'm sure it's safe, but it's just maybe in the future. Keep eyes on.
5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be.
Well, are you gonna chill? Are you gonna get yourself some food? What does that picture do?
Ironically, the Escalade today is closer to a Catholic church.
That's from, I don't know, India, Pakistan, or something.
Does it look restaurant friendly for food service?
They're doing that in Ukraine now. Yeah, that does not. It's like the way you ask, they ask for the food back or tell the chef to get the food and then they come back out with that thing. No, I'm not fixing that. There's nothing wrong with my dish. Not a chance.
Really up until 1844.
I'm gonna shoot you.
That's so funny.
Nice titties, baby. Daddy, I'll look. Handstand.
Really up until the late 1700s.
Gosh, well, Tom, be so careful, though. That's kind of wild, working with the robot.
I trust the robot, man. He just delivers food.
Give daddy.
But I appreciate
That was
you.
a typical thing.
Yeah, I'm sure I can. I'm sure everything's totally safe. But that's so, it's crazy. It delivers food. I almost hit one yesterday. I was driving downtown and I almost hit one. It was going through slow and then it blinked at me. The front of it had little eyeballs that blinked at me and I was like, oh, well, actually, it's kind of sweet. I don't care. All right, fine. That's kind of cute. Sorry to push your way. I don't know.
We had reviews where it's a 1-star and people will be like, I don't like that the robot serves your food. I don't get it, man. It's so convenient.
Oh, people are not liking it?
No, like maybe 1 out of like 10 people.
10%. I mean,
That's true.
yeah,
The only way
it
to
can only
really
go up
escape
from there. But hopefully it's okay.
was to convert.
Tom, have a wonderful day today. Make yourself
So I
something
really
nice.
appreciate it, man.
Okay,
Thank
now
you
we
so
gotta talk
much.
about the different stuff.
What are you doing? Where are you going?
You act like this. I'm really nervous right now.
Yeah, you've been scaring us the entire time. No, Tom, no, you're totally kidding. Yeah, wait, so what are you going to do on your day off? Yeah, what's your plan?
I have a cat backpack. I might take my cat.
Oh my gosh, you can walk around. It sounds like it's nice outside.
Find that on a backpack. I take my cat on a walk with it.
Oh, nice.
Maybe go to the gym too. Yeah.
Go, put the cat on the treadmill. Yeah, get the cat on the treadmill.
If you look at the map,
Yeah,
it's
awesome. Well, have a wonderful day off,
If you look
Tom.
at the map,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, you guys.
We love you. Yeah, man. Dude, yeah, man. Doses and mimosas. Cherub. Yeah, Cherub. Tanja Fox. Tanja Fox. Destiny A4.
Eternity. Next time.
Do all uncles kiss on the lips? Dova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slug, Raiders, Godmother, Goldie Mae, Star. Goldie, early I met you, you're wonderful. You met Casey. Early at WMS.LOL, I love Big Macs. I poison his Big Mac tricks on him. I am the Big Mac. Jenny, J. Jess, Joe, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom. Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Lomas, Becky, Nigel said, Doctor's here, Nissan Pappy, Papa Coo, Patrick Casey, Robert Bush, Ruby Jules Sparkle, Shanny Shidakaya, Big Isle, Sat Rex, Sergio Shiva, Stephen Ford, David Gaming, Crooner, playing his games, The Wizard, Trina K, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic. William and Casey, the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube. Choose your own adventure.
Zombie, Warlock, Anthony Whiplash, Morgan, Tedeschi, Belfield, Assalar, Avery, Sirsu, Beef, Ben Ashen, and Daniel Hunter. Thank you. Aloha. Aloha. And we'll do it again soon. Hope to chat soon.
And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic. And
thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show.
Orthodox.
Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098.
And they have these massive.
And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/CaseyRocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATM Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Even to a certain degree, the serfs
Oh,
are all involved. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in London all day making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's found there, okay, you guys are my
Austin, Texas, USA.
I want you to collect 10,000 lunch for me next year. I want you to collect that money. And you say we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 lunch for you. And the government says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in nitty-gritty
As always,
how exactly they collect it. This is not a modern
I'm Casey Rocket.
There's no IRS going on
And
here.
now here he
You
is,
just have to go
the
back.
big red machine,
have to
the
collect that money
William
from the
Montgomery.
Now, two things are important. The first is that who's
He had it all figured out, and then the freak it, and then he had to get involved in the gossip or talk, and he shouldn't have done that. I get it. He's a Jewish rabbi, but it's like Matisyahu's stick with the reggae. Yeah, we don't pick sides. We're just in it for the beatbox. Yes, stop picking sides. And here is this freaking white reggae dude who sings. Somehow he showed up on my Instagram, and I click on it, and it's
and the
about
2,000 they collect.
oh, he's just a mess. He's a big old mess. I can't even think of the guys they bring down either here or there. Is that what Matisyahu looks like?
And the Nobleman doesn't care how they
He
do it.
is
He doesn't really want to
a
get involved. So
stunner.
they involve
He looks like the Flash, the guy who's in the Flash. We need to talk about Kevin. What is that guy's name? That was from Ezra Miller, who, by the way, isn't he getting in trouble when he like touching people in Hawaii or something? He started a cult.
You
Where
trap
was it?
100 rabbits in
My
the
first was like Rhode Island,
forest.
and
You
then he
gotta get
took,
over 10 of
well,
them.
they
You wanna
took
cross
their
the
powers
bridge over the
to,
lake. The Nobleman built this bridge.
just
You gotta
Indigenous
pay a
girls,
toll.
the young indigenous
And
girls.
in some extreme
what was
cases,
that grant?
the doctor,
Yeah, wasn't there like a
if you
kidnapping
want to
or
use the
something weird?
Nobleman's church,
Well, if your kid gets kidnapped by the Flash,
want to
good
get
luck.
married,
Yeah,
you have to pay a
it's like
tax.
the worst person to get fucking captured. Grant, clip
And
that.
as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly
I just
galling
woke
to the
up.
population. You
Yeah,
don't know
how are you doing this?
expensive
Hold
or
on.
considered
Well, 5.5 hours of sleep gets you that. Wait, hold on. Look at those bad boys. They are juiced up today. You're telling me you were doing push-ups earlier?
They have these
And you get that? How do you get them to move like that? I woke up in the lotus position. I woke up planking. I woke up planking. Yeah, what is a lotus? It's literally like a plank where you're kind of like your elbow or yeah. And I went, oh shit, what happened last night? I'm so freaking sore. And you get like your t-shirt off the land. I could use a glass of chocolate milk.
Well, there's
Casey, if you are making chocolate milk, dude, how are you doing it? Are you getting, is it out of a carton already made, or are you getting like 2% or whatever kind of milk at like Ovaltine or something?
You know, if this was a world, let's say it's a world where I make chocolate milk, right? With this body, you know,
good times and bad times.
you know,
And also we have to understand that we're
but
living
if
a
I
step of
was,
life.
I would do 2% milk.
We don't
And
even
then
think
a little
about
bit
the
of
fact that we have
squirt
running
of that
water.
Hershey's,
Going to the river,
yeah,
getting
just the
water,
classic
because the
Hershey's
taste is
syrup.
short for everybody. So
There was one with like a
overall
rabbit
standards
on
are much
it.
lower than ours.
Nesquik.
We tend to be distracted
He
by
was
that.
good. That also has the syrup and the
Generally
powder.
speaking,
I like the powder.
if
Yeah,
you
man, powder.
were like a Martian
Oh
coming
yeah,
to
you
the
get a
planet,
bunch of that powder.
and
You
you
put
went
on
to
some
Eastern
freaking
Europe, and let's
vanilla
say the
ice
year
cream.
1600,
Oh wow,
and you
you
had to
done
choose,
so much.
do I want
I
a first
grew
name?
up
Do I want
Casey,
to
man. You and me, there's certain
do I want
names
to first
that I
name
think I
Ukrainian
believe
peasant?
you'd be proud of.
Or
If you can
a
look back at
Jewish
my life
tax
with like a
collector,
camera and see
or a
what
Polish
old William was
nobleman?
doing.
You probably
But one
choose
of those
Polish
things would be
nobleman,
when I discovered,
but
when I was, I think I was
St.
making a
Louis
glass
definitely
of
needs tax
chocolate
collector.
milk, and there was a bowl of
They
ice
were
cream. I was also
definitely
drinking ice cream
far
or eating the ice cream,
wealthier
and I
than the typical
was doing the
European
powder, and then
peasant.
some of the powder got
They're
on
also
the ice
the
cream.
that's
And it's like I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, oh my gosh, wait, this is gonna taste really good, and then I ate it, and then it's like the light bulb goes off. Huh? Yeah, great. It's keeping on ice cream. It tastes heck along. Yeah.
As you can
Dude,
imagine,
what a taste hack.
You drink chocolate
all
milk
kinds
with
of
your ice cream?
anger directed at the Catholic Polish
Yeah, I mean, I
lords
can't now
and
because my
their
stomach,
Jewish
dude. There's,
representatives
it's like I do
right
it one
here.
day, don't do the next.
But you can understand the economics
Raisin
behind that.
bran.
That
I know.
huge
You gotta
explosion of anger.
look at that. That looks
And
like
in fact,
that's
not
Casey.
like,
That's what it
you
looks
know,
like if you
we
get the
really
powder on vanilla ice cream. That's
you
so
tend to have
gross.
sort of like a vision, like you saw with doll
It
house.
looks kind of like dirt. It's not that appealing, but it's pretty good. You know what I had in La Vigler? I had a root beer fruit.
But
Was it
the
wonderful?
presenting, let's say, a 1905
Oh, I love
image,
that.
which is
It was
very
so
different
good,
from
and everybody around me
1600,
said,
take it back
"Boy,
to
where'd
the
you get
1600s
that?"
the same
So
way.
you were walking around with it?
Yeah, it's
And
good.
it's
So,
a movie picture. If you look, however,
Sorry,
at
my
really
little
important
secret.
sources, I recommend you read it. If you're
So,
researching
that
it.
is brave of you guys to do that on the Vagrant strip, dude. I mean, seriously? And I'm walking around like a freaking king without a crown. You know I gotta get there. Damn.
On
Could you imagine walking down Fremont with Modest Yahoo on, just fucking walking to meet up with your buddies?
anyone who has in their head would have seen that this is headed for disaster.
Yeah. What was that Modest Yahoo doing that? Or like a buddy he had? Because it's just that one song. He was the beatbox guy, right? Or else it wouldn't be very impressive if like it was his buddy. I agree. I mean, I think it has to be Modest Yahoo. I would pray to all that Modest Yahoo
Another
holds on
example might be
that
like
it is.
if you look at
We pray to
it's a
Yahweh.
terrible
It's gotta
it's such
be.
a silhouette shot when you
I
look
can't
at
get over the
newspaper
fact
and
that he
see
looks
the
just like
financial
what's the
scandal.
Flash.
And
I
it's
can't.
not cheating
The
government,
Ezra
some
guy.
dramatic
Like
or something like
Ezra
that.
Miller.
You say to yourself,
God, that's
"These
crazy
better
when you
not
need to
be a
talk about
Jewish
Kevin where you
And then you see
fucking it shows
sign
what's his
and a
name.
bird is
Dr.
like-
Steve Brule in
But
the
that's
fucking
the kind of thing
John
where
C. Riley in the backyard with the freaking hero in his bag. Ezra went off on that
And
one.
even the
Yes.
people who wore black hats. and
Bow
those
and
jobs,
arrow, silent. Bye-bye. Yeah, nobody getting people are just seeing bodies drop. And then it's like, what was that movie, Erica, where somebody got hit by the arrow and it's very startling? The 10 Things I Hate About You. No, it was some weird new movie that we watched. You've probably seen it. It's like The Mentor, but it's not The Mentor. It was with, yeah, the guy with the cult, the Opus. I didn't see it yet. It's Nutty with John Malkovich.
Yes.
Yeah,
His music reminds me of
Jeff Richards. Jeff Richards.
Ditto Kiddo.
That's really, yeah, it's just ridiculous pop music. And he's real popular. Yeah, he's starting a cult too. I would love something like that. You know, I just watched the John C. Reilly part 8, the first movie from Paul Thomas Anderson, starring a young John C. Reilly, maybe his first role. I mean, he knocked this thing out of the park. It's a good one. It was awesome. PGA doesn't mess except with licorice pizza. He did mess with that. What? And I never saw it, but I always thought, what a dumbass name. What are they eating? Fuck, I don't even like licorice where you fucking. No, I can't. I honestly can't stand this stuff. Well, besides licorice, I know. And you got a Twizzler, Casey, that'd be fun. Eating some Twizzlers with, that's like almost a Twizzler
one of the classes.
It is Twizzler Red, also known as beige. Yo, what do you think, Grant? What do you think about that, brother?
It's legit.
I think if you have stuff like that, of course you can come up with
Grant, how are you doing today? This isn't especially, and for those of you who know, this is 2 hours earlier than normal episode today. We're up super early today. Grant, how are you feeling?
I'm fine. I get up
One
at
of the
6:30
aspects
in the
of it
morning.
was
It's not a problem for me.
Every morning, even on the weekends.
Not on the weekends.
On the weekends, what do you sleep till 6:45?
I'll probably get up around
Well,
like 7:30.
I don't like the idea of warranted.
Well, you got a whole family to deal with. There's probably all kinds of stuff. You really gotta get the flapjacks going on a Saturday. I mean, you gotta get the ball rolling
I would
quickly.
say that,
Am I right?
Yeah.
it's more, let's say,
Breakfast.
rational.
Maybe.
Sometimes you just leave the ovens on all night just so the pans can already be
And he writes
preheated.
that one of the things that
Just
characterizes
don't accidentally touch the pan
like that
when you
Vince
wake
stuff we
up.
talked about last week
Wow.
is that it is fundamentally chimerical.
Yeah, it's loud as
Frog.
shit. You might have
That
to
sounds a good word.
frog.
Chimera.
God, there was some poor piece of shit. Casey, this would have been another time you'd have looked back at my life and you'd been like, oh my gosh, look at what William's doing. We used to, there was this class, Casey,
So
called
chimera is like
IPS,
a made-up
Introduction to
Where
Physical
you like attach
Science.
things one
And
to
we had to
another.
work with the Bunsen
Make up
burners
something
every
like,
now and again,
you know,
and we would get
it's like
test
just
tubes
bizarre,
on
like a
those
three-headed
days,
beast or a
and we
pink
would
elephant,
put it
something
over
like
the
that.
flame
So some of that
for 10
weird stuff that we
minutes,
saw
and then
going
there
on
was
in
a
Western
buddy named
Europe,
Oliver,
like,
or a guy
you know,
named
Jews
Oliver in our
children for
class,
their blood.
and we'd be like, hey Oliver, come here,
Weird.
and we'd be like holding him in tongs,
His
and
anti-Semitism,
hey, grab this for us,
on
and he would
contrary,
grab
is
it,
more like
and it would
a
burn the shit.
socioeconomic
And he would always
I'm not
break them.
saying
I
it's
mean, he'd slam them on
justified,
the ground immediately. It was kind of
and certainly
hilarious.
And you guys would all laugh.
Oh yeah, we'd all laugh his fucking ass, and he'd just be like, "You have to pay for that fucking thing. His hand is burning."
You know what I did once? In science, they have those emergency showers.
Yes,
You know what I'm talking about? I walked back there, we had a substitute, and I fucking yanked on that bastard.
you're
Dude, it soaked my ass. It was like 50 gallons a second, so it was like just a water full of water.
Oh my god!
And I went, sorry, I thought it was the same.
Actually, a more effective.
Oh my god, and he was so mad. Why I I was like, do something, you old bag of nails. Yeah, what a shit, trying to catch a break. I'll freaking wreck your ass. I'll break you to pieces. That's pretty terrifying.
That's hilarious, Casey. Were people laughing? Did people see it?
People saw it, but I think it was a class where I didn't have very many friends in it, so maybe like one dude. I don't even think I said like, should I do it? I was like, yeah. Just one of those people. I was truly like, me and the Joker probably would have been best friends.
Yeah, because that's a wild move, Casey, because we had one at our school, and I never even heard a story, honestly, about it ever going off. It probably could have happened, but I never heard about it.
And then I would have put the fire out myself.
I thought it was the same Zach. I thought it was the same. That's hilarious. It's just not the vending machine. Yeah, sorry, Zach. Needed a Coke out of it.
They
wouldn't ask for that.
No, probably not. If I was like Mr. Deeds, instead of having a water fountain full of Hawaiian punch, I just have a shower full of Mr. Pibb.
In order to
Is that a bad grant? Should I write that down?
I think it has.
just add one more layer of shit.
Mr. Pibb
One
is
more
funny.
layer.
Yeah,
Mr.
Don't
Pibb's a
forget
funny
these are all
word.
still
It
small-
is. Wait,
still
I
small
have
time
to.
money
I'm just
lenders.
going to write down my
There's
dad
the
founded
ban
Mr.
on
Pibb.
Christians engaging in money lending
That's a good one. You should.
disappeared by
Because they
now.
all generally think that they're like, hold on, not Dr. Pepper, but Mr. Pibb.
Christians are still
Because it's like it doesn't taste like Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
Which also tastes like when you drink a fake
backwards.
Oh, yeah, root beer. Root beer.
Well, don't like that.
Unfortunately, I wish I could. He's a hater. No, I'm not a hater. I don't go out of my way to announce to everybody that I no flavor like it.
You wish it probably had 16 or 17 flavors, not 23 flavors.
23 is too much.
Oh, well, that's too much.
Yeah, trust me, I wish. I love the commercials during college football season. I'm sorry. Let me Try 16. I'll try 16 of the flavors, Casey, but 23 is too much.
They don't make that.
Yeah, no shit, they don't make that. So that's why I gotta drink fucking Pepsi and shit.
We like Pepsi.
Yeah, I love some
I don't
Pepsi.
even drink soda, actually.
Well, every now and again I was feeling real crazy the other night and drank 2 of the little cans. Nice. It's equal to 1 can. Yeah, it's equal to 1 regular size can. Like a can of Coke, if it was, man, that shit hurts. Especially for chugging it. It hurts you to chug it. You don't need to chug it. That's your problem, man. And that's my problem, too. There was all excess.
Do you like soda?
It's all excess. I don't drink it too much because it makes me fat really quick.
The soda
This is,
pop?
yeah. If I drink like 1 soda every day for 3 days, I can see it. I'll be like, I'm fat as shit. Well, yeah, how much calories in it? What's the sugar? I mean, obviously it's the sugar in the powder. When you drink them, it just sticks on your big ass. Yeah, so be careful if you go into the big asses. They're like, what is going on? Why is my ass so big? Start with you're drinking. Drink water. If we go out, like if I went just to the comedy club, I won't drink soda. But if we go to the bar after, I'll have a couple sips of a Coke. There's nothing wrong with that, too. There's nothing wrong with that. Get done with your set, whatever. I want to
Sugar water.
I used to beat somebody. I used to shoot Craig, man. I could take a couple sips of a Coke. You have to shoot speed, dude. What happened? It's like, what happened? This was change. That's okay. That is okay. You know what I like? I'm like really sharp. Like, I'll take a bite of a sandwich and I'll go.
Now the reality is,
I know you do the same thing.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah. Ooh, this is really good.
Yeah, it's also collected.
And then every bite, I'll let everyone around me know every bite into the sandwich is gone. This was good.
That was reality.
What is this? Is this ham and cheese? Yeah, is there spice on there or something? Why does it taste a little different? What is it? I wish I brought a little tiny sausage with me. I know, yeah. Oh, if it's like you're getting pregnant to a restaurant, no, I obviously didn't. But I wish I did. Yeah, I wish I did. Dumbass. So, whatever. I have to tell you the funniest thing that happened yesterday. And this is the funniest thing.
Also,
Grant, beat that out. Okay, please, Grant. Okay, so me and Michael Fractor, my friend, he came over because we're gonna move to Chicago together, and we're standing outside, and we're sitting across from each other, and Michael goes, oh, he kind of waves, and I go, who did you wave at? Because this guy's waving me over, and I turn around, and William, the oldest man, is walking with this, just dragging this trash bag. He's got to be at least in his 80s, probably in the 90s. Okay, he's so old. He's just like skin and bones. And I start laughing so hard. And I go, Michael, there's no way he's waving you over. Like, he looked so ridiculous, this old man. Yeah. And Michael goes, dude, I swear to God, he waved me over. And I'm just like laughing, like not laughing in his face, but like it's just, he looks so funny. Yeah. And the old man walks up and he's dragging the trash bag. And I go, what's up, dude? And he goes, y'all want some beans? Yeah. Anyway, I was screaming laughing. I was like running around in circles. Was he really calling over Michael? Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe he just wanted to give Michael some beans, but he saw that I was there, and I guess he was like, we ain't got enough to share. Yeah. I just got a bag full of some of his bag. I know. His bag.
Did you look inside?
I was laughing too hard to see the situation progress any further. If it got any funnier, I think I would have died. Yeah. And so we let his bitch ass go. And we're laughing.
Our cultures are so close.
I mean, it's definitely something where you could have hard to grab his ass somewhere.
And they're kind of like all
we could have grabbed him, and let me tell you, they would have thrown us that fucking
guy walks over to
a man like that, a bag of beans. You have every right to grab that man and say, what are you? Did he look like a transient kind of ass? He looked like a hobo. It was like something that would only happen when you're on LSD. You know what I mean? Like, you're tripping like shit. Like, you'll go to a grocery store and just look at this thing. What happened to you? It was like a sober LSD experience. Which is wonderful. I love
Yeah, I was crying laughing. Okay, so cut to an hour later, I walk outside. There's like 4 ambulances outside the apartment that he walked out of.
They're picking up
And then I'll freaking die.
doing all kinds of women are much more the
Oh my gosh.
of societies than
I
disregard men. They
no,
are
didn't see anything.
things like that.
So it was in your building or just right around
It was
there?
like down the way.
Okay.
But it was from the general direction he came from to the mass. He's 95 years old. He's got a bag of beans. He was probably doing the last hurrah.
Be careful, dude. Well, if he died, I've heard stories of the last people a dead person talks to. They can haunt the person. And y'all were probably the last 2 people.
There is a good chance that investigators are hoping to talk to us because we were the last people to see the meat man alive.
So if you're watching this and you're like a ghost kind of person or whatever, y'all are hearing this. I mean, that really is crazy.
He's gonna be looking for you. He needs to give you those beats.
He needs to complete his journey. Then he can go to heaven, or he can go to heaven because now he's in purgatory. Yes.
Well, I hope he can find you again.
Hopefully, I'll just make myself available.
And would you accept the beans?
Spiritually, if the beans were the thing keeping him locked in this mortal coil, you can accept them from but don't eat them. Oh, yes, that's given. That'd be given. Trust me, I would not. Damn, that would be bad news.
Next tax revolt?
Bean ghost. So cool, Grant. Way to go.
There are tax revolts for sure.
Grant is back there Googling bean
As
ghost.
long as
Says it's sweet Grant doing his job. That's what he's doing.
we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual kind of pressure because we have elections.
Yeah, it's a bean ghost.
It's
very rudimentary, but it's, you can just, I don't know, you can probably like glue them onto that sheet of paper and then it'd be a fun thing for you to hand them together. Oh my gosh, could you talk about like people talking about my mother is currently doing, she does estate sales, and the current one she's doing, the husband died, and then 2 days later, the wife is outside, it's snowing, and she falls down, and they find her ass 4 days later, and she froze to death, and the dog was still with her ass. Did the dog die too? I think the dog was still alive. That's nice. I know, it's crazy, so I told my mom, give me some knickknacks, give me something. Because that could be that could be a ghosty kind of place. Yeah. Damn. That is a hard pill to swallow, getting frozen like that. Well, this should happen to fucking Gene Hackman, isn't it? Or something like that. Yeah, Gene Hackman went into an ice bath and he frankly just got too cold. That's bad because I think you're only supposed to be in those fucking things like 3 minutes tops max, and he was just not thinking, and he fell asleep, and he went to heaven, and he died, and the wife died too. Yeah, she got in there with him. God, I bet they were warm there for a little bit. Their body heat probably radiating off of one another, but then it just got too cold. Yeah, paradoxical undressing is what they call it. You get really, really cold, and then a lot of people who die of hypothermia are found without their clothes on. Weird, because your body starts tricking itself, and it's going, I don't know what's happening. My synapses are all misfiring. It's a nightmare. I'm gonna take my pants off and show my neck one last time. But it's really cold, so I'm gonna put my pants on really quick after. But I'm gonna put a sock over it because again, my penis is very small right now. Yeah, it's like negative something outside. Yeah, no, when I was doing the snowmaking stuff, my hand got wet. I wanted to take my glove off and my hand got so cold. I didn't have feeling in my middle finger for like 3 months after that. It was like a nightmare. That was the one night I cried. I was doing that job. I cried. I'm in one of the fucking things. It was an especially cold night out there, and they had these tower guns, they called them, which was this thing that would mix the water and the air. And there's a big chunk of ice, and I fucking knocked it off or something, and this giant chunk of ice falls on my ass, and that hurt. And then I'm thinking, this sucks.
And then my fucking hand got wet up in one of the things that I'm messing with, and then I just fucking walked out, ended up playing in like 30 minutes. I feel like I'm gonna cry because you were so cold. Because I was desperate, Casey. I was desperate. My hand was freezing cold. I got hit by the jug of ice. I'm like trekking down the side of this dumbass place where people ski, feeling like I'm on Everest, but it's like some ski resort. But it's nighttime. That's what desperate feeling like I'm gonna die. I have to keep on moving forward. I'm gonna fucking die out here, and they're gonna find me. Somebody's gonna find me like really soon in the morning because it's a ski resort. People are around. It's not like some desolate mountain. Yeah, was there no one around you? No, not at the time. I had coworkers around, but we all be in different areas. It was bad. I made it just laid on the ground and just tried to relax. And I think some people that were like eating dinner that night like saw me, and I'm just like, sorry. I have to lay down for a second. I like really down outside in a bathroom. I ended up making it down to a bathroom, just to an area of the ski resort, and I just went in the bathroom and put water on my hands for a little bit. It killed me. Even just cold water killed my hands, and then I just laid down. And you said, I'm so sorry. I'm just so effing cold. Yes, I am so fucking cold. So step around me and go pee or whatever, because I'm not getting up. I spent like a lot of times when I was in my youth, when I was in my party years, we would just pretend to our parents we were at each other's houses, and then we would just go like spend the night like in the woods or like in an abandoned baseball field and just party or whatever. It's fun. And so I spent like several nights, probably a couple weeks total, sleeping in like public bathroom. Really? Yeah, you just lock the door behind you and just try to. Oh my gosh, what would were we all just partying in that general area? Yeah, we would just get like a handle of like tea, like McCormick's or like Tonka. We could just get a handle of loose vodka, maybe pray to God someone finds a Coca-Cola, and just get as drunk as you can, as quick as you can, and just try not to lose each other. Yeah, when you're like really young, like 14, yeah. Just get super drunk and just like sleep in the field. Just like for everybody the next day, nobody's missing. Yeah, just pray to God you have all the boys together. Yeah, because it's gonna be a weird story to have to tell the parents. You're gonna have to go up with another story about where y'all were, and somebody's probably slipping up. So maybe I don't know, maybe not. Well, you gotta keep your circle tight in instances like that, especially when it's cold outside and you're trying to sleep in the bathroom of like a dugout. Yeah, like sleep on like a little dugout. And it's cold. You could die during this close. You know, people die of hypothermia for less. And by the way, Casey, it's so interesting you said the thing about keeping your circle tight because Grant, don't you kind of you almost famously messed up with your circle, right? You let somebody a little too close too soon. Yeah, you like really messed up there for a little, right? A little bit, yeah. What happened? Just inviting too many people into the circle. Yeah, then you lose one. Oh God, you lost a friend. Lost one. They're out of the circle now. But, so they're still with us, but just they're fine. What happened? Y'all just didn't get along ultimately or something, or violated the rules. And what are those again? There's a lot of rules. I mean, I think they had a couple of different missteps. Ultimately, truancy. They were retarded. Yeah, retarded to the friend. They're retarded. No, tardy. Grand. Retarded. Yeah, they weren't showing up on time. They were going to shift way harder. Hey, Grant, I remember y'all saw him. Yeah. Come join us for a circle of friends. There's always room for one more. A circle that never ends. All you gotta do is open up the door. They used to sing that. Yeah. And if you don't show up, you're good as dead. And that's what their boy did. He showed up tardy to fucking stuff. Well, so you had to boot his bitch ass up.
absolutely.
I mean, punctuality's a core rule. Would you let him listen to your podcast if he was like, if he called you up today or whatever? He's like, let me on as a guest. We got to the crawler. How many more do you have going right now? I have a couple. But yeah, that one is my main podcast right now. Grant, would you still let me do this podcast or look like this?
The scale of devastation
I might let you do it more.
as
You can maintain that.
the historians recommend. You'll see
Will you zoom
citations.
out? Will
It
you
seems like
zoom
every
out?
time
I
someone
don't want
writes
to.
about this,
Come on,
it
man.
increases by another 100,000 victims.
Look like
Yeah,
Giga Chat.
400 million victims.
But
The
and
reality
also,
is, remember,
Casey, I swear to God, you know what I was reminded, what I'm reminded of right now is the Rizzler when he's doing his face. I swear, that's like a really good.
Chances are,
How are you even? Hold on, I'm looking at that. How are you doing that?
probably
Oh,
in there
good.
with some kind of
Oh, you look real good. I would call it
population skill, which is a
yeah, on Baywatch, like early 90s Baywatch.
Like what
I think it's stuck. You're kidding, Casey. Wait, your smile.
We'll wrap it up.
Wait,
This
your
is
mouth.
a
Yeah.
a five.
Your mouth stuck. Reach over the plate. No. Wait, Casey, you're okay, dude. Hold on. It's not stuck like that. Oh my God. Holy shit, I look a little handsome. I got a haircut yesterday. It looks nice. It's looking very good. I know you told us we're going to get a haircut. Where'd you end up going? I went to this lovely little boutique. They call it one of the top 5 hidden gems of Austin. It's a barbershop or haircut place. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, that would throw you. Would that fit into your little bubble wrap? Would that fit into your little freaking round hole in a square peg? I forget it. What was your shop? It was called Barbershop 808, I think. And it was lovely. And the woman took a picture of me after my haircut. She said, your hair looks so good. I'm going to put this on Instagram. And she put it on Instagram. Oh my gosh. She said, your hair is awesome, dude. Are you in a band? Oh my God. What do you say? I said, no, I'm an entertainer. Okay. I like to say sometimes an entertainer. I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah. Then, like, maybe their mind runs wild. And they think, okay, look fine. I don't know. That's what I would be thinking. I'd be thinking, you gotta tell me. I'd be thinking, wait, what? Yeah, there's all different, because there's different kinds of entertainers. Well, it would kind of connotate that I'm like maybe a rock dancer. Like, that's what I like to think that they think. Like, because why would I say entertainer? Yeah, because you would almost think an exotic dancer. You might not. Oh my gosh, it was so funny on Monday. I was with Red Band, and I guess it was and somebody else. And Uncle Laser's asking like his girlfriend or somebody who I guess does porn, or that's what he was saying. And then it was so funny. Red Band said something about me. He's like, yeah, he used to do porn. And then it was so funny. Red Band and I lied to this girl for 20 minutes about my name is a Memphis Strangler because I used to strangle these people. And then she was asking me questions about like what percentages I'm getting from the different websites. And I'm just, it was the funniest thing. And then it was fucking Nick. He threw me under the bus and he says, he doesn't do that. I was like, you piece of shit. I had her ass going, dude. Yeah, you were ready to reel in the line. Yeah, it's the fish squirm. Yeah, dude. And it was real close. And it was real close. And then it's like somebody always gonna come in and lock it up like that. Okay, just let the boys play. Let the big dogs eat. And if you're not willing to eat a little puppy chow, stay out of the kennel. Yes, stay out of the kennel. Get out of the yard. Stay out of my face. Because you know what comes next, and you're not gonna like it. You're gonna be on the ground in 2. There's gonna be 2 hits. Me hitting you, and me hitting you again. And then you're hitting and then you're hitting the ground. Set your watch. It'll be 2 seconds. Press start and then press stop when you hit the ground. It'll be about 2 seconds. Dumbass. So quit messing with us, the big dogs in here. There's gonna be 6 hits. Me hitting your sternum. You drop into your knee. That's the 2nd hit. Me hitting your ribs. That's the 3rd hit. You standing back up. You bump your head on the ceiling because we're in an RV. Me kicking your shins out from under your legs and you don't fall. I hit you in the sternum again. It hurts my hand. That's the 5th hit. Then you finally die. Wait, so that was more than 5 hits.
Wasn't it?
I think I announced that it would be 6.
Okay, 6. Was it that more?
than anything else.
Is this the same one as the guy's hitting his head?
So the head, it depends on if you want to count the fear in that head. Because that's not exactly me whipping that ass, but it's you getting hurt nonetheless. For sure, you're frazzled, so that's why you should know not to get up so quick till you hit up so they can more feet. You are going to bump your head. It is low-lying ceilings, and we're in the front part, so we're really close to like the window. But the guy's like, I gotta get out. I'm sure he's squirming. Like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. He's coming after me. He's waiting me. And then don't see this stopping thing. Yeah, so get me out of here. But then you bump the head, and it's like, oh, fuck. Did he hit me, or that I bumped my head? And then it's game over. Oh, did he hit me right in the top of the crest of my head? Yeah, is that a wasp? What was that? I think I've told this story before, but my mom used to date this guy named Bobby Ray, and he was a cow herder, and we were at a lonely camp one time for his son named Stetson, and his fan was talking shit. Bobby said, hey, yo, come over here. He was super country, and the guy walked up, and Bobby went, he bumped his ears. Yeah, like really hard. Bang. And the guy was like, I like disoriented his dumbass.
Which have from time to
time inner ear problems or something.
A backlash, which is generally speaking
part of
the nature of the
What a
original
fighting
event,
technique.
but
Well, he
nevertheless
said,
that's part
like,
of
I
the
remember asking him like, why he did that. He said, what's guns?
You
gotta learn to fight, boy. I can teach you killing.
If we
Was he
try to
nice?
understand
He was super nice, but he had a really bad drinking problem.
as objectively as
It
possible,
didn't make him violent,
it's not
but
always
he was just
stupid to
had a
do
horrific drinking problem. We would go to Beef
I
O'Brady's
don't
every night,
think
and he would have like
I can
30
say with great confidence
Coors Lights. He was
there
the
is
coolest.
Oh, really?
history
That seems like an expensive way to be doing it at a restaurant.
But he liked to, he was a showman. He liked to entertain. So he would get wasted, and he would sing karaoke. We'd go to karaoke every night, and he would sing She Thinks My Tractor's Sexy. You know that song?
You sing sad. What does it sound like?
There we go. She thinks my tractor's sexy. She likes to ride on. I don't know if he was singing that.
But that's what he was singing.
Oh yeah, he'd sing it. Every night we would do this. Kenny Chesney. Kenny Chesney. Rest in peace. We love you, Kenny. We wish you could have more. Yes, but we know you're in heaven. We know that you're better off.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Kranz.
You're
That
doing so
is
much better now. I'm just writing something down. What the thing about ending the year?
That seems like a good way to stun somebody. Because my mom gets the, what's it called, where her ears are vertigo. She can't even get out of the bed.
Really?
That's
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, that could really, if you get somebody with vertigo, dude, that could be, it probably immediately sends it back to vertigo. Turn this in. Yeah, vertigo season is vertigo season, bitch. It's vertigo season. I can't get out of the bed, dumbass.
Oh my gosh. People felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Look at that, like, terrible Photoshop job for that Kenny Chesney song. It must have been one of his first songs or
I
something.
don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, Kenny Chesney, what you were,
major psychological force.
he didn't look like a cowboy, did he?
What do you think of that?
Sure, you want some more photos?
Yeah, please help. Please help.
There's a lot of him in a cowboy hat.
Oh, well, I was thinking of Billy Ray Cyrus. Yeah, no, everywhere we go, I remember that one. Yeah. Everywhere we go, she's talking about how I smile. You look good. What do you think, GJ? Look at them arms. Yeah, look at those arms. It looks like from Box his ears.
Well, that's not the only thing I'd box.
Yeah.
Oh,
You do that to him. Just fucking take his shirt off. Just be
to
like,
answer your
okay.
question,
No, not
we have to
that. He
separate
needs
it
a
a little
little
bit.
bit.
Because
Oh, yeah,
once
I
we
guess.
talk
But
about
I
the
want him to get
state
sunburned.
of
It seems like he's in
Israel,
the Florida Keys.
the paradigm
Yeah, you
change
get hot down there. I mean, that's what happened to
it goes
Jimmy
from
Buffett.
an interethnic
Skin
conflict
cancer.
that involves
The fairy son he loved so much was the fairy son that put him in the going forever.
certain kind of dynamics that happen when.
And I swear, Casey, I was thinking about this recently when we were at the Margaritaville in Orlando. And I swear, I think my time is correct. When they dropped the full thing of money behind us when we're just getting our volcano nachos or whatever, and they dropped the entire thing of money from the register behind us. I think that's when Jimmy Buffett died around that time. So it's just like a weird, like, is this maybe the end of the restaurant doing good or whatever? Like right around the time he died, it's just so weird.
What are you talking about the money?
They dropped a bag of money.
Yeah,
The register tour, it's like they were switching out for their shifts, and they happened to drop it right behind us. It was the loudest thing, and then I'm like, what do I fucking with my jig? What do I help y'all pick up all this change? It's like everywhere.
Was it like a big noise?
Yes, it was horribly startling, and we had just got the volcano nachos, and like trying to chill down in Florida, and it's like, it's like I'm gonna stop myself there, but it sounded like a loud something was going on.
Oh, you thought maybe it was a mass shalala.
I was thinking maybe mass shalala because it had been a while since one of them. And by the way, there was a very weird mass shalala in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Casey, when I was in Virginia Beach, I did a little research when I was there, as I do a little bit. There was a crazy mass shalala. Can you edit that, Grant? See, I'm not even kidding on that one. Can you please edit that, please, Grant?
And then I want you to bleep out the beans.
So bleep this out.
Now I can say it. Now I can say it. I won't bleep out the original beans.
Yeah, I want some beans. It's like a cartoon, like some Even Stevens shit. Okay, so wait, what happened to Mashallah? There was some guy who was fed up with everybody at his work, and he got went postal, and it was a bunch of people. And I wanted to go see the memorial, but apparently it wasn't open. So it's like, seriously, it's like a Saturday. It's like, what the? Yeah, it's like Monday through Friday or something. It's like, this is a memorial for a horrible national and it's like, we need, I should be able to see it. I couldn't.
What was it? What was the memorial? Why did it happen?
It was in the building, and it was like a freaking,
It's only open during work
it had like diffusers or whatever, the things you see at like a Cracker Barrel, like with the oil diffusers, and it had a freaking like little water. Yeah, oh, there's a shillelagh. People with those things?
Yes, back in time. Here we go.
That's so
Did you write that down?
you know, the mash shillelagh, as funny as it is, I think it would cause a little. It would be a little bit too much setup for a guy like me. I'm all punchline now, so it would be funny. There's something funny with talking about a mash shillelagh, like calling it that the whole time, and never like that is fun. That's funny to me, kind of. That's like ridiculous.
God, there was a mash shillelagh last week.
So many ways.
You have to get a bunch of good details and have to be very detailed if you say mash shillelagh.
Grant, are those Irish weapons? Like, do people use shillelaghs as weapons? I think so, because if you look at the one right above your hand, it looks like it's like a spiked mace.
Everyone's got a, yeah, you can swing that around. You can twing that swing. I couldn't, my head was in Jamaican time. Jamaican time. Wait, we're on an island time. Yeah. Island time. Wait, is time a weird word to say? How do you say that one? Try that. Is it time? Island time. Wait, yeah, that would make a little island time. Yeah, that's island time. Wait, island time. Oh my God, that's on occasion. Yeah, I'm off. Fuck, I'm getting off today. This is not good. I'm getting off right now. Island time. Right, you're getting off on this. Yes, it's on
Yeah.
Wait, there are two men fighting with shillelaghs. I didn't even consider that a possibility. I always considered the shillelagh a one-man weapon. Like it couldn't be mutual shillelagh combat.
only one can snap the shillelagh.
Yeah, it's like, it's not like a duel. It's like you throw a shillelagh on the ground, like right in the middle. First one to get it gets to use it. And then starts banging it. Yeah, just start hanging and mashing. I talked to this guy in Monterey one time, and he had those white crusts on the side of his mouth. You know what I'm talking about? What is that from? Just not drinking enough water? Probably a combination of that and speed normally. Yeah, people who like take too much Adderall get those crusties. Like, it's so gross. But he was from Ireland, and he was trying to sell us ketamine, and he kept going, oh, brother, in Dublin, everybody's smashing all the bars. You can't go out without everybody smashing. It's a daily occurrence. Smashing like fighting, I guess. Damn, but it's stuck in my head forever. Him saying smashing. That's funny. Did y'all end up getting the ketamine? Yeah, I almost. Absolutely. I think that was the first time I did ketamine, and it was a Weird Al gig. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Erica loves Weird Al gig. She's a giant. I do too. There was a guy who was like 6'8", possibly 7 foot, and I was in a K-hole. He was singing every word to Weird Al, and it made me, if I had the capacity to die in that moment, I would have. I was so scared. It's impossible to describe. Are you like standing up or on the ground sitting down and seeing the two? I had the fear. I was standing up. But he was so tall I couldn't see the stage, so I was watching him watch the concert because he was right in front of me, and he knew every word to every Weird Al song, even the deep cuts. It's like he was translating it for you or something. And he was so big, he was like a human wall, so it was like staring at his big ass head. It's a worst case scenario at a concert. Some giant person in front of you, and everybody would laugh, and I would have no idea what they were laughing about. So I felt like I was in some like demonic sitcom watching this giant man sing Weird Al. So when other people are laughing at stuff, you start laughing at it, or just kind of But I was so deep in the K-hole, like I couldn't really move my mouth. Like my bones were frozen, so Gosh, with some big ass dude in front of your fucking ass. It was definitely a worst case scenario. But you're here, Casey. What does it kill you makes you stronger. You survived that shit, dude. Well, Weird Al, he left one survivor to tell the story, and that was me. And then the guy too. I was gonna say, but we're not talking about that. Yeah, when you said beans at first, I'm thinking, wasn't there a guy named Stevens with that name? Yes, his name was Beans, and he was so funny. He was, and he had a fun look to him. I wonder what his ass is up to. You can't even look him up there. You gotta try to Google him. He's scrubbed, so that's weird. It's like there was in a government. He started working with the government or something, because I know government ends up getting people in show business sometimes. Oh yeah. Well, they took his identity. It's like in the Departed situation. They deleted the system. Gosh, they deleted Beans from the fucking database, dude. Look at that, man. I mean, he was starting to do so good. He was like a data analyst or data scientist or something. He got recruited, and he made that mistake. And you think the government's going to give you everything they promise when they're done with you, but believe me this, they won't like you. Yes, so I hope you like it down in Guantanamo Bay or one of these other places, because that's where you're probably going to live for some amount of time. Yeah, you're going to end up in a black site like an Abu Ghraib. And think about this right now, you're not going to make it in Abu Ghraib, okay? There's no way. You got people blasting music at your ass the whole time, music you don't like, just 24/7. People are tickling you. People are doing all kinds. That's what I've heard, and that would really get me, because I get so ticklish, Casey. Hey, I'll tell you whatever you want. Stop tickling my gams. Yeah, stop. And then I felt like a little bitch, kind of, because as I said, I watched Reservoir Dogs for the first time in a long time. And I'm thinking, man, I'd squeal after they put a little feather on the bottom of my foot. This guy's getting his ear cut off. Like, dude, toughen up a little bit, William. What's going on, man? But I don't like laughing too hard. Like, I love laughing, but if it's too hard, I start feeling insane. Well, it's hard, right? It's hard. I know. And I know you're tough as nails, but everyone has a weakness. I know.
Mine happens to be that. It's like the weirdest thing. It's like embarrassing. It's not embarrassing, dude. That's really ticklish at all. You know, a guy like me, tragically, thankfully, I'm not. But a guy like you can tickle these hard.
Dude, like, so you're talking about even under your neck or under your arms, you're not laughing.
Okay.
Whoa, look at that sexy picture.
Yeah, I do get ticklish. I'm very ticklish. Yeah. Ask any of my ex-girlfriends if we get in a tickle fight. I'm squealing.
Fucking stop, for real. Stop.
You're cracking my shit up. Yeah, it's too hard. It starts hurting. Did you ever see that documentary called Tickle? No? Great. You know what I'm talking about? Pull it up. It's great. This guy, like, he finds this, like, erotic tickling league. Like, competitive tickling. Why does that mean erotic? Or why is erotic? Why is that word? You have to watch it. He finds this, like, tickling league, which seems to be, like, definitely some sort of fetish, because it's just guys tickling each other. And then he goes down this rabbit hole, and the owner of the tickling organization is like totally insane, and like sues him and does all this crazy stuff. It's amazing. Weird. Oh, is this a scene from the, or is this how they get you? It's a real strap down. It's like obviously erotic. Like, how do you get turned on and tickled is what it's called. It's very good. I'm gonna look it up, but it might just trigger me in weird ways or something. Just watching people get tickled. Cause yeah, that dude's not even moving. Like, at least with me, I'm never really tied up. So you can squirm around. And imagine that, getting tickled raw. Now, I can't. Because laughing is a good thing, but if you do it too much, you feel weird, and then it's like you don't want to laugh sometimes after that. At least for me. Yeah, if you're anything like me, you're not going to want to get tickled raw. This is the safest photo I think I should post. I don't think they're naked. I don't remember. They are, but it's a documentary. It's not a porn. Yeah, Graham, why are you trying to insinuate weird stuff right there? Come on, we've done a good. It's been a fun one today. It's the earliest one we've done in years. It looks wholesome. I'm sorry. Is that good? Thank you, brother. Family friendly. Thank you, brother. I like Thai. Yeah, I like Thai. Well, I'm looking at the picture a little more. At least they have that. Looks like sweatbands or something under his armpits. Because again, that is a tickle. That's a ticklish spot. That's a ticklish hot spot. Yeah, that's a hot spot for tickle shit. Well, I think that's just his shirt. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's how formats. See, it's like right there. Is he having a good time, or is it not now? There's no this thing. Imagine tickling someone until they buzz. Could you imagine, Grant? Picture that in your mind's eye. Got it? Okay. Now keep it. Now keep that image. Got it? Now keep it. You can't get rid of it now. It's in your head. It's trapped up there. I've been practicing mesmer, which is be careful in case you want to sound. It's the origins of hypnotism, and it has various occult beginnings. That's why we call it mesmerizing. The man who created it was named Mesmer, and a lot of people thought that he was some sort of witch or occultist. And really, he had just discovered hypnotism, and he thought it was animal magnetism, that we had certain fluids running through our bodies, like psychic fluids. And if you could capture them, you would be able to heal illnesses. And I've been basically practicing mesmer. And how's it going? Are you able to? I've tried progress, and I'm trying to hypnotize myself to forget my own.
So that's kind of like a question, sort of like,
is it a possible thing to be able to? Is that a thing? It hasn't been proven, but based on some of my research, I think within 6 months I'll be able to do it. Yeah.
Well, don't get stuck in the hypnotized state. Isn't that a problem? Because I thought hypnotists, like, you end up doing a clock or something and then you get out of it. What if you get stuck in it? I've been setting an alarm, kind of like Inception, to get a snapping out of it, so I haven't told you. Okay, so you have something that's getting you back out. Yeah, which is just a squishmallow.
Or an molar. You know, you look at me kind
What is that? What is it told you? Hold it? Yeah, I hold it and then I'll squish it and then I'll remember that. I'm okay. If I ever did that, I could do it with my Winnie the Pooh source. Yeah, that would be good for me. That would be good for you, and then we all have like our squishmallow. Yeah. Great. Do you have a squishmallow? Do your daughters like squishmallows? What's like an owl? I have so many squishmallows. With the big ones. Yeah. Seahorse. The fox. Got a couple of the fox. I have this cat that's here in the middle. Those are great. Oh, you're not kidding. You really do. Yeah, I thought you were kidding. Maybe. Maybe you were joking. No, we're suddenly in my real. You're like kidding about that because we brought it up like we liked it, and then you act like you did, and then it's like, hey, is that genuine? I know. Where do we draw the line? It's like sometimes he's just blowing smoke up from blood or whatever. It's like I love it, but then sometimes it's like, but you do. You have a. It sounds like you really do. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm super good. So, Grant, if you could hypnotize yourself or a loved one, would you and why?
Like I'm up there now, kind of relaxing.
I mean, it's a little intimidating. Just kind of, as an over-controlled person like myself, I don't want to relinquish that. Well, it's all about knowing who you are, right? At a really base, like, sort of spiritual level. Have you been trying to practice on other people? Mesmer is extraordinarily dangerous and has caused more death than shark attack. Because I was about to say you're more than welcome to practice on my ass, but that sounds dangerous. So please maybe don't actually, if it really does. Because I was about to say, oh my gosh, get to me, I don't care. Practice on my ass too. Trust me, I would never do that on the loved one. Mesmer is more dangerous than shark attacks alone. So you almost do it on, so you do it on somebody you don't like. Yeah, it would strictly be for my enemies or people who have wronged me in any way.
Like who?
Like my friend Caleb. You kicked his ass. Yeah, Caleb. Would you tell him to like walk off the house? Yeah, or something, or help you? How would you get somebody? He's a carpenter. Yeah, so he spends a lot of time like in high rises, and I wanted to scare him, right? I didn't want him to kill him. He was like, after all, we were friends before he wronged me. And I told him basically to walk the plank, and he woke up. I snapped him out of the mesmer right as he was at the ledge of like a 20-story building. And then I had a little drone flying up there carrying a message that said, try it again, maybe we'll wake up. And he's been good since then. Oh, he has mine and his piece of news like you would not believe. He's been a very polite boy, as one might imagine. Good. You would hope so, because that'd be a scary. I can't imagine, because I don't like heights, Casey. So if I wake up and I'm in a fucking plank on the side of a building, and I see a fucking drone with a message for me, I'm like, wait, this guy means business. I gotta listen to the message. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a warning of a lifetime, and I won't be warning you twice. Caleb, right? Caleb. So Caleb, that's Caleb Durant. So Caleb Durant, be careful, dude. Seriously, man. Yeah, wrong me once. I scare the shit out of you. Wrong me twice. You wake up in heaven. That's where the Joker would basically be my best friend. Because he sent a bunch of people to heaven. Because the Joker loves murder and chaos. And indirectly, he's probably sending a lot of people to heaven. Yeah, but so God's probably like, alright, I guess I'll let him go a little bit longer. Yeah, God, he's bringing me all these good souls up here. We're getting good souls up here. A lot are going downstairs. A lot are going to the big guy who lives down. Yes. We won't even say what. Yes. Yeah. So I think the new pope is going to bring forth the prophecy. He's going to be the Antichrist. I don't know. What does he have to get a head with?
The 21st century question, though.
There was something like that, right? Yeah, it was like a headwind, and I'm thinking, God, was that Trump? Is that Mr. Donald?
Depending on how
So you got that headwind, I'm thinking, is his ass going to be the Antichrist? Yikes.
That is actually a good point. Maybe I'll use my mesmer for good.
Three asteroids.
Yeah, you could do it in some with different political side you're going for, whatever. Yeah, get it to
Get Pelosi to like pass a bill to bring back original Oxycontin.
Yeah.
If you don't know the reason for something,
So what would you have to do? You'd have to get her on the telephone, and then once you got her on the phone, and she starts hearing you talking, then you kind of got her. So it has to be person to face to face.
I learned all my techniques from this Japanese horror movie called Cure. So it's like considered the forefather of the Japanese J-horror movement, like The Ring and The Grudge. It was kind of the forebearer of all that. And what you do is you ask a lot of questions. So I would say, here's how I would do it. I'm not going to
don't really actually do it on my ass, but
we're not going to do it on my ass. Okay. But what would you want me to do? Are you talking about doing mesmer?
yes, yeah. I mean, which is what? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was thinking about the mesmer thing. I think it would be, I was just curious how it even works.
Why are you asking me that?
So it would be something like that, where I would kind of talk in circles for a really long time until you get frustrated, and then I would go, and that would kind of have that jarring noise of like knocking something would kind of snap you, and that would initiate the trance. Okay. And then I would have you look into a lighter. I would say, oh shit, you need a light for that. And you don't even have a cigarette or anything, which would confuse your brain. So basically like splitting the two sides of the brain.
So that's very.
And then you would be highly suggestible. Okay, so that's, and then that's when you can, have my will. Yeah. I would say, I need a ride to Waffle House. Because I'm starving. And then I'll be like, okay, hold on, get in the front seat. Yeah, and then Eric will get in the back seat. Yeah. And she would be pissed. Yeah, and then I have to trick Erica, so this would take like a long time. Because Erica would go, what the hell? What is in the back? Because you got my ass in, but yeah, then you gotta get your ass. Yeah, she'd be like, "What? You freaking snap out of it, dude? You're mesmerized." Yeah. Oh God, I wouldn't do it to a close friend. Grant. Grant, when do you think we're gonna end this podcast?
What are you guys doing? We're having something hard.
You guys are wrapping up in
You're just later.
And what is a minute again?
What do you guys have in your
It's about 60 seconds.
The greatest example of this thing that's not difficult
What's about it? It's not going to be trans.
where he says,
Well, I'll hex your ass in due time, brother.
Which is another thing. It's a completely different type of mechanism.
If
I go to Waffle House,
I
I think I don't want to jinx it, but I can get more. Yeah, you can drive us.
Yeah, sure, of course.
But what does that mean?
Drive us where? To
Waffle House?
Anyways. Well, it was so much fun today. It was perfect. I'm so happy to see you guys watch that movie Cure. It's really great. Okay. And we gotta start with Anthony from Flesh Morganson. Watch Tickle. Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery Zersood, Bean Ashen, Daniel Hunter, Ginger Fox, Destiny A4, Dillberry, Harry Dwarf, Kiss on the Lips, Dova, King Dr. B. Duke, and Eli Slug, Gators, Godmother, Goalie Bay Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare, early at WMS time, LOL. I love Big Mac. Zach Poison is Big Mac. Tricks it. I am the Big Mac. Jimmy J. Jess, Joe Guy, John Shaw, Justin Threagle, Captain Chaos, Casey Mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer, Joe, Lopez Becky, Nigel, Sydney, Pappy, Papa, Code, Patrick, Casey, Robert, Bushell, Robert Bushell, Roby Joe Sparkle, Shitty Kaya from the Big Island, Sap Rag, Sergio Shiva, Steve Fournier, the gaming crooner, the wizard, Trina K, Vanderweed, Vicious Victor Misty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Work Drive Show on YouTube, choose your adventure zombie, Warlock King, and as always, they get to be Whiplash Morgan. Anthony, we love you. Love you, Anthony. Anthony. That was a residual part of the best part. Yeah. Alright, bye everybody. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Recording ATM Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
1776. These things are happening in the 18th century.
I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Now, we can like engage. Right. Okay, so those are our 3 rebellions. Let's go now to Shopkick 2. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what story is
Recorded
Shopkick 2?
live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. Genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely America. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery. Scary music is my throat. When I woke up today, it felt like I had strep throat again, but I haven't had strep throat since I got my tonsils taken out. Freaking, this is, 25 years ago now? I mean, this is a long time ago, so I don't know either. We're both, I don't know, I'm sick. Something's going down. Grant's been putting little sick pills in my little soup pit.
This is not true.
You don't want to start getting under an house and, yeah, you're trying to make us think that we're, you want us to think that we're sick, but you're actually the one, like, messing, you're the one poisoning us. So you can swoop in and say, oh, I brought you guys a cold rag. And the Z-bars, it always seems like the Z-bars are a little messed up. He's putting pills in the middle like a piece of ham for a dog. So Erica, that actually was very sweet. Thank you so much for bringing the protein bars the other day. I must have just had a feeling that he was messing with the Z-bars.
Dominator.
You guys should have a Z-bar.
I don't feel like falling asleep on the podcast, Grant.
Just have one.
Transportation.
Yeah, I get real sleepy after that. I don't really want to feel so sleepy in here tonight. Yeah, I got a bunch of shit to do tonight. I'm supposed to go have sausage and egg and cheese biscuits. We're at freaking Waffle House, 24 Diner. It's this new quaint little number. You're going to love it. It's on the east side. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Wednesday through Sunday.
Several marriage offers,
I
but
don't know what he said. He said we've been multiple times. So I don't know. That's so weird.
Lisa, I thought it was on Lamar. The one we had this week.
I don't know if it's multiple, but it's the same thing.
I might have
You've been.
but it's on Guadalupe. Guadalupe. Yes, that rings a bell. But they have these sausage, what do you call it, gravy biscuits. Oh yeah, the sausage and gravy. I love that stuff. I got no sleep last night because I kept having this dream about Jeepers Creepers. What, like the scary guy, Jeepers scary guy? And then, so in my dream, I pull up to a rest stop. I know I have to fight somebody, like an enemy. Yeah, this guy looks up from this hood. He has like deer eye shine. You know, like his eyes are reflective. I guess I was fucking off.
Damn. And then I turn to my buddy and I go, what's it? I said, what are the chances he even speaks English?
Because he's a monster. He was like a monster.
Yeah. And they were like, you should try to talk to him. And then in my dream, the only thing I remember saying is, what are the chances he even speaks English? It's like, am I feeling so up? Or he did he end up talking to you?
I woke up.
Because my girlfriend is in town visiting and she woke me up right at that moment. I woke up screaming. She got here from the airport and I woke up like, damn. That's how she was TV creating. Damn. And that's a legit question. I mean, what language does the monster speak? That's a legit. Who knows? I mean, the mummy, what's he speaking? He's speaking like Egyptian. He's not speaking. No. If you happen to run into the mummy, what, Count Dracula? That's Scandinavia. Yeah, Scandinavian, freaking, what are the other? I think it's so xenophobic. We have to assume that all monsters speak English. Why would she be creepy? Speak English. His ass is speaking Filipino or something. Yeah, his ass is speaking something from the islands or somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere, but not American, not English.
No, something like that was not right in the States. It's something from honestly a different plane of existence.
Wait, so what do you mean when you say like a deer eye? Wait, so what is that?
Like when you shine a flashlight in the woods or you're hunting at night or you're just in the woods at night and an animal's eyes will glow. It had eye shine that reflected off the headlights of the car.
So that's creepy.
Yeah, it was really, I was terrified. And then we got in the car and they said it's okay, we got away from him. And I pulled the hood and there was movement on the hood. And then I woke up again. It was awful.
Damn.
One of the worst nights ever. Jimmy Creepy's back.
I'm so happy you made it through. Oh my gosh.
You hear those stories about people dying in their sleeps? Yeah, frightened to death. Yeah.
Damn. Well, not last night. You're too strong for that. It's not going to happen right now. You're about to go to Australia.
You're a fighter.
Yeah, you're a fighter. You're not going to let some dream. You're not going to let these people send you these weird dreams mess with you. You're not going to let them mess with you.
Every 23 years for 23 days, he feeds. And I'm starting to think the clock's ticking.
God, my car almost fed on a person on the interstate yesterday. I'm driving, going fast, and then people in front of me start slamming on the brakes, and then I hit the brakes hard, and I like turn to try to get in another lane or something, and it is some man just walking across the highway. And I'm thinking I would have hit his fucking head. If he got in front of me, I would have fucking maybe swerved at him a little bit. Shit. Yeah, he catch me in the wrong mood. I mean, I was about to swerve in his ass, clip his heels just a little bit, gimp him. Yeah, he flings up in the air.
Very gimless freak. Have fun in a wheelchair.
Oh my gosh, Grant! That's probably exactly how I looked. Right as I was about to hit the guy. And I don't know if this is the same guy. I swear I was driving, I don't know, this was about a month ago. And some dude's just out in the kind of middle of the road, a very busy road, and he's shooting everybody with a fake gun. And then he gets to me, he shoots my ass point blank, and I kind of go up like this.
What do you mean?
And then he kind of smiles. Yeah, those fake guns that he's shooting all the cars with, which seemed messed up. He was shooting everybody.
Well, that's not fair, right? Because some of those people probably don't deserve that.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't know everybody's story. You should just be able to have that blank check. And speaking of blank check, we watched the thing last night about the actor blank check. He is not doing good. He is not doing good.
What was the show called? Judge Million.
Judge Million, it was after Judge Million. It was like Hollywood Monsters.
Oh no. And what? He was a bad person.
Yeah, his mom, he had blank check. Everything was going really good after blank check. And his mom moves his ass to somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Colorado.
Like Max Keebler.
Exactly like a real life Max Keebler situation. It's like everything's going so good, and then the mom intentionally sabotages everything. It's really sad. And then they showed the guy from Hughley's, and he has a bunch of face tattoos. He looked insane. That guy looked insane. He was watching it, I swear to God, just for this fuck.
What is the Hughley's?
a wonderful show.
D.L. Hughley, the Hughley? Is it Hughley? How do you say it? I don't know, it's not up to me. Grant, how do you say it? Do you know? Hughley. No, it's Hughley. Hughley.
He showed up to court for him too.
Yeah, D.L.
Character witness.
It's a character witness because he was up in the club and somebody yelled out some blood.
You've heard
You yell out when you're like blood and you're going against like crowds or whatever, and then people started stabbing and one dude died and trying to catch. He's about to catch the murder charge. DL comes in and
he was a Rolling 66 Street Road.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Whoa, I thought you were doing a bit. No, it's. So I was trying to riff with you as a friend would do when you're caught in a situation like that. But he really looks. He does have Calvary that crosses at Calvary one under his right eye. I think that's kind of cool that he's got. But the classic kind of little looks like blood marks coming down his eyeballs. So he just like got it over the crowd.
He seemed nice though.
Yeah, he seemed like he had his head on his shoulders pretty good.
He messed up a little.
He messed up. Did he do time? Yes, he did a little bit of time. And now he's back on the streets. Oh, he was so cute. And he's still as cute in his own way. I know he is. He's looking at him. Thank you. And he must be a big Washington, that W in this middle of his forehead. I think it's a Washington Nationals. Yeah, maybe he's a big Nationals fan.
Those baseball. It's weird to get a baseball face tattoo.
Weird for the baseball fan. Also, he must have been born in 1988. Maybe he's got his birth date on his chin.
You would, I want to get one on my cheek that just says Hangtown. Deuces, I love for
I know, that would fit in. It'd be perfect when you're like in Waikiki Beach, some sort of beach. Everybody's gonna be like, dude, this guy's a fucking surfer. He has to be a surfer.
They would say, who's this Howley? I would say Howley. You sure about that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Read my lips and kiss them good. Woo!
Yeah, just hitting those waves. Gosh, you gotta be careful out there. Okay, I'm gonna give Gator her present from Disney World. Oh my gosh, Gator, are you ready for this? Here goes nothing, Gatus. Gator,
Yes, Gator already knows this by her. Oh, she already does her little present.
Gator,
Oh, Gator, you're gonna have to get cases and pieces.
it's a little
Oh,
Is he backwards?
that is backwards, but it can be very sexy like the exorcism. And look at his hands, it can clear.
That maybe they'll be playing prevention that my mom,
Scared,
like
Gator.
parents Friday night, the physician would come and it was a disaster.
He thinks it's an enemy.
He earned his degrees in theology.
Gator, that's a one toy for you.
He literally thinks it's like some sort of other animal.
Theologian.
Look at her.
I consider that.
He was in
This
his
is a
early
little friend
20s,
of
his mom
yours.
said to him, Uriel,
Yeah, you want to smell it?
I've
Just give it a
studied
good smell,
you
Gator. You'll get
were
used to it.
actually
Yeah, give it a good
Jewish.
smell. Gosh, she was eating her whole penis earlier. And it makes her freaking mouth stink like shit. And normally I love to kiss her in the mouth. Normally I swear to God I keep my mouth shut. Only every now and again will I use the tongue anymore. Normally it's just my mouth is firmly shut and my nostrils certainly closed. But I can't even allow her face near mine after she's eaten this freaking cow penis.
Everything's so bad.
Oh, it's the worst.
Brutal.
She loves it.
A fate worse than death. William, here's your present. So cool.
Oh my
What's
gosh.
your color? You're kind of wearing that color today.
Come on, man. You know I had to do it.
It doesn't begin to cover it.
Come on, man. That is just a couple of dudes hanging ten. That's you. You're Max Goof, brother.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Thank you, dude. Goof Troop.
Oh my gosh, I can get Pauly Shore to sign on his here.
Yeah, how do you
Pauly Shore is down here.
We know Max Goof.
Yeah, we know that guy. He was on the podcast one time, but then we couldn't release it. We had a good podcast and a call one time, and then it wasn't. Yeah, he shut it down. Yeah, it was shut down. So the
So tragic. Erica, I'm giving you a choice. I thought about this for way too long. I'm giving you a choice between two presents. Stamps. Lilo and Stamps.
Basically,
Goofus.
Maybe Goof.
For the truth. Take it. Grant, I got you this
Thank you.
Grant, I got you this Stamps. As soon as I saw it, I
Oh
knew
my
it.
god, I'm gonna show you
they
that.
don't want to have this guy running around complaining about
Yes,
security
kids.
very
And
loudly.
Grant is a bit of a sneaker freak. These are Disney collectors. They're called Disney Lacers.
He actually
Oh
my
tries
gosh,
to
what is it,
make
shoelaces?
It's
Little shoes.
same kind of
And
stuff.
this is for Grant because you're a sneaker freak. Sounds like you're very well.
Wait, is he a sneaker freak?
I promise.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was so worried about his bathroom when they messed up the hallway or whatever because it was next to his shoe room. And he was worried that maybe it was going to get wet in his shoe room. I remember he thought that something about the moisture was going to ruin the integrity of the soles. Yeah. It's like,
Sorry about that.
is everything okay with that still?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just not supposed to wear my sneakers up and down the hallway, which I'm like, what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point of you if you can't remember? Yeah, I mean, what's the point of you owning your freaking house if you're not wearing your shoes? I mean, it's like, what? What kind of situation did you see? Yeah, wait, Grant, open those little sneakers, see which one you got. I bet you got a Goofy. The way things are trending today, because one of them's only Max Goofy. It's collectible. It has to be, and I wonder, I think some of them have like little pieces of Goofy, like clothing he's worn, like basketball cards.
Oh, yeah, the hair.
Yeah. Gosh, maybe you got one of the hair ones, Grant. With Goofy's hair. That would be sick, Grant. And if you can guess his cologne, you get 3 passes. It's Javon.
I can hear him.
Okay, yeah.
I hear him opening it.
I know, I was thinking, what is that sweet little noise in there?
Whoa. On 3, we both pull half of it.
Walks home. Takes out a note,
2,
writes a
3.
12-page suicide note. Latin.
What's that?
It's the little dogs.
That's his family.
Gosh.
Grant, zoom in on this shit, brother. You're gonna want to take a peek.
Alright.
It's Mr. Duck's little nephews, just like your daughter.
His problem was
That was a fun little
his problem
zoom.
was he loved the idea of
It's
Jewish
Huey, Louie, Gooey,
Jewish
and
ideas,
Stewie.
stuff like that. But he could not handle
Whatever their name is. It's Lois, Peter Griffin,
how he
and
perceived
Cleveland.
Jews
Who
should
was
be
it? Was their father or grandfather the dude who was so rich who would swim around and swimming pools full of coins for the duck? Was he related to these guys?
That it was a breaking point.
I'm having to call. I'm having to call
There's
this.
definitely more than
Call
that we can talk about here.
He's the uncle, and he's very independently wealthy. But I ask you this: at what cost?
In that,
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, you end up sacrificing personal relationships with your family, relationships with people you met along the way. You just really do have to be careful. You have to be super careful. You can't let that take over. I'm sad that Gator thought that this was like an opponent and not a friend.
The shoes are her size.
Oh gosh. Gator, you want to try one on for a new pair of shoes for my friend? Let me to the pair of shoes on one of your feet. Gator, which way you want?
Has a lot of the same story.
We did have to get her, well, I gotta be honest, we did have to get her a rain jacket and rain boots for Nashville coming out, because it's about to be a big storm. And if it floods, you could probably just put her on half a peanut shell, and she would just flood.
Oh my gosh, did you just float down the road and we would never see you again? Just be floating a little peanut shell.
Like Marcellus show.
Oh my gosh, you'll be able to make a little raft out of peanut shells and get out of there.
That's your friend, buddy. Say hi. It's your new friend.
That was a fun kind of voice. If my throat's almost up.
Hi, Gator. Say goodnight. That's your new brother.
Hold on, how are you doing that?
I don't know. I don't know, but it really hurts. Hi, Gator. You can sleep on a leaf. A leaf is the size of a bed. It's so ugly. It's so horrible.
Grant, are you cool with, by the way, are you cool with me opening this? Or like, do you think you can shut like a,
please, by all means. I'm back.
Well, you already got the stem, so this is all secondary. Yeah.
In the 17th
I'll get the
century.
box for you because we know you like keeping all that other stuff with it too. I'll carry a room for you.
It does devalue it a little bit, but
I didn't hope that we fucking ripped the box in half. Yeah, the box we really.
are you kidding?
Yes, hold on. She already wants to try it on.
It always smells like a new shoe. That's the kind of thing to that.
It does.
It smells really good.
Questions, arguments?
If I shrunk, dare I say it, I could probably wear this as a shoe for real. I know, would you? Yeah, would you wear that? Oh, it smells like leather. I just bought some leather soap at HEB yesterday. I'm gonna smell like beef tallow. Oh, wait, leather soap for your body? Yep.
Oh, that's cool. It
So,
smells
It just smells like leather, like it's soap. It's leather
To
scented soap.
characterize,
Damn, that's cool. What is it, like a brown color?
It's
It was a
gray.
legitimate
It's not the most pretty color, but it smells. I mean, it smells like the saddle room in my mom's barn.
Oh my gosh, well that sounds exciting.
Have you used it yet? Nobody was smelling it like crazy in the aisles yesterday. That's like the best part of going to the freaking grocery stores, being able to smell the stuff inside. Sometimes I'll just do little random immunity shots too. I'll just do ginger and turmeric. I'll just do all kinds of health stuff.
And then put them back in some other part of the freezer section.
Yeah, just put it like behind like the old
Well, don't get caught.
I do. I'm trying to catch me on the phone. I got a cyanide capsule in my pocket bag too, so I'll just snap it, go to heaven. I get nothing.
God, it's like this EPO, but instead of crack cocaine, it's a cyanide capsule.
I wonder if she's doing. I shouldn't even bring her up.
Wait, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
Wait, she
She's
has
not gonna leave.
She had crack in her tooth. Is that what you're talking about?
She had a piece of crack inside a hole in her and it was the size of her pinky nail, and she got 20 years.
Yeah, 3 strikes, you're out.
And she probably just needed rehab.
Yeah, and then
She was 20.
yeah, she was on episode 7. Yeah,
She's asking when we should have her back.
yeah, oh my gosh, so you haven't been, yeah, we need to have her. What episode are we on now?
200?
Yeah, really.
Maybe we'll have her back for 300.
What is it? I honestly don't even know. What is it?
This is gonna be 175. I want to say.
175, and you didn't even warn us it was going to be the 175th episode?
I might be wrong. It might be 176.
So we already missed the 176th. So the last, that's even worse than you said.
That's worse.
That's like a big one. I'm sorry.
I'm about to pancake your ass, dude.
I watched that and I would kind of cheer. I kind of cheer.
I'm so close to drug stick.
Well, that's a good thing. That's going to be a giant surprise, I'm sure.
Yeah, William's gonna drop a $5 bill and he's gonna say, "Oh shit, grab my hands are full. Pick that up. You're gonna pick it up. I'm just gonna potato your sack your ass."
I think we're fucking around today. We're not.
I can make this 175.
Yeah, you better delete an old one.
You want me to
Delete something and then
just get rid of one?
Yeah, so this will be 175. You're just going to find something to delete.
Okay, yeah, just delete one of the ones where I'm tired.
And then we'll bring her back episode 200.
Yeah, maybe she could be on 200th
As the Patreon.
anniversary. Well, I started getting scared when she was talking about how her husband was want to us, and I was like, what are you talking about? And so I thought, oh my gosh, this guy's scary. But Miss Avio, I hope you're well. I haven't seen your ass in a long time, but I hope all is well.
That's true, I haven't seen her.
I feel like I used to see her all the time.
What are you supposed to mean by that?
Yeah,
What are you insinuating?
I was trying to downgrade back to this backdrop.
bring it back to Disney, bring it back down to Earth. Downgrade, yeah, or use that term, where you say downgrade to Disney. It's like, what? Casey was so sweet, brought us all Disney stuff. You're like, yeah, I'm going to downgrade to Disney now.
Because he didn't get the goofy shoe.
Yeah, because you got the wrong shit, because Casey got you the wrong shoe. And he's like, help that.
I feel like he knows what he did.
I could have bought 6 different shoes, 2 ways to Tuesday. You still look at the draw. You still could have got a goofy.
Yeah, you might have got 6 of these, and then you would have, well, I don't know how you would have felt after that.
I might have tried to throw a punch and I would have caught it.
Yeah, and then I'd drop in another $5 bill saying, you need to pick this up, please. And then
You fall for it again, thank God. Instead I get to pancake your ass a second time.
but then I gotta really catch him because it's like his head was about to hit something hard. So I couldn't allow his head on the side of the desk. Just go right over the end of the table. We gotta baby-proof this room, G.
Thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them.
Sometimes there's a lot of chords. There's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I bumped my noggin. I'm feeling a little titular. Really? Did you hear that, Grant? Are y'all going to be able to even? Mike's office looks a little better. They get the leaves out, I think.
We do got leaves there. It's a little bit more padded.
It's a little more padded.
Yeah, but you guys already signed that waiver, so.
Oh, we didn't sign shit. I don't know why you're up. Yeah, I didn't sign anything. If I did, I use my fake name.
I got your signatures.
You know what I would put this in? The Indian in the cover. If I could put something in that would be like a real, because this is like a real shoe. It's like if you put this thing in the Indian in the cover, and if it's like turning leather or something, you know what I mean? It's turning into a shoe. Oh, for sure, Native American. But yes, it's definitely. I wouldn't know. There's an open rock hold happening here in the studio right now. Alright, so you would put this in that cover and it would become just a size 10 and a half fucking Air Force One. Yes, I think it would go. I know it does somehow smell. It's very surprising. It somehow does smell. The Indian in the cover. Okay, that's just another cover.
That were commissioned. These are essentially.
This smells so good. I don't even know if I can take. I kind of want to wear it with
for a variety of things.
I know. Oh my gosh, get some of the silly buddy stuff or something. Put some of that and someone in the face and then you can God, Indian on the roof cover. Ruin that is good to. I know you would not want to get stuck. The Native American guy in the cover. I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what the Indian fella would want to do. Come on. And then also, Grant, I don't know if you remember the moral of that story, because he ends up putting a Darth Vader in there. And it comes alive too. Yeah, I know. Have you ever thought about that? That's crazy. What would the shoe do? What, if you put the shoe in there?
Yeah, it become a big old human shoe, dumbass.
Yeah, they would miniature shoe, because normally it's just regular size stuff. It goes in like a toy size, and it comes out in toy size, but it's a little shoe. Coming out regular size. It could even have like a mouth. We don't know quite, but it could hit the promorphize. Yeah, but not too smart, but kind of smart. Like you don't have to worry about it, but it's like it's pretty smart for a little shoe. For sure. It's smarter than a shoe would be otherwise. We'll say that. Oh, and maybe the mouth can be like this front part, like it opens up, like you got a busted shoe. I would only assume that the mouth would not be the top, because that would be kind of yeah. No way it's that. God, there was this guy when I freaking was working in Wyoming. Who he always had to bring shoe people. I can't even look at them.
This guy.
I can't even look at them.
It's hard to really characterize him, but
well, it's so weird. It's so weird this came up because next week on that show, it's the Power Rangers. It sounds like it was a disaster on the Power Rangers on the show about the actors, and the next week it is the shoe people. So it's so weird that you did the shoe people up here. Yeah, that's after the Power Rangers. God, it's showing the Power Rangers when it's like showing a sword, and it's like, yeah, you stuck them all the way through, and then the girls get thrown out of the car, and then other people dying. It's like, come on, let me just enjoy Power Rangers. Is nothing sacred. Yeah, it's like the dude from Seventh Heaven. It's like, okay, I get it. Horrible, but let me enjoy Seventh Heaven. I know. He points out a lot of good lessons. Did a lot of bad things.
You guys want to know something cool about the shoe people? This was the first Western TV series to be shown in the Soviet Union.
I noticed you
Yeah, no shit.
Russians would be all over the
country.
the shoe, though. The shoe is friend. So scary. Fuck that. Yeah, they're probably watching this right now on their cell phones. The freaking foxholes lighting the Ukrainians. There's probably still a whole bunch of shoe people. This is probably the Muppets to Russia. This is like the famous. And again, that's why it's going to be so controversial when it comes out in a couple of weeks. That episode, yeah, the guy let go of the shoes. They don't know where they are. The guy that created it, they
don't know where he is. Curb stompings. Yeah, curb stompings. One of the other people, they don't know where they are. It's like they can't find anybody to even do the show, so I don't even know what they're going to do. So most of the Jew people, just I'm gathering, are missing. They're straight up missing. They are missing. They're gone. So I don't even know what's going to happen. He's a shoe you would love. One shoe is blue, the other one is green. He's good for children to teach lessons. Oh my gosh, and they have the country guy with one tooth up there. Kind of by your head when he has that looks like a country guy. TJ Grid? Oh, how'd you do Casey like that? You trying to say I'm a really wrong guy? Here's a better one than me. Oh yeah, thanks. Oh, that's a cool one. Damn. That's actually the coolest shoe yet. That's actually really cool. Is he in a bowling alley? I don't know what he's saying. There's sheep. Yeah, it looks like he is in a bowling alley, like an outdoor bowling alley. That's where a lot of the episodes were. They all worked at that outdoor bowling alley. He has the shoe that go bowl with bowling balls like Jesus. So cool. Yeah, and it was always good, but it was always rainy. So they always had to be like, okay, don't throw any more bowling balls. It's like any holes in there. Yeah, I mean, there's mud everywhere, so let's not do that. Then that's where all the hijinks, everybody mess around like, hey, we're going to try this mud. Yeah, come on, man, blow on it really hard. I said, yeah. I know, that's hilarious. He's like, come on, we're going to try this stuff. And then the one guy's blowing on it, and you're thinking, that's going to take forever. Yeah, I think that would take a matter of weeks, my boy. Yeah, I mean, that little ass mouth you got, I mean, it's not even going to work, dude. So that is an interesting, like, chicken or the egg, like, how would a horse wear pants type situation? How would a shoe have a face? So apparently the face is at the very top. Trampy. And that's Trampy. The guy, yeah, James Driscoll. Gosh. Trampling. That's when the clown went to heaven above your head. It was on the freaking Lockerbie. I think he was in the Lockerbie. The plane that went down. Yeah, it was a part of Operation Desert Storm. Had a lot of stuff happen after that. I was starting to watch that last night. I still don't know who did the Lockerbie bombing. It's sounding like maybe some Libyans or something. Well, that's a court caution. They still don't know. They still don't know. Gosh, could have been some sort of expat, deep state CIA double cross, but the poor guy that went outside of his house and turned his lantern on and then sees the girl on his bushes with one shoe on and one shoe off. And that's what he'll always remember. Yeah. But she got blown out of a plane. Yeah, got blown the fog up out of a plane, and then one shoe stayed on, and one shoe fell off, and that's what I'll always remember. It's messed up. I don't even want to say this, because this is like kind of disrespectful to the victims, but I have always felt, for most of my life, if I were to jump out of a plane and touch my back and realize, oh shit, I don't have a parachute, yeah, at the last second, I would bring my body in really tight and try to bring my arms as close together to create drag, and I would walk. And I would perfectly, I would slide on my feet. I would wait till you hit the ground, right before you catch that upwind. So it's basically like this, falling, extend body, upwind. It seems like it would create some upwind, and then you're hitting the ground right then, and it's perfect. And there'd be a bunch of skid marks where your feet were. You gotta make sure you get the timing right on that stuff, dude. Because I watched a video last night, kind of late, and it was some dude jumping from 4 stories up into a swimming pool that was like 6 feet deep. And he goes in, and then you see like blood at the end. Oh no, he's just slamming his legs. Why are you looking at me like that, Gator?
Gator, don't be mad at him for getting you the toy ready. Gator, you're ready to get another toy.
You gotta warm up to it, Goofy. I'm sorry, you're not Goofy, you're Gator.
Gator, your name ain't even Goofy.
And Western Ukraine, that's the greatest concentration. Still some concentrations in Western
That's
Europe.
what I say all the time to her.
We have these massive migrations.
Yes, you got me.
I don't think Gator likes things without his Gator. Let's get away.
She loves toys. She's acting shy.
Yeah, she's acting shy. She said she
didn't even want to be in front of the camera today, and there he is, but we really don't get along.
Assertion of Jewish population in South here, and not in Spain, because Spain is still officially behind.
It's at a frequency that's too low for dogs to hear.
Hi, I'm actually your brother, Carly.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of a dog whistle. It's just dogs can't hear you talk. What is that?
It's me, your little brother. She don't even get it.
She'll give a fuck about a
Is
piss.
that how Caesar Million sounds? The other Million is. Was it the same the dog whisperer?
Yeah.
Is that how he sounds? Wait, there's no way that's how he sounds. A dog's not even understand.
No, yeah, it's on a different frequency.
Yeah, he doesn't do like that at all.
Call up Caesar Million, shirtless or something.
Shirtless, if it exists. Is he related to Judge Million? Never even thought about that.
Do they look the same?
No, it could be a brother.
Maybe.
It could be a brother, I don't know.
Show his family.
I'm not sure if this is the same guy.
Much more associated with Germany in particular.
I wonder how he got a show. Like, did he go to producers and say, like, hey, I'm so good at training dogs, you have to play me.
Right, so
He
you can
must
have
have been.
regions where
That's just like the woman, like the Long Island medium woman. Yeah, who said I'm able to get in people's heads, I'm able to read people's
arguing with
thoughts.
each other, influenced by each other.
Give me a show.
Give me a shot.
Here's him from The Sims. That helps, shirtless.
I see it.
There's a special Million version of The Sims that came out.
Yeah, million.
The Sims Meme House Edition.
I think it was in the Cats and Dogs pack.
Cats and Dogs pack.
The denomination
Wait, you remember that movie, Cats and Dogs, where the dog heals a lot?
That's
The
the
whole
six
idea
dogs.
of what we call today a denomination is in itself.
And then like picking sides.
Yeah, they give this up like they're like international super spies, but they're cats and dogs, right? They're like baby geniuses right across the
It's all the same.
None of them
I think it was a very similar thing. That's why they got in trouble.
Yeah, so they're like basically international super spies and they're mortal sworn enemies, but they get together against a common
broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so
The Revenge of Kitty Galore. What is that? Are there two different ones? They made two of those.
Yeah, I believe that's
then they might dip back in and say, well, let's be,
I wonder how much the cinema actors were making.
the standard flavor, but that's a much later.
Yeah, it's probably nothing good. It's like really sad. I'm sorry, Garrett. I didn't even mean to bring that up. I'm just thinking about her kissing me earlier, not to bring it back. Just immediately smelling and like tasting shit. And realizing it's from the cow penis. Like, why do cow penises stink? Like, that's all I'm seriously, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Dogs love stinky stuff. They love to eat like putreds, or like they love like rotten things.
I know. If you were a dog, you think you would too.
If I was a dog, I think my number one food would probably be toenails.
Nasty.
Number two would probably be like the lower part of a root. Like I'd be digging up tree stumps and eating the stinky parts.
Oh, nice.
Full of grub worms.
And that'd probably be good for your tummy.
Like Simone and Pumbaa. Remember when Pumbaa eats those big juicy bugs and they kind of look kind of good?
Yes.
So
Oh
good.
my gosh. And then Survivor messed
When
it
they
all
do
up.
it in real life, it ain't the same.
Yeah, it looks horrible on
Yeah.
Survivor. They get to stop doing it on Survivor.
Makes people too sick.
Really, they stopped making me bugs.
Yeah, you don't have to do that no more.
The big stinky grub worms, the big fat ones.
Yeah, not allowed. I know, it looks like it'd be yummy. Especially if you're real hungry.
Yeah, like a big marshmallow.
And that's where you could think it would probably help you. Then you could be like, oh my gosh, what is this freaking marshmallow? Y'all got more of these things? I'm kind of starving. I need more of these.
Make a s'more with a grub worm, a beetle, and a piece of bark.
We need to do that. Maybe that, again, it's beginning of Q2. Maybe we need to think about that for Shark Tank thing.
Sure.
Seriously, we gotta get on Shark Tank somehow.
I'm down to pitch basically anything.
We gotta figure it out. And Grant, are you gonna be game?
Yeah, are we
You
eating
think
bugs?
Michael let your ass out of here some?
I think
We
so.
might have to be on the road some doing
Yeah,
it.
it's not.
Mike's gonna let your ass get out of here?
It's not a one-day thing, dude. This is like a several weeks probably.
Wait, this is Shark Tank?
Yeah, like us preparing for Shark Tank, we're gonna get everything together. We might
Why do you have to
fly to
be up
another
that work?
country.
We gotta go to like road shows. We gotta pitch it to Lowe's and Home Depot.
Oh,
My dad does it all the time. Trust me.
Grant, we already know kind of what's going on. Seriously.
I didn't realize you guys have an in. I'm down.
I have an LLC, Grant. I'm basically a businessman as it is. It's called Riff Rascal Inc.
Okay.
It's a tax haven.
Sounds
Set it up down in the Bahamas or somewhere. Or, yeah,
sounds
Turks and Caicos. Yeah. In Liechtenstein. I had to set one up in Liechtenstein. Really?
Yeah.
Super weird people over there now.
Super. But Grant, that's it. That's what we're gonna have to be doing. We're gonna have to be traveling around.
Sure.
I am down. I'm down to do this.
What about your kids, dude?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We're fine.
I mean, they're fine.
No, you need them.
Not without their dad, they're
People
not.
always use their kids to pitch their Shark Tank, and it works.
Oh, we gotta put them to work.
For the TV camera, yeah.
Would they be willing?
I mean, like there will be blood. He's gonna have his little son with him.
This is my son, HW.
They won't have a choice in the matter. I mean, if we need them for the business, we need them for the business.
People love kids. We need them.
That could be helpful. Grant goes,
This is my daughter, Audrey. And my other daughter, Skylar.
We go into these fucking places. You're gonna have to act more excited though sometimes, Grant, because it's like gonna kill us. We go into if we get our foot in the door in a Home Depot, and your ass, we like literally open up the door, and you're saying that kind of shit,
Dude,
you're gonna mess us up.
we're dead in the water, too.
Yeah, they're gonna be like,
Skylar
what
and Audrey, we got this.
Hi, this is Skylar and Audrey. I bet you're wondering what they're wearing. Toboggans.
And they're just looking at each other like, what is he talking? Yeah.
Don't ask any questions. We gotta try to save face.
Yeah, you're just like, know what your daughters are wearing.
It's damage control at this point.
It's like we finally get into fucking Home Depot, we finally get into Lowe's, and it's like, what? Why?
No, this is not what we planned.
Yeah, we're so sorry.
Please understand. Let us come back next week, please. We'll have a whole nother presentation. I beg of you. Please, Mr. Wonderful. Please. Please, Damon.
That's your guys' part?
Yeah. Please, we're on our knees. Please, Mark Cuban. Please. Please, Damon. I'll take
And
anything.
what is the older,
Lori.
No, what's the older lady's name?
Barbara.
Barbara. Please, Barbara. Please, Bob. Please, Barbara. I bit my tongue in the parking lot. I wasn't even going to come in here. It's always good to make up some ailment. That's where the Munchausen comes in.
yeah, people immediately are like, oh my gosh, how's he even talking? He bit his tongue in the parking lot? How's he even talking? This guy means business.
I nearly bit it clean off, Barb. I swear to God.
Yikes. I am not liking this.
No,
What is this?
a little bit CGI, and that looks like Dr. Phibb in the middle.
Yeah, what?
That shit.
And Barbara, if you're watching this, we've gotten hints that you do watch this, maybe. But Barbara, if you are watching this, tell them to do it down a little bit on your face during the episode, because it looks like you're a ghost or something. Like it looks like she's a ghost.
Too much beauty filter.
Yeah, you're right.
Her beauty filter, Barbara, please listen to us. You look older than you think you look. Okay, you're making yourself look way older, Barbara, but we love you. We love what you've done.
I hate to say this, Grant, because this was supposed to be your present, but this might just be $1 million Shark Tank.
I mean, fair enough. Look at that.
Does your whole finger fit
So,
in that?
so it's basically an Opticus illusion. Grant, it's basically an Atticus Finch. You're going to want to zoom in on this. It looks like the finger should stop, right?
It sure looks like you have half of a finger right now.
It should keep going.
Yes.
Shocked or horny? Let the truth decide.
Wait,
So,
what? Seriously though, what happened to your pinky finger?
William, that's where the cash comes in. Interested in investing?
Wait, you're telling me your whole pinky finger was in there and it...
Be my guest. How about you try? I bet you think, hey, my finger's way too big to fit in this thing. You're going to be pleasantly surprised.
Whoa!
I just learned that just from messing around with it.
Mom, I'm sorry I wasn't careful earlier at the factory. And she's like, what? Then I'm like, wait, look.
April 5th, bitch. Get some sleep, bitch. Yeah, go back to bed, bitch. We know your ass sleeping in there. Oh, yeah. But oh my God! If an idiot like me, a total numbskull, arguably a knuckle dragger, could stop. What possessed you to say that, Casey? Gosh. But if I can figure great idea. Out in a matter of seconds. Imagine what our nation's elite could do with this in a matter of months. Think about it. If it took me a couple seconds to figure this out, imagine what we would do in a couple months. Seriously, and we need help right now. Seriously, America needs help right now. We need shit like this. I reps my capes. I eat my crepes. Wait, what did you? I rest my capes. I reps my capes. That's a funny thing to say after. It's kind of a new little thing I've been getting.
Oh
that could be our thing too. Yeah. I have some things. Maybe you've heard of certain sayings before. Well, I'm kind of putting a twist on them. I'm looking for $10,000 for 100% stake in all these new words I've made. I reps my case. Good mibbis. Where's the ribbis? Yeah, I can't. Damn. I can't even think of it. Damn. We're gonna need your ass up there. You gotta commandeer that one, Casey. I can be behind you. I can be, or whatever. Maybe you don't even want me up there, but I could not do that one. You're really gonna have to. Maybe I can learn though. Trust me, man. Couple weeks in my house, you sleeping on the couch, me staying up late watching movies. You're gonna be. I can get it. You're in the clear. Okay. You're gonna do just fine, my man. And Gator could come. Gator's coming too. Gator can live in the bathtub like we found an anaconda. Oh my gosh, yeah, a little baby anaconda. We could act like she's a little snake in there, but she's actually just a little dog. You give her little frozen rats. But then she wouldn't eat them. She would eat a dog food, not a rat, because she couldn't even eat one. She's maybe just the most beautiful dog. She really is quite gorgeous. Isn't she sweet looking? She is. Well, we gotta get her haircut. What are you looking at? I know, she's getting into kind of a staring mood. I think she might be barred out. She ate her. Gave her a bunch of chocolate earlier. It's like catnip for dogs, chocolate.
She likes it.
Makes them a little loopy because they're getting really sick. Yikes, Grant, come on, man, dude. You know we're going to Thailand in a couple weeks. We don't want to be seeing this kind of crap, dude. I know. We're going to the Serengeti and we're going to Bangkok. Yes, and it's going to be fun. Taking a cruise. We're doing karaoke classes. They're letting us teach some stuff on the boat. It'll be fun. Yeah, the whole boat ride over. We're taking a boat from Miami to Bangkok. So yes, you have to travel down South America. Mm-hmm. Down the coast. They call it the Gold Coast, Grant. Yep. We're going to be out for 50 days. That's why we're banking these episodes right now. We're going to be gone for 50 days. We are gone, from the end of April until the beginning of July, so it's quite a while. Yeah, it's a couple months, but sometimes you gotta discover yourself sometimes. You gotta figure things out sometimes. I need some air. I don't know about you guys, but ever since COVID, I feel like I need some air. Yeah, oh my gosh, wearing those masks, it's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't even breathe. But now sometimes somebody's sick behind me on an airplane or something, I'm thinking, where's your fucking mask, you piece of shit? I don't want you're coughing on. It's like, now you wear a mask, motherfucker. What's going on? Or else. Yeah, or else I'm turning around and you're not going to like what you see. Back when I was a kid, doctors only prescribed one form of medicine, the left or the right. Damn. And then you hit them with the combo or, poo, poo, poo. And then in this truck, I only write one prescription. That would be a good little thing you could put on your car. Yeah. In this truck, I have. What was that? What did you say? In this truck, I write one prescription, and then a guy holding a gun. It's a guy holding a gun, and then it says free refills, unlimited. Damn. So he's got ammo. You do not want to get into a road rage incident with that guy.
I'll pop your tires and pop your brain out your freaking dome. Turn your egg to yolk, like Rio the Young OG.
Grant, would you be cool in a situation like that?
No.
Wait, how would you? What do you mean?
I'd be scared. It's intimidating.
But you'd be able to keep on driving, right? If we needed you to keep on driving, you'd be able to keep on driving, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, good.
Yeah, we need somebody who's driving.
We need a driver.
Yes, we need somebody literally who's driving. I can drive.
You better, dude. I'll kick your ass out in Albuquerque so fast your head will hang spin.
Okay, well then I'm really
Yeah,
gonna
then we're
drive.
taking your Corvette. We're leaving you in the deserts of New Mexico and taking the Corvette. It's like a Gabby Petito part 2 on your ass.
Dude, we are petitoing your ass so hard. I've actually been petitioning the court to petito your ass.
Yeah, and they're gonna do it. So
It's looking promising.
yeah.
Please don't petito me.
You don't got a say in the matter.
I'll drive well.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna blow. Y'all's record ATX is gonna go through the roof. Y'all's stock is everything's gonna go up. They're gonna be like, wait, isn't this where he worked? And everybody's gonna like come by and look at your office and be like, holy shit, this is where Grant was. This is where he used to work.
I suppose that's a silver lining.
Your handprints are in the concrete outside when y'all broke ground on this place.
Mike better be cool and let that happen.
Is this still the Shark Tank thing, or is it?
We are so far from that now, Grant. We are in a different league.
Yeah. We're talking about he needs to be cool with you putting your hands in the cement when they redo the cement out there.
Oh, okay.
And you'd be able to write your name with like a little stick that says Grant, or whatever, or Gigi, or whatever you want to put on there.
We are going to pay the $50,000 to get your name on the Hollywood Hall of Fame.
What?
Not the Walk of Fame. Notice I said Hall of Fame.
Yes, the Hall of Fame.
It's actually in Burbank.
Yes, it's in a museum in Burbank. It's a bunch of names on a wall. We're going to be willing to pay $50,000 for that. If you drive us. If you drive us, we will do that.
My license is suspended, GG.
I mean, I'll do it. I appreciate it.
God, I still got to call the freaking police department and see about my ticket. That I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I got the new license plate, and I got to figure that shit out. I don't even know what the fuck to do anymore. There's a cop behind me last night when I was driving up to the gas station, and I freaking almost froze up. I almost just pulled over and let him pass, but I was like, that's probably way more sketchy.
Sure. Or just pull out, pop trunk on his ass and just start.
Yeah.
Just spray it. It's like the North Hollywood shootout in this motherfucker. Paint in the streets.
And rest in peace, Val Kilmer.
That's absolutely right. He died.
He's dead.
Died from being a piece of shit.
Yeah, after Batman. Everybody hated his ass after Batman.
But he was a notoriously rude guy. He seemed to have turned his life around as he got older.
When he was dying, which is sad.
Yeah, he got throat cancer. Yeah, that's why he turned his life around. He couldn't run his mouth anymore.
Yeah, you gotta be real nice when you can't talk. Because you can't really defend yourself as good when you can't talk. It's kind of...
Yeah. No, it was divine. No, I don't know. I don't know the guy. But he's wonderful in Tombstone. That's one of my favorite movies. Him as Doc Holliday is always so good.
I need to see that. I don't think I've ever seen Tombstone. Now I like some Western movies, though.
Oh, it's so good. It's like the best Western ever. It's corny in all the right places.
I thought City Slickers was the best Western.
To some. On IMDb, he's dying. He's Doc Holliday's Wyatt Earp's best friend, and everyone speaks in one-liners. It's the best movie.
He's dying
He
here.
looks sick. He
Yeah, he has
looks great.
tuberculosis. And he's also an alcoholic and a drug addict. And like the real Doc Holliday was, who was also a dentist in addition to an outlaw gunman.
And you got to be careful with dentists because I think they still have the highest instances of suicides amongst professionals.
You gotta be nice to your dentist, or else he might not show up for your next appointment.
Yeah, you might have to look for another dentist, and nobody likes doing that.
No. He goes, I'm your Huckleberry. He goes, why, James, if you weren't my best friend, I don't know how I could manage.
And then he dies. That's just one of the lines he says.
He says all kinds of stuff. Yeah. He goes, Johnny Ringo, you look like you just seen a ghost. Remember, Grant?
Yeah.
You seen it. Yeah, I gotta see it. It's so good.
Yeah.
He goes, Kate, you're not wearing a bustle. All right, we're done. You're not wearing a what? A bustle's like an undergarment, like an old-timey lady undergarment. And he's got this sexy Latvian girlfriend. You remember Grant?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He met her out west somewhere? Well, it's just his girlfriend from the start of the movie, and she jumps on a horse, and he goes, well, that's why you're not wearing a bustle. She's going to jump on the horse and keep going. That's why she's not wearing panties. She's a freak. Damn. She's not in the rest of the movie. We don't know what happens to her, but she's so hot. Gigi.
And that's it. So she wasn't wearing one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
She's just getting up on that horse. Ride a pony. Wait, what was the song? There's something, a song where they're saying ride the pony or something? I don't know.
By Genuine?
Yeah, Genuine maybe? Can you sing that, Grant?
I can play it for you.
Are we going to get a copyright strike?
Yeah, we couldn't. It's like the most exciting thing that ever happens. You get the we get the surgery of your finger, and it's like you got to blur it out or something. It's like,
I know.
It was a gut punch.
I'm sorry.
That was so unmotivated.
Yeah, it's like we're about to go viral off a grand fucking piece of wood in his hand, and then it's like the night before the episode's released, it's like, oh, sorry guys, we gotta edit it out.
Yeah, right.
This is a pretty big blur, wasn't it?
I guess.
Yeah, it was massive.
Life's a big blur. Yeah, I know.
Wow.
It's fine. It's so bad. I know. It's flying these days.
You think we'll get pinned by the Genuine pony if I played it?
But the Genuine people, I don't know.
Is Genuine
They're gonna
reps?
be looking out for it.
I mean, what is it? I thought. No, man. Hey, we're probably gonna get a fucking copyright strike. He's doing it anyway.
Yeah, no.
He's doing it.
Oh, Grant. No, we're not kidding.
Oh my God. I muted it.
We muted it.
Yeah, we heard
for them.
Yeah, well, not for you guys.
Well, then what was I just hearing?
Yeah, I heard something.
It's like a music video. I'm wondering how long it takes before the music actually starts playing.
Was that like a Home for the Holidays Hallmark ad? I heard a glass break.
Yeah, what was that?
Oh, there we go. I think I can play just a few seconds and I gotta get rid of it.
So that's what I was picturing, where that lady gets up there without the muscle on, and then that song just starts playing. That would be cool.
That's hot. Yeah. Well, I wish I lived in old times when my teeth were rotten and my body was dying.
I know, no indoor bathrooms or anything.
Everybody pooped in the same place and it's full of snakes.
Everybody pooping where their dog poops.
Everybody pooping where their doo-doo go now.
Well, Casey, be very,
Going out on that note. Felt good. I knew I was going to put a pin in this episode. Put a bow on it.
Casey, I was just going to say, though, you have to be so careful in Australia, okay? Have a wonderful time.
I will. Grant, before we go, pull up a picture of the huntsman spider. Because Australia has a foot-long spider. It's the biggest spider in the world.
You gonna find one?
I'm going to find one. I'm going to put it in a Ziploc. I'm going to seal it shut. I'm going to put it under Red Band's pillow.
Yeah, you need to.
You need to. No, I'm going to put a little collar on it. Walk it in the dude. They're huge. They get like a foot long. They're fucking disgusting. I'm going to try to find one.
Gosh. Well, be careful. I saw a video the other day of somebody like turning on a light in a bedroom, and one of those things is up in the corner, and it makes me want to die inside. It's so horrible looking.
I know.
And be careful if you get in the ocean, too. There's shark attacks.
Well, I guess I won't be having any fun from the ocean. Can't even have a couple pints with my lads and have a cup. F that. Well, thank you for the well wishes. I love you guys. We're going to be back better than ever at the start of Q2.
Yes.
Which is now.
We're here at Q2.
Q2. CaseyRocketComedy.com. I'm going to Philly. I'm going to Toronto. I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'm going to all kinds of places.
Follow me on Instagram. I post stuff on there, kind of. All right. Thank you. And we do have to thank our mercenaries.
Grant's worst nightmare, Hurley at WMS.lol. I love Big Macs. I poisoned his Big Mac. Jenny J. Jess. Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, the Doctor's Son, Captain Chaos, Casey's Mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Lil Miss Becky, Nice Wizard, Nissan Pappy, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Shinny Shinikaya from the Big Island, Satrack and Sergio, Shiva, Stephen Fournier, the Kill Tony Facebook group, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Whiplash Marginson, Ashley Belfield, Beef, we hope you're being careful, Ben Hashin, Bobby Beltman, Brendan Riley, Bryce Scar, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry Harry, do all uncles kiss on the lips? No. Tova King, Dr. B. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Gator's Godmother, Goldie Mae Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to thewilliammontgomeryshow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
This is so cool.
Yeah, this is kind of a pretty background. He was scaring us yesterday. We did one yesterday, and he was scaring us with the backgrounds. I was like, it's fucking... Yeah, he had us running. He had us on our hind legs.
Yeah, this is good. He was very peaceful. We got the little baby deer in the back. It looks like a baby. That's not a grown one yet.
It's at least adolescent.
Yeah, for sure.
It's adolescent. That is freaking Grant's backyard, Chappelle.
Oh, it is?
He does these weird things where he feeds the deer and they all come up and then he gets his iPhone out and he tags it as like iPhone whatever. What is the current iPhone, Grant?
16?
Yeah, he's like hashtag iPhone 16. Taken
Wow.
by iPhone Pro, filmed on iPhone. Yeah.
So sick.
Guys, you make me feel like I'm built like a fucking pro athlete. Goddamn.
Maybe I had you move a little bit
Can
too
you scoot
forward.
back?
You can't scoot back.
No, we're gonna keep it like that. No, I know.
Look, I feel like our chairs are smaller. I feel like your chair.
You're taller than me.
It's gotta be the chair.
It's fine.
Yeah, we're in big man territory.
Yeah,
We're on big man turf.
Yeah, we sure are. And we can keep it that way. That's totally fine.
It's big boy hour.
It's big boy hour.
I feel like, Grant, what is up with the chair though? Haven't we had it where it's all level chairs?
I can go switch the chair.
We
I'm
should
sorry.
I'm throwing things off here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it in post, we don't have to mess with the chair. Japel, unless if
Yeah. Plus, you got me in this fucking field, right? As a black man.
Get him out of
And I got two white guys.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Grant, we're starting off rocky today. What is going on, dude?
Tensions are high. This isn't one of your iPhone videos anymore.
Yeah.
We're not in your fucking backyard.
At first, I was loving the field. Now I just feel like, not love it. I love it. Don't keep the field. Keep the chair too.
Field stays.
We have to do it. We have to. I mean,
We got to do it. I mean, we already started.
we already started.
Are you guys sure you don't want this?
I look how I look.
There we go. Whoa.
Do it in post.
Yeah, maybe in post. If
Is that-
we do it, like
is that too
after
big?
we record it, then you can.
We got a little.
Whoa.
I don't know about that, G.
Yeah, Chappelle's way too small there, dude. Hold on, Grant. Come on, man.
Let me adjust.
Wow, that's actually heavy. This is the edit. I'm so far behind the technology that I didn't know you could do this.
Oh, the science is there.
A little better.
Now we're talking
Now
about
I'm just,
my God.
big boy hours.
yeah, now I'm on the coffee table.
Damn, Casey, stop doing it so fast. I can't even do it at all.
Clock's ticking, Grant.
Yeah, I love this.
Time is a flat circle.
There we go. We're back.
Yeah, we'll just
And,
have like
and it still looks as crazy as ever, I think.
yeah. That's fine.
Was this one? It was original.
This was the original.
Now I feel like I didn't know how good we had it.
Well, how do you guys feel about it? Are you guys?
I got a headache or something.
Yeah, I'm stressed.
Let me see if I can bring in the other chair.
Work's been nuts.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's seriously. Chappelle, do you know what his ass does at night?
What are you doing at night?
You want to tell him?
I don't even know. Alright, I'll talk about it a little bit.
It's not
Yeah.
that bad.
I'm a part-time data analyst, and I've been staying up super late looking at all the quandaries.
In like
Wow.
Excel spreadsheets. It's like I never even learned how to do Excel spreadsheets because I had a couple classes.
Was there classes on Excel?
I've been coding.
I had one class in Excel, and I'm like, bitch, get this shit out of my
Yeah,
head.
you gotta get it out
I
of my
don't
face,
even
yeah.
get it. You're
No.
adding and subtracting by putting numbers in boxes.
Where'd you go to
Like,
college?
Well, I went to Georgia Southern, but most people, they see a computer, they run away from it. I run towards it.
Ooh.
I run towards the fire.
Wait, which one's Georgia Southern? That's
It's in Statesboro. It's by Savannah,
by Savannah.
South Georgia.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
That's where I'm at home. That's my pillow.
So
That's
you can
my
read. You can
blanket.
read all that stuff.
Oh yeah, code, binary.
And I mean, we're talking about multiple hidden layers on this freaking thing, dude.
Now,
I don't even
how
get it.
How does one get there?
How would I get there on this?
No. How did you get to?
where I am today? Great question. A guy like me, and I've said this for years, I'm just as comfortable with a good book. So,
Hey, you just gotta find what you're enjoying.
I love a reader.
I'm an avid reader.
I love a reader.
And is that so wrong?
No, I read a lot too. So, but I don't read books on coding. Mine's more self-help, so I don't go crazy.
Holy shit, some freaky's fucking
Great.
going on.
Wow.
This reminds me of one of my data setups.
Yeah. So how do you solve this one?
No, I'm not as good with people as I am with typing. So this is new.
Yeah, that's
for
right.
me. We're doing a live switch.
I think Grant just wanted to show his finger on the camera because where he's going to show us the video, Chappelle, it sounds like, of him literally getting surgery earlier today.
Don't poke my friend.
Surgery on a finger.
He's on Dilaudid.
Yeah, he's on pills.
He's gone.
And he's on pills like frequently, but he's really on pills today.
He can barely stand.
Okay, this. Now let me know where you need me to adjust.
We had to do the needle like Pulp Fiction just to get him to turn the camera on.
Yeah, so thank you, Grant, for getting up. He was on the ground.
Grant, thank you for
He was literally on the ground in his office.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just on the ground?
Yeah.
When he's faded.
He produces his sits on the ground. That's great at the same time.
Mhm.
Yeah, he gets faded in there, and then he does all the drinks. If you notice, all the drinks were pretty well set today because yesterday it seemed like it was like a freaking
Free for all.
free for all.
I thought he was playing Jumanji in here yesterday. I walked in there.
But we love Jumanji.
Yes.
We love Jumanji.
Not in real life.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Except at the, do you remember the name of the factory? We were actually, weirdly enough, talking about the factory in Jumanji
yesterday.
Yeah, we were.
Do you know it? Do you remember it by chance?
No.
The Pierce Shoe Factory. Wasn't it Pierce? Parrish. God, why do I always want to say Pierce on that fucking thing?
Hey, you know what I didn't realize about the Jumanji?
I'm sorry, I just always want to say Pierce.
Tensions are high.
Yeah.
Tensions are high. Emotions are boiling over. Yeah, Grant's fucked up in the back.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
Oh, what I didn't realize about Jumanji. I feel like a teacher. Don't worry, I'll wait. The dad in the beginning is the dude that's also like shooting at them.
The Hunter, the British Hunter.
Yeah, same guy.
It's
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Holy shit.
I did not realize that.
And it's like, what does that mean? Was the director like trying to go for something there? Was there like, is there a hidden meaning behind that? I wonder. I don't get it.
It's a wink to the audience.
We could have been the Jumanji reboot. It could have been us.
Yeah, I'm David Spade.
Yeah. Was he in the reboot?
Yeah, it was David.
I don't think he was in the reboot.
He's Robin
But you know what? Yeah. Look at it. Same.
It's close. See, that was originally supposed to be David Spade.
Yeah.
The guy on the left or right?
The right.
But I think he was doing SNL,
Yeah.
and Lorne Michaels wouldn't let him.
It's a contract.
Contracting.
And I heard they really got him because he can grow out. A lot of people don't know this, but I think David Spade can grow out a hell of the mustache with the mutton chops because I think he has blonde hair. So
yeah, he does.
Yeah. Just like this.
Oh, yeah.
And David Spade is also from Arizona, just like me. So.
Oh no!
You see that? You see this correlation?
This bit.
He knows his Arizona cities.
Two right off the bat.
No one,
deep cut ones.
Yeah, deep cut. No one comes swinging out the gate like that.
Come on.
Not on Arizona references.
And what also is the Great Canyon? Isn't that Arizona?
Yes, the Grand Canyon is. Yeah. Good job.
Tell me, Grant, what a poll.
Look.
Doesn't look exactly like him.
Yeah.
It's
Casey, that could have been you.
in a perfect world.
I don't know how old you are, Casey, but
Just old enough?
just old enough. Yeah, old enough for Jumanji. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm 30.
Okay, that's good.
It's good Jumanji age.
That's good Jumanji age. Yeah.
So you were probably, when were you born? What year were you born?
95.
95, and then it came out, right around. So you would have been just a little guy watching it.
Yeah, they brought me. I was fresh. My mom was still licking the stuff up.
And your birthday's in January?
Mm-hmm. How do you know that?
Because he's also January.
Oh, yeah.
He's 3 days after me.
Everyone's January?
I'm January 23rd.
What?
I'm 9th.
And 26.
Grant,
Yeah.
you're January what?
14th? No way.
Wait, really, Grant? Grant with the finger is January 14th.
Yeah. Grant with a finger?
Finger, Grant? Wow.
I didn't know you were calling me this.
Wow.
Hey, Grant, do you want to show, it sounded like you did have a picture or a video or something. Do you want to show us real quick what it looked like? And what did you, Grant tells me he has a sliver he got a sliver in his finger this morning. And I'm thinking, what is a sliver? And then he's talking about
I think
Splinter.
it's a song by, got it.
Yeah, here, I'll put it up. What? Why did you need to do that? I got a sliver. Here's the sliver.
And you had surgery?
Yeah. They put you under for that?
That's a staple right
Are you kidding?
I'm kind of not kidding. I went to a friend of mine that's a legit surgeon, and she was like, okay, first we're going to inject you, and then she put a little rubber band tourniquet on here. She has a
That looks kind of like my thing when I tie a string on the end of the base of it.
Yeah. Is that a cock ring for me?
to get a couple extra inches.
Yeah.
Just balloon that thing.
Cool. Is that a balloon animal? Is that what that is?
So, Grant, what is this? Is this before or after surgery with the string on your finger?
That's right before. I have a video. I don't think I can put the video up, but I do have a. Here, I put this
So
guy
what
up.
is she doing?
Yeah.
Hold on, I don't understand. What's going on?
All of this behind this last picture is all of the stuff she used to numb and then slice it open.
Wow. So how long were you on the operating table?
Oh man, it was like she realized she had to boil some additional tweezers, so I think it was about like 30 minutes.
You are sweet. You allowed that woman to do that because that looks like a ton of Trash. Yeah. Is it on the ground? Your finger.
Yeah.
So much. It's like a Jackson Pollock thing.
Seriously.
It's all that shit, Grant.
I think you could have done this yourself.
I tried doing it last night and I couldn't get it out. And then I was like, all right, maybe you can just cut this open for me. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna really go for it. And like, did a whole thing.
It's from Katana, doing the katana.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Kendama.
Is it from his bathroom?
It is related to that, yeah.
So you got a sliver or splinter in your bathroom?
It's renovated.
You got a
It's all
wooden
messed
toilet.
up.
So
Well, you got the wooden toilet. Okay. We're taking it back. We're taking it back to the
yeah, it gets horrible mildew in it. It's like a weird design.
What's the kind of wood? What kind of wood is that wooden toilet?
It's just a soft balsa. That's why it went right through my finger.
Yeah, soft balsa.
Yeah. So your balls got stuck in the wooden toilet, and then it fucked up your finger, and you got surgery. Okay.
Could you imagine if that sliver got in your balls? That would be a bad place to get one of those.
Different story.
So great, you're saying that the piece of wood is in that middle picture above my head. I was picturing a thing sticking out, like jutting out of your finger, but it got in. That's the picture with the wood in it, correct?
Yeah, it was.
Is it the one over my head?
And over Casey's head. It's really not much. It wasn't.
So I'm the finished product.
Yeah. So Casey's. That's like right at when you get to the lady's house, and then step by step.
Yeah.
Do you have a video of her tying off your finger?
No.
Because I would like to see that.
I do have. I'm still trying to understand why the tying of the finger.
Why the tourniquet? Was there blood at all?
Yeah, it was to minimize how much bleeding.
This is the upper dermis, right? The upper dermis?
Yeah, a little bit of the upper dermis, a little bit of mid dermis.
So, I don't really understand that. Did she charge you money to do all this stuff to you?
No. It was free.
$50,000. You paid $50,000.
So how long was the ambulance ride?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
He's screaming like Requiem for a Dream. I'm about to die.
I don't know. Is it too much to actually show graphic video on your show?
I think it's okay. Is it okay?
We personally like it.
Yeah.
We don't know though.
Well, William loves gore. Yeah. I mean,
Let's you just put trigger warning or something?
TR. And Chappelle, by the way, Casey's only kind of kidding. There have been times in the past I have watched some pretty nasty videos. Well, I guess I could bring them up kind of frequently, but I don't really go out of my way too much. But yeah, I guess I watch them some.
I'm okay.
They get stuck in your head, so you'll be having a conversation, and you're like, "What about that Egyptian guy that got eaten by that shark?" Like it's always a thought away. Okay, fair enough. You're very correct. I was trying to defend myself. Totally, you're correct. It's all the time. I bring up a video.
I watch a lot of animals in the wild, like eating each other. Mm-hmm. That's like my favorite. Like wild dogs.
Yes.
They have the spotted wild dogs because they eat the things alive. They don't like lions and stuff. They like choke them out, make sure that they don't eat. Whereas wild dogs, they'll just attack.
Oh.
Because they gotta eat fast because lions will come up and steal their food. Yeah. So they just eat it alive.
Because they're small. Because they're really sweet.
Yeah, there's blood everywhere.
Yeah. Just gore and blood. God, I saw some horrible one recently of a freaking giraffe, and it just gotten born out of the mama giraffe, and I think it was a lion, and the lion killed the mama, I think, and then the baby's just by itself, and then it slowly drowns at the end of some river. Because they're like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm thinking, why didn't somebody help it? Because they must be on like a little van or something. I'm like, why can it? And it's slowly
because that's
going back in the water, and then it finally drowns.
That's nature.
I know.
We can't control that. We have to let them exist that way.
I know, and it was so sad. It's like, dude, you got a long neck, you got long legs. Walk out of the little river you're in.
It was stupid. It was dumb.
And that giraffe had to be eaten so the lion could like proceed with its life.
I know.
They don't have grocery stores like this.
I know. But when it drowns, what a waste. Who gets to eat it? The crocodile?
Oh yeah.
Crocodile gets it. Maybe a sweet little crocodile just got born, and then it has a sweet little another baby to eat.
The first meal, yeah.
Yum.
Just gets that baby giraffe.
Circle of life.
Circle of life. Ooh. You ever see those alligators or crocodiles tear up that zebra? They like because what they do is they'll bite and then they turn. and then like they turned it and ripped off this zebra's face.
The Gibson method.
Oh my! Call that?
Michael Gibson. Yeah. He coined it, recorded it in the wild. Columbia University. The Gibson method. So lethal.
Yeah, it's nasty because it bites off the snouts and freaking. I have seen that. It's horrible, and I've seen it where the guts are all ballooning out. It's like, dude, what is going on? You're screwed.
Screwed.
No amount of surgery is going to be able to help that.
No, right?
Also,
right,
you're an animal.
Totally. Yeah, first of all, you're an animal, which is bad enough. Yeah. You can't even talk or eat or use fork.
Yeah, I mean, where even is the closest hospital out there? I don't know, and you ain't finding it, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Grant, is your friend going to be out there to fix anything?
I found the video. You guys want to see it?
Of your fingers? Of what? Of the zebra?
Yeah. No, not the zebra. Of just my finger.
Let's see it.
Okay.
I can put it up here.
Whoa! They're getting you with the little. Oh my gosh!
Whoa! Look like strawberry sherbet. You got thick blood.
Yeah, where's your blood so thick?
Because it's tourniqueted with a rubber band.
Oh, and that's the thing coming out.
Oh, look at it! There it is.
Your hemoglobin.
We're getting it out. Oh, that's sad.
And it's flipping.
That is, yeah.
Congratulations.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, well, gross.
I did. Who tensed up a little bit? I did.
Yeah, I did too. It had a sharp point at the end.
Yeah.
I get a little scared.
He's always doing this, Chappelle. He's always showing us. He's always getting splinters somewhere in his body, and it's like every freaking week showing us video.
He has Munchausen.
Yeah. Splinter fetish.
So
He's
this is
always sick.
So Grant, this is your thing. Okay.
Little bit of a kink.
He
That
just
made
does
me.
his hands on wooden, on pieces of wood, just trying to get splinters all the time.
It was no bueno, man. After filming that, I shouldn't have been watching because I got all lightheaded. Had to lay down.
You did?
Yeah, I was not okay watching that.
That's why he was passed out in his office.
See, that's why.
Oh, I thought it was the drugs, like you said.
Yeah.
It was that
Alcohol.
Rubbing alcohol.
It was St. Patrick's Day. Probably on a wild night.
Got it.
Using the paddling his boys.
And then that's how I got the splinter, using that damn thing. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's sick, but that's what it is. But
That's karma.
Chappelle Lacey, thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Happy to have you.
I rarely come to Austin, so it's nice to be here.
I know. How has it been? You've been enjoying yourself?
Always enjoy myself.
Oh no, you got in yesterday and your flight was all delayed.
Yeah, it was crazy delayed. I got to the airport because my flight was at like 9:30 or whatever, and then it was like then it got pushed back 4 hours. And I was like, so just sitting in the airport, like, yeah.
What do you do?
I don't know. I was reading.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, one of the self-help books?
Which book was I reading? No, I was reading a Stephen King book. It's called On Writing. It just talks about writing.
Yeah, I've read that. It's good.
Yeah.
He goes, day 2. Written yet? No time like the present.
Yeah.
He's always bullying you kind of in reading.
Yeah.
Well, he used to be a little freak. He was a little drug addict. And yeah, that's a great book.
You got the drugs? I haven't got that far yet.
I don't want to spoil anything.
Nah, I love a good spoiler alert. I don't really care about that shit.
Doesn't he not remember writing Cujo?
Yeah, he had like a real
dog?
Yeah, the dog.
cocaine problem.
Yeah, he was doing blow and drinking.
Yeah.
And that's why I wrote Cujo about the fucking crazy dog? Was Cujo on cocaine?
I don't know. Sure wasn't on Alpo. He was trying to eat those people. He was starving. God.
Well, yeah. Just doing what a dog does.
Yeah, exactly. Dogs, they're animals. They're not humans. I mean, we watched a freaking Judge Million yesterday where some dude's trying to say his new puppy, the freaking neighbors, the neighbor has these 3 big dogs, and then when he gets in the backyard, he sees one of the big dogs pulling the puppy through the fence. Thinking, oh my gosh, this is horrible, but come to find out, they're lying to everybody.
Oh no.
That way you gotta reserve your judgments.
How were they exposed?
What? Who said this?
It was on People's Court.
Yeah, People's Court. I mean, they showed the picture of the fence, and they were totally negligent. They had all these big spaces in the fence, and sure enough, though, their little...
So they never had a little dog?
They had a little dog, but it didn't get dragged under a fence. It was just plain and must have...
What were they trying to get? Emotional damages?
Yeah, like you killed my dog. But
Oh, it died.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. eaten up.
Oh, by a dog.
Yeah, by
But it
the
was like
neighbor's
playing
dog.
in their yard for a long time before it was eaten.
Yes, the puppy was over there playing, and it's like you got to be careful. When he said that about getting pulled roasting in the freaking sand lot.
Yeah.
Remember when the baseball gets close to the freaking hole in the fence, and
that's
see
what they
that
tried to
fucking giant paw?
Hercules. That's what they called the dog.
Was that the dog?
Yeah, his name was Hercules.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, they knew him originally as the Beast.
The Beast. Well, what's that term? Isn't it a dog-eat-dog world?
That's what I said. Dog eat dog
Oh, you
world.
said that? All right. Sorry, I'll let you have that one.
It's a riffless economy.
It's a dog eat dog. Yeah, you got to be careful. That's why we got to.
Can we Google where Hercules is now?
Oh, animal actors heaven.
Probably up there with Charlie from All Dogs Go to Heaven. He's probably real good friends with
All Dogs
Charlie.
Go to Heaven. Remember Homeward Bound?
Oh, Sassy. Yes, Sassy the cat.
Yeah.
Sassy cat.
Doesn't she get porcupine quills in her? Oh,
Somebody does. One of those motherfuckers
Really?
gets the porcupine all in the face.
fate worse than death.
Wow. And those are bad videos, seeing the animals who tried to mess with a porcupine and they have the quills all in their freaking
They're
face.
trying to
and
get
all
out with their
over the place.
paw-paws.
Ready, set, go. Best animal actor. Go.
Milo.
Hotel for Dogs, the dog that gets the food off the conveyor belt.
Airbud.
Fair enough. Airbud's a really good one. He's so good at freaking basketball.
And football.
Oh, yeah, football.
Yeah, football too.
Oh, we had a football movie?
Oh, wow. A bunch of movies.
Yeah, he was like a running back on the football team. He was gone. A couple yards and he's gone.
There's like a little place. Wasn't there a little place on his back they could put the ball? And then he'd just run and it'd be hard to
Not
tackle.
fair. And I think he would have it in his mouth, and so he could throw it with his mouth.
Damn.
That's
Yeah.
not was it? Who's that dog?
These are just all kinds of animal
Yeah, these are
actors.
just animal actors.
Willie couldn't get a Milo.
From The Mask.
You want Milo?
I love
Milo and Otis, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Dunstan.
Dunstan
checks it. Maybe
Yeah.
Dunstan checks
That was a
it better.
smart ape. That was the same ape that ripped Charlie Nash's face off. Was the same ape from Dunstan Checks Out.
Was it?
No.
Was it after the
It
movie?
was. Yeah, it was after the movie.
That's like this dark side of Hollywood. That's what happened. That was Dunstan's dark side. And then he ripped the face off.
Because he got on Xanax.
Yeah, he's barred out.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Part out.
He's doing green.
And I think Grant gave him the Xanax.
Yeah. He was doing green monsters. He was
Yeah.
doing school buses.
He had a splinter. Yeah, I love the school buses and look. Because he looks so sweet up there.
Yeah.
Wait, look, and we have to see him hair colored. That's why I think I like him. Because
I
we
see the
kind of look
connection.
like
Way.
Look at how sweet. It's like, yeah.
Oh,
my God.
Wow.
How do you know how to do
How did you do
Wow.
I've been practicing that for years. It wasn't ready, but I'm happy to pull it out a little early.
Wow.
It was really good. Well, it's close to ready. If it's not already ready, it's pretty close to ready. Oh, wow.
That is amazing.
Oh. That sweet little Dunstan.
Little Dunner.
What do they call what is that type of monkey? There's a Pongo Pygmaeus.
Oh, it's a Pongo domesticus.
Pongo Damascus? Or
Did I say it right?
Domesticus, yeah.
Yeah, Pongo Damascus. Yeah, well, they stopped using Pongo Damascus after Dunstan Checks Out, because that really was one of the premier breeds of these.
Yeah,
So,
You know there was like a chimpanzee like show where they would use like live chimpanzees to like do this show, like they would have voiceovers for them.
it would act.
It was like from like they would act. It was like from they would dress them up and all this stuff. It was like from the 60s. Gosh, what was it called? It was like a comedy. I think
What is it, Grant?
I only think they did one season.
It's just the monkeys.
Because
Why
that's
did they
it.
only do one season? Was it hard to get them on to do different shit all the time?
Grant, look it up. I know I'm not crazy.
Was it Lancelot Link?
Yes.
Secret chimp?
Yep.
Secret chimp.
I got it right there.
Driving?
Yes, they can drive.
They can drive.
They can drive.
A lot of people don't know that, or they're afraid to admit it.
I don't know why they don't want to admit it, but yeah, they can drive.
What? Yeah, it's
Yeah, look at that. Yep, right there.
Lancelot.
Yeah, secret chimp.
Line thought thing.
He has a gun. Or is that his telescope?
That's a telescope because they can see.
And then he does ventriloquism. It looks like he has a little ventriloquist dummy that looks like him, which is that's kind of funny. Yeah, that's kind of Jeff Dunham. He was the original Jeff Dunham.
Hey, Grant, was this in the set?
Yeah, wearing this little bow tie like Jeff likes to wear. Yeah. It's so hot in here. He's doing like Mexican accents.
It was 1970.
1970, yeah. So I knew I was there.
Yep.
But look at that, yeah.
You learn something new every day. I gotta look this up. I wonder where we can stream this.
Yeah, I can't get one fucking acting job. Can you believe that? Can't even get the Jumanji reboot. But Lancelot Link is just fucking all the glory. I wonder if he's still alive. They live forever. They live for a long time.
Who do they have to pay to be alive?
Michael Jackson is still alive.
Bubbles,
yeah. Bubbles could moonwalk.
Do you think Bubbles thinks about Michael often?
Yeah, because his sister went and told Bubbles that Michael had passed away.
And he went.
They can do it sad.
And that's crying. He's crying.
Yeah.
That's And then he just kept walking around. God. He was like, "Oh no, goodbye."
Oh, he died.
Yeah. I want a pancake. Yeah.
There he is. Look at him.
Look at those eyes, though. Something's a little off with him.
They said he got aggressive too, because they do get aggressive. They said Momo started like pimp slapping him.
Yeah, think about trying to put the little sweet shirt on him, and then he starts pulling your hair out. It's like, get out of here, dude. Get out of my bedroom. I'm like over this now. Please just get out of my fucking room.
Did y'all see that there was a documentary? Please get out of my room.
Seriously, like been doing good, but it's like, what's going on? I'm trying to dress you right now, and you're pulling my hair. Get out of my.
He's just slapping your ass.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you here.
Yeah,
I'm doing you a favor here.
Yeah.
You don't know how to do this.
You'd still be in the jungle if it wasn't for my bitch ass.
Yeah.
Come on. True. Bubbles can fight. Did you ever see that documentary about the crazy chimp lady?
Yeah, Chimp Crazy.
Is that what it's called?
I think so, Chimp Crazy.
Where she has to wear the veil.
Just Charlie Nash.
Is that the one her face is
Yeah, her face got ripped
They
off
talked to her?
by Travis.
Yeah.
They did not talk to her, but they talk about that incident. Travis was big as hell. He was a big Mongano.
That chimp, yeah. Wait, so that lady died?
Charlie?
She's got her face eaten off, I think.
Someone, a
And
friend.
fingers, maybe.
Yeah, and both her hands and her face.
That lady right there.
No, Charlie Nash, different lady, but they talk about that case.
Who is she?
She's like the crazy chimp lady.
She owns a bunch?
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
At least that probably wouldn't hurt, right? Like a plane crash. Like if you're getting your freaking fingers eaten off,
definitely hurt.
Yeah,
It would happen slowly.
Look what Grant
No, I'm
went through.
kidding. That'd be
Look what Grant went through for a fucking splinter.
Yeah.
You don't think a chimp eating your fucking...
I'm just imagine. Yeah, you're looking at your fingers.
Look at
burning out of your stumps on your fucking.
Is that the lady whose face got eaten?
Yeah, I think so. I would go for the eyes. He wouldn't be able to get me like that, even if he was barred out. Because I'd be barred out too. I would meet madness with madness.
Yeah.
I would pop his Xanax.
I'd be like, bitch, I'd like too. Yeah.
I love getting barred out. You think I don't like getting barred out?
Grant, what is the strength of a chimpanzee in comparison to humans?
I mean, look, the strength of chimp.
Versus humans.
Yeah, so it isn't for anybody listening or whatever. It's not the same. It would hurt. Like a plane crash maybe doesn't. But getting your nose and ears and fingers and if it was a boy or something, they probably get your genital like that.
Rip your cock and balls off. It says 1.35 times stronger.
That doesn't seem accurate.
Yeah, right?
1.3.
Did you put 20?
So that's almost not as.
That's vintage, right, Grant?
Yeah. That was in the 40s.
Right, this guy right here.
Whoa.
And they're stronger now.
Oh, I'd beat that guy's ass.
No?
I'd go for his legs.
Yeah, just go for the legs and they can't do shit.
Yeah, you
Just
just
go,
throw him to the moon like Team Rocket.
Yeah, right. That would be insane if you're just swinging him. And he's making the noise too. Whoa!
Slow down.
Slow down. Oh, God.
Is at the St. Louis Zoo. Everyone just screaming.
What are you doing? He was trying to
daughter.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Damn. I'm loving this image.
Turns into a star.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I miss that. I feel like they used to have it in like movies and stuff all the time. Like something gets thrown up into the sky and then it turns into a star. You never see that.
I know.
That's weird.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Not at all. It's all just like, who's the next Superman? What is there, another Superman movie? It's like, let's go.
It's like,
on.
And kids are all on their phones now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on their phones. They don't even care anymore if they're watching something and freaking.
Like, do we have a superhero chimpanzee?
Hard to say.
Oh yeah, the guy from like Teen Titans was part monkey, wasn't he? Beast Boy. Thank you, Grant.
Beast Boy. That's kind of a fun. I would love that name if I was a superhero. Beast Boy. It's kind of cool.
Teen Titans.
Mr. Beast is kind of like our Superman.
Is that on the WB?
Yes. R/Superman. Yeah, what was Nickelodeon?
Was it Cartoon Network?
Was it WB?
It could have been Cartoonist.
Disney Channel?
Cartala.
It's not Disney.
There is a detective chimp. I can't even look at that.
Yeah, will you please take that ad down?
It's a DC here. Okay, I'm so sorry. I should have done that.
See, Chappelle, this happens sometimes. It's like we have a nice picture of Michael and his boy.
Yeah.
It's like, that's like his friend.
His son.
My point, but still, it's like, why do you cover that up with some weird detective chimpanzee? I don't
Not
get
real.
it. He's not even real. Yeah.
We live in the real world, Gigi.
Yeah.
We're not all
We
able to
want a real chimp, not a go-go gadget fucking.
We're not on propofol.
There's also Hit Monkey.
Yeah.
Hit Monkey.
Ooh,
I
cool,
don't know.
actually.
That's better. Yeah, what is he? It looks like he has a pistol and also
Got a
he got a
samurai
katana.
sword,
Yeah, a samurai sword. That's cool.
It's got
Who is this? All right, now I want to know a little bit more about
Yeah.
you. Piqued my interest. Real.
Grant, what is this from? What's his name?
Hit Monkey from Marvel. He's a Marvel hero.
It's
And
Marvel
we're back to
Hero.
Marvel. We're back to Marvel.
Yeah.
Back to Marvel.
He's got the double sawed-off.
Now is he an American hero?
Let me look it up.
Or is this a North Korean? Because I've heard they've been getting those the different books from North Korea recently and
Imports.
yeah, it sounds like their superheroes are a little off.
Yeah, I need a true American monkey hero.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Not a.
He's technically a Japanese macaque. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think I'm saying it very inappropriately. I'm not sure if he's a Japanese hero, though.
What about your cock? Or what? What did you say?
Oh, see?
He's talking about his balls earlier. Now he's talking about his cock. Chappelle, we apologize. We really do. He doesn't know he's killing.
We tried to do an intervention, but he just walked right out.
Oh, he walked. Who walks out of the intervention?
I know.
He said, "Oh, I don't give a shit. It's St. Patty's Day. I'm gonna drink J-Mo.
I would do it anyway.
It was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
Wow.
He's a J-Mo. He's a J-Mo. I go.
Yeah. We're like, what?
Go where? He's like, go where?
Also, it's hilarious that you were trying to do an intervention for a guy on St. Patty's Day.
That was our fault. Yeah, that was our bad.
Yeah.
That was
I think the timing was just a little off.
We should have given him one more.
Yeah.
I mean, another day.
Yeah, day after, pretty good. Day before,
Maybe tomorrow.
but not day of.
Yeah,
Today, I'm free.
well, if he's willing. Yeah. I mean, if you're cool.
All right, well, let him know how you guys feel.
Well, his disease is out there in the parking lot doing push-ups right now.
Yes. And I mean, it's bad.
It's bad. That means it's bad. You guys want to see how it looks?
Yeah.
Your disease?
Disease? Looking like this guy right here. Oh, he's looking ripped. I don't know if I can take on someone.
But it's like, if that's your disease, though, doing that, this seems like a real strong disease. So, Grant, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
You'll be okay.
You're his friends, you're his family.
Yeah. We are your family, man.
Thanks, guys. Ohana means family, too.
Yes. What was that from, Moana?
From Stitch.
Oh, Stitch. God, I gotta watch those movies.
I didn't see Stitch.
I never saw, what is it, Lilo and Stitch?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, it's
That's a little
wonderful.
before your time, I guess. I was prime Stitch age.
Me too.
Yeah, because you were born 95?
95.
What about you, William?
87.
Oh, we're the same year.
Yeah, same year.
Yeah.
Too old for Stitch.
Too old.
Yeah,
Stitch. Too early to
Too old.
die.
I wasn't.
You were born in Tennessee, right?
Yes, in Memphis. Yeah.
I was born in Arizona, so I wonder if we crossed Baby Pass at all.
For sure. Didn't you vacation in Arizona once as a kid?
Yeah,
Vacationed. Yeah, oh my gosh, hit it big when I was like 7 or 8, and then we were vacationing some, and it could have been. There wasn't
at the La Quinta?
Yeah. Well, that's when I got into it, but yeah, no, it was.
Yeah.
We could have though. I think I did. We did go to Phoenix one time.
Together?
I wonder if we saw each other like in a store.
Like strollers crossing paths?
If y'all saw me at the playground, you wouldn't even play with me. I'd be too little.
Yeah.
Weird.
Too little. Yeah, it'd be really weird.
Well, we can play with him. He's 1 year old.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
And I was definitely annoying because I was a little baby.
Yeah. Crying.
Yeah. I got a rock. Shut up.
Yeah. Get out of here,
Trying to
man.
play Super Nintendo, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, Killer Instinct, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, we're Instinct. We're playing Mortal Kombat. We don't care about rods.
Yeah.
All right, goodbye. Wait, no, we're kidding.
Yeah.
It's too
I
late.
feel like this background gives me like a dude that listens to like fucking Crossfade or something like that. You know that band? I never meant to be so cold. Never. What I really meant to say is I'm sorry for the way I am. Never meant to be. Okay, I'll do you one better. It's been a while since I could. Yeah. Hold my head up high. It's been a while since I said sorry
For the things that I said.
Wake me up inside, can't wake up.
Who is this, Crossfade?
Yeah.
Dude! They should have been bigger than they were. That's actually kind of...
Yeah, kind of disrespectful.
Grant, the one on the farm on stage left is cut off. Show us his face, please.
Yeah.
That's all it showed on that image.
Well, they could. Oh, that's why they didn't make it big, because they cut that guy out.
Yeah.
Could have been the biggest band in America.
Could have been.
If y'all could choose,
Yeah, look at that.
on the Crossfade, which hair would y'all choose? If you could, for whatever reason, for a day, which hair? Gotta be Red Spikes, right?
I was gonna go with red.
Yeah. So we're Red Spikes.
Yeah.
I like the blonde bang.
Yeah, I kind of like the bangs. I feel like because I don't have a lot of bangs right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I could maybe for a day.
Yeah, he for sure used a straightener.
It's a straightened.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
that's for sure.
His eyes. I think
They're all flat
stage
iron.
right. Yeah.
Stage right.
In other pictures, he looks like Eddie, isn't he?
Yeah.
He look like a lizard. Big ass eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking put that guy down. Yeah, God.
Scary. Now, all right, who would you be in Evanescence? To the
Girl.
So you'd be the girl. Well, they
look at that.
And that guy's gone. Sure enough, the guy that they were trying to cut out is gone. Oh my gosh.
You saw the plan. You saw what they were doing.
I see the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
That's a little scary. I know. He's gone. It could happen to any of us. That's what Grant's trying to do to both of us. So that it's just him. It's just his show now.
Yeah.
It's just me and Erica. No one on.
Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. Why do y'all talk about that all the time? This show's nothing without William. Yeah, I mean, this is nothing without my fucking ass, okay?
Yeah.
Don't bring it up like that all the time, Grant, okay? I've been trying to play cool. We have Chappelle in here, okay?
Yeah.
So please don't bring that up about how it's eventually going to be just you and Erica. It's like, what the fuck?
Okay, we'll see.
As a guest, I do feel uncomfortable. You know, I felt the discomfort.
Yeah, he's trying to make moves. He's trying to pit us against each other so one of us kills the other and the other one's wrapped up in the legals.
Oh, wow.
Literally 2 weeks ago.
I think that's the storyline to Airbud.
I think you're right on one of them. Trial attorney. Well, one of them, yeah. Freaking a couple weeks ago, we walk outside to take a picture, and Grant's like, "Oh my gosh, Casey, what's wrong with your back left tire?" And we go back there, and it's deflated. Yeah. And he tried to trip me when I looked at it. Yeah, and he does that, and it's like Casey literally almost hits his head on the side of his freaking car on the metal. And then he literally says to Casey, "I think I saw William out here earlier." And I look at Grant, I'm like, what? Yeah. We've been in here all day. You're the one who we don't see the whole time. We were in here all day.
Yeah.
And he goes, "What is this, a little bit of sawdust?" And I start thinking, okay, somebody put potassium chloride, because my computer brain's working a little bit. It's like, okay, sodium chloride, potassium hydrate, makes napalm. Somebody's trying to bomb my car. And I'm looking at the big guy.
Yeah, and it's like, and then Grant, I swear to God, then I look at Grant, and he does this weird little smirk where his eyes goes down a little bit, and he does like a smile. And I'm thinking, what the fuck?
Casey, it's interesting you said sawdust. And meanwhile, he got a splinter
Okay.
in his finger.
And
He had to get surgery.
Right? Or you put it off as long as you could.
Yeah, that's kind of that's weird, Grant.
I think it's time to wrap up this episode.
Now little gears are turning.
Yeah.
What? I'm so happy you said that. Yeah, that kind of makes a little too much sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You gotta pay attention to the details.
Occam's razor. Who's more likely to do it, William, my dear friend, or Grant, the newcomer?
Yeah. Grant, did you hear that? And by the way, y'all's new guy out there was pretty rude earlier. So, I know. We're putting all our cards on the table right now. It's kind of weird because I whispered, kind of a loud whisper. I was like, hey, man, what's up? And he doesn't even look. And he doesn't even have any headphones in or anything. So he heard me.
He's typing the monitors off.
Look at that. Right there.
Yep. That explains a lot.
That's me.
There we go. God damn. I can figure this out. Look at this.
That's not right. And that is piss. And that's poop. The red one. It's piss and poop, and he's trying to put them in our food.
Yeah, he turns into freaking Terry Nichols when he leaves the freaking, Isn't that the guy's name? He was helping freaking, what's his name? The guy who blew up the Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Nichols?
So, Grant, you're connected to
Timothy McVeigh.
Weird.
Well, he was. I know
And
you're
Texas isn't far from Oklahoma.
Grant was a branch
Really
Davidian.
close.
He was a branch Davidian. He was in Waco.
He really was.
The
In
Waco?
early 90s. That's pretty close. We should go see it sometime. I don't know. That's like a thing where I wish there was a museum. I don't know if there's a museum.
There probably is.
Because they blew it up.
I know. It got burnt to the ground with the people in it. Yikes.
Waco, home of Baylor University. We could shoot some baskets in
There he is.
Till Koresh do his part.
I remember when they shot him. He got shot. He
Yeah.
was just posted up.
Yeah.
That was Grant's, like, sensei kind of person. I don't know what word.
Their
Mentor.
blood relative.
So that's Grant's North Star. I think that's what you're
Actually, we don't need to talk about it anymore. He didn't say anything.
He's gone totally.
Yeah.
And this room's feeling a little stuffy, and I know those are cats. Those are cats.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Keep it down.
Yeah.
It's sleepy time, boys.
Grant,
Would never.
Grant, we love you.
Yeah.
Oh no, Casey's falling asleep.
Okay, well, we won't bring it up again, Grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Sorry about the Waco thing.
Just a little bit of a sensitive subject. It's fine though.
Well, we forget to not bring it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about it all the time, like, what if he was Jesus, like, for real, and then we just burned his house? And we're like, fuck you,
We
psycho.
fucked up. Yeah. We fucked up.
Fuck you, maniac.
Oh, wait. What's the...
That's the gas. You're
Gas
gassing us
going
with.
up.
Oh, he's like the Mad Hatter. I hate shit like this. Oh, it's getting bigger, great.
And you were the people who all were like,
Oh, wow. Look at...
They were branding
All right,
video.
we fucked up. We should have talked all that shit. We talked a lot of shit.
Tell my family I love the hell
Yeah,
Look at this animation skill.
give them my regard.
Yeah.
to the academy. Yeah, for the opportunity.
All right, well, say who you want to say goodbye to.
The academy.
The Academy. I want to say goodbye to the Police Academy.
Yeah.
They're so
And I'm
funny.
talking about the movies because I love them.
They're so funny. Yeah. Leslie Nielsen's so great.
Yeah. All the Police Academy. Steve Gutenberg.
Who was also really good in The Big Green about the soccer team.
And he was also in It Takes Two with the Olsen twins.
Well,
Woo! Don't get us started on the Olsen.
New York Minute.
Well, a New York Minute. Wow.
New York Minute.
There we go.
My favorite joke of all time. Are you asking me equestrian? So good. She's riding a horse. So sick. Who writes shit like
So
that?
one of the twins is on a horse and says that to somebody.
She's on a horse. The other twin goes, Ashley, when's lunch? She goes, are you asking me equestrian?
Yeah.
Come on.
You can't write.
You can't write shit like that anymore.
Not anymore.
I don't even think they allow that.
No, PETA would have a field day.
Yeah.
Which is bullshit. They got you bagged and tagged. You're done.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're like the Scientologist. I think they go at PETA goes after people like Scientologists. You're gonna wake up in Abu Ghraib.
Oh, look at that.
Are you asking me a question? But I made it a shirt. No,
you see the picture of me and Casey right here?
When we were a younger man.
Yeah, remember when we did that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
And I was making all the cool robotic noises. I was like, yeah.
Michael Winslow. I said, are you doing Winslow? And you said, I did it first.
Yeah, I did it first. Yeah.
That guy's so good.
He is really good.
He's like opening a piece of paper.
Yeah.
What? That sounded like a piece of paper.
Yeah.
What is your best noise you can do, Chappelle?
Sheesh. I don't know. You put me in a tough spot.
Well, yeah, sorry, you don't have to answer. Wayne does a great gunshot. I do a great gunshot.
All right, go for it.
It's like from kind of far away or something. Like you're in a desert.
Yeah.
Over the ridge line.
That makes sense. That makes sense because I grew up in the desert, so that is the.
Does it kind of
tell? That is the accurate noise. Yeah.
Okay. We have never spoken with anybody who grew up in the desert in here. I swear to God. So it really is. It feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like a big
I will vouch
space.
for that. Yeah. Anyone listening, like who else is from Arizona, like vouch for that too, because you know.
Cool. They get the right ears for it.
Yeah.
This is me. I'm a waiter, and I'm carrying a big tray. I'm carrying a big tray of drinks. Okay, so this is my impression. Oops. Oops. What is that? Like something like one of the drinks hitting the other one or something? It doesn't spill, but it's a think. Oops. Sorry. Oh.
But you guys got good noise.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I can see that you got a Bloody Mary and you got the Mr. Cerberus.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Do you tell the people to grab it real quick, or you can grab it? It's probably a heavy thing. Would you grab that for me? I'm sorry, I might get my hands full here. Kind of the impression expanded. So.
And then when you walk back to the kitchen, you go corner.
Yeah. Corner, guys behind,
corner.
That's what I used to do. When I was a dishwasher, it would make me feel like I was a part of the team. When it'd be like a real busy night or whatever, I'd always be able to be like quarter and have my backwards hat on and stuff. Just have my little apron on. Just like I got these dishes. Lay on. In Denver.
At Applebee's?
No, a place called Metal Art Kitchen, which is now a pizza place because they let me go back there to look at the dish pit, and it looked totally different. I had to go back and look at the dish pit last time I was in Denver. You said, "Can I come back here?"
Yeah,
and they let me. I was like, I worked in this motherfucker. I had shed blood, sweat, and tears
No, he
back
was
in
like,
that
please let me go see it one last time. I just want to see it. And they're like, okay.
Okay, you don't need to fucking blow my cover a little bit.
I should do that with my.
I pled. I wanted to go see it.
I should do that with the apartment I grew up in with my family.
Yeah.
Like, hey, can I come in?
That's it. I was thinking like in documentaries, like true crime documentaries, and they go, I used to live here when I was a kid. Can I go see my old room? And it's just some little kid's room now. There's just an adult man in the room. My mom was killed in here.
You ever see that thing of J-Lo when she goes back to her old neighborhood?
Yes.
And she's like, she goes, I used to live here. And the guy goes, who are you?
That's hilarious.
The best.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be funny for an apartment because they're all the same, right? Like it's like cookie cutter, like college apartments. This used to be my kitchen.
Yeah. Look at that bedroom. That's a dream.
Would you sleep in there?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I would.
For the right price. Would you think it's haunted? Do you believe in ghosts, by the way?
Do I look like I believe in ghosts?
Maybe.
Yes.
Nah.
Fuck.
Listen, I've lost close people in my life and they haven't come back yet, so no.
Okay, fair enough. I know. Well, that's
I'm like, where you at?
Dude.
If you're a ghost, get your ass out here.
There's so many
Don't
ghosts
say hi.
at
I wouldn't
point.
say it here.
So many.
There's so many ghosts.
Like,
There's so many.
why did I see one?
Well, it's like I think certain things have to happen for you to become a ghost, though.
Yeah, not everybody.
Theoretic. I think it's theoretically not everybody.
Not everybody gets to be a ghost.
Dead people.
And you're supposed to say, "Are there any spirits in this room with us tonight?" That's what you're supposed to say.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, you're right. So do you believe that guy that does the ghost stories, or not? He goes to like the like haunted places. What's his name?
Zach Baggins?
Yeah.
Who's freaking? By the way, that guy, his co-person, one of the people with him, his wife did a murder for hire on his ass,
Recent.
trying to get his ass murdered.
She
Start
paid
trouble.
someone in jail for it. She paid someone in jail to get out of jail and then murder him. Yeah,
Smart lady.
it's brilliant.
Yeah. She's
They
gonna
don't
make
make
a
them
ton
like
of
that
money.
no more. Yeah.
Wow.
No, yeah. She offered him like $1,000 or something. It was like a couple grand.
I would hope
I mean, for a couple grand, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Pull a trigger. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Payday.
So that's the co-host, and his wife tried to get him killed.
Oh, that's our main man.
That's Baggins.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that's what it looks like now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really matured in a
He's
good way.
really glowed up.
Yeah, because he used to look scary to me. He used to look like a little
Like a
kid.
ghost?
I mean, Reed Henserling. I went to church with the guy with the Henserlings.
The Henserling.
Yeah, the father was the preacher, and they came over one time, and I was playing like someone in Turok or something, and my mom started freaking out that I was playing that in front of Reed Henserling.
Because it's violent.
Yeah, because it's violent, and the dad's a preacher, and it's turning up. But he looked just like Zach Baggins. But Reed, you'll never hear this. But
What kind of church did you go to?
it's Episcopalian. There's this one woman who would stand up and speak in tongues, and she had what my father called the Dovinator 5000, which was this big long pole, and it had like a dove on the end of it, and she would do it around like during songs.
Was it a real dove?
No, it was like a
What, she
cutout.
was spinning around?
Yeah, she did. It's like you're in a
Like that
festival
girl-
or something.
Wait, like the girl from Power Rangers, the movie, that when she like twirled those sticks and the
Yeah.
birds flew away?
Very similar to
You know what I'm
that.
talking about?
She just does it between her hands, and it looks like the dove's flying.
It was very similar to that, but yeah, she would
And
do
for
that.
instance, this is what it sounds like when Tell Me Cry starts playing, right? Right?
Dum. Wow.
That was a good bass line. That's another noise.
Well, it's not ready, but
That's another noise.
it's like Tina Whalen from Talking Heads.
Oh, got it.
Good morning. I've never been able to do any kind of musical instrument sounds. I gotta practice or something. What about drums?
Try guitar.
Wait, no.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's all
It's
for
gun-
whatever reason.
It's guns are bust for you.
Wait, that was kind of like hitting the tingy.
The cymbal.
Yeah, the cymbal.
Kind of a one-trick pony there.
Right. So you gotta work on it.
Okay, that's pretty good. Then I come in with the bass line.
I froze up. I can't freaking do anything anymore.
We needed a third layer.
Grant, hit it.
Ooh.
Is that a guitar? Yeah, telephone.
Oh, phone call. This is the big bopper.
That actually was a wonderful telephone. Can you do that again?
It's a synthesizer. I'm on the synthesizer.
Oh, cool.
Get some groceries, some peanut butter. Oh, so cool.
Casey, did you go to church?
I did. Yeah, my dad went to a mega church. So like Andy Stanley, Joel Osteen, like a mega church. And then I also, at various points, went to a Pentecostal church where they would speak in tongues. Yeah. And they would do the snakes sometimes. The snakes.
Now you guys make so
That's
much.
wild.
Yeah, Carcosa.
Wait, did you go to church?
No, my mom stopped taking me and my brother to church because we would get fights at church all the time.
With
He
your
slammed
brother?
me. Yeah, he slammed me. I grabbed him by his neck to choke him, and then he threw me into someone's Cadillac, and the dude got pissed. He's like, "Man, what you throwing in my Cadillac for?"
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
So she stopped taking us after that.
Fair enough.
Right? And then with my white parents, when I was adopted into the white family, they're very about church, and I got sent to church camp. Oh, I said I agreed to church camp. I didn't get sent there. And then I thought church camp was really weird.
Yeah, I went to lots of church camps when I was a kid. Lots of revivals. Yeah. Lots of all the kids are crying. Like, why are you making us little kids cry? We're 10 years old. We don't need to be crying.
Were they crying and holding their hands?
Yeah. Crazy. I kind of remember
that was wild. Yes.
Take it all.
Yeah. You're 10, you don't have anything.
Yeah, you shouldn't have trauma like that.
Yeah.
I went to a couple, and I just remember my buddy. I can never say the name, but my buddy were there, and I'd go with my friend when I would go to something like that. It'd always be my buddies. We kind of mess around, and my one friend we were just messing around one night, and he ends up looking up in this window, and it's the girls taking showers.
Whoa!
And I was like, I think we laughed, but yeah, it was not good. He was looking at the naked girls taking showers in the church.
And you never took a peek?
Hell no, I was scared. I'm sure I was hysterically laughing, but I would have been too scared to. I did not.
But that's like 80s fun. Like that's what people did like in the 80s and 90s, like to have fun though.
Yeah, we were having a good time at the church, Scab. We're looking at naked chats. I'm kidding. I was not. Maybe I was dead. I don't know, but I did not.
Your hands are dirty.
Hands are dirty. Guilty by association.
No.
Doing something and not stopping it, or live on the same.
Yeah, did you pull him down from the?
They live on the same street.
From the damn window.
No, so fair enough. I hear what y'all are saying.
Just following orders, huh?
Yeah.
I was just following orders. Yeah, if I didn't stand there and shut up, he's probably gonna punch me or something. So I had to chill.
This is what. That's what you saw.
Yeah, just like blowing air into there, and they're like, "What's that noise? Who is that little freak? Look at his little boner." Yeah, I got his little thing coming out of there, and they're like, "What is that? Is there a string?"
William, is that you? Is that you, William?
Is there a string? Yeah, you just tied the string on there. Well, you got to put your thing in there and then tie a string. I'm kidding. What am I?
Tie a string in your pants and make it kind of like Jackass style, like Chris Pontius. That's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, wow. There you are.
Oh my gosh.
I was just following orders.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
My buddy's gonna punch me really hard.
Yeah,
I don't look.
Yeah, you don't seem too scared in this photo.
My friend's gonna trust me after this. It's gonna light me up.
Yeah, God.
Wow.
But one of the little church camp, we went to some, it was only like a day church camp, and it was the most fun thing ever, though, because it had a mud pit. But I was always scared that there'd be snakes in it or something, because it was literally this big-ass mud pit.
What do you do in the mud pit?
What? They worship. What do you say?
Swim around.
Is that where they're in the mud pit?
Crying.
Oh my gosh, and it had like a little slide. It was like, what the hell? It was just a mud pit. And I was thinking, God, there aren't snakes in here because I'm having so much fun in the mud pit.
Wow.
Would you do like challenges? Like it was like an obstacle course?
No, it was just like
a mud pit.
Just chilling, yeah. People just hanging out in the mud pit.
Doing mud wrestling?
This mud stuff.
I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember I think I was relaxing in there. And it didn't look like that.
What do you mean you were relaxing? You were thinking like a mud bath? Like a pig?
Chilling in the mud
this
pit.
is what you were doing.
No, it was no. So it was maybe more deep, like the first picture, but yeah, it's but filled with mud.
Good way to get MRSA.
Yeah, it's probably really gross. Looking back at it now, it seems very gross.
Casey, for someone that didn't grow up around mud, can you explain what MRSA is?
MRSA is like an illness where you can lose limbs, right?
Yeah,
like it's in the flesh.
Staph infection.
Yeah, it's like that.
It's a type of staph.
Like a flesh-eating bacteria.
I got it one time.
And you can get it in the mud?
Oh, yeah. You can get in mud, get in the bathroom, Planet Fitness, locker room, locker room thing. You're really susceptible when you get whipped with a wet towel. That wound, you better pour some iodine on that immediately.
Yeah, rat tail. Those things hurt.
Wow.
Yeah, staph infection. I almost got my leg cut off. No, I don't think so, but it was really bad.
It was?
Oh, it was very scary. I would talk about Grant talking about wanting to pass out. When I took my pants off and looked at it, I wanted to die. I just was like, Lord, strike me down up in my dorm room right now.
You said that?
Kill me now. I can't deal with this. I'm too weak.
Because it was painful or it was ugly?
ugly and also hurt. It was horrible, ugly. And I mean,
Your tough on your leg?
huge. Yeah, it was horrible. It's like, God, I'm not strong enough. I'm so sorry. You taught me to be strong, but I cannot be
And then he
strong
was like,
right now.
William,
Take me.
I would not take you.
My sin is envy. I'd love to have a sticky leg.
Yeah, well, Casey, be careful what you wish for, dude, because it's in the abstract. It's maybe like a cool sounding thing, but I swear, when it's on your leg, it is really bad.
Vanity.
I love that stinking leg. No, be careful.
Smell that? That's me.
Because yeah, it stinks in there because there's pus and stuff. Wow. Yeah, it's like sickening. Give me stinking limbs, God. Make me reek. Gosh, Casey, don't breathe that. Make me reek. Casey, don't be careful. I want to be your stinky boy.
I don't think that's Casey anymore. I think that's someone else.
It sounded. Wait, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Sure.
That was not Casey.
I want to stink like a pig, baby.
Yeah. I just came to do a podcast.
Did you guys hear that?
I just came to be on a podcast as a guest. I didn't come for like these like demons.
Did you have
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you guys, to be quite honest.
Grant, play that back.
Yeah, it's like, were you talking in reverse or
Yeah,
something?
Grant
I couldn't
played in
exactly.
reverse.
Yeah.
So we can really hear what he said, like the Led Zeppelin Stairway to Heaven.
You have discovered the secret prize. So cool.
Is that Fonzie? Who's that?
I was just trying to speak backwards.
This is WikiHow on how to do the stinky leg.
Oh, the dance move.
Yeah. William didn't need any practice for his stinky leg.
No, I just got it.
It was God-given.
Yeah, I just got it, and trust me, I wasn't praying for it. I wouldn't ask.
So instead of God taking you, he just gave you the stanky leg.
Yes.
Fair.
To test me. You had to
Yeah.
see how serious I was.
You're an acolyte. You're a martyr.
Well, I was an acolyte, and he saw that, and then I think that's why he was testing me. So I just got to keep moving forward. When I start sensing these tests, I just have to keep going forward. Because then oh God, I don't even want to think about it. If I stop moving forward, then that, oof.
Yep, that's
a bad
really
happening.
it's nasty.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, something really bad. I mean, I'm sweating thinking about it right now a little bit. I want to be your stinky boy.
Grant, who was that?
Grant, I'm getting pissed and scared, my man.
Yeah.
Getting some weird signals over here on the board.
Lady me, you slut.
I've seen that happening.
How does that one end again?
The happening?
Yeah.
The plants make us beat off.
Is that like gooning?
The plants are making everybody jerk their shit. Yeah, gooning is adjacent.
Yeah.
I was looking up reviews on Adidas socks last night, and some comedian freaking in the comment, like doing the review of the socks, is like, yeah, it's perfect for gooning. Also, like, perfect for gooning in.
I still haven't fully been explained to
It's
like
like
what that means.
masturbating or something.
Oh.
I think it's just jerking your shit.
Yeah. Is that what it is, Grant? Do you know about gooning?
1 second.
How do you think you got that splinter?
Gooning with this fucking piece of wood.
The wooden toilet,
Jerking off a new
jerking off.
sock.
Yeah.
How do you think I got that?
A wooden sock trick.
Yeah, can we see wooden socks after you search this?
Let's just pulling up some nice
Welcome.
socks. But
Those aren't wooden.
let me look at it.
How are you?
I'm not gonna want to put any of these pictures up, am I?
Hard to say.
Are they bad?
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, if it's like a wiener or a shaft,
Yep,
I don't
keep going.
even want to see that.
There's a lovely little t-shirt.
What's good, man? How'd you find out about me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yo. Can you hear me? Yo. Just 1 moment. Yo. Just 1 moment. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo. Okay, excellent. How you living, pimp? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me?
From Discover Life.
What'd you say? Oh,
Discord.
Oh, Discord. Okay, which Discord?
Life.
Which one though? Was it Aiden Ross or Eager Live or
Not sure. It was like
Socialize?
2-3 months ago.
Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going?
Very great, man.
Excellent.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Do you know anything about me?
Are you watching? Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you know my spiel. Yeah, I'm watching.
Yeah, I saw the post.
Okay, excellent. I'm watching Jewish history lessons. What are you?
Jewish history.
Yeah, Jewish history.
Jewish history.
Yeah,
You're a Jew, right?
100%.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual. Is that one of the oldest religions? So my goal in this
No.
series of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews
No.
in the land of Israel.
It's
from the end of the it's like older than Islam and Christianity, right?
correct.
18th century. It's kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the second century.
Feel free to enjoy, man.
It's
I'm gonna close my eyes.
Stretches all the way
Glad you're here.
throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the first century at the end of the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea, and many Jews moved simply to the north, and you have the rise of the great center around the city of Tiberias, Tiberia. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where, at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Rothschild in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition, which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishe Sidri, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation. difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, as described in the Bible, laws of mixed species, sabbatical year, and things like that. Holidays, of course, the holiday cycle, women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like a classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity. Way more than we can discuss in this section. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale. Some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. As you can see with these little starbursts, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the first century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome and Antioch and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. After the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. And the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nasiut, Yehuda HaNasi, who authored or compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this Patriarchate. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. They were a minority without any kind of authoritative body to lead them. Very, very difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud, one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or, although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since Hadrian for the region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made the Jerusalem Talmud and then its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and is still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem, myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, just a regular guy, or historian if you like, there was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day in the yeshiva and put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for its second portion. So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch, I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, they just took down the sign, but that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there. They don't necessarily apply in Babylonia and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative, and certainly much more well-studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit Knesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, église, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman-Jewish wars. We have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription it's called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with synagogues. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are 10, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Menetos, who was an archisynagogus, a head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. And all of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires in prayer to God and to perform many other communal functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue flora with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Kamat Tiberias, 4th century. And you can see from a mosaic that they're still commemorating and harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite the same. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you, from God, and so on. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century, when they have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out to the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It is one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths. And there's so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females, and I would assume males are going to Islam. But in other words, they're kind of like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. Although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, of Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. And Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on it. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, there were loopholes found or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Rechtsstaat, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, so the term is deeply, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they could continue to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them, called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which was unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous, cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical literature, but nevertheless it had some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at its very end, in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in the land of Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem. You have the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership, much larger community in Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had a tremendous pride of place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of the region. Here you can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Tzfat in the north. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described We can see from these unique blue-tinted gravestones from Tzfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Rav Alkabetz, Rav Cordovero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s, in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Tzfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular, migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who had status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constitute roughly 4% of the overall population of the land, Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, you begin to see the organized migration of Jews, now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called the BILU, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'Tuv V'Ne'acha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, BILU, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petah Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland, here you see that there's no contradiction in using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have in Yiddish the translation, what it says in English, help him build the land of Israel is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century and the period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land or a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the next lecture. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and hope you watch the next video as well. Thank you very much for watching.
The price went up by $100, making an expensive phone even more expensive. So how much is this thing going to cost? The Z Fold 7 is $2,000 for a 256 gigabyte version with 12 gigabytes of RAM. If you really want to go all out, money's just burning a major hole in your pocket, you can get a 1 terabyte version with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Now, I've been using this phone for the past few days, and I can tell you that it has finally gotten to a place that is really good. Like, I can actually recommend this.
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been a universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represents an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and even psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept, the principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Rothschild often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. That would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews of that level, at any rate, certainly behave in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, God forbid, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, v'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem v'chem, v'yishmitcha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods. And the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. We look carefully at the English. It's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine, for your son, which in this context would mean your grandson. Wait, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him, from following me, i.e., following God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who is born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Flerovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional, romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020. But very beautiful work, still available for sale in many galleries today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments a long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechania ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention, what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, you can imagine how difficult this might have been and how harsh it must have been. But, beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. At any rate, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great, and he goes on and on about how his own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, they went through this and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that Rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah and onwards. And again, a little theological note here, from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the texts. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the 1st century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so, and any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was, and one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms, and when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel. Thank you for watching.
Partly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming overcast and lows around 60. Tomorrow we expect a mix of clouds and sun again with a high around 80, 72 now in Van Nuys, 71 in Fullerton, 70 down at Newport Beach, 71 in El Monte. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Scott Carr. We're watching an accident near Carmel on the 5. It's on the 5 northbound right around the accident. The crash completely cleared away. The 5 northbound, at least for the San Fernando Valley, doesn't look too bad. Coming away from the East LA interchange is 5 northbound slow. From the left hand.
Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel, in both the biblical context and in a larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Kranjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kranjek, also pronounced Kranjetz. I actually have to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use, but in America they tolerate Kranjek. At any rate, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of the film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is that in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character. Right, so you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, to try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes us a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put them together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and ancient sources. But it's something that we really want to resurrect. We want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the human population. We have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers and media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzivos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushed back on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project test kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is, in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Mezarat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall function of the temple, but on the other hand, there was a relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and Leviim and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhba caves a while ago, and I'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of the sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees in that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century. And if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archisynagogus. That's right at the right side of the top line, and then going into the second line, it says archisynagogus, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean, from the larger context, that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of descriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier, more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the project test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute. Now, one of the, there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless, or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to women and men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when we include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but we wonder, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Eshet Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, the famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape him. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in the Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Eshet Potiphar. Zulaicha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists, in the sense of there's a lot more detail than we get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong. And often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar. Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, Rashi both saying, because, why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the witch of her two sons, Esau and Jacob receive the blessing, and in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, it's hard for me to think in terms of the English pronunciation sometimes. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, "No, I'm praying to God," and in fact, she becomes the model of our prayer. We even have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of characters that they certainly are smaller in scope than a number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in the previous lecture. Occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel, but for the most part we are totally reliant on the biblical text, and so therefore the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about them. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel. And that is that, we have to ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly informed to adopt a more androgynous view of religion, to a more ancient view in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion. Or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which by the way would be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that in a few months, is to divide them into four different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always effective. Let me give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay? How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, that's what you have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined in 3 of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated in that, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking the 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in a negative, it's a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to shul when you have a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. I will leave that with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies and women's studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when we see the more Orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool, and one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely disappeared from the regular canon of texts because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of the care of the diet of the family, and so on. Again, there's no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say that this was universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and the third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolute average woman, and will give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the 1st and 2nd century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
It was excellent. Like, the waiter was amazing, and he said the best thing to me. This was the best thing that he said. He said, I just moved here from, I think he said Lithuania a year ago. And we said, well, how do you like it? He goes, I love it. It's America. And I just got such a smile on my face to hear that from him. I really did like that. Because, we had all kinds of stuff going on in the world.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at 3 exceptional examples.
Free desktop or online tool that lets me remove backgrounds manually
And we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average woman in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward to some degree in medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the three examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. These three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Rothschild, who is a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters and other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology, and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggests that that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. Can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I studied so many things, but one of them would probably be an archaeologist. At any rate, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hanani ben Zeraja, one of the martyrs of the Adrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba war. So that helps us date Gloria, besides Rabbi Meir. Her father gives us a sense of her lifetime sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Freund has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud, who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Antronisa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, he happened to come from Galileo, did you not read what it says? And she goes to another teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to look, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teaching of the rabbis back at them. You get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique of the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died in one particular Sabbath, 2 boys, terrifying kinds of things that forbid Lord. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halakhic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity, and an amazing woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rasha on the tractate of Zara. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature, and although it appears in a very authoritative commentary that of Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it is so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Gloria's life, but it describes her and as being very ignoble. I leave that up to the rabbinic scholars to debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Gloria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in the literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 to the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Tivna. You will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great-grandfather, if I calculated that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connection, things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabar of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who will speak about that during another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. At any rate, at this point she was like at the peak of authority. She was referred to as Regina, meaning Queen, Basilea, also Queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on. Mr. Matthew had a look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Polemos II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt, that would be in the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazirite vow, which is interesting in its own context. Nazirism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course there's a whole tractate of Talmud, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience, and they want to do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. Interesting kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on an Nazarite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gestus Florus, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become Emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem and the Temple. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a leader that conquered people, so that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freud, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. We recall that Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe, not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freud argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen. And if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating, exceptional individual in the sense that she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved with, with marriages or setting relationships between territories and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. Her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final exceptional individual. We looked at Gloria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high-level political activity as a Jewish princess or even queen. And now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. I'm speaking about a woman named Tabata. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Tabata that goes into this much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the human remains, female remains, would have been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents that all linked to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? We were in a polygamous relationship, not unheard of at that time, and she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the care of apotropai, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and respite from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents, our passports and things like that, in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her life and activity. And it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the 2nd century. She was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on. Took charge of her life, and she's really an agent involved in her life. So we should not imagine, by Gabaka's example, that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There is an interesting question as to why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba, because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command, so perhaps there is a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it reveals some startling things. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the Gabaka archive with great detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women into the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much for watching. At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happened in Jewish history that really colored the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia, and eventually throughout the world. This has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on, as the minority in majority cultures. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile in Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus. That Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a little bit of a misnomer, because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the also limited population transfers that happened under the Assyrians and Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery. But the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel, hence the experience as an exile nation. It's worth pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state. Meaning, theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You recall that the first Roman-Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that circle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galil to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved in particular north to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew. And so renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities in the context of the Kichos rebellion a while ago, and there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt. A very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There is a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus, Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile, and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess. Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spends some time there unwillingly, as happened after the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine. So I look a little more carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so, therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have the cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so on. So there is a very important Jewish military colony in Elephantine. I'm going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular site. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see that little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of cordage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition. That's where robbers would lie in wait and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost there. And we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in papyri and in ostraca, right? Those bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, and in Samaria, that would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider valid. The Arak El Amir in Jordan, and the Ontopolis, which would be in Egypt, under Chonia. This is referred to as Chonia on the Talmud, Onias IV. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our area. We have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to go in the block, check off the project test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Mittachia, which seems to be related to their Batak, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 type of construction engineers or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region, not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Tammuz is definitely not a Hebrew name, because in Hebrew the word Tammuz means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That he certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, the master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Pilti. If Anania were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, to get the child. The whole thing is really bizarre. Also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Talmud could just start a divorce on its own, which is something that rabbinic law does not permit. Lots more to say about that. We can come back to it in maybe the medieval period when we look at Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt in the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today in the western part of the Nile Delta. You can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential on the early church. And there's a funny story about how the Septuagint was written. According to the legends, 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hutner, who was a very important Rosh Hashiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on it, that's a miracle. By the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood, which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the local Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great has swept through the entire region and have established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in society, and so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, a very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in a Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write the Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. But at any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the 1st century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of regard in Rome. He was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks. And he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered places where you should not transgress and you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which they were forced to move of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced, because men may have been taken in greater numbers of women, but otherwise many Jews, the majority, still remained behind Israel. Now, here's a look at a map. You can see that the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamia means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called the Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply you there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to be carried away captive. Pray to the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile is galut, this diaspora, to use the spiritual term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represents a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worship an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews were worried that now perhaps their God was not interested in taking care of them in an exile. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation throughout the exile tradition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So, one of the most fascinating collections that we have here is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the B'nai Murashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? Means God-given. Right? They all like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. So it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al-Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish. And there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Murashu archive was completed. One of the things I find really amazing about the Murashu archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov. Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. That's the reason for the distinction. I'm not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's name and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You can see that there's a real seam that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something, it's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like Eliezer and Hannah Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there was a real teshuvah movement, and they started giving their children much more Jewish names. Their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go on. what did the Jews do? So the Rothschild archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who were active in the military. It's fascinating that in the diaspora condition, we wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? With David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this. So much stuff to talk about. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylon, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called Nefute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem. Sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other, as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about Babylonia. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exilon, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Nehardha, named Menelaus and Asineus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create, for about 15 years, their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords. I mean, these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from the Parthian army, Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed these robber states. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it would take us too far away from that time. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about the diaspora coming in. Thank you very much.
If this one to try versus other models. Have fun and do more. And do so much more. You don't need 2 phones, you don't need a phone in a tablet, you don't need to have something heavy. No more ways. You can do so much more. And this one is actually, you can have a lot more fun.
Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I'm just going to try to keep my remarks very brief because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is from left to right, the Italian peninsula, that's shaped like a boot. And I said that in the Canadian way, I recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and Syria. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century, and then, of course, after Alexander, there was much more presence building in Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the modern era, proclaims Judaism a religio lecita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the Temple of Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food, the Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. Because generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course, it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well. You can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. This was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly, but certainly the men means circumcision. Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, what is the problem? It's so big. I often compared this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became the emblem of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. There's a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the 1st century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. one of the really cool ways that we should see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating. I gotta talk about it. Is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the Rothschild, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones out of the bone flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors. Things like that. How spooky by modern sensibilities, but it's really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. There are moving examples of mental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You can see he's having a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of pathos across the millennia. And the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower in their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well, and the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. But the menorah is one of the oldest of it's really cool to look at these catacombs. There's so much research that can be derived from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit and talk about the Eastern Mediterranean. And by that, we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV that was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. Including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms prosuke or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Peter and the other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian, that's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being a slightly different ritual or a slightly different family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: there's something wiped out, and then the word is Mia, and then a new word, Salo, something like Muda, and the word An, Uno, Mens, Quattro, Tie, Uno, Ude, which translates as probably something like here lies. Girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A. Julia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day. See that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. Finally, she's specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region. Well, I can't wait to get on to talk about this some more, but for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be sort of like some better remarks about just as antiquity, Jewish history, and how that differs from the medieval period. Thank you very much.
Yes. So what you want to do on one account, you don't want to upload pictures anymore. You want to turn off the backup for that account. So once you're into that account, you switch into that account, turn off backup, and that will stop those new photos from going in. But here's the thing, you still have the old photos that are in there. So what you want to do is from a desktop, this is the easiest way to do it. Go to photos.google.com.
Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath and then go on to the next adventure, which is the medieval period. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized. So it's gorgeous. It gives you a sense of like, life in history was actually in color, now it's black and white. We're so used to these photographs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. You can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that would be ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The challenge in working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up, the amazing story, becomes the vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew here anachronistically. They would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely they would have called themselves maybe Hebrews or Hebrews, which comes from Eber HaNahar, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to sort of ally them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you. The next event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Menephtah stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that is, refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When we move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates and described in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what would become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly, both in terms of territory, in terms of influence, and so on. Unfortunately, after Solomon's descent into civil war, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which was something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off in the north. There is then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem, and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their lands and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Hanukkah Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they reestablish a Jewish kingdom under Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism. They ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invade in the year 63. Not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade. They kind of invited in because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, is one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He was very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the 1st century BCE. Tremendous amount of public works and building and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the 1st century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the Second Temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70-odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region and the Galilee, was more significantly depopulated than Israel. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments impose on the people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? And that's something that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First under the Assyrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. This is like repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and reestablishing some level of self-rule. We jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again after 2,000 years of absence, which is really mind-boggling. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. Right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. If they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we would see in the modern era? Third, full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them. And the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. These are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of antiquity. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating to discouragement. See, you're like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar Kokhba revolt, the First Roman Jewish War, the Ethos rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness, with the destruction of the temple twice, and the displacement of people to another land. How are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges to their existence? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to record, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance and a period of the creation of the Talmud. Also Egypt, the Italian peninsula, and so on, with huge surges of Jewish population. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period. We'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinct existence over so many centuries despite so many changes. Thank you very much for watching.
Section called business machines. And that's where people came to buy computers, graphics cards, and processors. And just a huge portion of business, in addition to buying notebooks and envelopes and things like that. Electronics were huge.
Welcome to another episode of the Jewish History. Just like the last class, when I offered up the question, how do you survive antiquity? And I let you know in advance that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer forthcoming. I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is the meaning of Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder, things like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using it here. You may ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? I mean, are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gone through this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to, please tell me the story already. Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into big theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment, the seam between the ancient period and the medieval period. And this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on what does it all mean. Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I'm going to at least pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rothschild, shown here, just recently won the Rothschild Prize, fantastic scholar at Bar-Ilan University. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Rothschild. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him, and he's very gracious in sharing his thoughts. We're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History, and there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rothschild uses this term meta-history in the kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past. So, for example, the physics is the study of the physical universe, bodies in motion, mass, velocity, things like that. Then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story of this history? You know, of course, the word story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question, you have the Tzemach David, very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gatz. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gatz, David Krauss of Prague, great local historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents a kind of early encyclopedic Jewish history. It's not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology. Like, in this year this happened, in this year this happened, and so on. Not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked and data and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happen to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. As if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I couldn't use the word impact as a verb, but I couldn't help it. Like, Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later. But we separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, we get to the 19th century, and much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Gretz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte and Literaturgeschichte, which means basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Gretz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, pogramized, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books, they're developing science, they're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then from a new location they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like this grand narrative that Heinrich Gretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedic historian, who criticized Gretz for missing out some really important things and not including them because they really didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Gretz tended to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Gretz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, the attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Gretz wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Gretz, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach, and especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians, and there are accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Branson's history, and that's something that Shibboleth wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves. And Hasidism is, of course, very much a popular movement that came from, the general average Jew more than anything else. Shimon Dubno was very much an advocate of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with called diaspora nationalism, which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. What have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and he should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continue? He says the reason they continue is because they advance beyond what a state requires. That they have developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something we should strive for. This is an ideal. Everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than, trying to, fit in with secular society, we should encourage the development of specifically Jewish cultural projects. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his grand narrative looked towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. And we want them to go back to a more barbaric age. So he definitely, his grand narrative, soft-pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, are many great Zionist historians like Ben-Zion Dinor who said that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben-Zion Dinor's model, but maybe we'll explore that later. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Salo Whitmire Barron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Dubno at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities, and that the monolithic approach of Dubno, which is influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern communities develop this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities develop, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, and that is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It's associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de texte." There is nothing outside the text. What exactly does this mean? What is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism but it has slowly made its way into the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. It's a document, has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other odds and ends of data there. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born on such and such a date in this little town in northern Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernists would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these are his parents and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document hasn't been forged? Who says that this document is the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they were hiding a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine. Well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's a possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling, because if you cannot make any kind of generalization about reality beyond the texts and documents and archaeological finds that we discover, history. So, Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such a thing happened because here's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. In the words of Samaka, yes, I get today's plan. What actually happened? We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented. So this upends everything, like when we find the Tel Dan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advancements of postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. You can't write about a large period of history because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents, lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution, and you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare trying to figure out, is it possible to write anything larger? And it's so great history. Is it even possible? So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. Like, this is what I look like as a historian. And so, since we have so many beautiful photographs, I want to stick this one. I have to give credit to Martin Chef, who is this amazing photographer who reached out to me to do a shoot because he's putting together a book. And I'm very proud to be included in his subject. He really has a unique gift to be able to find that, look, where is this person? And then put it somehow onto his lens. So anyways, that's the picture. Here's the question. If this is the situation with how historians write, that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize beyond them. Then we believe of reliability. How is history not in the fiction? Why isn't it there just like any other novel or play or something like that? What is the purpose of everything? Is there any distinction? So there certainly is a difference between history and fiction. And I'm going to follow this argument that Professor Rothschild makes in his book. And the way that we can get to that, however, requires a little bit more of personal sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic written by this man, Max Eidemon. Not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data, storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 13 years or so old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house, a paperback copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see it from the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I've never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History, so I can try and relive a little bit of what must have been like for me to read that one. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it's an incredibly popular book, published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple different versions. This version here says basically, 1.5 million copies for that second edition. But this version, this cover says something very significant, edited and revised by Ethel Dumont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel Dumont made to this book. She herself is also a published author. She suffered a head injury and wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in the second edition, but in the first edition, published in the early 60s. So we don't know a lot about Ethel Dumont's involvement in this, but let's not think of this as an exclusively male emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews. And that's something that made a big impact on me. So let's return to our question of postmodernism. Now that I've told you a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history, and I will refer to something that Professor Rothschild calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these texts that we use, the data points that we use to write history. I'm going to be as conscious as I can of my own proclivities towards a grand narrative, towards a meta-history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max Eisenhower's first presentation of these indestructible Jews. And I am going to share those biases with you up front. When I am troubled by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max Eisenhower, but nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, for your part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hope to hold myself to. When you respond in the comments or emails or whatever, I think you will continue to be respectful and understand that I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, not Christian enough, not Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, working with the data the same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, you have an agreement. But I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened. Because I get with today's God, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my grand narrative, and for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Law, a phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind a massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things, and that is the massive Encyclopedia Judaica. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times, it was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rothschild's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase his idea. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey, as he put it in 1950. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history," note of course that it's not gender neutral language, but there you go, 1950s. "Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter, the author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it on every page, a higher imminence. So in other words, what Dr. Roth was saying was that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher imminence on every page of Jewish history. That's my explanation. I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact that you're listening to it at the very end, so you fall asleep. But I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description or the end of the Jews of Mesopotamia. Fascinating period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Listeners should know that on almost every website out there, it's not just Google though. Google has Google Analytics, but the Meta, the Facebook Pixel, or the thumbs up button, whatever the like button, those are data collection mechanisms. There was just a little bit of a mini scandal where it was found out that on Android phones, Facebook could recognize
the period after the destruction of the temple in the year 70 and then the Second Roman Jewish War under Bar Kokhba in the 130s is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. So they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain group integrity and to maintain their identity, and in fact they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the first century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago, or what exactly is the Mishnah. But these are the teachers who play an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which is of course related very closely to their real life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amoraim means speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of the Tanaim basically comes to a close at the beginning of the 3rd century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it, and the Amoraim will then be exploring and discussing it as a whole discussed in the 2 lectures from now. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So, at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in the Talmud in which Yochanan Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome. Give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages, at first under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, later under Rabbi Gamliel and the other scholars. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications and illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening with the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Abinah. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to two main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, the great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. Perhaps I should just make an interlude at this point. Shammai and Hillel are two of the greatest of the Zugot, the generation that preceded the Tanaim. And their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created two large schools, the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amounts of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things change after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side we have Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol, a very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this oven. That is the house of Hillel. They're agreeing with dates for that. Hillel has passed away quite for a long time now. What ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says, and Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter. We follow the arguments of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we design things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted and sent along the road. And the rabbi, that actually happens. And then the rabbis say, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Midrash crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point one of the rabbis says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And to the walls, they don't collapse. They sort of like stay in a meeting place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says that if the law follows me, let the heavens proclaim it. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. And this looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer, but the rabbis say, you can bring as many proofs as you want, but lo b'shamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Hillel, is followed in this particular case of this oven of Abinah. two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with the tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they wanted to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist with the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion, I don't know why me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later this discussion of huge storms at sea, they all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want, or the interview, or go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, that's a kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders have decided we're going to follow Beis Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian census rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jews from here on. But it's still very cool to think that it's not happening. There were two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchy. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north where it was located in a few different places. So it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity during the period that we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Nasiyut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have a really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There's some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Nicaean, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah the Prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim. And the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate or misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some technologists, like the Seder Olam, which is the order of the world, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have time to do ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing, fleshing out why things happened, and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Babata archaeology, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Bar Kokhba. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the Cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that, while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising, we just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society. And on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference. And they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull. that Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Asia Bene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Hilmi Malka, that is Helena the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. It was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So the thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adia Bene would convert to Judaism is just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian Center in particular. Thank you very much for listening.
Presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Arena September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim, from the period immediately following the disastrous two revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate of Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order, after the year 219, which is when Rav, the great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back, and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia in the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities like Shmira Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the rule of Shmur Malka, Shapur I, also known as Shmur Malka. It actually appears every now and then in the Talmudic literature. And it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in this format. But let me leave that to later in the series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began, in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale, the two major rivers rivers in Hebrew, the Nahar Tiglat, Dekel, which is the Tigris, and the Nahar Prat, or the Euphrates, and they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish law. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you're born on the other side, you're in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Surah, the great academy at Surah, at Nahar Dor, and at the story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Nahar Dor is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Surah and Babylita, will last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish study, where the Talmud movement developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop at Nahar Dor for lunch and maybe stay the night and then walk to Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Rothschild and others in Israel, he returned to Babel. He ended up establishing the yeshiva at Surah. His colleague Shmuel went to Nahar Dor, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really big early yeshiva established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly was the yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot and pull them backwards in time so that it must have looked like that. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there are three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early period. In the next short video, I'll tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot are doing. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little bit of evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in the region. And it has a genome at the center. And it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they had cornered the market in curse bowls, and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of data. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the some kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power, meaning there was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called Exilar, or in the Vaishnavuta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel, just like Rabbi Rothschild was a descendant of King David and had that leadership role, so too the Exilarch was reputed to be from this line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period, you have the Vaishnavuta, they're named, they interact with rabbis in the Talmud and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our brain lens is to rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Bruria as one of the exceptional women of the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that occur, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She is associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what might have been normally considered a women's domain. We really won't go into detail. And we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was orphaned from his uncle. But the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, and the most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, my mother said to me, indicating that he had high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing lots of detail. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi, I was just learning the passage with Magi today. These are, of course, important in the Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, they come all the way from the east, drawn by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah, the Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenazi ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but as you see the commentary, that's exactly what they're talking about. It's also some, because the Magi regard the fire as having tremendous sanctity and as a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling of earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed look, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have just doesn't come through because it's not considered data. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that next week. Thanks very much for watching.
Yeah, that's fair. You're allowed to do that, but otherwise, if nobody says anything, I'm gonna eat it unless it's my wife and she eats like a rabbit. I don't eat that. I'll get those rabbit brains through the animal I'm eating that ate the rabbit brains. That's how I get those minerals inside. So throughout the day, until 5 o'clock, we'll be out here. Come by, say hi.
Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is. And I think that's a crazy impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down to a few minutes is going to be very challenging, I think. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is like the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand this is to have a look at a modern printing of a Talmud page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of the Talmud. The first section we have to look at is this sort of coral color, that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has like, general subjects like this whole order deals with a Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but really it's not the same as a law code either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens and hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in a story. And this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something I would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, actually talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then it'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, we tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner. The Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow the discussion. But it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing. Gamar, Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, meaning referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than the Mishnah. And one Mishnah, like a paragraph of the Mishnah may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion of both. So that's really what's going on. Conversation, discussing the Mishnah by the Amorai, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages of Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into the discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean. They say the sea of Talmud, and just like you can't say the sea has a particular source. It all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea at some shoreline. Some places might be nice, easy places to get into the water, like let's say the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with lost and found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with water crashing and like trying to jump into the middle of Anathos or something like that with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It is brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking about it. Embracing the text, to use the remarkable metaphor of Rabbi Rothschild, he is on the right. He is Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century. We'll speak more about him as we go on in this course. And his descendants and other students, the Tosafot, from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate. Many, many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi Rothschild. I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas. And, I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Salmon here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha. And I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense, and I share it with you now as sort of why the timing is so important. So Chaim Salmon introduces the audience of the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called No Mercy Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is nomos? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of like dense legal, sometimes peculiar discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're like basically thrown in there, and some commentators have felt that it's kind of random. It is hardly random. It's happily intentional. And what Professor Cover wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system. It's called by some a constitution of Judaism. Big constitution, you can't hold it over the bottom unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, the story behind the law. This is really important because if a society, as Mr. Glover, Professor Glover, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing a narrative behind them, then ultimately that's a type of tyranny, where the rules are arbitrary, made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found, even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and accept no to the request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of like wanders between big discussions of most related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together ethos and narrative elements. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I'll put it in the source notes for the video. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud and the Tanakh. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I am very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud study called which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Dafyomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud and invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing. And it is the document that much of Judaism has evolved for the last 1,500 years or so. Enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you some more.
This grilling season and summer season, and you're thinking, what should I be cooking? Grilling, tons of stuff on there, exotics that are rare. I'm a big fan of duck. I'm a big fan of Austrian bison. It's fantastic. If you haven't tried bison is amazing because not only do you get kind of that.
Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there are 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Gulag that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because I'll show you on a map in just a second. The eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which was once so huge, and it's just barely hanging on in there. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the legions, so on, and development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers. And we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. And the local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus, This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nesiut. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Nesiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in the third centuries, but basically he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly even local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Nesiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrin. In fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, it would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome, and it was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes to further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, then you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is, or at least self-understands, as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which is part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians, and this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The patriarchate is declining, eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. Because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. And you can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus and Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlements in Israel as well, but there would be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France and the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Jordan that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just above where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian section, which will become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629 he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly. But before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstein called The Throne of Judas, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Karib Assad who, in the return of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I hope to discuss not too long from now. When the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Khalid Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar Uwas that lived about 100 years later. Presumably, Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom is Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Himyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in southern Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study this. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule, and so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in all the countries. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the versus Judeos tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching.
And I was still in the Army. I would still, when I get off work, I'd go home and knock out some catering things. I've been working a lot. But since then, this January, I just felt like kind of a calling to step out of my comfort zone and pursue the passion of barbecue full time. So I've done it in January and in March over at Home. So graciously blessed us with the opportunity to cater this event here when we first opened up the store.
One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judeos, the title is generic. It's based on a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom. We'll speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacting with Jews on a significant level. But it's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. So some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment of people speaking and, hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. So anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this versus Judaism tradition in particular. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here, and I have to tell you, as a quick sidebar, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's a citation: André TV, Les vrais portraits et vies des hommes grecs, latins et païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païens means. I think it means peasants, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others. But otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really close. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trippo, which is essentially a dialogue with a Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot, things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing, whereas Christians are much more thinking about more spiritual aspects of that. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews, you are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And, it doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obduracy. Definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is very important early themes in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially as Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at the briefly at any rate at the work of St. John Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these vrai portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch, and as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because there's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr is saying is all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there, things like that. But those 7 basic laws, just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which we won't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch, that with fairly open society, non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians, participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday, right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and this was apparently not happening. So he's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like $25 a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread, it's just flour and engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. He refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense. But if someone says to you, hey, Jew in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos Goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in, Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to be essentially shunned aside. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the adversus Judaic tradition, or perhaps more generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about him. This is one particular story, a beautiful Italian conditioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on, and he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean. In this particular beautiful lake, it's in the forest or something, and the little child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him. There's a halo of it's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, what are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole. And the child says, exactly. There are some things which you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore, you have to kind of let go, sort of approach to it. Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which was very useful and positive, actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments for Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews, very similar to Jewish theology in this case, but the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing that? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. This will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential in Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like, he used the metaphor of Cain. You recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay Cain, the mark was there to indicate they should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalm, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called Keaton. Thanks very much for watching.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I want to tell you, I'm just having a great time enjoying the people that have come out today. We're out here and want for food. Let's see, come on by and say hi. But I wanted to tell you about the Buckman. this, you can start with the bug man and a free termite inspection. That's what they want to give to you so that you can be sure. And if they line up the bug man during that free termite inspection, they can get rid of your termites. They can do it without testing. And I love this part personally. They repair any damage the bugs cause. They do it themselves. You don't have to get another contractor or anything like that. They'll take care of it. I know this because they've done it for me. I've been a user of Bugman and their services for 8+ years. They're family owned, so they've served in Southern California for over 66 years. So start with that free termite inspection. That pound 250 on yourself. Save the Bugman. Call today. You'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program with a complete inspection service. So get that free termite inspection. Dial pound 250. Say the Bugman. Pound 250. Say the Bugman.
Snowfall weather from KFI. Sunday today with highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s for Metro LA and OC. Around 70 at the beaches, low 80s to low 90s in the valleys of IE. Mid-90s to low hundreds in high desert. Tonight, low clouds and fog developing with lows in the low to mid-60s. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning. Then it turns sunny with highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Right now, it's 82 in Brea, 78 in Orange, 69 in Seal Beach, and 77 in Anaheim. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Aileen Gonzalez.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Fort Portal all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood Fort Porter, Neil Saavedra. Thanks for hanging out today. What a special day. We're out here in Wild Fort Foods in Valencia. We are on Magic Mountain Parkway. Come out and say hello. I would love to shake your hand. We're celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Wild Fort Foods here in Valencia. If you're not familiar with them, you haven't had a chance to check them out, go to wildfortfoods.com. Wildfortfoods.com. See the food that I'm talking about. And if you're nearby, come on out because there has been an ongoing line growing and shortening outside where they're enjoying the food that they're growing up here today. So come try some samples. We're giving away stuff. As a matter of fact, you can celebrate 30 years of splashing fun at Hurricane Harbor, just right to the back of me here, open daily. Thrilling slides, epic waves, pull off your favorite slide online at relaxing. What are you looking for? River cruise experience, Hurricane Harbor, LA's 30th anniversary, all season long, and you can get the most out of this deal on tickets and passes when you visit sixflags.com/Hurricane Harbor LA. That's sixflags.com/Hurricane Harbor LA. We're giving away tickets today, so you can come on down for that. Seriously, Kayla? You're like feeding a lion. I'm going to put my fingers in, and what is this? This is USDA prime beef pecan. Oh, yes. That is grilled with our black steak salt. Picanha is a very well-known Brazilian-inspired piece of meat. It comes from the sirloin of the cattle, and it just delivers a great eating experience. We've been trying to fill that bunker nonstop because we've just been selling it like hotcakes, but that's what you're eating today. Everybody always mentions that when you mention Wild Fort Foods. They're like, oh, God. And so the voice you're hearing there, and I want to make sure I pronounce it, even though we have met, is it Paras? Correct, Paras. And you are the regional manager here, or you oversee? Yes, I am the regional leader for our operations here in California. I like that better than manager because now it sounds like you oversee. They carry you out on their shoulders and stuff. You know, I'd like to give the team the credit. I think they do a lot of the heavy lifting over there. We have a fabulous team of close to 100 people that are working hard every day to try and deliver great eating experiences for our. You know what? They're not managed. They're led. And the difference there? They're not managed. I appreciate it. No, we had a nice conversation last time we were out in Orange County last year. We were doing things early, which we will be doing again this year, listening for those dates as well. But today is a wonderful day. It's a 1-year anniversary of this location. And tell people about this location. Are there certain foods that you find here, not at others? Is it different in each location, or what can they expect when they come out here to Valencia? Yeah, as you mentioned, we are celebrating our 1-year anniversary in Wild Fork, Valencia, and we are really excited and really proud of the team here. I think they're doing a phenomenal job. And in terms of the variety, I think that we carry a very consistent assortment of products across all of our stores. Sure. So what you find here in Valencia is no different than what you find in Wild Fork Encino, than what you find in Wild Fork Thousand Oaks across our 11 locations. And our customers appreciate that because it just offers them that consistency that no matter where they go, they're going to find the same products that they find anywhere else. What we stand out for is, as you have right in front of you, the picanha. We carry over 200 different cuts of beef. So just the variety of product that you find here is really what stands out. And a lot of people like checking out our exotics bunker. They carry ostrich, alligator, venison, elk, bison, frog legs. So definitely check that bunker out because it definitely inspires people to try a different type of protein. Oh yeah, I'm on those frog legs. Did you like it? I love that you call them bunker. Why do you call them bunker? In retail, we use two terms. Either they're coffins or bunkers. And we said we don't like the word coffins, so we're going to stick with bunkers instead. So when you see the product merchandise, we like to call them bunkers. Well, I'm sure the animals that are in there would call them coffins, but that's okay. That's them. Okay, we're serving the living people out here. What's your go-to? Like when you grab something, you're leaving, you want to cook something at home, is there something that you take and you go, this is special to me? Yeah, the picanha is definitely something that I grab every single time. In fact, I'd love for you to try the picanha that we're cooking out today. You have like a long poem or something you want to talk about? Well, I will do my best of times. It was the worst of times. Go ahead. I will do my best. So definitely the prime picanha, the picanha line in general is something that stands out in Wild Fork, and it's definitely something that you think about. I know, right? Isn't it awesome? And yes, the gentleman there is showing us the black steak salt. That's what we use on the picanha. This is no joke. And we are partners, good partners with the folks at Wild Fork. Nobody will ever pay me to say anything about them that I don't believe. You can't. It's impossible. I get to turn down whatever I want. I never have to say anything I don't want. I guarantee you that. That is one of the best steaks I've ever had. Period. I've had a lot of steaks. But I agree that it's absolutely phenomenal. It's cooked perfectly, seasoned perfectly. That is absolutely spectacular. I think we got to give credit to our chef out there. Don did an amazing job. And you know what's the best part about this piece of meat? Is you're paying $9 a pound for it, which is cheaper than a ribeye. Oh my God. Holy smokes. Did you hear that? Cheaper than a ribeye, which is one of my favorite cuts. But I will tell you, that is better than a ribeye. Absolutely. Yeah. I have had 3 of the worst ribeye. I'm not going to name the place, but I've had 3 of the worst ribeyes I've had in probably the last 6 months of my life. And it's almost turned me off of ribeyes. Because I'm not going to eat them unless I cook them myself because I was so disappointed. It's funny you say that because I started off my career at Wild Fork eating a lot of ribeyes, and now I barely touch the ribeyes. Yeah, and they're fantastic. And tomahawk and all those. Of course, I have them. I have, just so you folks know, in my freezer right now, I have Wild Fork cuts. I don't know any time that I don't have something from Wild Fork in my freezer. Another thing is, because of the easy service at wildforkfoods.com and being able to order, it is a fantastic thank you to somebody. Our good friend Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, heard tomorrow morning after the Jesus show and heard this morning. he didn't, gave me some advice on something, and I felt bad. People think advice is free, but it's not. Dean has spent his entire life learning what he knows. So just as a thank you, I sent him some wild pork cuts and out there in Thousand Oaks, and he was so appreciative because he loves to cook. He probably cooks more than I do, and I quite honestly probably have a hammer in my hand more than him. But it's one of those things that is a great gift, and because there's something nurturing about food. I heard a guy from church one day years ago. One of those guys who just spews wisdom every time he opens his mouth, and he said, "Don't hang out. Don't go out with somebody who wants to buy you a drink. Go out with someone who wants to buy you a meal." Because that's somebody that doesn't have an agenda. And I always thought that was good. Can you stick around? I thought that was absolutely. Okay, stick around. We'll talk more with Paras here. He is the regional leader, and I expect you to treat him as such when you come out at Wild Ford Foods here. Stick around. More to come. We'll find out more of what makes it special here. So go nowhere on their 1-year anniversary. Let's talk to Eileen Gonzalez, the GFI 20 Pro.
Here's the latest. 3 people have been arrested in Seal Beach for allegedly bank jugging. And President Trump is planning to put a new 35% tariff rate on Canada starting August 1st. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour. The Chicken Drive on the 91 after this.
Sorry, bud. I've got a good spot. They're giving away stuff, and they're all mad at me now. It's like, but I'm going to tell you about what it's okay, which is where we are today. And they were just about to give something away. We can share the same microphone. Check out wildforkfoods.com. Go to wildforkfoods.com. Find one in your area. If you're out here in Santa Clarita, come by, say hi. I'm out here today celebrating the 1-year anniversary. Right off of Magic Mountain Parkway. Started at 2, we'll go to 5. We're laying outside. We're celebrating summer grilling season as well. So much here. Grill Pit Master Dom is out there just killing it. This pecan, this is so spectacular. And you telling me that it's one of the best sellers is not surprising. Not just in California, across the country. That is spectacular. That is one of the absolute best steaks I've ever had, and I highly recommend that for you as well. So come on out today or go to your local Wild Fork Foods and get your food on there you're grilling on, and we'll be talking more about what makes them so special when we come back. So we're in Santa Clarita. We'll be here till 5. Don't miss out. Come by, say hi, but I can't recommend enough. Go to wildforkfoods.com, wildforkfoods.com, and get your free iHeartRadio app. There's over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips for today's top comedians. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about a state that touched us and stay attacked. I'm the greatest of all time. Try something different. iHeart Comedy. Women are gathered. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you. Open the app. Make iHeart Comedy present that.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How much do you know about the person you love? And you really are. This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How could you be succeed?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on?
It's about who we are online, how little we know, and uncovering 10 million scam.
The only thing I'm not
study claims most people do not experience severe withdrawal when they quit taking antidepressants.
The study out of the UK found that while people quitting antidepressants did experience more withdrawal symptoms than those on placebos, they weren't found to be that serious. They included issues like dizziness, nausea, and nervousness. Drops in depression was not noted during withdrawal. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Here on Red, settling a remaining lawsuit that was facing was charged with aid. ABC News reports that the settlement of these suits alleged to highly counterfeit transport of increased point death. There is already settled a different lawsuit based on for a second death. This is used to go into a program for customers that are behind on campaign. Mattel is launching a Barbie with type 1 diabetes for people with glucose monitor. They're part of the nonprofit organization Breakthrough T1D Development. Health update, I'm Scott.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find. Go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info is protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why BlackRock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity is stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Play as a promo code at BlackRock.com. Terms apply.
Free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like iHeartTime, clips from today's top idiots.
I learned about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us and they stay intact.
And the greatest of all time.
Tell me how to get the Sesame Street. Well, everything flew like that. 6-foot pigeons walk around.
Try something different. iHeartComedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information value and then we
Love the app and make iHeartComedy present.
RPM 640 more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, body positivity movement may be making way for eating disorders on TikTok. We'll talk about it coming up on Monday at 11:30.
We're out here in Valencia at Wild Ford Food Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. What a great turnout. Thank you so much. I'm honored. I just shook the hand of a lovely woman who came from Santa Barbara. So all those people, I came from Miracle Mile. Santa Barbara. She came from Santa Barbara. Look at that. I gave her a t-shirt and a cutting board. Santa Barbara. God bless you. I told her I wasn't sure I'd go to Santa Barbara for her. She goes, yeah, but there's food here. And I go, you know what? That's a for listener, and I appreciate that. All right, so we're here with Taras, who is the leader. He is the regional leader. And I remember last time I was here, your dress, you're beautiful and but you were in a suit or something last time. When I met you, you were dressed up, I think. I think we were wearing a different attire that time. I don't know, but it wasn't that. You looked very, I can tell you were important. Let's say it that way. Nicely kept here, everything nicely coiffed, you're ready to go. That's why you're the leader. And I wanted to talk more about the overall Wild Fork experience and the food. And what's the best way for someone who's never been in one to experience here in a store as we celebrate here out here in Valencia? But and then what's the best way to experience online? Absolutely, I think that's a great question. I think one of the things that really stands out about Wild Fork go through an extensive onboarding that includes culinary training so that they're well versed in the product, and just have a chat with them about their favorite products, shop around the store, and really experiment products that you think you would like to try you haven't tried before. It doesn't hurt. You get to try something new. And I would suggest the same online. I think the main difference online is you have access to a lot more recipes, especially on our app. So you download the app, you can just search for recipes, and you can search for a recipe for almost any single product that you carry over here. And sometimes the recipes sort of inspire you to buy a product that maybe you haven't tried.
Yeah, and you just said something. I think I was talking to somebody off the air as well. One of the things that I love is maybe that's different as well. One of the things that I love is it's something that you're familiar with that you love. That's great. But also because the prices are so wonderful, you can say, okay, I'm gonna try alligator too, or try something that you maybe wouldn't or didn't know much about, and look up a recipe and be inspired by that. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you guys call the people that work here forkies, and we call listeners of the show forkers. In a mainland style fight, maybe in an alley, who do you think would win, a forkie or a forker? I don't know. You all have a lot more time right now. So we don't need to hash that out right now. I'm just saying, I'd be curious if it was a barbecue showdown. I think you would be lucky. Okay, I was thinking more, knives and fists, but that's okay. I'm weird that way. What's the layout of the store? You walk in first. I see family meals. What is the breakdown? Beef bunkers right here in front. Yeah, absolutely. So the perception that people have of Wild Pork is that we carry just premium meats and that we're expensive. And so we're trying to sort of debunk that myth. And so when you walk in, the first thing you're going to be hit with is chicken, because we do carry different programs of chicken. Very important. Chicken is also we want our customers to know that they're everyday protein, your chicken, your ground beef. We carry that too, and we carry a huge variety of that. So when you walk in, you're most likely going to be hit with chicken and ground beef, which fun fact represents 50% of protein consumed in the U.S. Sure. Chicken breast and ground beef. So we want to make sure that people know we carry that. But then as you start walking into the store, you're going to be hit with some of the treasure hunt items, seafood, Argentine shrimp, the exotic section we spoke about. And then the last thing is typically beef, just because that's something that's widely consumed. We don't think it has to be at the very front of the store, so people typically will end with a selection of beef products that we carry. And then what's fun about our stores, people don't realize this, but we carry a huge selection of everything else you need to complete a meal. So fruits, vegetables, desserts, appetizers, breads, all really high quality. So you can buy your protein and everything else you need to complete a meal here. The quick meals up along the side opposite the restaurant. That's where it's so funny because I'm eating food here. Come on out, by the way, we're out here in Wild Fork, at Wild Fork Foods in Valencia at Mountain Parkway, broadcasting live today and giving away stuff. And there's also samples being grilled outside. What about the quick meals? What defines the quick meal? So something is simple, delicious, and healthy that you can heat up and eat at home if you don't fancy turning on the grill and firing up a lasagna steak. Sometimes the perception of a ready meal is highly processed, and so what you're going to find here are really clean ingredients that we use to develop our ready meals. So no artificial flavors, no artificial ingredients, no phosphates, no MSG, just clean ingredients that help you feel like you're having a home cooked meal. And you were saying how the perception is you guys sell expensive beef and things like that, and you can find every level for you. I think the prices are spectacular. Personally, I think that you offer things that you can't get other places, especially with beef prices. But people forget about those quick meals or appetizers. Talk about some of the appetizers. Yeah, we have a lot of different appetizers. We've got Asian-inspired appetizers. We've got everything, sausages, blankets, fried shrimp, coconut shrimp, meatballs, hot stickers. It's really some. One of my favorite appetizers is actually a lobster grilled cheese that we carry 4 in a pack. It's absolutely amazing. Wow, that sounds perfect. Wow, that was great. I appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. That was badass.
Come on now. It's missing an eye. Yeah. Come on, Kayla. We'll forget Kayla today. She had good things to say about darling. But you get no more. I'm real pleasure to see you. Thank you very much. Likewise, you're doing a great job. The stories are always beautiful, clean, easily laid out, fun on you. So we appreciate you being an avid supporter as well. Yeah, John, make this clear, all right? All right, stick around. We've got more to come here at Wild Ford in Valencia, Wild Ford Foods. If you're in the area, come by, say hello. I'm very, very honored that you folks came out today, and I hope you're getting all the various offers, the samples out here, and the giveaways. So make sure you get tickets for promotions for the giveaways. We've got a grill giving away tickets from Now, dogs, all kinds of stuff. So go, all right, let's get the latest. Thank you, God bless you. Look at you starting the wave all by yourself, man. We'll be back with more, so go nowhere. Let's get the latest news now with Eileen Gonzalez.
Elected officials representing LA's harbor area have requested federal immigration agents to stop staging at Terminal Island. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says it's offensive for agents to use the same site where Japanese Americans were rounded up and sent to internment camps in World War II.
Get out of Los Angeles and leave LA County alone. We don't want them here, we need them here, and it is an insult to our history.
LA City Councilman Tim Oscar has also
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas Hall Arena September 19th to 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Escape to poolside paradise in MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. This is the summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface is built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. But if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Apple CarPlay, check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Called for immigration enforcement at the site to stop. The federal government owns land there, including a federal prison and a Coast Guard base. 3 people have been arrested in Seal Beach for alleged bank jugging. That's when people who've just withdrawn money from a bank are robbed. Irvine Police spokesperson Ziggy Khan says bank jugging is now a nationwide crime trend.
Suspects would go to a parking lot of the local bank, do surveillance on who's coming in and out of the building, but they're specifically looking for people who are carrying cash.
Canada, police say the 3 people arrested are from Texas. President Trump is planning to put a new 35% tariff rate on Canada starting August 1st. ABC's Olivia Rubin says the president points to the flow of fentanyl over the U.S.-Canadian border, saying if Canada helps to stop it, the U.S. will consider an adjustment.
When you look at the actual data, according to Customs and Border Patrol, only 1% just about of fentanyl that's seized here in the United States actually comes from Canada.
Canada is already paying 25% tariff. It's the International Day of Combating Sand and Dust Storms. ABC's Chuck Stevenson says the UN World Meteorological Organization reports about 330 million people, more than 150 countries are affected every year.
Millions of premature deaths every year, plus heart and lung diseases, and just crop evils causing hunger and migration.
He says the UN is promoting global efforts to restore arid farmland and set up early water systems. Lanes are clear on the 15th in Temecula. southbound side of the Fly Freeway, we get Lake Boulevard and front of traffic. There's some wood debris from the roadway, so that drive is southbound from the 710. And we're at that place roundabout in Imperial Heavy towards Lake Boulevard. This is California, so have great traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
Listen to the Stephen J. Clubin podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week, we're covering Eric Swalwell. The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever these days. Homes are sitting longer for sale, prices are falling, markets sellers are hiring buyers like never before. Do you want to sell your house now, but worried about it sitting on the market for too long? Call Wedgewood Homes first to discuss your options. Do you have a house that needs repairs? Ready to downsize, relocate, or sell an inherited property? Dealing with rental headaches or financial stress? Wedgewood Homes offers a fast, reliable, all-in-one. Wedgewood Homes buys homes as is, no commissions, no hassle. Closing is limitless 3 days or on your timeline. Skip the stress of traditional listing. Call Wedgewood Homes. Our offers refer no less than price drops like other cash buyers. Call 800-307-2010. No obligation, all cash offer. 800-307-2010. That's 800-307-2010. Southern California's trusted partner for 40 years. Or visit us at WedgewoodHomes.com.
From KFI, expect low clouds and fog to develop later this evening with lows in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA and OC, low to mid 60s at the beaches, upper 50s to mid 60s in the valleys. Right now it's 75 in Gardena, 82 in Brea. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Oh man, this weather is beautiful out here in Valencia. About 90 degrees outside, slight breeze. You know what I kept thinking of? Morongo's Lazy River. Oh yeah. I like Lazy. I like River. And they got both. There's so much stuff going on in Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. You gotta check it out. There's a live giveaway in a portable electronic lunchbox with 500 points on your rewards card. It's coming up on the 15th, so check that out. They're also giving away a Jeep Gladiator. Have you seen those beauties? You can earn entries now by playing table games, and you can be there on the 31st at 10 p.m. for your chance to win Jazz Band and Bill Fox August 9th. Put that on your calendar, and you can get you good times pizza only from Good Times Pizza. And I'm telling you, they do a fantastic job. I've got that pizza myself. And the fact that you get it to go, beauty. You won't want to miss Tina Head or Goal at the Friendly's and SoCal Sideline Sports Bar. So get out there in Morongo. They'll take care of you. Morongo, the best casino resort in the Southland. Good times.
We are in a changing world. The economy, technology, education. But there are a couple of things that don't change. One of them, I'm an ass, I always have been. And the other one is the success of Zelman's Minty Mouth. These are little capsules that you swallow, and at the end of sucking off the minty coating, you either bite into them or swallow, and they go into your gut where they begin to work on the bad breath, the smelly breath in your stomach, as well as in your mouth. There's the difference. Zelman's Minty Mouth. If you're interested in fresh breath, if you're like me, garlic, onions, I love those, coffee in the morning, those all cause bad, smelly breath. Zelman's, it's a different animal. Go to Zelmans.com and use the code KFI 15% off until the end of the month. Zelmins.com. Use the code KFI. Zelmans.com.
Seriously, Mike, dealership just needs the transmission.
We all know how people can go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Los Angeles, fantastic with 50,000 watts of power.
Use the radio to listen to KFI. Managers, and try to be leaders and try to change the way things are. Love your perspective of what's going on in our work. Well, I appreciate you having me out here. I'm born in Casino, and that's my home court in Casino. So that's a special place to be as well. So what's with the growth? I mean, we're celebrating a 1-year anniversary here in Valencia, but you guys are popping up all over the place. Yeah, so we opened 5 stores in California last year. I was lucky enough to run around and open all 5, including my own in December. That was kind of the day I opened this store. So great to be back here a year later and celebrate with the community and the team. And nice to have the same people working here and just part of our whole process. So, we're looking to grow a lot next year and open a lot more stores. We just opened in Arizona a few weeks ago, and we're getting ready to open in Pacific Beach. That was running a little behind right now. We're getting ready. That'll be number 12. Wow. So I've been in many different locations. I've interacted and not like I'm walking who knows me. I'm walking just like anybody else. And I have connected with many areas. They have that vibe wanting to be here, and they're not afraid of my questions. That's kind of that's what we're doing. It's just trying to instill that the engagement of the team with the people and kind of get my perspective on it. When I look at it, it's people's kitchens, right? Trying to get your living room, right? So it's a personal experience, and friendly work. What's your personal chef? How do they do it? A lot of shopping experiences in stores these days is pretty neutral, and you don't really get a lot of interaction. We really want to interact with people and talk about our products and talk about our motto, nourishing better life, and really getting into people's homes. So it's nice to talk to people about our products, introduce people to new products, have questions about cooking techniques and how to do that. So it's really great to build relationships with people in the community and the stores to and then have them come back and say, I followed the recipe, or I followed the instructions you gave me on how to cook this product, and my family loved it. So it's super rewarding to share that with the team and kind of get them engaged with that to really enjoy their work and not have it be so robotic. I've been doing what I do for a long time in KFI since I was an intern, and I've always thought that same way. You're entering their home in some way or their life in some way, and that's a big deal. I was starting my business for 4 years, so providing an experience for someone is the thing. But when you get into a retail environment, grocery store environment, providing that kind of experience for someone's a rare kind of thing that you don't find a lot of places. And it's just it is really super rewarding to make those places where people talk about food. Food's really a personal thing for a lot of people, and I think having them come back and just foster that experience for people is just really rewarding and a lot of fun. Yeah, that is different. I've been in a lot of different grocery stores, a lot of different vendors and suppliers. Do people come in here and know what they're doing, or do they come in? Are they intimidated when they first walk into a Whole Foods? Well, a lot of intimidation when they come in here. A lot of people come in and looking for steaks and stuff. You've got over 800 sweet cuts of meat. One of my personal favorites is the hanger steak. It's not something you can find anywhere else. You're not going to see it at a lot of stores. You don't see the pie. You don't see 17 inch pie. There's just a lot of things you're not going to see going into a regular grocery store. So people can tend to get super intimidated when they start looking around, and I think that's where the experience and the engagement of the team talking about it
hey, do you have any questions? Can I show you something? Can I show you this? And having that knowledge and talking to people about how to cooking. And, you know, you kind of make them not be so intimidated. Really introduce them to new things and help people expand their horizons when it comes to cooking.
Yeah, and I think that's something that again, as I've said before, come here for what you know you like, but also look for something that you want to experiment with or experience about.
You know, people go to a grocery store and they go in there and they buy 2 pounds of ground beef and they buy the New York steak that they bought for years at the same grocery store. And then come in here and see that they were way in a New York with a bone in, or I can get it up on the ribeye tomahawk, or just the different things that people don't see in their everyday life and they don't bring out. Having that all in the store for them to look at and really explore is a lot of fun.
And as far as different kinds of cuts of chicken or things like that, you can buy whole chicken too.
Yeah, sweet whole chickens, all different kinds of cuts of boneless, bone in, that kind of thing. There's definitely, some non-traditional stuff that I think, the way products being frozen. You can buy the chicken, you can open up and take out waters and chicken breast, the rest you can freeze up for later, so you don't have to, thaw and cook it at the same time. Just really helps people explore the, no antibiotics, no hormones, all our chicken products. Mary's chicken, which is a really great product, vegetarian fed, not GMO, that kind of stuff. Just some really cool stuff that the way it's packaged just really opens people's eyes.
Hold that thought when you come back. I want you to talk about that, Peter. When you talk about the way it's packaged, the freezing part of it, why people may look at that when it's frozen, why can't man? Let's help them understand what sets well for foods apart there. Okay, when we come back, talk about Peter. So go nowhere. Let's get the latest chicken down. Solace, the KFI News Program.
Here's the latest. Vice President Vance has reportedly been spotted at Disneyland with his family, and new details have been released about what went wrong with the Air India crash last month. We'll have more about that at the top of the hour. Right now, we're going to check the 5 in Norwalk. Looks like lanes are clear. Southbound side of the 5-3 Lakewood Boulevard, they did clear all that wood debris from the roadway. All lanes been reopened, but it's still pretty rough driving. From the 16 northbound side of the 5 closed, and about Imperial Highway bound into the 710 freeway. On the southbound side of the 710 freeway in Florence, there was a brush fire on the southern side of the freeway. They've got that south of the drivers as they come away from the 5 and the northbound side. You'll see blazing for 105. Checking into Orange County on the southbound side of the 5 freeway, just before you get to 55. Your car kind of better did make it off the right shoulder. Delays to go away from the 22 and westbound 91. You use the slow route getting into Orange County about Weir Canyon over towards the 55. This Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
All right, so we are here Wild Fork Foods in Valencia. Come on out. We are celebrating their 1-year anniversary. What a special store this is. If you haven't had the chance to come out here, it's a different experience. If you love to grill, you love to cook, there is something for everyone out here, and we're enjoying the day. So we'll be out here till 5 o'clock. We're celebrating not only their 1 year, but Southern summer cooling season. So don't miss out. Come on out, say hello, and enjoy some of the samples. We got a grill pit match. We got Dom out there on the grill doing a fantastic job. We'll be talking to him again in just a little bit. We're giving out prizes, including a barbecue. We're giving out protein from Wild Fork here, Dodgers tickets. We've got tickets to Magic Mountain as well, and we've got some lovely packages of coffee as well. Coachella Valley Coffee. So no reason to not to buy anything, come out and enjoy. But I will tell you, look this stuff up and you're gonna say, what should I get? There's tons. You should. Wildforkfoods.com. Wildforkfoods.com. We'll be out here at 24175 Magic Mountain Parkway until 5 o'clock. Come by, say hello.
You've got apps for everything. Music, photos, even ordering coffee. Only one app gives you the live radio experience. It's radio your way, anytime, anywhere. Join the millions already listening. The free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
KMRE 640, your station talk.
Coming up after 1 o'clock on Monday, John Coach was in South Carolina campaigning to be president. Then he was in Tennessee on a podcast campaigning to be president. Is he ever coming back to California? And do we want him to? That's after 1 o'clock on Monday on the John Coach Show.
that's what we do. We celebrate food every single Saturday from 2 to 5. The people have named it, the culture behind it, and today we're celebrating great proteins, great food, all here at Wild Ford Foods in Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. They're celebrating their 1-year anniversary, and we're celebrating grilling season. We've got the grills heated up outside. Dom is busting his hump out there, making sure you're taken care of with free samples so you can understand some of the things they can't. They have your which is just, I said this earlier, zero hyperbole. That is one of the best steaks I've ever had. And they're right here today. Absolutely fabulous. I'm a big fan of different cuts. Ribeye has always been a great standard of mine. This blew it away. Just spectacular. So we're talking with Peter Grusin, Senior Sales Leader of the Encino location out here today. You have opened, 5 locations or so? The most recent ones?
5 locations in the last year. Last year we have it, and then we're opening another one, Pacific Beach, this year. And next year we're going to open some more, but I'm not sure about the location.
Yes, it's grown fast, so the response has been good.
Yeah, the response is great. 60 stores nationwide now. Business flow. I'm in the Encino location. We're just doing great. They're doing fantastic here. Valencia, it's about building relationships with the customers, but being involved with the community as well, right? Kind of let people know. It's like I said before. This is one of those fun things you can do. With your friends. This is like one of the most fun jobs. Really, in introducing people to new products, introducing people to things they haven't done before, and really, again, it's super personal to talk to people about food and get in people's kitchens. Sometimes I feel like one of your stories, I'm sitting down with somebody at their kitchen table eating with them. You divide this together. Yeah. So the food is just an amazing, thing that binds people, and being part of that process for Wild Ford, a great company to work for as well. It's just really rewarding and a lot of fun.
Okay, so you're leaving here late. You've had a long day, but you've got to make yourself something when you get home. What kind of quick meals do you grab?
So for me, first, the top of the list for me is the beef sugar raviolis. They're amazing. So, a lot of times you get pasta that's, frozen or pre-made pasta. It's a little chewy. It's not too thick. This pasta is light and tender. The raviolis are full of filling. Super easy. I just do a pomodoro sauce, tomatoes, basil, olive oil, garlic on those short raviolis. They cook for about 7 minutes. It's perfect. The box is perfect for me and my wife to split. And the raviolis are good size. A little bit of sauce on there. Really quick, easy, great meal. Boil a little water and 8 minutes.
You did not bad night.
It's great stuff. You knew exactly what you were. I know exactly. Thank you for asking. If you're asking me about one of those are amazing. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so the experience here, and the fact that there's an experience online as well. Yes, we experience things online as well for those that might not be in an area closer to downtown, and I don't think we have one that close yet.
So Venice, I think, would be the closest, but in that neighborhood, and so we do the roadie thing. So if you order from us within 60 miles of the store, you can still get delivered from the local store.
Great.
Yeah, I've done that. And the 8-mile thing, if you're within 8 miles of the store, you can order it. 2 hours same day guarantee delivery too as well, which is fantastic.
Yeah. So that whole experience. Now you guys have special bags and stuff that people eat with that help keep the chill on.
So for the local deliveries, we have an insulated bag, a Mylar insulated bag that the food's wrapped in, so it stays frozen in the storage until the delivery driver comes gets it. It's going to still be frozen when you get home. With the longer deliveries, if you get into the long ones where you're a little further from the store, we do pack freezer bags, frozen bags in there to keep it frozen longer. But yeah, we do pack it really well.
What about if somebody's having friends over in summertime? Maybe they're grilling, but maybe they're doing some stuff in the oven as well, preparing. Or there are things that come in larger quantities or that you can easily batch up that would work for a party.
I think the chicken, the shrimp, the shrimp on 1 pound bags, they're fantastic, but also the chicken as well. You were talking about chicken tenders earlier, so amazing. We're going to 5 pound bag of chicken tenders. You can open the bag and take out for your, cooking for salads, whatever.
It's hard to make chicken is all the chicken breast. Right. It's not. There's so much for the tenders underneath the breast are fantastic. All these guys.
My wife's always been a huge fan of the tenders, and I think if you're just cooking a few tenders for your salad or for whatever you want to do, the bag is sealable. You don't have to thaw them all out. You thaw what you want. Shrimp, same thing. But if you're trying to batch up with some of that stuff, certainly we have some great seasoned chicken. We have seasoned chicken cubes, chicken thigh cubes, frozen in a bag. You can take out what you want to cook. We have ground beef comes in a 2.5 pound bag where it's pellets basically. You can scoop out what you need as opposed to having to cook the whole thing. Everything comes out
kind of nice. So if you're doing like a sauce or something and you want to throw some of that in there, you don't have to. You
just take out the scoop, throw it in, cook it from frozen, and you're ready to go. So yeah, really love it.
Hard for sauces.
Yeah, our ground beef, 1 pound bricks. I personally, use it at home all the time. Take it out of the freezer, throw it in a bowl in the sink of cold water, in an hour, 10 minutes. I'm cooking.
So it's you have an 80-20 here.
80-20. We got a 73-27. We got 90-10. We have a huge variety of different kinds for sure.
Yeah. So what that means is you're lean to fat, and I told people that come up to me. One of the things I get asked all the time here is, well, how come my hamburgers are dry or whatever? And I said, more than likely you're not pulling an 80-20 blend. You need that 20% fat.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. We have a 73-27 that is amazing for burgers. It's so juicy. We have it in a 10-pack.
That's only restaurant
Yeah.
quality there. When you've got that kind of fat, that's usually when you bite into a burger. So when you go, what is with this? How come it's so good?
Right, so we have the same ones in a 10-pack for $10, so it's $1 a pound. You can open the thing, you cook them right from frozen. They're amazing.
Oh my gosh, that sounds fantastic. The biggest, I've said this on the show before, the biggest compliment is from my 8-year-old boy who says, Dad, can you make me a juicy cheeseburger? He'll go somewhere and goes, oh, this isn't like that. It's just a cheeseburger. So I take pride on making sure. And he'll tell me when it's not.
They're the most honest.
Yeah, this one's a little overdone or something.
That adults after a few drinks.
Yeah, it's like being honest. That's important. Remember. All right, the last thoughts, Peter, of things that you want to tell people about wild fork foods that you think they may not know.
I think that they don't. Our prices are fantastic. We certainly make adjustments and keep up with the market. And and I think the frozen thing that really throws people off. And I'll just go with chicken right off the bat. Most chicken's frozen. When it gets to a grocery store, it's thawed out, put on the shelf, and it's just all shredded. It's the same thing. Straight frozen. Like a lot of that stuff's frozen when you go to the store. So when you go to the butcher department and you're sitting there and you look at the stuff and it's all packed on ice for you and all, it was frozen before it got there. So I think embracing the frozen part and understanding, talk to our people. There's really easy, fast ways to thaw things out and make it simple for you.
The tech has changed, and it sounds stupid about freezing, but they're able to freeze faster and better than before, which keeps the the natural crystals and all that. But when water freezes, it becomes sharp, and that tears that. When you freeze it fast properly, in the proper packaging, it's going to stay good forever in the freezer.
Absolutely. Yeah. The stuff I've bought stuff and let it sit in my freezer for 6-8 months, and it's just as fresh as it ever was before. So absolutely. I think to embrace it, come in, look around, talk to our people, and just enjoy food in a different way.
Well, what a pleasure talking to you, Peter. Thank you very much. You can find him not only roaming around the Dorothy stores, but the MDNC store as well. Just go in and say hi to Peter when you're there and check out your Wild Fork Foods Market wherever you might be. They have one. But a pleasure. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, it's great. Thanks, man. Alrighty, we'll be back with more as we are celebrating not only grilling for summer, but Wild Fork Foods here in Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. It's their 1-year anniversary, and so many people, some that are less attractive than others, sir. But I'm kidding. Either brand, I can tease them. But come on out and say hello. They're also grilling some samples outside, giving away stuff on the inside. Come by and say hello. I would love to shake your hand. All right, let's get the latest news now from Eileen Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour news.
KFI, KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County.
ice raids. I'm Wendy Gonzalez live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto says the temporary restraining order stopping the federal government's immigration raids is a win. She says it's a win for the city's residents who've been subjected to the chaos fear the government has inflicted on communities with the ice raids and detentions. A federal judge in LA issued the ruling yesterday. It blocks 8 federal agents from conducting operations until the court considers a preliminary injunction. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says ICE agents have been doing their job according to the law.
There is the rule of law, and the law is applied equally to everybody. Every single individual in this country will be treated fairly, and we will uphold our law.
She says there's been an increase in violence against those who are upholding the rule of law. KFI News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. Vice President Vance is reportedly at Disneyland with his family. There were reports yesterday that he was expected to visit Orange County this weekend, although the White House hasn't confirmed that. Orange County Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento says he wouldn't be against meeting with Vance, but only if they could talk about immigration operations.
I think he's coming here to enjoy our beautiful beaches, our beautiful environment, and our climate. But that's not really what people need. People need support right now, and that leadership needs to come from the federal government.
Republican OC Supervisor Don Wagner disagrees with his colleague. He says it's an opportunity to cast a wider net. Wagner says, though, he'd like better clarity on what the Trump administration is doing on immigration. Political analysts state growing tensions between U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino could see one of them leave the Trump administration. ABC's Olivia Rubin says it's over the DOJ's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case.
The rift is so bad that Bongino has been telling some of his close advisors that he is considering resigning because of the way that this all went down.
She says they're at odds over the Justice Department and FBI saying this week that Epstein didn't have a client list, even though Bondi had said in February that such a document was sitting on her desk. New details on what went wrong before the Air India crash last month. Former pilot John Nance says a preliminary report from authorities in India shows just 3 seconds after takeoff, the fuel cutoff switches for its engines went from the run position to the cutoff position.
Somebody returned the engine call, and they would have known since I had 2 qualified pilots, they would have known that the consequences were. So there was mental aberration on the bridge.
More than 240 people on board the plane were killed. 1 person survived. Gray wolves are making a comeback in California. Their population has increased from 1 in 2015 to at least 50 by the end of last year. A report by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife shows there are now 10 wolf packs, primarily in northeastern California. Since 2015, the department has confirmed nearly 130 of about 270 investigated livestock attacks were caused by wolves. Still, the report emphasizes the need for ongoing legal protections for wolves. Let's go to a crash on the 10 in Ukiah.
We have some big problems there. If you are headed westbound right from Lido Canyon Road, left lane's clogged, traffic is jammed all the way back from County Line Road. Innovation Park, got problems on the 110 freeway. It's the southbound side, the Academy Road off-ramp there. 2 cars got mixed up there on the off-ramp, causing some delays. Also a Diamond Bar wreck on the 57 freeway going down past Pathfinder Road. It involves a pickup truck and another moving truck was involved. Overall, it's just a slow ride on that southbound 405, basically from about Sunset Boulevard all the way down to the 90 freeway. That is a tough haul this afternoon. And the southbound side of the 110 freeway looking pretty busy as well from the 10 down past Exposition Park with some of California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Will Coltrane. Your updated windows are not keeping the heat out. At American Vision, our windows protect you from the scorching summer heat, keeping your home cooler, quieter, and more beautiful. Celebrate freedom from the heat with $1,776 off your project. Or finance a full home of windows for $177.60 per month. These savings won't last. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Celebrate our independence with a great deal. Bill and Kathleen have been doing right with American Vision Windows for 25 years, and now they're 100% employee-owned. For America's birthday, get $1,776 off your project or finance a full home of windows for $177.60 a month.
For details and free quote, call 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Offer credit, minimum of 6 windows. Call or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com for details. Offer expires 7/31/25. CSLB number 778326.
SoCal weather from KFI. Expect low clouds and fog to develop later this evening with lows in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA and OC. Low to mid 60s at the beaches, upper 50s to mid 60s in the valleys and IE, mid 60s to mid 70s in the high desert. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny with highs in the mid 70s to lower 80s. Right now, it's 86 in West Covina, 78 in Winter Park, 84 in Fullerton, and 76 in Tustin. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeart Radio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. Let me teach you about it. Let me teach you about it. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you about it. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you about it. Let me teach you about it. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Hey everybody, it's the Full Report. All things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your welfare host, Nielsen Baker. How do you do? We're out here celebrating Wild Fork Foods. Their 1-year anniversary of this location in Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. People have come out today. We really appreciate that. If you're getting some free food and enjoying giveaways, all kinds of stuff, telling you about the unique experience that is Wild Fork Foods. So they have 12 locations, just over their 12th, I think, here in Southern California, and they're just a spectacular partner on the Full Report. Their food is wonderful, and you come out and you can taste some. You can also win some things, including what we giving away grill. But we wanted to tell you about the foundation we talked about earlier, and to do that, we have Alan Jansen, firefighter, paramedic, founder of Firefighter Crafted. You can join them and salute firefighters on the Firefighters Festival on Saturday, September 27th. It's at Warner Center Park in Woodland Hills. Everybody knows where that is. Celebrate our LAFD. They are heroes, period. You can enjoy firehouse food, classic cars, live music, family fun, of course, family related. All while supporting the widows, orphans, and disabled firefighters funds. It's an unfortunate part of heroism is dealing with things that can happen during what they do. So it's a day of honor, community, giving back, and there'll be all kinds of stuff going on. So Alan, welcome to the program. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. It's been such an honor to be a part of what Wild Fork is doing. I mean, they are the ones that came when we needed it on the front lines. So I am a firefighter paramedic in Los Angeles City. And during those brush fires was some of the busiest fires that we've ever seen, some of the busiest call volume that we've ever had in our department history, California's history even. And Wild Fork came on the front lines to support us. And it was just absolutely incredible.
So they're going to be partnering with you again at this event. We want to make sure that we promote that. But also, and I appreciate your service, by the way. Thank you for your service. Absolutely. I think it's very hard, even if we know academically what it must take for you during, while you're fighting, actually fighting the fight, right? Explain to us in real life what it means, like the basic things, going to the bathroom, eating, getting water, people support you like Wild Fork Foods.
Absolutely. So typically for our department, we run about 1,500 to 1,800 calls in a 24-hour period. Holy smokes. During those brush fires, we averaged closer to 3,500 calls, which means we have no time to go to the bathroom and eat food like you just mentioned. Typically at the fire station, camaraderie at the fire station is cooking. In fact, I recently was one of the cooks, cooked a great meal for the station, and it's a great way for us to talk about the call, talk about family life. It's
community bonding. Yeah, at the fire station. When you're running that many calls, there's no time to actually stop and cook. So we might have a chance to get a snack bar or something quick to drink. But that's not the best nutrition for our bodies to be able to sustain. So Wild Fork came along and donated so much food, good quality food, good meats, things that are actually going to give our bodies protein to be able to continue to fight these fires. Unbelievable. We're so grateful for that support.
Yeah, that's. I think it's very important to understand the intensity. Do you drop afterwards? I mean, when it's all said and done, you know, we used to joke back in the day when I was in promotions, we had a big event.
Yes.
Everyone got sick afterwards because your body is going, you know, and that's obviously not even close. Sure. Does your body just go, I'm done?
So we are definitely used to the busyness, but stuff like that is not good for our bodies. The lack of sleep, the lack of nutrition, the dehydration, all these things that we experience, let alone all the toxins we're putting into our body from the fires. But when that happens, we do get very, very fatigued. And so we are grateful for people to come alongside and be able to give us some support so that we don't have to, like I said, cook. That's a huge blessing for us on the fire ground. The lack of sleep is a huge toll on our immune system. A lot of people think firefighters, when they are at the fire station and running these emergency calls, running in burning buildings, that that's our biggest risk to our bodies. That's an aspect of it. The other aspect is the toll that it takes on our health, the lack of sleep, the stress, emotional, physical.
Well, sure, you see things that you don't.
And we're ready to respond at a given notice. But yeah, during those times, it's extra stressful.
And, you know, sleep deprivation is a torture device for a reason. Absolutely.
It's very true. Yeah, you're right.
So you got your wife and your kids here.
My wife is outside. She's actually at our booth with Firefighter Crafted. I have my 3 boys and my mother-in-law here just supporting at the Wild Fork events. It's been so great to be a part of. I had the opportunity to meet Marsha from the Wild Fork group. She was the one that connected us. She was a fireball, like you said, and she just has such a vision for Wild Fork, how to come alongside different organizations. One of the ones that she, as you mentioned, Widows, Orphans, Disabled Firefighters Fund. Marlene, who works for them, that's the nonprofit for our fire department that raises money for injured and fallen firefighter families. So what Firefighter Crafted does is we take products that are all made and designed by firefighters.
And there are many. I'm impressed by the ingenuity of firefighters.
Oh, absolutely. The creativity you see at the station level. Well, we took some of the designs that firefighters have made and put it on our website, firefightercrafted.com, so people can order. We actually have a warehouse here in Valencia that ships it out to countries around the world. We've actually had sales in 10 different countries. And what it does is raises money for firefighters that have been injured and disabled on the job.
Wow, I'm a maker and a fabricator myself. I love those things. So when I see those things, I'm always blown away how a lot of them are created by firefighters. There's the ingenuity. There's so many different products I've come across that firefighters have come up with that even in the grilling space, and I'm always impressed by that.
Absolutely.
So you're a boy dad, looks like.
I am, yes. I have 3 young boys that are here dancing around at the Wild Fork, and it's just a blessing to have them. They're helping me out our booth and passing out business cards and stickers as well.
You said your wife is in the booth out there working right now.
Yes.
I know she can't hear this, but to others that are in heavy and intense jobs like yours, what does it mean to have a good partner?
That is a great question. She is my most important support because when I come home, she has the house ready, she has the kids ready, and she loves me even when I am tired and not having the best attitudes. And sooty and dirty. Yeah, she likes in my shower, but just to have her support is such a blessing to be married to her. We actually celebrated 12 years not so long ago, so thank you so much. But yeah, so she's been a huge support. She homeschools our boys, so she has sometimes the harder job at home for sure.
Is it a pair of twins or those?
We do. So we have a 7-year-old twin, Kaden and Patrick, and then Tegan, our 4-year-olds, they are quite active. Oh, yes. And all supporting their shirts and support. That's awesome. Yes, thank you. And those shirts, so the firefighters, we had 5 firefighters that lost their homes in these recent brush fires in January. And so that will be way important on it and covering that you're in the same area as you're losing your home. It is, it's a whole other level of devastation, right? Where you're fighting these fires and now you don't even have a home to go home to. And so we designed some apparel with our phoenix bursting from the ashes out of California that says we will rise because it's California, we will rise together in supporting these firefighters. So the shirts are on our website, firefightercrafted.com, to be able to raise money for these firefighters that have been injured, the firefighters that lost their homes. It's also on the Wheels Orphans and Disabled Firefighters website at givetoahero.org. Firefightercrafted.com, firefightercrafted.com. Alan Jameson, firefighter, paramedic, thank you again for your service and taking the time to come on. Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me and supporting Wild Fork and the many things they do for firefighters. All right, we'll be back with more as we broadcast live from Wild Fork, Valencia today. We're celebrating their 1-year anniversary, celebrating the game that we just talked about, that they are giving. They don't just bring us great food and our experience at Wild Fork, they also are really hands-on in the community as well. We celebrate and applaud that. We come out, get some samples, we'll be here till 5. We're giving away things, including the grill coming up at the end of the program. So come by, say hello. I'd love to shake your hand. I've met a lot of people today, and I'm super, super appreciative of all your kind words and taking the time to come out. More to come. Don't know where. Let's get the latest news now from Eileen Gonzalez, the KFI 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. ICE raids at 2 campus farms in SoCal have led to the arrest of hundreds of suspected illegal immigrants, and a big wildfire near the Grand Canyon has forced people to leave their homes. More at the top of the hour. Check your drive on the 405 after this.